Chapter 1: Awakening SSS-level talents. Dear students, after 3 years of hard work, you have completed your cultural knowledge. The next step is to awaken your innate abilities. After awakening, apply for the exam based on your own conditions. Principal Liu of Binhai High School gave a passionate speech on the podium. Thousands of senior high school students gathered in the playground below, each with a moved look on their face. The day of awakening has finally arrived. God bless me to awaken my innate supernatural powers. Only by awakening your natural talents and abilities and entering a warrior university can you become a leader. Otherwise, you can only enroll in the liberal arts department and never make it big. Give me a natural talent or abilities. I'm willing to trade 50 years of my girlfriend's life for awakening her special abilities. Please. Xu Feng looked calm, but he couldn't calm down inside. The technological and cultural level of this world is similar to that of Earth, but the difference is that this world is 10,000 times larger than Earth. What is even more terrifying is that ferocious beasts are rampant, and the living space of mankind is squeezed into a very small area. It is said that thousands of years ago, the human population exceeded 50 billion. However, to date, there are less than 2 billion humans. The human population has decreased dramatically. If humans had not awakened their innate abilities and been able to fight against ferocious beasts, they would have probably been extinct long ago. Everyone has a chance to awaken their talents and abilities at the age of 18. If they do not awaken their talents and abilities, they can only apply for the liberal arts department and become a clerk. If they awaken their talents and abilities, they can apply for the martial arts department and become a warrior. In this world where martial arts are respected, the former has no strength and is doomed to have a bleak future, while the latter can have strength and a transcendent status. So, everyone wants to be a warrior. The first requirement to become a warrior is to awaken your innate special abilities. Innate abilities are divided into natural, superhuman, animal, and special types. No matter which system you belong to, you can become a warrior once you awaken. In addition, talents and abilities are also divided into 9 levels from high to low: SSS, SSS, 8B, C, D, E, and F. Okay, students, please line up now to awaken, starting with Class 1, said Principal Liu. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of students lined up in front of the awakening stone under the guidance of the teacher to awaken. Just drink the awakening liquid and place your hand on the awakening stone, and you'll be fine. Zhang Hao, awakening failed. Lin Peng, awakening failed. Congratulations to Huang Fan for his successful awakening, the D-level innate ability Tiger Claw. Congratulations to Mi Ziming for her successful awakening, gaining the S-level innate ability of Ice. As time goes by, more and more students awaken. Only 1/3 of the 100 people awaken. Among those who awaken, very few can awaken talents and abilities above level B, and even fewer can awaken to level S. Every time a person with S-level or above gifted abilities awakens, it will cause a sensation and be announced to the whole world. This is not S rank? Holy crap, that's awesome. As expected of Mi Ziming, not only is she beautiful, but she also has S-level talents and abilities. How amazing. Damn, our Binhai High School is going to be famous. The students were in an uproar and excited. Many of them looked at Mi Ziming with changed eyes, full of envy and jealousy, and wished they could exchange identities with her. Principal Liu was also very happy. I didn't expect there would be an S-level one, that's great. It would be a lie for Xu Feng to say he wasn't envious. With S-level talents and abilities, with a little effort, he could become a powerful warrior and would definitely be the dominant force in his area. At this time, the head teacher began to distribute the awakening liquid. Students who have received the awakening liquid, drink it quickly. It will be our class's turn to awaken soon. Xu Feng got a small bottle of awakening liquid, which contained red liquid. This thing is said to be extracted from the body of a ferocious beast. It is extremely precious and is strictly controlled by the Warrior Alliance. It is not circulated on the market. Gurgle. Without saying anything, Xu Feng drank the awakening liquid in one gulp. It was sweet and quite good. I don't know if I can awaken my innate abilities. Xu Feng thought. In fact, he had already thought about it. If you don't have any awakened talents or special abilities, then just get into a better liberal arts university, get married, have children, and live an ordinary life. If by chance one awakens a natural talent or supernatural power, then one can enter the warrior university and go to the front lines to make achievements after graduation. At this moment, ding! Consume the awakening fluid, and activate the swallowing system. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a newbie gift pack. Do you want to claim it? Hearing the voice, Shu Feng was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Fuck! This is the system. Ha, it's finally here after all these years of waiting. That's right. Shu Feng is a time traveler, or a time traveler. It took a full 18 years for the golden finger to arrive. Without further ado, I checked the system with excitement. This system is very simple. You just need to eat food and accumulate swallowing points to update system tasks. You can get corresponding rewards after completing the tasks. After understanding the system, Shu Feng felt happy again. Because there are endless ferocious beasts in this world, and they can also be eaten. In other words, from now on, you will become stronger by eating ferocious beasts. Cool. Oh, and there's also a newbie gift pack. Shu Feng's eyes moved. Then received the newbie gift pack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level gifted Gourmet Cells. Would you like to fuse and awaken them? System prompts. Hearing this voice, Shu Feng's heart almost exploded. Gourmet Cells belong to the superhuman type. After awakening, the physique is different from that of ordinary people, and no special training is required. Just by constantly eating delicious food, one can continuously improve his strength and bring physical skills to the extreme. The SSS-level Gourmet Cells are even more amazing. Their appetite and food intake are terrifying. The more they eat, the stronger they become. There is also a chance of awakening a gourmet demon. Cool. It feels so good. Shu Feng was ecstatic and without hesitation, he immediately muttered, Fusion Awakening. Ding! SSS-level talent, supernatural power, Gourmet Cell Fusion, awakened successfully. As the system prompt sounded, Shu Feng felt a sharp pain in every cell of his body, as if being bitten by ants, and then an intense feeling of hunger came over him. After a moment, the tingling sensation all over the body disappeared, tremendous energy surged out of every cell, and all attributes were improved, as if he was reborn. Is this the awakening of Gourmet Cells? That's really good. Shu Feng clenched his fists, his whole body filled with strength. Enter the system interface immediately. Host, Shu Feng. Qi and blood, 180,200,200 Qi and blood reaches the standard of a 1-star warrior. Generally speaking, Qi and blood can be improved by practicing according to the awakening of talents and abilities. Shu Feng awakened the talent of Gourmet Cells and can improve Qi and blood by eating delicious food. Innate ability, SSS-level Gourmet Cells. Skills, none. Warrior level, quasi 1-star level, 1 star to 9 stars, each level is divided into early, middle, late and peak. Devouring quest, updating eating delicious food to accumulate devouring points can update the quest. Seeing this, Shu Feng was extremely excited. It is worthy of being an SSS-level talent and ability. Just by awakening, it is almost at the 1-star level. You know, even if an average person has undergone years of training and has not awakened any special abilities, their Qi and blood will only be at most 100. At the moment of awakening the innate ability, the health can generally reach 150. But it is extremely rare for someone like Shu Feng to reach 180 Qi and blood. With my current talents, abilities, and physique, I should be able to fight against a 1-star early-stage warrior. Shu Feng thought. Of course, we still need to find an opportunity to test the actual combat situation. Shu Feng, what are you daydreaming about? It's your turn now, hurry up and wake up. At this time, the head teacher spoke. Chapter 2, Eating ferocious beasts will increase your Qi and blood. After hearing what the head teacher said, Shu Feng came to his senses and closed the system interface. Shu Feng, what are you thinking about? Go up and wake up. The head teacher reminded again. Nodding, Shu Feng walked towards the awakening platform. Isn't this Shu Feng, who ranked first in the school's cultural knowledge test? It's him. I wonder if he can awaken his innate abilities. Don't forget, your academic performance has nothing to do with awakening your talents or abilities. Many students were talking about it. Shu Feng turned a deaf ear to it, walked to the awakening platform, and came to the awakening stone. Under the guidance of Principal Lu, he placed his right hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly, a warm feeling came. Then, something seemed to be activated in the body, and the next second the awakening stone burst out with a strong white light, illuminating the entire awakening platform. Floating above the awakening stone was a line of golden words, SSS-level, superhuman Gourmet Cells. Seeing the scene, everyone present widened their eyes, opened their mouths slightly, and showed an expression of shock. After a moment, everyone was excited. What the hell? SSS level? Hiss. It's actually a superhuman SSS. Holy crap, that's awesome. S-level talents and abilities are already very rare, and Chu Feng awakened to the SSS level, which is 1 in a million. Binhai High School is going to be popular. Chu Feng is going to be famous too. Everyone stared at Chu Feng, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn, this guy Chu Feng actually awakened to the Superman SSS level, how unfair. Not only are his grades good, but his talents are also so abnormal? Why don't I have such a talent? The head teacher was shocked. Then his eyes became moist and he was so excited that he wanted to jump up. Chu Feng is such a promising guy. You know, out of the 50 people in the class, almost all of them have awakened, but only 20 of them have awakened successfully, and only 2 of them have C-level talents, while the others are F-level or E-level. I didn't expect Chu Feng to awaken to SSS level. It was beyond imagination and incredible. He has taught several senior high school classes, but this is the first time he has encountered such a talented student. Damn it. It's actually SSS level. I'm not dreaming. Principal Lu was so excited that he almost forgot his birth date. Binhai High School has a history of 200 years. Many S-level talented warriors have appeared in it, but there are only 3 SS-level talented warriors, and there has never been any SSS-level talented warriors. And now, there is. Director Ding, you will lead the other students' awakening. Principal Lu said, I'm going to make a report first. Our Binhai High School is going to be famous. After saying that, he quickly slipped away. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Chu Feng walked down the awakening platform, said something to his class teacher and left. My foodie cells have awakened. I'm very hungry and need to eat. Roasted mussel rat, don't miss it if you pass by. A boss on the roadside was roasting a mussel rat while shouting. Chu Feng walked over. Hey, young man, do you want a mussel rat? I just killed one outside, it's very fresh. The boss asked with a smile. Chu Feng asked, how much is one? The boss replied, 10 yuan. Chu Feng said, give me 10. The boss was stunned and surprised, 10? Young man, why are you buying so many? Can you finish them? A mussel rat weighs more than 10 kilograms and is bigger than a rooster. One person can eat at most half a piece. The young man attacked with 10 at once, which was a bit scary. Chu Feng didn't waste any time talking to him and just gave him the money directly. The boss didn't say much, so he immediately packed up 10 mussel rats and handed them to Chu Feng, and kindly asked, young man, do you need help delivering them? 10 muscular rats weigh more than 100 kilograms. Can this boy carry them? Chu Feng smiled, thank you, but no need. As he said that, he reached out and lifted it up. 10 mussel mice were lifted up without any pressure. The boss was surprised, could this guy be a warrior? No, he's wearing the Binhai High School uniform, so he must still be a high school student. Chu Feng didn't explain and left with the mussel rat. I have to say that after awakening the gourmet cells, my physique has undergone earth-shaking changes and my strength has increased a lot. In the past, it was very difficult to carry something weighing 100 kilograms on your shoulders. Now, take it easy. Finding a deserted place, Chu Feng started eating. The mussel rat is a first-level ferocious beast. Although it is small in size, it is very strong and has sharp teeth, so it can easily kill even tigers and lions. I wonder how much chi and blood I can increase by eating a mussel rat. Chu Feng was a little looking forward to it. Take a deep breath, open your mouth, and take a bite. The meat is firm and has a chicken aroma. It tastes good. Maybe it was because of the awakening of the gourmet cells, he ate much faster and finished the whole mussel rat in one breath. The gourmet cells absorb the delicious food crazily, and the body's strength slowly recovers. Chu Feng entered the system interface and saw that the chi and blood column had changed from 180-200 to 180.2-200. In other words, eating a mussel rat increases the chi and health value by 0.2. Seeing this, Chu Feng was very excited. You know, in the past, increasing the chi and blood value by 0.2 required 1 or 2 months of hard training. And now, Chu Feng can get it by eating a mussel rat. So cool. Certainly. The chi and blood values can also be increased by taking chi and blood pills, but one chi and blood pill costs 50,000 yuan, and after taking it, you must also absorb it through training to increase your qi and blood. Generally speaking, taking a qi and blood pill and fully absorbing it through training will increase your qi and blood value by 5 points. In addition, qi and blood pills cannot be taken for a long time, as the effect will become worse the more you take them. Chu Feng couldn't afford the qi and blood pill, but Muscle Rat could still afford it. Eat 10 muscle rats in one breath. There is no burden on the body. Even a little hungry. Even if I eat 3 more big fat pigs, it would be no problem. Looking at the qi and health value again, it has become 182. It increases the qi and blood value by 2 points, which is equivalent to the effect of half a qi and blood pill. Fill out the application form in the afternoon and go back to school first. Chu Feng left. At the same time, the official website of the Warrior Alliance has gone viral. Holy crap, SSS level? Is that true? Binhai High School is awesome. SS level is already scary, SSS level, I can't even think about it. SSS level talents and abilities haven't appeared in years, right? Over here. When Chu Feng returned to Binhai High School, he saw that countless reporters had gathered at the school gate, and even city and county leaders had come. Is it true that someone at Binhai High School awakened an SSS level talent? Which warrior university does the student who has awakened an SSS level gifted ability plan to apply to? Can you please let the SSS gifted students come out so we can interview them? Please. Director Ding smiled and struggled to deal with the numerous reporters and leaders, with sweat on his forehead. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng shook his head and climbed over the wall from the corner to enter the school. Chapter 3, Top Universities are here to recruit students. Brother Jia, which university are you planning to apply to? Fuck. Are you doing this on purpose? You know I'm at the bottom of the cultural knowledge scale and I haven't awakened any special abilities, yet you're still asking me this? The focus now is not on me, but on Chu Feng, okay? That's right, no, which warrior university will Brother Feng apply to with his 3S level talent? When he arrived at the classroom door, Chu Feng heard his classmates discussing the application process, but more people focused their attention on Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng's awakening of an SSS level talent this morning has spread throughout the school and has become a hot topic. Not only students in my class were discussing it, but students from other classes were also discussing it. Thinking back to before he awakened his talents and abilities, although he ranked first in academic performance, not many people knew him. Now everyone knows that he has awakened SSS level talents and abilities. You can imagine how valuable it is. Chu Feng didn't think too much and walked into the classroom. Suddenly, the noisy classroom became quiet, and everyone looked at Chu Feng, as if they were seeing Chu Feng for the first time. The next second, many classmates gathered around, extremely enthusiastic. Brother Feng, I want to be your little brother. Brother Feng, I will follow you from now on. Chu Feng, I want to date you. Chu Feng, can you be my boyfriend? In an instant, Chu Feng felt overwhelmed. As expected, people are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. Fortunately, the head teacher came over at this time and scolded them. What are you making so much noise for? Go back to your seats. The students dispersed in shame. Chu Feng was about to return to his seat when the head teacher called him softly, Chu Feng, come with me. The more I look at Chu Feng, the more I like him. The way he spoke became gentler. You know, because Chu Feng awakened SSS level talent and ability, he, as the class teacher, also benefited from it and received a bonus of 500,000. Teacher, is there anything wrong? Chu Feng asked casually. The head teacher smiled and said, it's nothing serious. It's just about your application. You don't have to fill it out. Several awesome schools are trying to snatch you up. Come with me to the principal's office now. Chu Feng left with the head teacher without saying anything. Awakening SSS level talent and supernatural powers is 1 in a million, and it is rare to see one in a century. Naturally, it will be highly valued by the top leaders, and it is normal for colleges and universities to come and poach people. After all, awakening to S level or SS level will be valued and will have special recruitment. When the classmates heard the conversation between the head teacher and Chu Feng, they were furious. Some people from several universities are trying to snatch Brother Feng away. I wonder which university Brother Feng will choose. Let's go and take a look. Good. Suddenly, the classmates rushed out to watch the fun. Chu Feng followed the head teacher to the principal's office. When he walked in, he saw several people sitting at the oval conference table, discussing something. After Chu Feng walked in, they stopped discussing and turned their eyes to look at Chu Feng. In an instant, Chu Feng felt as if he was taking off all his clothes and being stared at by others, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Principal Lu smiled broadly. Chu Feng, you are here, sit here. Let me introduce you to. He looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking honest and simple, and said, this is President Hong of Tsinghua University. He looked at the middle-aged man with a scar on his face and said, this is Principal Xiao of Beijing University. Then he went on to introduce the next middle-aged woman with a chubby face, saying, this is Principal Mo Daliu. Chu Feng greeted the three principals. These three are the presidents of the top martial arts universities. They are rarely seen together, but now they are gathered together. There were many students with shifty eyes lying outside the windows, and a group of students hiding stealthily at the door. After hearing Principal Lu's introduction, they became excited. Tsinghua University, Peking University, Demon University? Top-notch martial arts universities. Are they all here to snatch Brother Feng? Awesome. Fuck. If I could get into any of these universities, my ancestors would be so proud. I wish I were Brother Feng. President Hong of Tsinghua University stood up, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, Student Chu Feng, Tsinghua University welcomes you to join. Tuition is free, and the academy's best resources will be allocated to you. We guarantee that you will reach a 5-star warrior before graduation. Principal Xiao of Beijing University couldn't wait to stand up and make an offer. Student Chu Feng, come to my Beijing University. Tuition is free, and you will receive 1 million yuan upon enrollment, an apartment, 10 qi and blood pills, a yellow-level combat skill book, and even a wife. Principal Lu of Magic University was not to be outdone. He stood up and said, Student Chu Feng, please come to Magic University. Tuition is free, and we will train you as an elite student. We will give you priority in providing academy resources, and you can join any martial arts school you want after graduation. Upon hearing the invitation conditions from the three principals, the students who were eavesdropping outside were excited. They were extremely envious and wished they could exchange identities with Chu Feng. Choose National Tsinghua University. It's great. You can become a 5-star warrior right after graduation. I think Kyoto University is awesome. They give me a free ride right after I enroll, and they even give me my wife a free ride. I'm going to pick one with a big butt. Demon University isn't bad either. Which of the elite students who graduated from Demon University doesn't have status and wealth? Oh, it's so hard to choose. What's so difficult about you? I'm not asking you to choose. Chu Feng looked calm. The conditions offered by these three universities are good and each has its own advantages. Which university to choose? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a stern voice came from outside the door. Afterwards, many students began to discuss. Who is this? She's so beautiful. Yes, a beauty on the same level as Yanami. But, the aura is terrifying, don't mess with it. The students made way for a passage. At this time, a figure walked into the principal's office. She is a girl who looks about 22 years old. Over 1.7 meters tall. Wearing a green tight combat suit. His chest was heaving high, and he looked very imposing. A pair of long legs, straight and slender. She has a ponytail at the back of her head. Delicate facial features. Snow-white skin. He carried a long knife on his back. The whole image looks beautiful and cool. There was blood on many parts of her clothes. It also adds a bit of bloodthirstiness to her. She walked in and sat directly on the sofa where Principal Lu often sat and drank tea, putting her long legs on the coffee table, looking as if she had returned home. Chu Feng didn't know this girl, but several principals obviously knew her, and their expressions changed slightly. Principal Lu's mouth twitched. He didn't dare to neglect her. He quickly stood up and walked over to make tea for the girl. Why are you here? The girl took a sip of tea without hesitation and said, Old Lu, I want the SSS-level superhuman student with special abilities who has awakened in your school. Chapter 4 Choose Military University. Hearing the girl's words, several principals' faces turned grim. Principal Hong of Tsinghua University could not help but grit his teeth and said, Xinxing, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Principal Xiao of Beijing University echoed, that's right. Let's compete fairly and don't fight. Principal Mo Daliu also spoke up, Xinxing, isn't your Zhenhua University too overbearing? Xinqing glanced at the three principals and said coldly, "Are you dissatisfied? If you don't accept it, fight me. If you beat me, I'll leave right away. Don't be scared." Principal Mo Dahlia twitched his lips and said, "I won't fight with a madman. Let's compete fairly." Xinsheng said without giving any face, "If you keep pushing me, I'll slap you." Principal Lu shut up immediately. President Hong of Tsinghua University and President Shao of Peking University did not dare to say anything more. If this crazy Xinsheng says he's going to take action, he really will. Moreover, Xinsheng is really someone you can't afford to offend. Not only is she incredibly powerful, she also has a strong backing. Principal Lu immediately tried to smooth things over, saying, "Everyone, how about you listen to Chu Feng's opinion? How about letting him make the final decision?" Principal Hong, Principal Shao, and Principal Lu nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Indeed. Chu Feng has the final say on which university to choose. Xinsheng looked at Chu Feng, sized him up and down, and said, "Are you the Chu Feng who has awakened the SSS-level superhuman talent? You look pretty good. Come to Junwo University." Hearing this, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. Military universities are a group of special martial arts universities and are also top-notch martial arts universities. The martial artists they train are basically sent to the front lines. Chu Feng looked at Xinsheng and said, "What are the benefits of joining Junwo University?" Xinsheng said, "There are no specific generous rewards for enrolling in Junwo University, but according to the school rules, those with S-level talents and abilities can make one request to the school, those with SS-level talents and abilities can make 2 requests to the school, and those with SSS-level talents and abilities can make 3 requests to the school." Chu Feng's eyes lit up. "Any request is acceptable?" Xinsheng shook her head. "Any request that is reasonable and does not violate conscience is fine. The school will try its best to meet it." Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart was moved. Although the rewards offered by the other 3 universities are very good, they seem to be better than those offered by Military University. Seeing that Chu Feng was moved, the other 3 principals did not want to give up and tried hard to fight for it. "Student Chu Feng, Tsinghua University is willing to give you another yellow-level martial arts skill. Student Chu Feng, Jingda can give you another chariot. Consider it. Student Chu Feng, Demon University can give you another martial arts gym, how about that?" Hearing this, the students outside were dumbfounded. Chu Feng looked calm and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, 3 principals. I have decided to join Junwo University." Originally, Chu Feng's dream was to join the army and go to the front line to kill ferocious beasts. Why do I have such a dream? This may have something to do with the parents. Both of his parents were soldiers and warriors. They died while protecting others from a beast tide. He was only 8 years old at that time. He has survived until now thanks to a generous pension from his parents. Therefore, becoming a warrior and going to the front line to kill ferocious beasts became his obsession. If he does not choose to enter the military university this time, he will also find an opportunity to join the army. Very good. Xinsheng stood up with satisfaction, looked at Chu Feng, and said, "Military University welcomes you. I will be your counselor from now on. If you have any problems, you can come to me directly. If I can't solve it, I will report it. Come on, add a contact first. Please wait for notification regarding subsequent enrollment and follow the instructions in the notification." Chu Feng nodded and added Xinsheng's contact information. Xinsheng gave a few more instructions and left. The other principals shook their heads, sighed, and left. The head teacher patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, said a few words, and left. The other students in the class also returned to the classroom in envy, preparing to fill out their application forms in the afternoon. Chu Feng stayed to chat with Principal Lu for a while, received the 1 million bonus, and left the school directly. Next, wait for the notification letter from the military university and then go to report. I learned from Principal Lu that the students in the military university were all specially recruited or recommended internally, and they are basically geniuses with talents and abilities of at least I level. Although Chu Feng has SSS-level talents and abilities, he cannot be complacent, because the military university also has SSS-level talents and abilities. What's more, just because an SSS-level talent or ability is not necessarily stronger than an SS-level talent or ability. To be strong, one still needs to go through later training. Therefore, Chu Feng cannot be proud. Become stronger. Become stronger. That's his pursuit. Only by becoming strong enough can you survive in this world where ferocious beasts are rampant. After all, over the years, he has seen too many strong people being killed by ferocious beasts. Especially when he was 8 years old, a beast tide broke out and all the 7-star warriors died in the beast tide. Now, Xu Feng has a system and does not need special training. He can become stronger and stronger as long as he eats delicious food. If I only ate 10 muscle rats in the morning, my chi and blood would increase by 2 points. If I ate 100 muscle rats or other ferocious beasts of the same level, that would be 20 points of chi and blood. What if I ate 1,000 or 10,000? Certainly. With the current strength, it is not possible to hunt down ferocious beasts. Generally speaking, a 1-star warrior corresponds to a first-level ferocious beast, but the latter will be slightly stronger than the former. Xu Feng is unable to go outside to kill ferocious beasts now, but there are ferocious beasts for sale in the city, and there is just a 1 million bonus, so he can have a good meal and improve his strength. Maybe you can accumulate enough devouring points to update the task. Without further ado, we arrived at a restaurant. Hey, Xiaofeng, are you leaving school so early? Still wanting beef brisket noodles? The restaurant owner recognized his regular customer Xu Feng at a glance. Xu Feng smiled, well, boss, 1 bowl first. He wanted to see how much ordinary ingredients could increase chi and blood. If ordinary ingredients can significantly increase chi and blood, then there is no need to focus on dealing with ferocious beasts. Okay, the boss replied cheerfully. Not long after, a bowl of hot beef brisket noodles was served. The boss even added a few more pieces of beef brisket. Xu Feng didn't waste any time and started eating. Very strong appetite. In fact, after awakening his gourmet cells, his sense of taste became very strange, and he wanted to eat everything he saw. I finished a bowl of beef brisket noodles in one breath. Xu Feng checked his chi and blood values and frowned. Chi and blood are 182.001. In other words, eating a bowl of beef brisket noodles only increases 0.001 chi and blood. Good. Although it's a small amount, a mosquito leg is still meat. Then, Xu Feng said, boss, give me 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles. The boss came out of the kitchen, looking surprised. Xiao Feng, you want 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles? What do you want so much for? Xu Feng said seriously, eat. The boss looked incredulous, is this true? Xu Feng said, of course. Go and get ready. Seeing that Xu Feng didn't seem to be joking, the boss walked back to the kitchen and directly brought over a plate of beef brisket noodles and a basket of rice noodles. There are more than 200 bowls of these, all for you. Xu Feng was not polite. He grabbed a handful of beef brisket with one hand and stuffed it into his mouth. With the other hand, he picked up some rice noodles and put them into his mouth, then drank a mouthful of soup. The boss was stunned. Chapter 5, Breakthrough to 1 star, Test your combat strength. Xu Feng left the restaurant. The boss looked at Xu Feng's receding figure and muttered, is this still Xiao Feng? He finished more than 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles in one go. How terrible. Eating ordinary food is a bit slow in increasing chi and blood, so I'd better eat ferocious beasts. Xu Feng thought. After all, eating so much beef brisket noodles can increase your chi and blood almost as much as eating a muscle rat. Moreover, a muscle rat is only 10 yuan, while a bowl of beef brisket noodles costs 15 yuan. Xu Feng suspected that this system was designed to eat ferocious beasts. I came back to the place where I bought the muscle rat in the morning. Hey boy, it's you again. The boss recognized Xu Feng. After all, Xu Feng bought 10 muscle rats at once. Make a deep impression on him. Boss, how many muscle rats are left? 20 more. So little? Boss. Damn, this is not enough? 20 muscle mice can sell for a whole day. If business is bad, we won't be able to sell out all the goods. Xu Feng said, okay, I want them all. The boss didn't say much and quickly packed up all the muscle rats. Xu Feng didn't think too much about it and started eating. After eating 20 muscle mice, the chi and blood increased by another 4 points. So cool. The boss was stunned when he saw Xu Feng eat 20 muscle rats in one go. The boy bought 10 in the morning and thought he was treating his classmates, but now it seems that he is eating them himself. Boss, do you have any stock? Or other ferocious beasts will do? Xu Feng asked. The boss recovered and said, all my muscle mice are pre-ordered. I don't have any left at home. Although ferocious beasts can be eaten, they have a somewhat fishy smell, so not many people eat them. I don't dare to buy more. It's just a small business. Shu Feng nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Indeed. Ferocious beasts can be eaten, but their meat has a strong fishy smell. Only those who know how to cook it can remove the fishy smell. Most people don't like to eat it. However, Shu Feng loves this. Perhaps it was because his gourmet cells were awakened and his taste buds changed. This situation is like termites, who like to eat wood and think it tastes good, but humans find it difficult to swallow. In addition to the abnormality in his sense of taste, Shu Feng also found that his sense of smell had become particularly sensitive, and he could smell extremely subtle odors. For example, before in the principal's office, Shu Feng smelled a different, subtle smell of blood on Shenzhang. Come to the Ferocious Beast Trading Center. There are many ferocious beast transactions here every day. According to the rules of the Warrior Alliance, warriors who kill ferocious beasts receive subsidies. Some warriors with limited strength usually form groups and go to relatively safe areas outside to kill ferocious beasts and bring them back. First of all, it can be exchanged for subsidies. Secondly, you can sell it and make money. After a walk around, I found dozens of ferocious beasts. But most of them are first-level beasts, and there are very few second-level beasts. There wasn't a single ferocious beast of level 3 or above. Shu Feng selected some ferocious beasts that were smaller, cheaper, and smelled good. For example, muscular rats, tusk rabbits, cleft-mouthed dogs, etc. Certainly, not all ferocious beasts are as cheap as muscle rats. Some strategically important ferocious beasts are still very expensive. The fur, armor, teeth, etc. of strategic ferocious beasts can be used to make weapons, and even the blood of some ferocious beasts can be used to refine qi and blood pills. It takes hundreds or even thousands of these ferocious beasts to release them. However, after removing the strategic parts, the remaining parts are still very cheap if used as food. This gave Shu Feng an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Looking at those ferocious beasts, they were like drops of energy and blood to Shu Feng. I bought a lot of ferocious beasts and roasted them in the yard. In fact, after awakening the gourmet cells, there is no problem eating raw meat, but Shu Feng is not used to it yet. Eat while grilling. I don't know how many ferocious beasts I have eaten, but the more I eat, the more I enjoy it and I can't stop. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged in the body, the blood and qi surged, and all attributes improved. This is? Shu Feng's heart was moved. He quickly entered the system interface and saw that his qi and blood had indeed exceeded 200, which means that Shu Feng is now an early 1-star warrior. Ha ha! Breakthrough! Shu Feng was overjoyed. It is worthy of being called the gift of gourmet cells. The more you eat, the stronger you become. Moreover, there is no need for training. Eat all the remaining ferocious beasts in one breath. He is now in the early stage of a 1-star warrior. I don't know how strong he is. Shu Feng's eyes moved slightly. Every warrior has different talents and abilities, and even if they are at the same early 1-star level, their combat power will be different. For example, Shu Feng's innate ability is the superhuman gourmet cells. He has strong physical fitness, terrifying explosive power, great strength, strong adaptability to various harsh environments, thick blood volume, and can withstand beatings. For example, Ni Ziming's innate ability is natural ice. Her physical fitness will not be enhanced, but she will be able to use ice abilities. In comparison, Shu Feng is like the tank in the game, and Ni Ziming is the mage. Each has its own advantages. But in close combat, Shu Feng is definitely stronger. Finding a ferocious beast to test the combat power would be the best option, but Shu Feng would not risk going out for the time being. He hasn't even figured out his own strength yet, so going out to look for ferocious beasts is simply asking for death. It's impossible to find a real ferocious beast, but you can find a similar opponent. There is a place in the Warrior Alliance building specifically for warriors to test their combat capabilities. The next morning, Shu Feng got up, washed up, ate 200 bowls of beef brisket noodles, and then took a taxi directly to the Warrior Alliance building. The Warrior Alliance building is headquartered in Imperial Capital, with a branch in the center of Binhai City. After half an hour's journey, Shu Feng arrived at his destination. Enter the Binhai District branch of the Warrior Alliance building. There are many warriors inside handling various businesses. There are subsidies for registering to kill ferocious beasts. Some people accept the task of killing ferocious beasts. Some people buy weapons. Some people buy combat skills. There are also people like Shu Feng who come to test their combat effectiveness. Shu Feng came to the designated window and queued up to apply for the combat capability test. After paying a fee of 10,000 yuan, I got the key and went to the designated testing room. Open the door and walk in. Select the 1-star warrior initial test battle mode. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed, and a black pig with horns appeared in front of him. It had a mouth full of fangs, blood-red eyes, and looked very ferocious. This is a wild boar with horns. The early stage of the first order ferocious beast. Although it is a mimic of a bull-horned wild boar, it is very real. Oh. The bull-horned wild boar weighing several hundred pounds rushed over at an extremely fast speed, like a truck, and could easily knock down even a building. In an instant, it came in front of Chu Feng and charged towards him. Chu Feng grabbed its horns with both hands, but his feet couldn't keep their balance and slid backwards, but he didn't feel powerless. He sank his right foot to stabilize his body, exerted force with both hands, and with his muscles bulging, he grabbed the horns of the wild boar, lifted its entire body up and threw it over his shoulder. Boom! The bull-horned wild boar fell heavily to the ground. Chu Feng didn't waste any time, he rushed forward, raised his fist and smashed it hard on the head. Boom boom boom. After a few punches, the wild boar's head was shattered, and then its entire body dissipated. Chu Feng was confused. That's it? Chapter 6. The mission is finally here. Chu Feng left the testing room. Go queue up again to test your combat power again. The bull-horned boar at the early stage of the first level is slightly stronger than the warrior at the early stage of 1 star, but Chu Feng easily killed such an opponent and did not measure the limit of his combat power at all. Naturally, he had to continue testing. Why you again? Didn't you just apply? The young lady who was handling the business saw Chu Feng and couldn't help asking. She had a deep impression of Chu Feng, maybe because he was so handsome. Chu Feng said, I killed the ox-horned wild boar, and it came out again. How is that possible? The young lady was surprised. Your HP is just over 200, and you're an early stage 1-star warrior. How did you kill the ox-horned boar so quickly? I have been working here for several years and have seen countless 1-star early stage warriors challenge the ox-horned wild boar. Many of them passed the test, but they were injured to some extent. It took at least 5 minutes, but most of them could not defeat the ox-horned wild boar within 10 minutes. Chu Feng took no more than 2 minutes. Too fast. Chu Feng didn't explain much, spent another 10,000, and applied to enter the testing room again. This time, after entering, directly choose the first level mid-term ferocious beast battle mode. The next second, a mimicking beast appeared. It was a large tiger-like creature with zebra markings. It's the spotted tiger. It is fast and has amazing bite force. Woo! With a roar, the spotted tiger bared its teeth and rushed forward violently. Its explosive power is more ferocious than that of a wild boar, and its momentum is overwhelming. In an instant, the spotted tiger came in front of Chu Feng, bared its fangs, and bit his head. Extremely brutal. Chu Feng's momentum sank, he bent his legs, lowered his center of gravity, cleverly avoided the attack, clenched his right fist, increased his strength to the limit, his muscles bulged, and violently punched the tiger in the chest. Boom! A low sonic boom sounded. The tiger's chest caved in with a fist mark, and its entire huge body flew backwards. Chu Feng's legs burst out with strength and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. As the tiger just got up from the ground, Chu Feng punched it in the chin with all his strength. After receiving 2 heavy punches, Banhu was gasping for breath and looked half dead. Chu Feng held the tiger's head with one hand, pressing it to the ground, and with his other hand, he clenched his fist and smashed it hard. After a few punches, the tiger disappeared. Call. After letting out a breath, Chu Feng felt as if his body was hollowed out, and his right hand was numb. This time, I tried my best. Through this test, Chu Feng gained some understanding of his own combat power. Its strength is similar to that of a mid-stage first-order ferocious beast. If you really need it, you can fight it. However, Chu Feng also discovered that if he practiced combat skills or had a sharp sword, his combat power would be stronger, and he would have no problem killing a first-stage mid-stage ferocious beast. The young lady was interested in Chu Feng and secretly checked the surveillance in the testing room. She was shocked when she saw Chu Feng knock down the tiger with terrifying strength in an instant. How is that possible? A 1-star early-stage warrior actually killed a first-level ferocious beast? And with his bare hands. Wait a minute, his name is Chu Feng. Could he be the genius from Binhai High School who awakened a 3S-level talent? After leaving the testing room, Chu Feng planned to get a sword. Fighting skills are too expensive, the lowest level ones cost millions, Chu Feng simply can't afford them. He will have the opportunity to practice fighting skills after entering the military university. There are expensive and cheap swords. Chu Feng still had a lot of money on him, so he could buy one. When they arrived at the place where swords were sold, another lovely young lady introduced various swords to Chu Feng. The materials used for swords are mostly the teeth of ferocious beasts or some rare metals. Battle swords made of rare metals are usually very expensive, so Chu Feng chose the relatively cheap battle sword made of ferocious beast teeth. After a round of shopping, I fell in love with a sword forged from armored shark teeth, which cost 300,000 yuan. More than 1 meter long. His entire body was pitch black, with a cold glow flashing. Weighs 12 pounds. It looks similar to a tang sword. Chu Feng held it in his hand and found it very handy. Finally bought it. I spent another 10,000 yuan to enter the test room and chose the mid-term battle mode of the first level ferocious beast. A mimic spotted tiger appeared, roared, and rushed over. Chu Feng tightened the sword in his hand, dodged the tiger's attack by moving sideways, and slashed its neck with his backhand. Swish! The knife flashed. The spotted tiger disappeared. Chu Feng won it easily. Sure enough, a sharp sword can better bring out the strength of the body. Leaving the Warrior Alliance building, he headed straight for the restaurant. Awakening the innate ability of Gourmet Cell's strong physique, powerful strength, but consumes a lot of energy in battle and gets hungry quickly. This situation has both good and bad sides. As long as you are not injured, even if your physical energy is exhausted, you can recover quickly by eating delicious food. This is an advantage that other warriors do not have. In addition, even if injured, due to the strength and activity of Gourmet Cells, the healing speed will be faster than that of ordinary warriors. Came to a fast food restaurant. The boss is preparing meals for sale at lunch. Chu Feng ate and drank heartily. Eat all the food in one go. The boss was stunned. It wasn't even mealtime yet, but all the food was eaten up by a high school student. This is the first time the boss has seen such a horrible appetite. As I ate a lot of food, my physical strength recovered quickly. At the same time, ding! Devouring quest updated. Task 1: Devour the silver-feathered ferocious chicken to receive the shockwave fist as a reward. Task 2: Devour the wind wolf. Reward: SSS-level special gravity talent. Choose one of the two. Please make your choice as soon as possible. If you do not make a choice after 3 days, the mission will be invalid. Hear the system prompt. Chu Feng was ecstatic. The mission finally arrived. And it's an optional task. Nice. Let us look at task 1 first. The silver-feathered ferocious chicken is a first-level ferocious beast. It can shoot out its silver feathers like blades to attack, and its lethality is more terrifying than bullets. Once, a group of silver-feathered ferocious chickens invaded the city. A large number of silver feathers roared out, like a Galient machine gun bursting out, causing countless human deaths. With Chu Feng's current strength and the sword he just bought, it won't be a problem for him to deal with the silver-feathered chicken. The reward is Shock Explosion Punch, a yellow-level combat skill. Once activated, it delivers a heavy punch with the explosive power of a bomb. Let us look at task 2. The Wind Wolf is a 4th-level ferocious beast. It is huge in size and has terrifying combat power. It can emit powerful wind wave attacks from its mouth and even create storms. Once a wind wolf destroyed a city. As for the reward of SSS-level special gravity talent ability, it is a very powerful ability, needless to say. Compared to the Shock Explosion Punch, Chu Feng prefers the SSS-level special gravity talent ability. If Chu Feng obtains it, he will be a dual system 3S-level talented warrior, which is unique in the entire world. But Chu Feng can complete task 1 easily, but task 2 is very difficult. Even in the market, there are no wind wolves for sale. You can go to the Warrior Alliance building to issue a commission, but I'm afraid no warrior will accept the task of capturing the wind wolf. Even if there is, the reward will be a horrible amount. After thinking about it, Chu Feng was not in a hurry to make a choice. There were only 3 days anyway. In short, do your best. Then, take out your phone and contact Xinchang. Chapter 7: Another SSS-level talent and ability. Can't you make 3 requirements to join the military university? Chu Feng just took advantage of this opportunity to see if he could get the wind wolf. Hello, senior sister Xinchang. Chu Feng got through the phone, but heard the roars of various ferocious beasts coming from the other end. It was obvious that Xinqing was killing the ferocious beasts. "What's the matter?" Xinqing asked. Xu Feng said, "Can't I make 3 requests? Can I make one now?" Xinqiang pondered for a moment. "Okay." Generally speaking, according to regulations, one has to wait until Xu Feng is officially enrolled in the military university before making a request. However, Xu Feng has SSS-level talent and ability, so it's okay to make an exception. Hearing this, Xu Feng was delighted. "Okay, then I'll ask for it now. I want a wind wolf, and it must be delivered to my home within 3 days." Xinqing asked, "That's it?" Xu Feng said, "Isn't this request possible?" Xinqing said, "It's not impossible, it's just too simple." Normally, students would ask for advanced combat skills or to save their lives, but Xu Feng actually wanted a wind wolf. The wind wolf is indeed a problem for other warriors, but for the military university, it is nothing. Xu Feng said, "It's okay. That's all I ask." For others, such a request is indeed a waste, but for Xu Feng, it is very worthwhile. A request to change to an SSS-level talent and ability is a huge profit. After ending the call, Xu Feng returned home and continued to eat delicious food to increase his energy and blood, while waiting for Xinqing to send the wind wolf over. The next evening, when Xu Feng was roasting tusk rabbits in the yard, a figure fell from the sky. It was Xinqiang who came, carrying a ferocious beast on her shoulders. The ferocious beast looked similar to a wolf, with white hair growing like a hurricane and a mouth full of fangs. Even though he was dead, the aura he released was still very scary. Xu Feng recognized him. It was Feng Lang. The fatal blow was a bloody hole in his head, obviously caused by a knife piercing his brain. Boom! Xinqiang threw the wind wolf on the ground, looked at Xu Feng and said, "This is the wind wolf you wanted. Sign for it." Xu Feng looked at Xinqiang and saw that she was covered in blood again. It was obvious that she had experienced another fight. However, without giving it much thought, his eyes fell on the wind wolf again, and then he entered the system interface and made a choice. Ding! You have selected task 2. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. Xu Feng didn't say anything more. He immediately picked up his sword, dealt with the wind wolf, and roasted it over the fire. Xinqiang was stunned when she saw it, and couldn't help but ask, "You want the wind wolf just to roast it and eat it?" Xu Feng was in a hurry to get the wind wolf. Everyone thought Xu Feng was going to do something big, but he didn't expect that he was going to roast it and eat it. For a moment, Xinqiang was speechless. Isn't this a complete waste of request? If you like to eat, how about some lobster and abalone? Do you have to deal with wind wolf? As we all know, wind wolves are ferocious beasts. Although they can be eaten, they don't taste very good. Xu Feng looked at Xinqiang and said seriously, "Yes, just grill it and eat it. What's the problem?" Xinqiang. However, she felt relieved when she thought that Xu Feng's innate ability was his gourmet cells. Besides, geniuses have some quirks, which is understandable. A gifted person with awakened gourmet cells, whose taste is somewhat strange. "Okay, take your time eating." Xinqing said, "I have a mission to complete, so I'll leave first. If you have any questions in the future, come to me." Xu Feng said, "Senior Xinqing, don't you want to eat something?" Xinqing shook her head, and her figure flashed and disappeared. Without paying any attention to anything else, Xu Feng roasted the wind wolf. It looked black, but it had a strange fragrance. Take a bite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Not bad. Ding! Devour the wind wolf. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, SSS-level special gravity talent ability. Do you want to awaken it? System prompts. Xu Feng was overjoyed and silently prayed to awaken. Ding! SSS-level special gravity talent ability awakened successfully. As the system prompt sounded, a powerful gravity was stimulated from Xu Feng's body. Is this the gravity gift? Xu Feng experienced his gravity talent and felt it was magical. After studying the gravity talent for a while, I have some understanding of this ability. The gravity talent ability can develop many powerful skills and abilities. Adds gravity to attacks to increase destructive power. Condensing gravity to form a gravity field for crushing. Develop anti-gravity to form a defense, resist attacks, or use anti-gravity to fly. There are also more advanced uses, such as gravity distorting space to dodge attacks, gravity distorting spacetime to complete long-distance shuttle, and even rubbing a black hole with your hands to swallow everything. In short, the gravity talent ability is awesome. If the Gourmet Cell talent ability is combined with the gravity talent ability, the destructive power will be even more terrifying. The former focuses on strengthening the physical body and is lacking in damage, while the latter can just make up for the lack of damage. When the two work together, the combat power is doubled. Eat the Wind Wolf quickly. He wiped his mouth, held the sword in his right hand, and practiced in the yard. The main focus is on developing gravity talents and the fusion of gravity talents and Gourmet Cell talents. 5 hours passed. Chu Feng was sweating profusely, but a full smile appeared on his face. The gravity talent ability develops several skills. Skill 1, Gravity Field. Concentrate gravity to create a 10x gravity field around the player, with a radius exceeding 5 meters. Skill 2, Anti-Gravity Flight. Using anti-gravity, the player can float and move through the air. Speed depends on their strength. Skill 3, Gravity Drop. Superimpose gravity on your fists, feet, or sword to launch an attack, increasing its power. In this way, Chu Feng's strength is invincible below the 2-star level. The actual combat effectiveness still needs to be tested. A night of silence. The next day, Chu Feng simply packed up his things, carried a package on his back, and took his sword and left the city. This time, he didn't plan to go to the Warrior Alliance building to test his strength, but to fight with real ferocious beasts, firstly to test his strength, and secondly to eat the ferocious beasts. After leaving the city gate, there is an open space of more than 10 kilometers in front of you. This is a buffer zone deliberately set aside. Most cities will have one. If a beast tide occurs, the ferocious beasts will enter the buffer zone and can be seen clearly. At the same time, this buffer zone will also become a battlefield. After crossing the buffer zone, you will enter the area under the jurisdiction of the ferocious beasts. At first glance, you can still see the appearance of the city, but the buildings are dilapidated and have become ruins. Originally, this place was part of Binhai City. After being invaded by ferocious beasts and humans retreated, it became the beasts' territory. Before going to bed last night, I used my phone to check the Warrior Alliance website to see what ferocious beasts were in this area. The information you consult may not be completely correct, but it is pretty close. Most of the beasts in this area are first-level ferocious beasts. There are also second-level or higher ferocious beasts, but they are very rare. Chu Feng's target is the armored crocodile in this area. Chapter 8, Super Sense of Smell. Check out the map. Chu Feng chose a direction and walked inside. There is ruin everywhere. There was dead silence all around, and the air was somewhat oppressive. After walking for a while, my nose suddenly moved and I smelled the scent of a ferocious beast in the air. Over there. Chu Feng locked onto the direction where the smell came from and walked over. After awakening his Gourmet Cell talent, his sense of smell became more sensitive than a dog's. Even very subtle odors can be detected. With this ability, in the future when you are in the wild in the territory of a ferocious beast, you can know in advance that a ferocious beast is approaching and can also lock the location of the ferocious beast. For example, now Chu Feng can lock the position of the ferocious beast based on the smell. Chu Feng jumped onto a collapsed building and looked forward, and sure enough, he saw a ferocious beast. It's a silver-feathered ferocious chicken. Its feathers are like pure gold, shining with silver luster, and its claws are very sharp. It was pecking at a muscular rat with its beak. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng jumped down from a high place with his sword in hand, and rushed towards the silver-feathered ferocious chicken at an extremely fast speed. Although it was Chu Feng's first time fighting against a real ferocious beast, he was not panicked at all. Instead, his blood was boiling. The silver-feathered ferocious chicken noticed Chu Feng approaching quickly, its fierce eyes flashed, it let out a strange cry, shook its body, and the feathers on its body shot out like bullets, flying towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng tightened the sword in his hand and raised it to chop. Ding ding ding. He chopped off the flying feathers one by one, and when they collided, there was a sound of metal collision, and even sparks flew. Seeing that the feather attack had no effect on the human in front of it, the silver-feathered chicken became furious, let out a sharp cry, and flew directly over, swinging its sharp claws towards Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng looked calm as he activated the gravity field. In an instant, the gravity within a radius of 10 meters increased tenfold. The silver-feathered chicken that was about to pounce on Chu Feng was caught off guard and was affected by the sudden gravity, causing its entire body to fall to the ground. At the same time, Xu Feng swung his sword, added 10 times the gravity, and chopped it down. Swish! The knife flashed. The silver-feathered ferocious chicken's neck was cut off, blood gushed out, and it died on the spot. With my current strength, it's easy to kill a first-stage or mid-stage beast. Xu Feng smiled. Although a first-level ferocious beast cannot be completely suppressed under 10 times the gravity, its movements will be greatly affected. Xu Feng activated the Gravity 1000-pound drop, a sword that superimposed gravity, and chopping the silver-feathered ferocious chicken was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. After collecting a special feather from the head of the silver-feathered chicken, you can take it back and exchange it for a subsidy. As for the meat of the silver-feathered fierce chicken, it was naturally eaten. This is a small amount of chi and blood. Find a good spot immediately, light a fire and roast the silver-feathered chicken. This is a bit troublesome, but there is nothing we can do about it at the moment. You can't give up the silver-feathered ferocious chicken. As for making a fire and roasting chicken, there is a high probability that it will attract more ferocious beasts. However, Xu Feng was not afraid. I wish more ferocious beasts would come. Kill as many as come. Even if a second-level ferocious beast came, Xu Feng could not defeat it, but it would not be a big problem if he could escape safely. Don't forget, he also has an anti-gravity skill that allows him to fly in the air. After roasting the silver-feathered fierce chicken, Xu Feng grabbed it and ate it in big mouthfuls without saying anything. If you have a gourmet taste, everything you eat will taste delicious. Just then, Xu Feng smelled the scent of muscular rats, lots and lots of muscular rats. There are everywhere. It seems that a large group of muscle rats have been attracted here. Xu Feng's expression changed, and he stood up, holding a sword, ready for battle. Really? After a while, figures were seen surrounding them. There were at least 80 of them, if not 100. They were mice that were bigger than cats and covered with muscles. They are muscular rats, most of them are in the early first stage, and some are in the middle first stage. Chirp! They bared their fangs, let out strange cries, and rushed over with crazy looks. The target of attack was Xu Feng. Come on, everyone! Xu Feng sneered. No matter how many muscle rats there are, they pose no threat to him. On the contrary, they are a great tonic to him. Based on the calculation that one muscle rat can obtain 0.2 points of chi and blood, if you eat them all, you will have at least 16 points of chi and blood. The muscle rat approaches madly. 100 meters. 60 meters. 30 meters. Don't panic. Stay steady. 5 meters. Okay, let's start the battle. Xu Feng tightened the sword in his hand and activated the gravity field. 10 times the gravity loomed over us. In an instant, many muscular rats were suppressed, and some muscular rats that jumped into the air were even crushed to the ground. Their movements are severely restricted. Xu Feng swung the kitchen knife in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. One knife each. It's easier than chopping melons and vegetables. In an instant, more than a dozen muscle rats died tragically. Some were beheaded, some were split in half, and some were split symmetrically. Blood was all over the ground. Xu Feng was tired of chopping, so he grabbed a piece of roasted silver-feathered chicken and ate it to replenish his energy. He could even eat and chop at the same time. If someone saw the scene here, they would be shocked. Swish! As the knife flashed, the muscular rat's body was scattered all over the place. The few remaining muscle rats seemed to realize that something was wrong and fled away screaming. This human being is so terrifying. Xu Feng maintained the gravity field, ate barbecue, and chased after him with a sword in hand. Soon, all the muscle rats were chopped to death. A little tired. But it was within the tolerable range, and I didn't even breathe. SSS-level superhuman gourmet cell talent and supernatural ability, the body is so perverted. It's simply a tireless machine. Looking at the corpses of muscular rats all over the ground, Xu Feng was overjoyed. First, collect their teeth and take them back in exchange for subsidies. Then pile all the corpses together and slowly roast them before eating. Once cooked, eat immediately. As one muscle rat after another was eaten quickly, the chi and blood continued to increase. Are you tired of eating so much? I don't feel tired at all. Instead, the more I eat, the better I feel and the more excited I become. The only downside is the time it takes to do it. After eating the muscle rat, I checked the chi and blood value. It had reached 235, which means that after eating so many muscle rats, I gained almost 20 chi and blood. So cool. Enter the system interface. Host, Shu Feng. Qi and blood, 235.31 thousand. Innate abilities, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, SSS-level Gravity. Skills, Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity Drop. Warrior level, 1-star early stage level is linked to Qi and Health. 200 Qi and Health is 1 star, 1000 Qi and Health is 2 star, 5000 Qi and Health is 3 star. Qi and Health increase 5-fold. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the higher the combat power, but there are exceptions. For example, Shu Feng, who is at the beginning of 1 star, has a combat power of nearly 2 stars. Devouring quest, updating. Seeing this, Shu Feng smiled with satisfaction. After packing up my things, I continued walking to the side. At this time, I smelled unusual smells again, many smells, including the smell of human beings. Immediately afterwards, there were waves of earth-shaking sensations. Is this another group of ferocious beasts appearing? Shu Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he bent his legs, bursting with strength, and jumped onto a collapsed building 10 meters high. Chapter 9, Abnormalities in Talented Abilities. Standing on the building, looking forward. On a ruined street, 2 warriors were seen fleeing in panic, followed by a group of armored crocodiles. Oh! And a little further away, on a collapsed building, there was a larger armored crocodile. It let out a low roar, and the air was buzzing. The actions of the other armored crocodiles seemed to be directed by it. What is that? Level 2? Shu Feng's expression changed slightly. According to the information obtained, there are no second-level armored crocodiles in this area, and the highest level is the late first level. The appearance of the second stage now may not be due to errors in the data, but rather the evolution of the armored crocodile. Human warriors can continuously improve their strength, and ferocious beasts can also continue to evolve. Damn it, that armored crocodile is actually a level 2 crocodile, and it even summoned other crocodiles of its kind. Mr. Lin, it must be you who stole its eggs and angered it. Why don't you return the eggs to it? Otherwise, we will all die. I finally got its eggs, how could I possibly give them back? Go, stop the armored crocodiles and buy me time to escape. Isn't this inappropriate, young Master Lin? Those armored crocodiles have gone crazy, and I can't stop them. I don't care. My father sent you here to be my bodyguard. You must protect me. Otherwise, if I die, your whole family will die too. I heard you have a 15-year-old daughter who's very beautiful. Okay, Mr. Lin, please let my family go. As he said that, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and turned to rush towards the group of armored crocodiles. Lin Yaodong, known as young Master Lin, had a ferocious look in his eyes, thinking to himself, stupid guy, I've been coveting your daughter for a long time. When you die, she'll be mine. The middle-aged man was unaware of Lin Yaodong's dirty thoughts. While rushing towards the armored crocodile, he activated his innate special abilities. As he ran, his body shape changed and he turned into a human-shaped tiger with a majestic aura. Swish! With a swing of the sharp tiger claws, the head of a giant armored crocodile was torn apart on the spot, and blood spurted out. Obviously. He has animal-type talents. A 1-star peak-level warrior. Ordinary armored crocodiles are no match for him. In an instant, he killed 3 armored crocodiles. At this time, the second-level armored crocodile became angry, roared, and rushed forward violently, and the buildings on the road were blown up by its tail. In an instant, it approached the middle-aged man, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed him in one gulp. The middle-aged man dodged quickly, but as soon as he landed, the tail of the second-level armored crocodile lashed up and hit the middle-aged man in the chest. Phew! The middle-aged man vomited blood from his mouth and flew backwards, falling to the ground. At the same time, 3 ordinary armored crocodiles rushed up frantically, bit the middle-aged man, and dismembered him, with blood splattering everywhere. Shu Feng was moved when he saw these scenes. The middle-aged man's strength at the peak of 1 star was no match for the early second-stage armored crocodile. I don't know if I can fight a stage 2 early-stage armored crocodile. Shu Feng thought. Over here. Waste. Waste. Lin Yaodong cursed when he saw the middle-aged man being killed by the armored crocodile in an instant. There's nothing I can do. We can only give up the eggs first. When we get back, call Dad and the others over, and then we'll tear the armored crocodile into pieces. Lin Yaodong was forced into a corner and planned to discard the armored crocodile's eggs, but suddenly he noticed Shu Feng and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next second, he threw the backpack containing the armored giant crocodile egg towards Chu Feng. With a bang, the backpack fell next to Chu Feng. Chu Feng frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Yaodong obviously wanted to deliberately lead the armored crocodile towards Chu Feng. Really? The second-level armored crocodile let out a low roar, and the other armored crocodiles that were originally chasing Lin Yaodong turned around and rushed towards Chu Feng madly, or rather, towards the egg. Seeing that all the armored crocodiles behind him were led away, Lin Yaodong was very proud and grinned at Chu Feng. "Unlucky guy, it is your honor to die for me." Chu Feng picked up the backpack containing the eggs and planned to throw it back to Lin Yaodong, hoping to divert the blame. But that was impossible. However, at this moment, Chu Feng smelled a special scent, and the gourmet cells in his body began to move strangely, as if he was very excited, and the thought of wanting to eat filled his entire head. This is? Chu Feng was shocked. This situation has never happened before. Although it is not clear what is going on, it is certain that the smell is coming from inside the backpack and may be related to the eggs. Before Chu Feng could figure out what was going on, the group of crazy armored crocodiles rushed towards him and the building under his feet collapsed. Without any nonsense, Chu Feng picked up the backpack containing the eggs, activated his gravity talent, and floated his whole body to avoid the impact of the armored crocodile. When Lin Yaodong saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched and he felt very unhappy. This was not the scene he wanted to see. After Chu Feng flew up, he moved directly towards Lin Yaodong. Very fast. The group of armored crocodiles chased after them violently. Lin Yaodong, who was still unhappy, suddenly changed his expression and ran away quickly. However, his speed was not good enough, or maybe he had been running away and was too exhausted to run. Chu Feng flew directly over Lin Yaodong's head. Lin Yaodong yelled, "I'm Lin Yaodong, save me quickly, my father is the owner of the Storm Martial Arts School." Hearing this, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He knew that Storm Martial Arts School was a private martial arts school in Binhai City. Its business includes testing the blood and chi of warriors, providing combat power tests for warriors, accompanying warriors in training, issuing some tasks required by warriors, etc. However, there are strict regulations for establishing a private martial arts school, and it must be managed by a 3-star warrior. As far as Chu Feng knew, the owner of the Storm Martial Arts School was Lin Yaodong's father, Lin Yashing. However, even though Chu Feng knew that Lin Yaodong's father was a 3-star warrior and very powerful, he did not want to save him. Lin Yaodong wanted to kill him just now, and now he wants Chu Feng to rescue him. What a joke! Seeing that Chu Feng had no intention of helping the man, Lin Yaodong's face turned grim, and he cursed and threatened Chu Feng. Chu Feng was too lazy to pay attention. After all, he's just a dead man. A few seconds later, Lin Yaodong was knocked away by the armored crocodile. After falling to the ground, he was rushed over by a group of armored crocodiles and his body was trampled into a pulp. The armored crocodile completely ignored Lin Yaodong's body and roared at Chu Feng. Especially the second-level armored giant crocodile chased after him madly, trying to attack Chu Feng, who was high in the sky. Chu Feng continued to fly forward, and then landed on an open space, holding his sword in his right hand, with murderous intent burning in his eyes. Of course he won't leave, his target is the armored crocodile. This is a small wave of blood value. Ah! The group of armored crocodiles roared and charged forward violently. At the same time, in the distance, on a dilapidated building, stood 2 figures, a young man and an old man. They witnessed all this. "Master Qin, isn't that Chu Feng from your school who has awakened an SSS-level talent? Do you need me to help him?" Qin Yi's eyes flashed with resentment. "Help him? No, I wish he would die. He awakened a talent and supernatural power at school a few days ago. Obviously, he also awakened an S-level talent and supernatural power, and he would have attracted everyone's attention. However, Chu Feng awakened an SSS-level talent and supernatural power, and all the glory was snatched away by Chu Feng." Noticing Qin Yi's expression, the old man shook his head. Chapter 10, Qi and blood doubled, killing the second-level beast. Boom! Chu Feng didn't wait for the armored crocodile to get close. He released all his aura, stomped his right foot on the ground, and at the moment the ground exploded, his entire body shot out like a cannonball. The explosive speed of the physical body alone exceeds 200 km per hour. This is the SSS-level superhuman Gourmet Cell talent and ability, which strengthens the body to a terrifying level. In an instant, they rushed into the group of armored crocodiles, and a 10-fold gravity field was activated, forming a special space with a radius of 10 meters. The armored crocodile that entered the gravity field was affected by gravity, its body was suppressed, and its movements became stiff and inflexible. The sword in Xu Feng's hand superimposed 10 times the gravity, activated the gravity 1,000-pound fall, and the sword fell. Cutting off the head of a giant armored crocodile is as easy as cutting tofu. Swish, swish, swish. The sword was filled with a layer of black energy and became extremely terrifying, like the scythe of the god of death. Any armored crocodile that fell on it would die on the spot. There was no strength to even resist. In an instant, 5 giant iron-armored crocodiles were beheaded and died tragically. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the second-level iron-armored giant crocodile, and a low growl came out of its mouth, as if conveying an order. Suddenly, the other armored crocodiles that were preparing to continue attacking Xu Feng all retreated. The eyes of the second-level iron-armored giant crocodile flashed bloodshot, and it rushed forward at a terrifying speed. The next second, it rushed into the gravity field and was affected by 10 times the gravity. Its giant claws sank, the ground exploded, its body became heavy, and its movements were restricted to a certain extent. Xu Feng did not hesitate. He superimposed gravity on the sword, increased the strength of his right hand to the limit, gripped the sword tightly, and slashed at the opponent's neck. Ding! There was a sound of metal colliding, sparks flew, and blood splattered out. Xu Feng frowned. The gravity drop launched by the sword broke through the steel-like scales of the second-level iron-armored giant crocodile, but it was unable to cut off its neck, and even only left a shallow blood mark on it. Really? Although there is only one major realm difference between a first-level ferocious beast and a second-level ferocious beast, there is a world of difference in strength. Xu Feng used his sword to deal with the first-level ferocious beasts as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, but when he cut the second-level ferocious beasts, they only caused minor injuries, or even no substantial damage. Oh! The second-level armored crocodile was furious. With a roar, it swept its huge tail across despite the 10 times gravity. The space made a buzzing sound. Violent energy rushed towards me. Xu Feng's face changed, and he had no time to dodge, so he blocked with his sword. Boom! A terrifying force hit his body, Xu Feng's blood boiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person shot out like a cannonball and crashed into a dilapidated building in the distance, causing the entire building to collapse. Xu Feng fell to the ground, feeling that his internal organs were about to shift, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and he had suffered a lot of injuries. Fortunately, Xu Feng awakened the SSS-level Gourmet Cell talent and ability, which strengthened his body terribly. He had a lot of blood and was very resistant to attacks. Otherwise, if it were any other one-star warrior, he would have died after being hit by that attack. Is it true that we can't defeat the second level? Xu Feng thought, planning to use anti-gravity to fly away. But at this time, that special smell came again, much stronger than before, making the gourmet cells in my body boil, and the desire to eat was very strong. Xu Feng took off the backpack behind him and opened it. Inside was a crocodile egg, but it was broken and a lot of egg liquid had leaked out. That special smell comes from the egg liquid. In fact, cracks had appeared on the egg before this. That was why the first thing Xu Feng smelled when he got it was the special smell. Now, the egg is broken, the egg liquid flows out in large quantities, and the smell becomes stronger. Without thinking too much, driven by the strong desire to eat, Xu Feng grabbed the egg, opened his mouth, and took a mouthful of the egg liquid. Strong fishy smell. But it contains a special flavor. It tastes unique. Gurgle. Swallow it. All of a sudden, all the gourmet cells in the body began to absorb its energy crazily, and a terrifying aura burst out. It was visible to the naked eye that Xu Feng's muscles were bulging and his shirt was torn. This is the evolution of gourmet cells. Qi and blood doubled. All attributes skyrocketed. The realm level directly broke through to the middle stage of 1 star. At the same time, all the wounds on Xu Feng's body healed. The evolution of gourmet cells requires certain conditions. First, you need to eat a lot of gourmet food, and second, you need to come across suitable ingredients. Before this, Xu Feng had eaten a lot of delicious food, and now by chance he ate the iron-clad giant crocodile eggs, which were ingredients suitable for gourmet cells. The evolution of gourmet cells is a natural process. Boom boom. Over there, the second-level iron-armored giant crocodile roared angrily, as if it realized that its egg was broken. It was extremely angry and rushed over like a madman, as if it was determined to smash Xu Feng to pieces. It rushed all the way and violently destroyed all the buildings on the road. Boom! Xu Feng felt that the second-level iron-armored giant crocodile was approaching at a terrifying speed and was unstoppable. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sword, and a strong wave of air was generated from his body, and he rushed out violently. In an instant, Chu Feng met the armored crocodile. The latter opened his bloody mouth, showing his fangs, and swallowed it in one gulp. Extremely ferocious. The former's momentum sank, and the gravity field exploded. It was not 10 times the gravity, but 20 times the gravity. Under the pressure of 20 times the gravity, even a second-level ferocious beast would be greatly affected. The giant armored crocodile missed its bite and its entire body seemed to be pulled downward, falling to the ground at an angle, its movements becoming stiff. The sword in Chu Feng's hand flashed with black light, and under the superposition of 20 times gravity, he launched the gravity 1,000-pound drop and stabbed it into the eyes of the armored crocodile. Phew! Blood spurted out. Oh! The armored crocodile screamed and flew around like a headless fly, its tail sweeping wildly. Chu Feng activated anti-gravity flight and rushed into the sky, avoiding the attack while swooping down and stabbing the armored crocodile's head with a knife. The armored crocodile twitched a few times and then died. When the other 10 or so first-level armored crocodiles saw that their leader was dead, fear appeared in their eyes and they fled in panic. Call! Chu Feng drew out his sword, let out a breath, and did not chase after him. Next, they dragged the armored crocodile's body to a place and began to eat it. Why is he so strong? Impossible. Xini was shocked when he saw Chu Feng's sudden surge in strength and his ability to kill a second-order armored crocodile. This is not what he wants to see. He wants to see Chu Feng die. Only when Chu Feng dies can he have a chance to come out. Otherwise, he would be suppressed by Chu Feng and would never be able to turn over. The old man suggested, "Young Master Qin, there's this kid named Chu Feng who is a real monster. He will definitely have a bright future. You should make friends with him." Shut up. You are just my bodyguard, you have no business caring about my business. Xini was annoyed. Alas! The old man sighed helplessly. Chu Feng is such a genius. If we become friends, we will benefit a lot in the future. What a pity. This way. Chu Feng processed the armored crocodile, roasted it, and ate it. After eating a first-level armored giant crocodile, you gain 1 point of health, and after eating a second-level armored giant crocodile, you gain 5 points of health. Much better than eating muscle rat. However, this is understandable, after all, the armored crocodile is larger than the muscle rat. At this time, Chu Feng smelled a lot of human scent, and then heard a sound of footsteps. Looking up, I saw a group of warriors approaching. They were wearing the same battle uniforms with the word Storm written on them in large letters. Obviously a warrior from the Storm Martial Arts School. The leader was a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks and looked very thin, but he had a strong aura. The aura is no weaker than that of a second-level armored crocodile. I'm afraid he is a 2-star late-stage warrior. Chapter 11. I killed them all, what's the problem? I'm Zhang Biao, the deputy director of the Storm Martial Arts School. Have you ever met anyone from the Storm Martial Arts School? The thin Zhang Biao looked at Chu Feng and asked. About an hour ago, we received a distress signal from Lin Yaodong, saying that they were attacked by a group of armored crocodiles, so he and his men rushed over at full speed. But he did not find Lin Yaodong and others. Instead, he smelled the aroma of barbecue, so he came here to follow the scent, thinking it was Lin Yaodong and others, but unexpectedly it was a teenager. Yes. Chu Feng replied calmly, they were killed by the armored crocodile. The body is over there. Anyway, Lin Yaodong and others were actually killed by the armored crocodile, so there is nothing to worry about. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Zhang Biao's face turned a little ugly. Lin Yaodong is the son of the owner of the museum. If he really dies in an accident, the owner will be furious and everyone will have a hard time. Zhang Biao waved his hand. The two accompanying warriors understood what he meant and left quickly. Not long after, the two warriors came back with a bloody corpse. It was Lin Yaodong. Zhang Biao squatted down and took a look, and his expression became uglier the more he looked. He could tell that the corpse was Lin Yaodong, who was trampled to death by the armored crocodile. So miserable. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Biao looked at Chu Feng and said, you seem to be only a 1-star warrior, but the meat you roasted is an armored giant crocodile, right? He looked around and saw a pile of bones and teeth scattered around. There was not only one armored crocodile, but also a second-level armored crocodile. It is impossible for a 1-star warrior to kill so many armored crocodiles, let alone a second-level armored crocodile. Chu Feng said, I killed all these armored crocodiles, what's the problem? Hearing this, before Zhang Biao could say anything, a group of warriors behind him spoke up. You, a one-star loser, want to kill so many armored crocodiles? Boy, you don't even think before you tell a lie. Idiot, a second-level armored crocodile can kill you with just one fart. Zhang Biao raised his hand, and the warriors behind him immediately stopped mocking him. With his eyes narrowed, Zhang Biao looked at Chu Feng carefully, trying to see what made Chu Feng different, but he couldn't. If what the young man in front of me said was true, then he must be hiding his cultivation. If this guess is correct, then the young man in front of him is definitely a genius. Behind every genius there is usually someone who cannot be provoked. They are either disciples of some powerful family or elites of some terrifying academy. No matter which situation it is not something that the Storm Martial Arts School can afford to offend. Thinking of this, Zhang Biao's forehead broke out in sweat. He didn't dare to say anything more and immediately ordered someone to take Lin Yaodong's body away. Bringing Lin Yaodong's body back would be considered an explanation to the museum owner. As for what the museum owner would do, that was not his concern. After Zhang Biao and others left, Chu Feng also packed up his things and returned to the city. This time I came out to test my combat capabilities and gained a lot. Qi and blood increased to more than 470. Breakthrough to the middle stage of 1 star. Can fight against the early second stage ferocious beast? In addition, you can also kill a lot of ferocious beasts in exchange for a good subsidy. Unfortunately, the system tasks failed to update. But there's no rush. I still have some money on hand, so I can eat and drink as much as I want. I believe the system tasks will be updated soon. Before dark, Chu Feng entered the city. It just so happened that Qin Yi and his bodyguard, Mr. Gu, also came into the city. Chu Feng knew Qin Yi, who was from the next class. They had met several times. The Qin family was very prestigious in Binhai City. It was heard that someone from the Qin family worked in the Binhai branch of the Warrior Alliance. Qin Yi had a dark face, but Qin Yi's bodyguard, Mr. Gu, smiled at Chu Feng. Chu Feng didn't think too much about it and went home directly. Storm Martial Arts School. The owner of the museum, Lin Yashing, looked at the bloody body of his son Lin Yaodong, his whole body trembling, and his eyes became extremely terrifying, like an angry leopard. Deputy Director Zhang Biao and others stood by in silence. Have you found out? Lin Yashing asked after a moment of silence. Zhang Biao said, according to the current clues, young Master Lin was indeed killed by the armored crocodile. He suspected that Lin Yaodong's death might be related to Chu Feng, but there was no evidence at all. After all, he knew very well what kind of person Lin Yaodong was. He was arrogant and domineering, and would curse at even a stray dog he met on the road. If Lin Yaodong and Chu Feng had met, then Lin Yaodong would definitely have threatened Chu Feng. But this is just speculation. Lin Yashing closed his eyes, sighed, and accepted the fact. At this moment, someone came to report, Master, young Master Qin from the Qin family is here. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yi walked in without any hesitation. A few minutes later, Qin Yi left the Storm Martial Arts School with a sinister smile on his face. Zhang Biao, what do you think? Lin Yashing sat on the recliner with a gloomy look. What young Master Qin said shouldn't be false. Zhang Biao pondered for a moment, but, if this is true, then Chu Feng, we can't move. According to what I know, Chu Feng has awakened a 3S-level superhuman talent and has been admitted to the military university. I believe the museum owner has heard of the rewards offered by military university for admission. If we touch him, our Storm Martial Arts School will probably be destroyed. When he saw Chu Feng at that time, he felt that Chu Feng was no ordinary person. He did not expect that he was actually the high school student who had recently awakened SSS-level talent and supernatural powers and became popular all over the world. This kind of genius should either be killed secretly or not be made an enemy. Lin Yashing's eyes flickered, and his brows knitted together. Zhang Biao, why do you think young Master Qin told us this? Zhang Biao thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid he wants to use us to kill Chu Feng. Lin Yashing nodded, agreeing with Zhang Biao's opinion. After all, the Qin family has great power in Binhai City and many powerful people. There are plenty of warriors who can kill Chu Feng, but Qin Yi just came to tell him the truth. Isn't it just to kill someone with a borrowed knife? After thinking it over, Lin Yashing sighed and said, Zhang Biao, find me a woman. Zhang Biao was puzzled, Master, what are you doing? Lin Yashing said, I can't afford to offend Chu Feng. My only son is dead, so I can only have another one. Maybe the next one will be better. Zhang Biao's eyes lit up, Master, you are wise. He also felt that he should not listen to Qin Yi and seek revenge on Chu Feng. After all, it was too risky. Now that the arrogant and domineering Lin Yaodong is dead, we can just give birth to another one. Chu Feng didn't know about this. After practicing in the yard and taking a shower, he went to bed. Wake up the next day. He went to the Warrior Alliance building branch. Did you kill all these ferocious beasts? The young lady who registered to receive the subsidy was shocked when she saw Chu Feng took out a lot of muscle rat teeth and armored crocodile teeth. After all, the boy in front of me is just a high school student. Even if he is a monster, it is impossible for him to kill so many people? What's more, there is also a second-level armored giant crocodile. Chu Feng did not answer her doubts, but asked, how much subsidy can these be exchanged for? The young lady replied, according to the Alliance regulations, a first-level beast can receive a subsidy of 100 yuan, and a second-level beast can receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. I'll help you register and verify first. Please leave your account number and the subsidy will be directly deposited into your account. Chapter 12 the third SSS-level talent ability. After Chu Feng left the Warrior Alliance building branch, he went straight to eat and drink. We went to fast food restaurants, food stalls, hotels and other places to eat. All day long, I'm either eating or on my way to eat. Qi and blood are constantly improving. Eat and drink lavishly for 2 days in a row. Qi and blood exceeded 500. The strength has also improved a lot. More importantly, the system tasks are coming. Ding! Devouring mission updated. Task 1, devour the saber-tooth bear to receive the supersonic movement skill. Task 2, devour the alien giant elephant. Reward, SSS-level special devouring talent. Choose one of the two, please make your choice as soon as possible. Fuck! There's a 3S-level talent? Awesome! Seeing the content of the task, Chu Feng was ecstatic. Moreover, this devouring talent ability was completely tailor-made for Chu Feng. How to say it? If he had this talent, Chu Feng could use his hands to activate his devouring talent to devour food without having to eat with his mouth. The effect of swallowing food with the devouring talent is the same as eating it with your mouth. You can taste the flavor of the food, but the former eats the food faster and more conveniently. For example, it is also the same to eat a muscle rat. If you eat it with your mouth, it will take a lot of time to cook it and eat it bite by bite. But when you activate the devouring talent, the devouring energy bursts out from your hands and you can devour and digest the muscle rat in one go. In other words, as long as there are enough ingredients, no matter how much, with the devouring talent, you can eat all the ingredients in a very short time. Of course, the only bad thing is that the devouring ability can only devour living creatures weaker than itself, or any dead or immobile living creatures. In addition, the devouring talent ability can also create a portable devouring space to store items, similar to the effect of a space ring. Therefore, this 3S-level devouring talent ability is quite attractive to Chu Feng. Must be obtained. However, when Chu Feng saw that the condition for obtaining it was to devour a giant alien elephant, his face darkened. Alien giant elephant, a 5th-level ferocious beast. He can use powerful talents and abilities, and his strength is terrifying and boundless. A giant alien elephant can easily destroy a city with a population of tens of millions. According to historical records, a giant alien elephant appeared during a large beast tide 100 years ago. It swung out its trunk and swept away everything. But, although the alien giant elephant is terrifyingly powerful and Chu Feng cannot hunt it, he is still not without a chance. Can't we make 2 more requests to the military university? Just use another one. Then, Chu Feng took out his cell phone to contact Senior Xinsheng. As for Mission 1, the saber-toothed bear is a late-stage first-order ferocious beast. Chu Feng can kill it, but the reward of supersonic movement is not attractive to Chu Feng. The so-called supersonic movement can move at a speed faster than the speed of sound and last for 5 seconds after it is activated. It looks very good. But Chu Feng has the gift of Gourmet Cells to bless his body, so his movement speed will be faster than the sound in the future. Hey, Senior Sister Xinsheng. If you have something to say, tell me now. I'm busy. Senior Xinsheng, I want to use up one more request. Okay. What do you want to change? I want a giant alien elephant. Hey, Senpai? Do you hear me? Alien giant elephant? It's a bit troublesome, but it will take time. Can it be done within 5 days? Okay. Xu Feng replied. There is no time limit for this mission selection, it can be as long as you want. After hanging up the phone, Xu Feng felt happy. In a valley thousands of kilometers away, Xin Cheng also hung up the phone and swung his sword casually. A terrifying sword energy seemed to tear through space and flashed away, killing countless roaring beasts. Is there something wrong with this Xu Feng brother's brain? Both of his requests are to exchange for ferocious beasts. Forget it, let's go help him first. After muttering a few words, Xin Cheng turned into a ray of light and disappeared at a terrifying speed, like a meteor. In the following time, Xu Feng ate the food frantically while waiting for Senior Xin Cheng to send the alien giant elephant over. 4 days later, Xu Feng ate a lot of food again, and his qi and blood reached 560. It's not far from breaking through to the late 1-star level. With a large amount of delicious nourishment, the Gourmet Cell's natural abilities are strengthened, and the body becomes much stronger. As the body becomes stronger, the gravity natural abilities are also greatly improved, capable of releasing 25 times the force of gravity. At the same time, the subsidy for killing the ferocious beast last time has also been transferred to the account, which is a good income. But what makes Xu Feng a little anxious is that tomorrow is the 5th day, and Xin Cheng has not sent the alien giant elephant over yet. Nothing will happen to her, will it? Nothing should happen, right? She looks pretty strong. Xu Feng muttered. In fact, he had visited the Warrior Alliance website in the past few days and checked the information about the military university, which included some information about Xin Cheng. As expected of the goddess Xin Cheng, she actually killed the War Wolf King. Awesome! Holy crap! Goddess Xin Cheng is so powerful. She single-handedly wiped out the small beast tide that appeared in Jiangnan City. I heard that goddess Xin Cheng has broken through to become a 6-star warrior. How terrifying! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. Boom! The ground shook. All I saw was a huge elephant, its body pitch black, shining with a metallic luster, as if it were made of black gold. The 2 tusks are long and curved, the mouth is full of sharp teeth, and the 2 trunks are more than 5 meters long. He was already dead, and the fatal injury was 3 bloody holes in his head. But it still exuded a terrifying aura, and Xu Feng felt a powerful pressure even when he stood there. This elephant is none other than the giant alien elephant. Whack! Suddenly, a figure fell down and landed on the alien giant elephant. It's Xin Cheng. She was covered in blood and her face was pale. Xu Feng's expression changed. Are you injured? Xin Cheng said, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious. By the way, can I borrow your bathroom? Having said that, he jumped down and walked towards the house with his long legs. Xu Feng ignored her, his eyes fell on the alien giant elephant, and he was excited. Without hesitation, enter the system interface immediately and select Task 2. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. Xu Feng immediately used his sword to cut a piece of meat from the alien elephant and then roasted it. The roasted alien elephant meat is golden brown and has a meaty aroma. Take a bite. The meat is crispy. Not bad. After swallowing, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Devour the alien giant elephant. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, SSS-level special devouring talent. Do you want to awaken it? Wake up! Xu Feng muttered to himself. Ding! SSS-level special devouring talent ability awakened successfully. As the system's voice fell, a unique energy surged out of Xu Feng's body, and his entire body seemed to form an alternate dimension that could devour everything. Chapter 13 Being targeted by a ferocious beast. Is this the place where we can devour the innate ability? That's great. Let us try the effect. After Xu Feng understood the devouring talent ability, he was ecstatic and couldn't help but test its function immediately. He placed his left hand on the corpse of the alien giant elephant and activated his devouring talent, Delicious Devouring. The next second, a twisted black vortex appeared in the palm of his left hand, like a black hole, and a devouring force acted on the alien elephant. In an instant, the alien giant elephant was swallowed by the black vortex. At the same time, a delicious meaty aroma flows across the tongue. It was as if Xu Feng was tasting the entire alien elephant with his own mouth. Ha ha! That's great. Xu Feng was extremely excited. You know, a giant alien elephant weighs more than 1 ton. If you eat it with your mouth, it will probably take you an hour to finish it. But now with the devouring talent, it can be done in just 1 second. From then on, he would kill the ferocious beast with his right hand and devour it directly with his left hand. It's terrifying to think about it. Looking at the chi and blood values again, they have indeed increased. And a 5th level alien giant elephant beast actually provides almost 100 health points. Cool. But there is something even better. Chu Feng raised his right hand, and a white vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. With a smile on his lips, he picked up the sword with his right hand, and the next second the sword disappeared in the white vortex. It turns out that this is another ability of the devouring talent, which is to devour space as it goes along. The mind enters the portable devouring space, which is only the size of a room and can only store dead objects. But it can continue to expand as strength increases. This is definitely a godlike ability. Put away and swallow the space with you. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Chi and Blood, 628-1000. Talents, SSS-level Gourmet Cells, SSS-level Gravity, SSS-level Devouring. Skills abilities, Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity Drop, Delicious Devouring, Swallowing Space. Warrior level, 1-star late. Devouring Quest, Updating. If someone saw this interface, they would probably be scared to death. A 3S level talent and ability is enough to shock the whole world. He is a genius that is 1 in a million. And Chu Feng now has 3. This is simply perverted. At this time, Xinxing walked out of the house. She washed her hair and took a shower. Her long hair was spread out behind her. She was wearing Chu Feng's clothes, which were loose. Anyone who is not blind can see that she is very filial and takes very good care of her grandmother. Why are you wearing my clothes? Chu Feng was stunned and asked. Xinxing said, my clothes are dirty, and I don't have any clothes with me. If I don't wear yours, who should I wear? Chu Feng. But I have to say that what Xinxing said makes a lot of sense. Oh right. Xinxing glanced around and asked doubtfully, where's the alien giant elephant? Chu Feng said, I ate it. Xinxing looked at Chu Feng with a strange look, did you eat it? It weighs tons, and you finished it so quickly? She also wanted to ask Chu Feng why he would exchange a request for a giant alien elephant, but she didn't expect Chu Feng to eat it and finished it within 10 minutes. This is a bit unbelievable. Forget it. Xinxing shook her head. The admission notice from Zhenhua University should be coming soon. Zhenhua University is a little different from other martial arts universities. You will start school earlier. You should be prepared. Chu Feng nodded, okay, thank you, senior sister Xinxing. Xinxing waved her hand, said nothing more, and turned to walk into the house. Chu Feng practiced in the yard for a while, and had a general understanding of his own strength. He walked back to the house and saw Xinxing sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, sending messages from time to time, and seemed to be chatting with someone. Without paying any attention to anything else, Chu Feng went to take a shower. After taking a shower, Xinxing was no longer in the hall. Chu Feng thought she had left, but when he walked back to the room, he was shocked to find Xinxing sleeping on his bed. This? Chu Feng was stunned. Then he shook his head and went to sleep in another room. Chu Feng didn't know how long it had passed before he fell asleep. Then he vaguely heard some noise in the yard. A strong smell of blood came, and Chu Feng was shocked. He quickly stood up and walked out of the yard. There were 2 ferocious beasts lying in a pool of blood in the yard. Xinxing was standing beside them with a sword in his hand, seemingly thinking about something. Chu Feng recognized the 2 ferocious beasts. They were armored giant bees, both of the 2nd level, a kind of terrifying poisonous creatures. What's going on? Chu Feng was puzzled. Why did the armored giant bee appear here? Xinxing said calmly, they should be here to assassinate you. Assassinate me? Chu Feng was even more confused. Why? Xinxing said, according to internal information, many people named Chu Feng have been killed recently, including ordinary people and warriors. This may be related to your awakening of a 3S level talent ability. Chu Feng was shocked, is there such a thing? But then again, Chu Feng is indeed abnormal. He has 3 3S level talents, and he becomes stronger by devouring ferocious beasts. If he grows up, he will indeed pose a huge threat to the ferocious beasts. Xinxing said, yes. In the past, there were human warriors who awakened 3S level talents and were then assassinated by ferocious beasts. Perhaps the beasts feel that the 3S level innate ability is a threat to them, or perhaps the beasts don't want human geniuses to rise. Anyway, congratulations, you've been targeted by a ferocious beast. Hearing Xinqing's words, Xufeng felt a little unbelievable, but it also seemed very reasonable. However, he still had doubts. Senior Xinqing, how did the beast know that I had awakened a 3S level talent? Xinqing said, many fierce beasts also have innate abilities. According to inside information, some fierce beasts should have the innate ability to predict the future. Xufeng said with some worry, if an 8th level or 9th level beast attacks, then I will be dead, right? Xinqiang said, don't panic. If a beast of level 7 or above appears, our powerful warriors will know about it and will definitely take action. Besides, I'm not still alive and well. Upon hearing this, Xufeng's expression changed. He looked at Xinqiang and said, you mean, you've also been assassinated by a ferocious beast before? You also have a 3S level talent? Xinqiang said, yeah. I've also been assassinated by ferocious beasts a few times. I remember that year, dozens of people named Xinqing died one after another. Then, for some unknown reason, the assassination stopped. So, you don't have to worry. After hearing Xinqiang's words, Xufeng calmed down. Yes, Xinqing survived so many assassination attempts by ferocious beasts. Am I not as good as Xinqiang? What's more, with 3S level talents and a system cheat, it would be too unreasonable for him to die. It would be better to let Xinqiang play the leading role. Okay, I'll go back to sleep first. Xinqiang said lazily, you deal with the body of the armored giant bee. Xinqiang walked back to the house. Xufeng walked up to the armored giant bee and activated delicious devouring. In an instant, the two corpses disappeared. However, what Xufeng didn't understand was how the armored giant bee entered Binhai City. After all, Binhai City, like other cities, has warriors on duty 24 hours a day. Even if the armored giant bee can fly, it will be seen by warriors when it jumps over the city wall. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Xufeng also went back to sleep. When I woke up the next day, Xinqiang had already left. On the same day, Xufeng received an admission letter from Military University. Chapter 14, that was a close call, it was a disguised talent. It's worthy of being called Military University. After reading the admission letter from Military University, Xufeng couldn't help but sigh. The Military University starts classes a full month earlier than other martial arts universities, which means Xufeng will set off in 5 days. Moreover, according to the content of the admission letter, school will start a month earlier, and instead of entering school for training, students will be sent directly to the front line for military training for a month. Only those who survive will be eligible to enter the Military University. After putting the admission letter into the portable devouring space, Xufeng left home. What we need to do now is to eat and drink to our heart's content, and try to improve our strength within 5 days. I have about 300,000 yuan left, and I plan to spend it all on food. After all, now with delicious devouring in hand, no matter how much food there is, you can swallow it quickly, unlike before when you had to eat with your mouth and waste a lot of time. I went directly to the ferocious beast trading place and bought a large number of ferocious beasts, but they were basically all first level. Devouring madly, the energy and blood continued to increase. 2 days later. There was very little money left on him, but Xufeng didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he was secretly happy. 812 chi in blood. 1-star peak warrior. With my current strength, even if I encounter a peak level 2nd level beast, I can kill it. Xufeng thought. It was dusk when I got home, and I found several strange men wandering around and behaving strangely. Xufeng frowned. You know, Xufeng's home is in the suburbs, it's a separate yard, there are several families nearby, but they are all neighbors he knows. Xufeng had never seen these men before. Xufeng originally wanted to ask what was going on and why someone was sneaking around near his house, but just then a strange man walked towards him. At the same time, the other 3 men consciously surrounded Xufeng. Are you looking for trouble with me? Xufeng narrowed his eyes, then his nose twitched, realizing something was wrong. Wait. This is the smell of the armored giant bee, they are not human. At this moment, the man in front of Xufeng suddenly turned into a giant armored bee, flashing a pair of fierce eyes, swooping down swiftly, and the poisonous sting on his tail was exposed, stabbing down mercilessly. The other 3 men also turned into giant armored bees, with murderous intent in their eyes. They pounced on them madly, ready to die. Boom! Xufeng didn't say anything more. A 30-fold gravity field erupted, covering an area of 30 meters. The 4 armored giant bees were affected by the sudden gravity and fell directly from mid-air to the ground. Although they could not be crushed to death, their movements were greatly restricted. You have to know that they weigh about 100 pounds. Under 30 times the gravity, their bodies become about 3,000 pounds. They cannot bear such a terrifying weight for a while. Chufeng flipped his right hand, and a sword appeared in his hand from the devouring space. He gripped the sword tightly, burst out with a breath, superimposed 30 times the gravity, and slashed with one blow. Swish! The neck of an armored giant bee was broken and blood spurted out. Swish, swish, swish! 3 more sword strikes were made, and the other 3 armored giant bees were also beheaded, with blood splattering everywhere. Without further ado, Chufeng activated his devouring talent, Delicious Devouring, and swallowed all 4 armored giant bees. A neighbor not far away opened the door, and an old man came out and said to Chufeng, "Xiaofeng, did something happen?" Chufeng smiled at him. "Uncle Wu, nothing happened." Uncle Wu said, "I'm glad you're okay. Things have been a bit turbulent lately. The news said there might be another beast tide coming." "I understand, Uncle Wu," Chufeng responded. Then, he took out his cell phone and called Xincheng. "Connected. What's up?" "Senior Xincheng, I was assassinated by the armored giant bees again. They are so cunning. They disguised themselves as humans and stayed near my house, waiting for me to come back and attack." "Are you okay then?" "I'm fine. I killed them all." "You killed the armored giant bee? Not bad. Senior Xincheng, is it possible that the armored giant be disguised as a human being a natural ability?" "Yes. It should be a camouflage-related talent. The 2 who attacked in the middle of the night last time should have also disguised themselves as humans to sneak in." After hearing this, Chufeng finally understood why the armored giant bee was able to avoid the eyes and ears of the warriors on duty and sneak into the city. The ability to camouflage is really scary. If Chufeng had not awakened the innate ability of his gourmet cells and had a stronger sense of smell, it would have been dangerous. "By the way, let me tell you something. Senior, what's the matter? Have you received your acceptance letter? You and your batch of freshmen will be gathered together for the first checkpoint for military training. The journey will definitely not be smooth, so you must be careful." "Senior, are you saying there will be a sneak attack from a ferocious beast?" "Yes. You are all human geniuses, so naturally the ferocious beasts want to kill you as soon as possible. No warriors escorting you? That's exactly what I want to remind you. The situation this year is very special. Ferocious beasts are moving around frequently outside the checkpoints. A large-scale beast tide is imminent. Furthermore, smaller beast tides are also occurring in many cities outside the checkpoints. Therefore, the only warriors left to protect you are probably the strong ones from your Binhai City Warrior Alliance branch. Even I can't spare the time." "Senior, I understand. Thank you for reminding me." After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Chufeng returned home and found nothing unusual. He sat on the sofa and took out his mobile phone to browse the news. Sure enough, the situation is not optimistic. The Human Warrior Alliance established 108 checkpoints in an area surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on one side to protect humanity. Outside the level is the territory of ferocious beasts, which occupy 90% of the territory of the entire planet. Humans have built many cities within the level, which are inhabited by humans. Walls and buffer zones are built on the edges of the cities, and there are countless ferocious beasts outside the walls. However, the highest level of the ferocious beasts outside the city wall, that is, within the checkpoint, is only level 4. Because once a level 5 ferocious beast appears, human strongmen will take action to kill it. The ferocious beasts within the level are nothing to worry about, but it will take more than a day or 2 to kill them all. Because the ferocious beasts reproduce too quickly. In addition, the ferocious beasts within the level may be left there intentionally by humans to serve as a test for human warriors. But the situation is different for the ferocious beasts outside the levels. There are 7th level, 8th level, and even 9th level ferocious beasts, and there are quite a few of them. As for other levels of ferocious beasts, they are endless. 100 years ago, there was a large beast tide, which was said to have exceeded 100 million ferocious beasts. If the scale of this beast tide exceeds 100 million, human warriors will probably suffer heavy losses. Chapter 15: The Beast Tide is Coming. This day. It is the day to report to the military university. Chufeng packed up his things and headed to the Binhai City Warrior Alliance building branch to gather. There are 4 high schools in Binhai City, namely number 1 high school, number 2 high school, number 3 high school and number 4 high school. In addition to Chu Feng, who was admitted to the military university, other students were also admitted to the military university. When we arrived at the designated location, we saw quite a few people in the spacious square. Although there are usually a lot of people here, there are especially many today. Parked in the center of the square is a specially made minibus with a body made of carbon fiber aluminum alloy, which has extremely high defense capabilities. There are big words written on the body of the car: Military University welcomes you. Obviously, this is the student shuttle bus of Military University. Next to him stood 10 men in military uniforms, each of them exuding a strong aura, at least 3 star warriors. Chu Feng could even smell the bloodthirsty scent on them. There is no doubt that they are all soldiers who have fought on the battlefield and fought desperately with ferocious beasts. Especially the square-faced man, his aura is probably that of a 4-star warrior. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. Hey, isn't that Chu Feng from number 1 middle school, who has a 3S-level talent? Yes, it's him. I've seen him before. Is he the genius who awakened a 3S-level talent? He looks pretty cool. Many people are curious about Chu Feng, but more people envy Chu Feng for awakening his amazing talents and abilities. For a moment, Chu Feng was stared at by countless people. The feeling of being the center of attention made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, the square-faced man walked up to Chu Feng and said, "Hello, I'm Xiao Long, the captain of this escort." "Are you Chu Feng from number 1 middle school?" "Yes." Chu Feng nodded, and then handed over the admission letter that he had prepared. Xiao Long took the admission letter, looked at it, nodded, and returned it to Chu Feng. Then he put a check mark next to the name Chu Feng in the registration book. Papa. Xiao Long patted the registration book with his hand and said in a loud voice, "Everyone is here. Students whose names have been called, please come and assemble. First middle school, Chu Feng. Number 1 middle school, Yanaga. Number 2 middle school, Huang Ting. Number 3 middle school, Zheng'an. Number 4 middle school, Li Lulu." This year, a total of 5 students from Binhai City were admitted to military university. Much less than other cities. Chu Feng and the other 5 people quickly came and stood in front of Xiao Long. Xiao Long said a few simple words and arranged to get in the car. Chu Feng and 5 other students got on the bus one after another, and Xiao Long also got on the bus with 10 soldiers and warriors. The minibus started and drove out of the square. Xiao Long came up to Chu Feng and the other 5 students and said, "I'm Xiao Long, the captain of this escort team. You are all geniuses and the hope of humanity. We will protect you and get you safely to checkpoint 1. If you encounter any situation along the way, you must obey instructions and do not act on your own." Chu Feng and the others nodded, and then Li Lulu, who had a small teardrop mole on the corner of her left eye, raised her hand and asked, "Captain Xia, what star level are you?" Xiao Long said, "I am at the peak of 4 stars, and my teammates are all around 3 stars. Don't worry, we will do our best to protect you, even if it means sacrifice. Any more questions?" Li Lulu smiled and said, "Captain Xia, I'm not questioning your strength, I'm just curious." "I'm fine now. Thank you for escorting us." The other students remained silent, their eyes flickering, and no one knew what they were thinking. A strange light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. A 4-star peak warrior and 10 3-star warriors, such a team is considered very good within the level. After all, some of the more powerful private martial arts schools do not have such configurations. More importantly, generally speaking, the highest level of ferocious beasts within a level does not exceed level 5. Moreover, within the level, when traveling from one city to another, unless there are special circumstances, you will basically not encounter a beast tide. Even if we encounter a beast tide, as long as the number of beasts is not tens of thousands, we will be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, with the escort of Xiao Long and other 11 soldiers and warriors, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be safe. After a while, the car arrived at the city gate. The city gates are closed and no one is allowed to pass through. Chu Feng looked out of the car window and saw soldiers and warriors everywhere, and the city walls were littered with human heads. Such a scene clearly shows that something is going on. It is definitely the coming of a beast tide. The car stopped. Xiao Long got out of the car and walked over to greet the mayor of Binhai City, who was also Mi Ziming's father, and exchanged a few words. Soon, Xiao Long came back and said, "Everyone, a beast tide may be coming. We can only wait until the beast tide passes before we set off." Just as Captain Xia finished speaking, a commotion was heard on the city wall. The beast tide is coming. The beast tide is coming. At the same time, the alarm on the city wall sounded. Just then, bursts of roars were heard and the ground shook. Xiaolong's expression darkened, and he said to his 10 men, "Brothers, it seems we have to help Binhai City eliminate a wave of beasts before we set off again. Everyone, take action and cooperate with the city lord." "Yes, Captain," the 10 soldiers said in unison and quickly got out of the car. Xiaolong turned around and looked at Chu Feng and the other 5 people and said, "Stay in the car and don't get separated." As he said that, he got out of the car as well. Boom boom. The sound of the ground shaking became louder and louder, and a strong aura enveloped the area. Mi Ziming, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan and Li Lulu's expressions became solemn. Chu Feng moved his nose and could smell the scent of countless ferocious beasts from afar, including muscular rats, silver-feathered fierce chickens, canine-toothed pigs, armored giant bees, and iron-clad giant crocodiles. There are also many smells of ferocious beasts that I have never smelled before. Judging from the number of smells, there are probably more than 50,000. Judging from the scale of the beast tide, it is a small one. However, compared to Binhai City, it is also a huge challenge. Throughout history, there have been hundreds of beast tides in Binhai City, but it is still relatively rare to see a level with a number exceeding 50,000. There was once a time when the number of beasts reached 30,000 and they almost destroyed Binhai City. Thinking of this, Chu Feng got out of the car. Although Captain Xiaolong told him to stay in the car, Chu Feng felt that he had good strength and could participate in the battle. One more warrior means one more guarantee. More importantly, Chu Feng also wanted to rely on this wave of beasts to devour them and break through to become a 2-star warrior. Once he reaches the level of a 2-star warrior, his combat power will be able to fight against 3rd-level ferocious beasts, and he will be safer on the subsequent journey. Seeing Chu Feng get off the car, Mi Ziming was stunned for a moment, then got off as well. Huang Ting, Zhang Yan and Li Lulu looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and got out of the car. Chu Feng walked up to the city wall and saw many warriors. In addition to the army of Binhai City, there were also many warriors in society. The arrival of a beast tide is a special situation, and every warrior has the obligation to participate in the battle. Of course, this is not a hard requirement. However, every time a beast tide breaks out in Binhai City, the warriors in society will put aside their grudges and work together to fight the beast tide. Chapter 16, Damn. He just rushed up like that? Standing on the city wall. Chu Feng looked forward and saw that the beast tide had entered the buffer zone. Some fly in the sky, some run wildly on the ground. They are big and small, look various, and are extremely ferocious. They rushed forward like crazy, in a mighty force, ready to die. When the warriors on the city wall saw this situation, their faces became solemn. There's something wrong with the scale of this beast tide. Why so many? Can we survive this? Mi Quan, the lord of Binhai City, Qin Shan and Xiaolong, the manager of the Binhai branch of the Warriors Alliance, as well as the owners of private martial arts schools in Binhai City, stood together and looked grim when they saw the ferocious beasts swarming over. City Lord Mi, this beast tide is larger than ever before, probably numbering over 50,000. Can we withstand it? We have to bear it even if we can't. If we can't bear it, then Binhai City will be gone. City Lord Mi, will anyone be sent over? I've reported it, but I'm afraid no one will come to help. Beast waves are appearing in various cities, and a large-scale beast wave is occurring outside the checkpoint. We can only rely on ourselves. Pass the order, everyone, be alert and prepare for battle. After hearing the conversation between these big men, many people nearby looked ashen. This battle concerns the survival of Binhai City. Boom boom boom. The ground shaking became more and more intense. The beast tide is approaching. Running in the front was a large group of muscular rats, their muscles showing their strength, and their fangs in their mouths swore danger. Next came the silver-feathered ferocious chicken, its feathers gleaming with metallic luster, its eyes blazing with ferocity, and its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the ground. After that came the giant boar, armored crocodile, and other slightly larger beasts. But they are all first-level ferocious beasts. And in the sky there was a group of armored giant bees, they were swarming and roaring, and the poisonous stingers on their tails were flashing with black light. There are also second-level and third-level ferocious beasts, but their numbers are relatively small, following the group of first-level ferocious beasts. Among them was a tiger-striped wolf. It was very large, with a mouth full of fangs, and had a very terrifying aura. It is a third-level ferocious beast. It seemed as if the entire beast tide was commanded by it, moving according to its roar. City Lord Miquan, the manager of the Binhai branch of the Warrior Alliance Qin Shan, Xiaolong and other warriors were already standing in front of the city gate, with tens of thousands of military warriors and tens of thousands of social warriors behind them. As they saw the herd of ferocious beasts approaching, their expressions became more and more solemn. Ferocious beasts of the same level are originally a little stronger than warriors, and now their number is more than twice that of warriors. How to fight this battle? City Lord Miquan took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, this is a battle for our survival. We must go all out. Prepare for war." As the city lord finished speaking, the soldiers and warriors unleashed their energy without hesitation, using their innate abilities. Some of them created lightning, others flames, and some even transformed into fierce tigers. Kill! 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 The soldiers and warriors shouted and roared, their voices resounding throughout the world. The other warriors also burst out with momentum and used their innate abilities to prepare for battle. On the city wall, Xu Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw these scenes. The front row of the ferocious beast group are all first-level ferocious beasts, and there are huge numbers of them. This is my chance. With the current strength that can fight against quasi-third-level ferocious beasts, dealing with first-level ferocious beasts is like cutting melons and vegetables. If you rush in and activate a 40-fold gravity field, you can instantly crush countless ferocious beasts to death. At that time, it can devour them mercilessly, and even use its powerful strength to directly devour weak beasts. Then, you can devour a large number of ferocious beasts in a very short period of time to increase your strength. By the time those third-level ferocious beasts reacted, Xu Feng already had the strength to deal with them. Thinking of this, Xu Feng no longer hesitated. He burst out with his momentum, activated anti-gravity flight, and turned into a figure rushing towards the beast tide. At the same time, the 40 times gravity field is activated, and with a flip of the right hand, the sword is in hand. Seeing this scene, the city lord Miquan, Qin Shan, Xiaolong and others below were stunned. Mi Ziming, Huang Ting, Zhengyan, Li Lulu and some other people on the city wall were also stunned. Fuck! Who is that guy? Fuck! Just rush in like this? Hey, is he crazy? He's courting death. Some people reacted and started talking about it, feeling incredible. After all, that's a beast tide, you're going to rush in alone? If this isn't just giving away your life, what is? Mi Ziming, Huang Ting, Zhengyan and Li Lulu all twitched their lips and didn't know what to say for a moment. They were also students admitted to the military university. They felt scared when facing the beast tide, but Xu Feng rushed forward alone. Mi Quan's expression darkened. Where did this young man come from? What does he want to do? Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. Damn. Isn't that Xu Feng? He's a student admitted to the military university. Didn't I tell him to stay in the car? Why did he run out? Mi Quan's expression changed. He is Xu Feng who has awakened a 3S-level talent? Does he think his talent is invincible? That's ridiculous. The other warriors were also dumbfounded. A student who just graduated from high school, probably only a 1-star warrior, dares to charge into the beast tide? Is this because you think your life is too long? Xiaolong said nervously, he can't die. After saying that, the 4-star warrior burst out with peak momentum, transformed into a humanoid cheetah, and rushed forward swiftly. Boom! Meanwhile, Xu Feng had already fallen into the beast tide. The powerful impact of his feet caused the ground to explode, and one of the muscular rats was directly crushed. At the same time, 40 times the gravity enveloped an area of 40 meters. All the first-level ferocious beasts within this range were violently crushed to the ground and could not move. Xu Feng raised his left hand and activated Delicious Devouring to lock onto countless muscular rats. In an instant, all the targeted muscle rats were ruthlessly devoured and disappeared. Other ferocious beasts nearby, such as the muscular rat and the silver-feathered chicken, screamed and roared as they rushed towards Xu Feng frantically. But as soon as they entered the 40 times gravity field, their bodies were crushed to the ground and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. For a moment, a vacuum seemed to form around Xu Feng. With him as the center, all the ferocious beasts within a 40-meter radius lay motionless on the ground, while Xu Feng's left hand frantically devoured the ferocious beasts. In just a few seconds, dozens of first-level ferocious beasts were eliminated by Xu Feng. What is even more terrifying is that Xu Feng's energy and blood are constantly improving, and the consumed physical energy is instantly restored. This is equivalent to killing dozens of first-level ferocious beasts without consuming any physical energy, and even making a little profit. This is the terrifying 3S-level Gourmet Cell talent and ability. As long as you eat, you will have a constant replenishment of energy, blood, and physical strength. Coupled with the equally terrifying 3S-level gravity talent ability and devouring talent ability, the combination of the three is simply seamless. Seeing this scene, all the warriors were stunned. Chapter 17, How can one man still have an advantage against 50,000 ferocious beasts? How is this possible? Holy crap! Is he really a recent high school graduate? Am I dazzled? Destroying dozens of first-level beasts at once is too terrifying. Countless warriors reacted, gasped, and the shock on their faces was extremely intense. City Lord Miquan opened his mouth, and some words that scolded Chu Feng for being ignorant rolled down his throat and were swallowed back into his stomach. He exclaimed, "How can that boy be so powerful? Is this a 3S-level innate ability?" Qin Shan, the manager of the Warrior Alliance's Bin Hai branch, twitched his lips. Is he really a one-star warrior? Lin Yashing, the owner of the Storm Martial Arts School, and Zhang Biao, the deputy owner, looked at each other and could see surprise in each other's eyes. "Master, did you see that? This guy is Chu Feng. He's even scarier than I thought. Fortunately, we didn't seek revenge on him. Yeah. He's so talented right out of high school. He's a genius among geniuses. It's my son's honor that he died in his hands." Captain Xiaolong, who was rushing to rescue Chu Feng, stopped when he saw Chu Feng's terrifying scenes. His eyes widened in shock. This kid, how can he be so strong? Isn't he a freshman at the military university? On the city wall, students such as Mi Zimeng, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, and Li Lulu were shocked and devastated by Chu Feng's terrifying strength. They are both recent graduates. Why is there such a big gap in their abilities? Not far away, Qin Yi, who was jealous of Chu Feng, gnashed his teeth and said, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Everyone thought Chu Feng was doomed to die, but he didn't expect Chu Feng to be so ferocious. Not only was he not hurt at all, but he killed dozens of first-level ferocious beasts in one breath. He is getting more and more jealous. Over here. After Chu Feng swallowed dozens of first-level ferocious beasts in one breath, other ferocious beasts surrounded him in an overwhelming manner. In other words, Chu Feng alone attracted the entire beast tide. Giant toothed boars, armored crocodiles, armored giant bees, mountain-backed apes and other first and second-level ferocious beasts pounced on them madly. However, once they entered the 40-fold gravity field, all the first-level beasts were crushed to the ground, unable to move. The second-level beasts were slightly better off, but they also lost their vitality. Chu Feng used delicious devouring to its strongest state, locking onto hundreds of ferocious beasts at once, some of which were first level and some were second level. The powerful devouring force decomposed their bodies and turned them into delicious food that flowed into Chu Feng's body. In an instant, hundreds of ferocious beasts were destroyed. Oh! At this time, the third-level ferocious beast, the tiger-striped wolf, reacted, let out a roar, with a ferocious look flashing in its eyes, and rushed forward madly. At the same time, it opened its mouth and burst out a terrifying hurricane. A terrifying hurricane swept in, sweeping in many ferocious beasts from the surrounding area. In an instant, many ferocious beasts were shattered. The hurricane suddenly entered Chu Feng's 40 times gravity field and was affected to a certain extent, but still maintained its violent power. Chu Feng's eyes darkened, he raised his right hand, added 40 times the gravity to his sword, and slashed out with all his might. Swish! The hurricane impact was directly split apart. Awoo! After the hurricane's impact dispersed, the tiger-striped wolf pounced from afar, appeared above Chu Feng's head, and slapped him down with its sharp claws. 40 times the gravity has a certain impact on it, but it cannot crush it. However, Chu Feng saw its every move, and when its huge claws fell, Chu Feng pulled back and avoided it. Boom! The ground was directly smashed by the giant claws. Countless ferocious beasts nearby were killed on the spot. Chu Feng was intact and devoured all the hundreds of first-level ferocious beasts in front of him. Gained another small wave of qi and blood. Miquan, Qin Shan, and all the other warriors over there were filled with excitement when they saw these scenes. How is this possible? Can you even deal with a third-level beast? Didn't he just graduate? How could he have such terrifying combat power? One person facing 50,000 ferocious beasts, and he still has the advantage? Is he really a human being? The expressions of countless warriors were messy in the wind. Faced with such a large-scale beast tide, they all felt tremendous pressure and were prepared to make sacrifices. However, Chu Feng charged into the beast tide alone, attracting the firepower of all the ferocious beasts, and killed hundreds of ferocious beasts in just a few seconds. Even a 4-star warrior can do this. Mi Zimeng, Huang Ting and others were students in the same class as Chu Feng and were already numb. They all knew that Chu Feng had awakened a 3S-level talent and was a genius. They thought that the gap between them and Chu Feng was not that big. After all, they all started from the same point, but Chu Feng's starting point was just a little higher. Only now did they realize that the gap in strength between them and Chu Feng was huge. You know, they might not be able to deal with a first-level muscle rat. At this time, the city lord Mi Quan reacted, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Everyone, follow Chu Feng's footsteps and kill all the beasts. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The other warriors were encouraged, their blood boiling, murderous intent in their eyes, and they rushed forward like wild beasts. Xia Long looked at Chu Feng's godlike figure, took a deep breath, and muttered, "This kid is not a human." Without saying anything, he also rushed into the beast tide. His 4-star peak cultivation burst out and he turned into a humanoid cheetah. He moved very fast and waved his claws. One ferocious beast after another died tragically under his claws. Chu Feng was surrounded by tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, but the beasts posed no threat to Chu Feng because they would be suppressed once they entered the gravity field. Only the 3rd-level ferocious beast, the tiger-striped wolf, could withstand 40 times the gravity and attack Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng could easily dodge or break its attacks. After Xia Long, Mi Quan and other warriors joined the battlefield, Chu Feng felt less pressure. Chu Feng was also able to devote his energy to devouring the ferocious beast that had died tragically. Hundreds of ferocious beasts were devoured by Chu Feng in an instant. These scenes made all the warriors feel terrified. What kind of fighting skills did this kid cultivate? It's so terrifying? This is probably a heavenly-level combat skill. Heaven-level combat skills? Impossible. I guess it's his 3S-level innate ability. That's not right. Isn't his innate ability the superhuman gourmet cells? It has nothing to do with devouring, right? Is there a possibility that devouring is also his innate ability? Come on, I've never heard of anyone awakening 2 natural abilities. Ice explosion. Thunder blade. Fireball. The warriors used their innate abilities to bombard the ferocious beasts crazily. In a short while, many ferocious beasts died tragically. However, human warriors also suffered losses. A 1-star warrior was besieged by several muscle rats and finally died tragically under the sharp teeth of the muscle rats. A 2-star warrior was stabbed by the poisonous stinger of the armored giant bee and died in agony. Even a 3-star warrior was killed by several giant pigs. For a moment, there were corpses everywhere, blood flowed like a river, and the scene was extremely tragic. Horse. At this moment, a creepy strange sound was heard, making people's scalps tingle, and then an extremely terrifying aura enveloped them. In an instant, the expressions of all the warriors present changed drastically, and even the ferocious beasts panicked. Chapter 18, Breaking Through to 2 Stars, shocking the whole audience. As this terrifying aura enveloped the battlefield, it fell into a dead silence. The human warriors felt enormous pressure, and some of those with weaker blood and energy were even crushed to the point of being unable to move, their faces ashen. All the ferocious beasts felt the same fear. Chu Feng was enveloped by this powerful aura, his blood boiling. He looked and saw a giant snake coming swiftly from the end of the buffer zone. The giant snake was over 100 meters long, and its scales shone with a metallic luster, as if it were made of gold. The mouth was slightly open, revealing sharp fangs and a long, black tongue sticking out. It was extremely fast and appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Hiss! Golden python. It's a giant golden python, a fourth level ferocious beast. Countless warriors gasped, their scalps tingling, and many could not help but retreat, but were so scared that they sat down on the ground, their faces as pale as paper, and their whole bodies trembling. Chu Feng's face was solemn, but he was calm inside. This giant golden python is a 4th-order late-stage ferocious beast. It should be the most powerful beast near Binhai City. This time, the tide of ferocious beasts is probably directed and controlled by it behind the scenes. Ha! At this time, the golden python stared at Chu Feng with a pair of extremely cold eyes, a strange light flashed in its eyes, and then the huge tail was slightly raised, and it lashed towards Chu Feng violently horizontally. Get out of the way! City Lord Mi and Captain Xia shouted at the same time. Xu Feng's face changed, and he immediately burst into anti-gravity flight, shooting into the sky at the fastest speed, narrowly avoiding the danger. But other warriors and even many ferocious beasts were hit by the golden python's tail, and their bodies exploded on the spot, killing them tragically. When Xu Feng flew high into the sky, the golden python's eyes flashed, it raised its head, opened its mouth, and spewed out a ball of golden flame, which exploded towards Xu Feng. The terrifying heat wave was rolling, as if the space was on fire. Xu Feng sensed a dangerous atmosphere. There is no doubt that this giant golden python is targeting Xu Feng. Either Xu Feng had already been on its assassination list, or the strength Xu Feng had just displayed was too terrifying and he had to be eliminated. Just as Xu Feng was about to cancel that anti-gravity flight and do free fall to avoid the attack, a sphere condensed from ice whizzed over and hit the ball of fire. Boom! The two collide. In an instant, a terrifying sonic boom erupted, endless energy shot out, and the space surged like ripples. Xu Feng was standing nearby. Although he was not hit directly, the aftermath swept across his body, causing pain on his skin. It is conceivable that if Xu Feng was hit by the golden python's fireball, even if he had the innate ability of gourmet cells, he would probably be killed or injured. The fourth-level beast is indeed so terrifying. City Lord Mi said to Xu Feng, "Boy, I'll deal with the golden python, you go help the others." The power Xu Feng displayed on the battlefield was extremely terrifying. He killed hundreds of ferocious beasts in a very short period of time. He was a huge threat to the ferocious beasts and they must not let him die. The key to winning or losing this war is Xu Feng. If Xu Feng is saved, the war can be won. Once Xu Feng is killed by the ferocious beast, the war will be lost. Xu Feng nodded to City Lord Mi, expressed his gratitude, and quickly landed on the ground. Hiss! The fourth-level ferocious beast, the golden giant python, roared angrily and chased after Xu Feng. That's right. Its target is Xu Feng. This human being is so horrible that he must be wiped out. Otherwise it will be a disaster caused by ferocious beasts. Beast, your opponent is me. City Lord Mi shouted loudly and used the skill Ice Spear. Countless ice spears condensed from ice hit the golden python like a storm. Bump, bump, bump. The golden python's scales were punctured, and a layer of ice spread all over its body, exuding a chilling air. For a moment, the golden python seemed to be frozen. Click, click. But the next second, the ice cracked and then shattered. The giant golden python broke through the ice, opened its mouth and roared. The sound was deafening. As the roar spread, all the ferocious beasts around seemed to be controlled and rushed towards Xu Feng frantically. Damn it! The ferocious beast is targeting Xu Feng. Xiaolong's eyes moved, and then he shouted, "Protect Xu Feng." The other soldiers and warriors also shouted in unison. Protect Xu Feng. Protect Xu Feng. The warriors in society were stunned for a moment, and then they also shouted loudly. Protect Xu Feng. Protect Xu Feng. Seeing the ferocious beasts gathering around again, Xu Feng was not panicked at all. Okay, you're targeting me, right? What I fear least is being targeted. As he spoke, Xu Feng rushed to the side at an extremely fast speed. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were chasing them madly from behind. Xu Feng maintained a 40-fold gravity field while retreating. The first and second level ferocious beasts could not get close to him at all. Instead, they were constantly killed and devoured by Xu Feng. All the warriors were stunned when they saw Xu Feng lead the ferocious beasts away and there was no ferocious beast around him. Fuck! He led all the ferocious beasts away. Damn, are all the beasts here to kill that kid? What are you all standing there for? Come over and help. Yes, kill. All the warriors chased the ferocious beast and killed it. Many warriors on the city wall were stunned when they saw the strange scenes. There is an illusion that the war can be lost, but Xu Feng must die. Oh! The third-level ferocious beast, the tiger-striped wolf, roared and rushed towards Xu Feng at a furious speed. It opened its mouth and sent out a hurricane force attack again. Xu Feng was ready to cut it open, but Xiaolong came at a faster speed, swung his giant claws and activated the skill Tearing the Ground Claw, directly tearing the hurricane into pieces. Boy, leave this tiger-striped wolf to me. Xiaolong said. Okay. Xu Feng nodded. Captain Xia, please. Among the ferocious beasts, the strongest are the golden python and the tiger-striped wolf. If these two beasts are tied up, then the other ferocious beasts are all first level and second level, and they pose no threat to Xu Feng, and are even a great tonic. Chu Feng became braver and braver as the battle went on. He devoured more and more ferocious beasts and his strength continued to grow. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from Chu Feng's body, and his blood and energy surged. This is a breakthrough for a 2-star warrior. As Chu Feng entered the realm of a 2-star warrior, his gourmet cells became more active, his body was strengthened again, his muscles bulged, and his strength exploded. At the same time, the gravity talent ability and devouring talent ability also improved accordingly. Boom! It was enveloped by 50 times the gravity, covering an area of 50 meters. Some of the first-level ferocious beasts inside were crushed to death. When the devouring innate ability Delicious Devouring is activated, it can lock onto more than 100 ferocious beasts, no matter they are dead or alive, as long as they are not higher than the 3rd level, none of them can escape and will all be devoured. 2nd-level ferocious beasts like the armored giant bee and the ironclad giant crocodile were like tofu in front of Chu Feng, and he killed them one by one with one sword. All the warriors were stunned. Hiss! Hiss! He actually broke through during the battle? The beast was crushed to death before it even got close to him. How horrific! Devouring over 100 ferocious beasts in one go? Is he still human? Chapter 19 Heavenly Level Swordsmanship. To the shock of many warriors, Chu Feng killed and devoured thousands of ferocious beasts. As he continued to devour the ferocious beasts, his energy and blood continued to increase, and his strength became stronger and stronger. The ferocious beasts died tragically at Chu Feng's hands at an increasingly faster rate. The 4th Order Golden Python felt something was wrong. It wanted to break free and kill Chu Feng, but it was held back by City Lord Mi and was unable to do so. If this continues, all the ferocious beasts will be killed, and Chu Feng will become stronger after devouring the ferocious beasts. Realizing this, the Golden Python roared, as if conveying some order. The next second, the ferocious beasts immediately stopped attacking and retreated frantically to one side. The beast tide has retreated. Win, win! We have defended Binhai City. All the warriors cheered. Chu Feng looked at the fleeing beast and chased after it like crazy without hesitation. This is all energy and blood, this is all strength, how can we let it go easily? Swish, swish, swish. Chase after them, swing the sword to add 50 times the gravity, and kill one with one blow. In an instant, many ferocious beasts died tragically under the knife. Seeing Chu Feng chasing the beast tide and slashing wildly, all the warriors were stunned again. Hiss! Why is he still chasing the beast tide? That is too fierce. Is he really a warrior who just got into college? I have seen a tide of beasts encircling warriors, but I have never seen a warrior chasing a tide of beasts. Hiss! The 4th-level golden python became angry, let out a strange cry, and violently slapped Chu Feng with its huge tail. His face changed and Chu Feng immediately pulled away and retreated. Boom! A huge gully was blasted into the ground, and cracks spread out. Many unlucky beasts were beaten into meat paste. Chu Feng was not hit head-on, but the terrifying aftermath knocked him back. His feet slid on the ground, and he used his sword to dig into the ground to stabilize himself. Looking forward, the beast tide had retreated from the buffer zone under the protection of the golden python, then scattered and disappeared into the wilderness. Instead of chasing after them, Chu Feng activated his delicious devouring technique and devoured all the ferocious beasts that had died tragically before he could devour them, even eating up all of their meat paste. Suddenly, he felt the blood and energy in his body churning, and his strength increased significantly, but he had another breakthrough. Enter the system interface immediately. Host, Chu Feng. Qi and blood, 2,385,000. Talents, SSS-level gourmet cells, SSS-level gravity, SSS-level devouring. Skills abilities, gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop, delicious devouring, swallowing space. Warrior level, mid-level 2-star. Devour quest, updated. Seeing this, Chu Feng was ecstatic. Is this a mid-stage 2-star warrior? Ha, it really is worthy of being an SSS-level talent. It's growing rapidly. You know, it hasn't even been a month since Chu Feng awakened his supernatural powers. This growth rate is simply unmatched. What's even more terrifying is that Chu Feng, a mid-stage 2-star warrior, has the combat power to fight against a late-stage 3rd-stage beast. In other words, Chu Feng is now invincible under the 4-star warrior level. At this moment, all the warriors looked at Chu Feng with different eyes. There was shock, fear, but more of admiration. This beast tide was the largest in history. It was thought that Binhai City would fall, but unexpectedly, the beast tide fled in less than a few minutes after the war started, and the most critical person was Chu Feng. If it weren't for Chu Feng, countless warriors would have died in this beast tide. If it weren't for Chu Feng, Binhai City would have been lost long ago. City Lord Mi looked at Chu Feng and gasped, "This kid. I didn't expect a monster to appear in Binhai City." Captain Xiaolong looked at Chu Feng with an incredible look and muttered, "He is indeed a genius who was exceptionally admitted to the military university." Lin Yashing, the owner of the Storm Martial Arts School, was secretly afraid. "Luckily, fortunately, I didn't seek revenge on him, otherwise I would be the one to die." The other warriors were shocked by the terrifying strength Chu Feng displayed. Only Qini was broken through and even a little scared. How can he be so strong? How could it be? The beast tide has receded and the war is over. But the impact continued to expand. When the news spread back to the city, countless people cheered and were excited. At the same time, Chu Feng became famous in one battle. Men, women, young and old in the streets and alleys were talking about Chu Feng's incredible deeds on the battlefield. "Brother Chu Feng is too strong. One man slew thousands of ferocious beasts, scaring off the beast tide. It was terrifying. That's right. Chu Feng is my idol. I want to marry Chu Feng. Why isn't Chu Feng my son?" However, Chu Feng didn't know this. At this moment, he was already sitting on the minibus heading to the first checkpoint. Ni Ziming, Huang Ting, Zheng An and Li Lulu have been looking at Chu Feng since they got on the car, and the admiration in their eyes has become more and more intense. They are both high school graduates of the same class and both are about to be first-year students at the military university. Why is there such a big gap in their abilities? The four people on the city wall saw the beast tide coming madly, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they didn't even have the courage to fight. But Chu Feng rushed over alone, killed thousands of ferocious beasts, and finally chased the beast tide to kill them. He was so fierce. Is this something a high school graduate can do? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Captain Xiaolong's gaze towards Chu Feng also changed. The horrifying scenes of Chu Feng on the battlefield appeared in his mind, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He even suspected that Chu Feng was not a high school graduate at all. Just ask yourself, how could a student who was about to enter college have the momentum to chase after ferocious beasts and kill them indiscriminately? You know, even if he is a 4-star warrior, he can't do that. Xiaolong's other team members were also extremely shocked by the strength displayed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored their shocked looks and was checking the system's swallowing task at the moment. Having devoured thousands of ferocious beasts in the previous battle, he had accumulated enough devouring points. The task had been updated, but Chu Feng didn't have time to check it at that time. He only had time now. It's a 2-choice task. Task 1, devour the sickle fox and you will be rewarded with the cannon fist. Mission 2, devour the hell gorilla, and the reward is crust cutting. Cannon fist, after being launched, releases a powerful blow through compressed air, and is a low-grade yellow-level combat skill. If you obtain the cannon fist and combine it with the terrifying physique of the Gourmet Cells, and then integrate it with the gravity ability, then the power of the cannon fist can be greatly enhanced. Crustal cutting, a low-grade heavenly sword technique, when practiced to the extreme, can cut off the crust of a planet with one sword. The power is extremely terrifying. If this sword technique is perfected and combined with the gravity ability, its power will be comparable to that of a mid-grade heavenly sword technique. With one strike, a planet can be split in half. Comparing this, even a blind person would know that the reward for crust cutting is better. However, the hell gorilla is a 7th-level ferocious beast and is much more difficult to hunt than the scythe fox, which is only a 3rd-level ferocious beast. However, Chu Feng still had one last request, which was to ask senior sister Shinqing to help. Chapter 20, Killing a level 3 thunder frog with one blade. The car drove out of Binhai City and was not attacked by any ferocious beasts along the way. It was so smooth that it was frightening. After driving for 3 hours, less than 50 kilometers away from Qingzhou City, we saw a small beast tide appearing ahead, surrounding a group of soldiers and warriors and fighting them. The car stopped. Captain Xiaolong looked forward and frowned. Damn, isn't that Lao Zhang and the others? Chu Feng, come with me to help. The others wait in the car. Although there was a small wave of beasts, numbering about 1,000, most of them were 1st and 2nd level ferocious beasts, with only 1 or 2 3rd level ferocious beasts, so there was no need to worry. What's more, with Chu Feng taking action, a mere 1,000 ferocious beasts would not be enough for him to swallow? During the beast tide in Binhai City, Chu Feng's performance was terrifying, and he had full confidence in Chu Feng. Okay. Chu Feng answered readily. In fact, even if Xiaolong didn't call him, he would go over to help. Those thousands of ferocious beasts are walking blood points. As for danger, it doesn't exist at all. Chu Feng and Xiaolong got out of the car excitedly, and then the two rushed over. The other people in the car leaned out the window to watch. There are too many ferocious beasts. Brothers, fight and retreat at the same time. Captain Zhang shouted loudly. However, their attempts to break out of the herd were extremely difficult. The ferocious beasts pressed forward in dense numbers, leaving no way to retreat. Captain, we can't retreat. Captain, there are too many ferocious beasts. Several team members were covered in blood and their faces were ashen, but their expressions were firm, as if they had made some kind of determination. There's nothing I can do. Brothers, we have no choice but to fight. Let's be brothers in the next life. Kill. Captain Zhang gave up retreating, his eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to die. Kill. Kill. Several other team members also gave it their all. Just when they were about to be overwhelmed by the beast tide, a figure fell from the sky. Before the man touched the ground, an astonishing gravity enveloped him, and countless ferocious beasts around him were crushed to the ground. The first-level ferocious beasts were directly crushed to death, and the second-level ferocious beasts were pinned to the ground, with bleeding from their mouths and noses. Immediately afterwards, Chu Feng landed, raised his left hand and activated the delicious devouring technique, locking onto hundreds of ferocious beasts and starting to suck them directly. All of a sudden, hundreds of ferocious beasts disappeared. Captain Zhang and other warriors were stunned when they saw this scene. Oh shit! Who is this young man? So awesome! As they were surprised, Chu Feng raised his knife in his right hand and killed several second-level beasts on the spot, while his left hand devoured hundreds of beasts. Captain Zhang and other warriors are already numb. On the other side, Captain Xiaolong has transformed into a beast, bursting out all his strength, rushing into the herd, waving his claws. Swish swish swish. In just a few seconds, dozens of first-level ferocious beasts died tragically. He then broke through the beast tide at an astonishing speed and joined up with Captain Zhang and other warriors. Xia, Captain Xia? Captain Zhang was surprised and delighted to see the person coming. Xiaolong said, Lao Zhang, follow me closely and rush out. After saying that, he used his 4-star combat power to tear a hole in the beast tide and escaped with Captain Zhang and other warriors. Over there, Chu Feng was surrounded by a group of beasts, but they could not get close to Chu Feng at all. As soon as he got within 50 meters of Chu Feng, he was ruthlessly crushed by 50 times the gravity. Only a few third-level ferocious beasts could withstand 50 times the gravity and approach Chu Feng, but they were killed by Chu Feng with one sword. Captain Zhang and the other warriors were safe. They were all still frightened, but their eyes were all on the battle on Chu Feng's side. Captain Xia, shouldn't we go over and help? Captain Zhang asked worriedly. Xiaolong said calmly, no need, that boy is not an ordinary person. There are only a few thousand ferocious beasts, and none of them are level 4 or above. No matter how many come, they are not enough for Chu Feng to kill. After all, this kid Chu Feng was chasing and killing tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Hiss, who is that kid? What an amazing talent and ability. That should be the gravity talent, right? Too strong. Nah. They killed hundreds of ferocious beasts in less than a minute. Terrifying. Captain Zhang and other warriors were extremely shocked when they saw Chu Feng fighting on the battlefield like a god of war. Xiaolong said, that boy is Chu Feng, the student who awakened the 3S-level talent and supernatural power at Binhai City No. 1 Middle School. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Captain Zhang and other warriors changed again. What? Is he the only 3S-level gifted student who awakened this year? So it's him, he's really a monster. Level 3S talents are so terrifying. Over there, Mi Ziming, Li Lulu and others in the car were horrified to see Chu Feng killing indiscriminately in the beast tide. Chu Feng fought more and more fiercely. As he continued to devour the ferocious beasts, his blood and energy increased, and his strength continued to improve. The ferocious beast pressed forward like crazy, but still could not get close to Chu Feng. Some ferocious beasts launched long-range attacks, but the attacks were greatly affected by the 50 times gravity, and most of the bombs landed on the ground. Oh! Suddenly, a roar was heard, followed by a huge ball of thunder bombarding over. Violent electric current flashed, electrocuting many ferocious beasts around. The thunderball entered the 50 times gravity field at an astonishing speed. Its speed was affected a little, but it still bombarded Chu Feng as usual. The electric current shot out from all directions and fell on Chu Feng, causing his body to feel numb, but he was not seriously injured. With the gift of 3 S-level gourmet cells, his body has been strengthened to an astonishing degree. Chu Feng pulled away and retreated violently. Boom! The thunderball hit the ground, causing a huge explosion and creating a large pit more than dozens of meters deep in the ground. Many ferocious beasts nearby were smashed to pieces. The energy wave caused by the powerful explosion swept across, lifted the ground, and shocked Chu Feng, who was retreating, causing him to retreat faster. Swish! Chu Feng stabbed the ground with his sword, forced himself to steady his body, and looked up. Thunder Frog! His eyes darkened as Chu Feng recognized the ferocious beast that had attacked him. It was a mid-stage third-order ferocious beast, and also the most powerful one in this wave of beasts. Boom! Chu Feng stomped his right foot on the ground, and at the moment the ground exploded, the whole person shot out at a terrifying speed, approaching the Thunder Frog in an instant. The Thunder Frog noticed it, its eyes moved, its mouth opened, and a huge tongue with lightning flashed out and rushed straight towards Chu Feng. Swish! Chu Feng slashed with his sword angrily. The knife flashed. The tongue was cut in half by the knife, and blood splattered. Quack! The Thunder Frog screamed. Chu Feng's speed did not slow down. As he whizzed past the Thunder Frog, his sword superimposed 50 times the gravity and slashed across its waist. Puff, puff. Blood gushed out of the Thunder Frog's waist, its internal organs flowed out, and it fell to the ground, kicked its limbs a few times, and died. Chu Feng, however, maintained the posture of drawing his sword, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Seeing this scene, all the warriors including Xiao Long, Captain Zhang and others as well as Mi Ziming and others in the car were petrified. Chapter 21 Reaching Level 1. One strike to kill the third-level ferocious beast Thunder Frog? How can he be so powerful? Hiss. Is this true? Hey, is it true that he graduated from the same high school class as us? Mi Ziming, Huang Ting, Zhangyan and Li Lulu were all heartbroken. It was already shocking enough to see Chu Feng chasing and killing the beasts in Binhai City, but now he actually saw Chu Feng kill the third-level ferocious beast Thunder Frog in seconds. Xiao Long, Captain Zhang and others were also shocked. He killed the Thunder Frog with one strike. Are you sure he's a high school graduate? Is this genius? Strong, too strong. Awesome. After the Thunder Frog was killed by Chu Feng, the other ferocious beasts seemed to have lost their backbone, and fled everywhere without a leader. How could Chu Feng let them escape? This is living blood and energy. It activated a 50-fold gravity field and rushed forward at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, all the first and second level ferocious beasts along the way were crushed to the ground. At the same time, his left hand activated its devouring ability, and delicious devouring broke out, locking onto more than 100 ferocious beasts in an instant and forcibly devouring them. Chu Feng's strength is stronger than theirs. No matter how crazy and desperately they struggle, they cannot escape from Chu Feng's palm. In less than a minute, all the ferocious beasts were devoured by Chu Feng. All that remained of the battlefield were huge pits and blood on the ground. Xiao Long, Captain Zhang, Mi Ziming and others all gasped. Thousands of ferocious beasts were destroyed by Chu Feng alone. Even the battlefield was cleaned up. Fear. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. I feel full of energy and a lot stronger. The more we fight, the stronger we become. Entering the system interface, I saw that his HP value was almost 2,600, definitely a late stage 2-star warrior. Invincible below 4 stars, 1-for-1 exchange above 4 stars. Cool. So cool. Xiao Long, Captain Zhang and others came over and looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster. Touching his face, Chu Feng said, "What do you mean by looking at me like this? Is my face dirty?" Ha ha. Xiao Long laughed. It's nothing, little guy. We just think you're a bit abnormal. Captain Zhang said, "That's right, little guy, you're amazing. Without exaggeration, you're the most amazing genius I've ever met." According to what he knew, the best a high school graduate could do was fight a second-level ferocious beast. Even some powerful warrior families cannot produce a genius who can kill a third-level ferocious beast in seconds at the age of 18 and chase after a tide of beasts to kill them. After chatting with Captain Zhang and others for a while, Xiao Long and Chu Feng got in the car and continued towards the first checkpoint. But at this moment, the mentality of the people in the car has changed. Before this, Mi Ziming and several other students knew that there would be attacks from ferocious beasts along the way, and they might even die, so they were very worried. Now that I see Chu Feng is so awesome, I don't have to worry anymore. If the ferocious beast comes, Chu Feng can handle it alone. This trip is stable. Mi Ziming and Li Lulu looked at Chu Feng with eyes full of obsession and admiration. Huang Ting and Zhang An were the same, and they wished they could become Chu Feng's younger brothers. Xia Long and 10 other soldiers and warriors also relaxed. This time, protecting Chu Feng and several other human geniuses to reach the first level was very stressful. They are all ready to sacrifice. After all, this kind of thing has happened many times in previous years. Many soldiers and warriors were attacked by ferocious beasts while escorting students and were completely wiped out. Now, after seeing Chu Feng's terrifying strength, the stone that was weighing on their hearts fell. Chu Feng didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, he took out his cell phone from the devouring space and called Senior Shincheng. It's connected. Hey, Senior Sister Shincheng, are you busy? Just finished. What's up? Are you guys safe? We were attacked by a beast tide, but the danger is over. We are heading to the first checkpoint. Okay, so what are you calling about? Senior Shincheng, can't I make one last request? I want a hell gorilla, is that possible? You want the hell gorilla? Okay, let me see. Chu Feng hung up the phone. If you can get the hell gorilla and devour it, you will be rewarded with heaven-level sword skills, crustal cutting. In this way, your strength will skyrocket. Looking forward to it. Just then, the phone rang. At a glance, it was Senior Shincheng calling. Hey, Senior Sister Shincheng. I've got the hell ape you asked for. Huh? How come so fast? Hey, there was a hell gorilla in the beast tide outside this level. I killed it and brought back the body. I've reported it to my superiors and told them to leave it to you. Okay. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll probably reach level 1 tomorrow. Okay. Call me when you get there. Chu Feng hung up the phone, secretly ecstatic. I didn't expect to get the hell gorilla so quickly. Next, it was smooth sailing and we reached level 1 on the second day. Chu Feng looked around and saw that the first checkpoint was very majestic. The city wall was several hundred meters high and the thickness was unknown. However, the city wall is not intact. It has been patched up and there are even a few new large holes. The buffer zone was also filled with large pits, corpses of ferocious beasts, and rivers of blood. Obviously, the previous battle was very fierce. Countless warriors were cleaning up the corpses of the ferocious beasts. The car arrived at the city gate. Captain Xiao Long got out of the car, exchanged a few words with the warriors guarding the city, then showed his ID. The city gate opened and the car slowly drove in. Buildings rose from the ground in the city, and the streets were filled with soldiers and warriors. Some were bandaging their wounds, some were training, and some were lying in the corners, bleeding and waiting for rescue. After crossing the street and driving for about half an hour, we arrived at a place called Military Training Department and the car stopped. Chu Feng got off the car and saw a number of students gathered around several bulletin boards not far away to find out what was going on. When I walked over and took a look, I saw that the bulletin board contained information about this year's freshmen, as well as some other related content. Class 1, Dormitory 001. After understanding his class and accommodation clearly, Chu Feng followed the signs and walked to the side. Brother Feng. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and then two people walked up quickly. They were Huang Ting and Zhang An. Brother Feng, I never thought we were in the same class as you and we're both in Dormitory 001. That's great. Yes, Brother Feng, we will be your younger brothers from now on, so you must not be polite to us. Huang Ting and Zhang An were grinning and trying to please others. Hey, we're all classmates, there's no need to be like this. Chu Feng said with a smile, let's go to the dormitory together. As he said this, he walked forward. Huang Ting and Zhang An followed behind Chu Feng. As younger brothers, they had to be aware of being younger brothers. Chapter 22 The Power of Crustal Cutting. For the convenience of management, the military training accommodation is a large dormitory, and all the boys in the same class live together. When Chu Feng brought Huang Ting and Zhang An to the dormitory door, he heard voices talking inside, and it seemed very lively. Walk in. The dormitory is very big. There are 30 single beds neatly laid out inside. But it didn't look crowded. The aisle is very wide. It's natural for people to come and go. The air circulation and light are also very good. After Chu Feng walked in with Huang Ting and Zhang An, the others turned their heads to look at them, and then continued their conversation as if nothing had happened. Without thinking too much, Chu Feng chose a bed near the window and took out daily necessities from the devouring space and put them away. Huang Ting and Zhang An chose a bed next to Chu Feng and sorted out their daily necessities. Have you heard? This year's top student Chu Feng, who has 3S level talent, is in our class. There is indeed a person named Chu Feng in our class, but I don't know if he is the one with 3S level talent and ability. Level 3S talent? It hasn't appeared in years, right? I really want to see what this classmate with 3S level talent looks like. Isn't this a matter of time? Several students nearby were talking about it. Chu Feng heard their conversation, smiled and said nothing. Really? Geniuses will be talked about by people wherever they are. After packing up my things and checking the time, I saw that there were still a few hours before all the freshmen would gather in the evening, so I took out my phone and called Xinsheng. Chu Feng is obsessed with the hell gorilla. Hey, Senior Xinsheng, I'm at Checkpoint 1, in Dormitory 001 of the Military Training Department. Okay. Wait for me on the hill behind the dormitory. Good. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng left the dormitory and came to the small hill that Xinsheng mentioned. There were several pairs of male and female students chatting and talking about love. Wow. What's that? A vicious beast? Someone is carrying a vicious beast and flying in the sky. Fuck, who is that? That's fierce. Suddenly, there was a commotion. At the same time, many students in the dormitory also saw it and started shouting. Suddenly, heads appeared at the windows of the entire dormitory, faces full of curiosity and excitement. Chu Feng also noticed the movement. He looked up and saw Xinsheng carrying a huge and ferocious beast down. Boom! Xinsheng threw the beast at Chu Feng's feet and said, "I've brought the hell gorilla to you." Chu Feng's gaze fell on the hell gorilla, which was covered in black hair, had very developed muscles, and a mouth full of fangs. Even though it was dead, it still exuded a terrifying aura. Chu Feng felt a lot of pressure. It is worthy of being a 7th level ferocious beast. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng looked at Xinsheng. He saw that one of her hands was bandaged, obviously injured. He asked with concern, "Senior Xinsheng, your hand?" Xinsheng said, "It's just a broken bone. Compared to other people, I'm lucky." This time, a tide of beasts attacked from outside the checkpoint. Although the human warriors repelled the tide of beasts, they suffered heavy losses. Sacrificed 1 8-star warrior, 5 7-star warriors, and 10 6-star warriors. It is unknown how many warriors of other levels died. It's nothing, I'm leaving first. Xinsheng said, and without waiting for Chu Feng to reply, she turned into a figure and whizzed away. At this moment, countless students were arguing loudly on the hillside and in the dormitory. Damn, who was that girl just now? She was so beautiful. Goddess. Absolutely a goddess. Fuck, I just checked, that's our military university's goddess, Senior Sister Xinsheng. No way? She is Senior Sister Xinsheng, even more powerful than the legend. Ah, what is the relationship between Goddess Senior Sister Xinsheng and that boy? Who is that boy? Why did Senior Sister Xinsheng give him a ferocious beast? Was it a token of love? Fuck you, who the hell would give a ferocious beast as a token of love? Chu Feng didn't know about this and didn't think much about it. He immediately entered the system interface, selected Task 2, and then directly launched Delicious Devouring and swallowed the hell gorilla in one go. In an instant, he felt his energy and blood surge, his body became stronger, and he was filled with power. I immediately entered the system interface and saw that my health increased by 1,000, almost 3,600. He is only 200 or 300 HP away from the peak of the 2-star warrior level. It is worthy of being a 7th level ferocious beast. However, there's something even better. Ding! Devour the hell gorilla. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Earth Crustal Slicing. Do you want to practice? Hearing the system prompt, Chu Feng didn't think twice and immediately started practicing silently. Ding! Crustal cutting training successful. Suddenly, relevant information about crust cutting appeared in my mind. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. She in blood, 3,589 5,000. Talents: SSS-level gourmet cells, SSS-level gravity, SSS-level devouring. Talent development: gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop, delicious swallowing, portable swallowing space. Combat skill: heavenly crustal cutting beginner. Warrior level, late 2-star. Devouring mission, updating. After closing the system interface with satisfaction, Shufeng planned to find a place to test the power of crust cutting. His eyes locked onto a mountain in the distance, and he activated anti-gravity flight to fly over at the fastest speed. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the peak. The entire mountain is over 5,000 meters high. With a movement of his right hand, a sword appeared in his hand from the devouring space. Take a deep breath and start crust cutting. Swish! A terrifying white blade energy spanned several thousand meters, cutting through space and flashing away. The next second, the blade energy flashed across the waist of the mountain, cutting the entire mountain in half. Fuck! So fierce. Shufeng was surprised. That mountain is like tofu in front of the crust cutting. It truly is a heavenly level combat skill. However, after using this knife, Shufeng felt that his body was hollowed out and he felt a little exhausted. With the current strength, it is impossible to fully unleash the power of crust cutting, otherwise the power would be even more terrifying. If crustal cutting is combined with gravity power, what will the power be? I'll have to test it carefully some other day. There was anticipation in Shufeng's eyes. Shufeng is very hungry now, because he just used up all his strength to launch the crust cutting and almost consumed all his physical energy, so he needs to have a good meal. It seems that I need to prepare some food materials when swallowing space in the future. He turned around and flew back to the military training department to get something to eat. Just after Shufeng left, a white-haired old man stood in front of the window on a tall building, looking at the mountains in the distance, as if thinking about something. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge movement on the mountain, and the upper part began to slide down at an angle. What is that? The white-haired old man was shocked. Then he flew over quickly and came to the front of the mountain. Seeing the neat knife marks, his eyes showed shock. I'll go. Who cut the iron ore mountain in half with one knife? Chapter 23: Breakthrough to the Peak of 2 Stars. Back to the dormitory. Shufeng found that everyone's eyes were on him, with different expressions. What's going on? Shufeng was a little confused. Isn't it just a trip out? Why are everyone like this? Does everyone know that I'm this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam with a 3S level talent? Brother Feng. Huang Ting walked up. You're awesome. Zhengyan also came up. Yes, we all saw you and senior sister Xinqing dating on the hillside. Brother Feng, how did you manage to win over the goddess from our military university? Teach me. After hearing what Huang Ting and Zhengyan said, Shufeng was speechless. He understood. No wonder everyone looked at him with hostility. It turned out that they misunderstood that he was dating goddess Xinqing. Depend on. Who spread it? Are you blind? Didn't you see that Xinqing was sending him a ferocious beast? Where is the date? Huang Ting said seriously, Brother Feng, I didn't expect that goddess Xinqing would give you a ferocious beast. She's truly a goddess, and the gifts she gives are so special. Shufeng. Damn, with such a rich imagination, why don't you write a novel? The other students looked at Shufeng with eyes full of resentment and dissatisfaction. Have to. Everyone agrees with this. However, Shufeng was too lazy to explain. Some things, the more you explain, the more unclear they become. Rumors stop at the wise. Without thinking too much, Shufeng went to the cafeteria to eat. The military university forum was in an uproar. I don't know which idiot revealed the story of goddess Xinqing and Shufeng estate on the hill, and even posted a heartwarming picture of the two of them talking close to each other. Ah. My goddess, no. That guy isn't as handsome as me, how come? I want all the information about that kid within 1 minute. Fuck, a freshman dares to chase my goddess? Lin Hao, a senior student at Military University, had just walked out of the training room when he found that his cell phone was ringing non-stop. Lin Hao frowned and answered the call. Hello. Brother Hao, this is bad. Xinqing has a boyfriend. Go to the forum quickly. Hearing this, Lin Hao was shocked all over. He quickly hung up the phone and went to the forum. When he saw the content there, he felt terrible. Alright, a freshman dares to touch Xinqing, you're done for, kid. Here, Xinqing, prompted by her friend, also checked the school forum. She shook her head and muttered, "What a bunch of idiots." Then he left the forum and continued practicing. She was too lazy to explain. At the same time, another explosive piece of information also spread on the forum. Holy crap! The sacred iron ore mountain behind our academy was chopped in half by a single sword strike. Following this title, there is a picture of a part of the iron ore mountain that has slid down obliquely. For a while, the students of Military University were talking about it. So powerful that it split the sacred mountain of Military University? Damn, that knife mark is very neat, that knife is very scary. To be able to split a sacred mountain with one sword, this strength must be at least 6 stars. Who did this? I don't know. The school leaders are already investigating. Chu Feng, the person involved, was unaware of all of the above, and he had already arrived at the cafeteria. The canteen here is open all year round. The military training department is not only for students from the military and military university, but also for students from other schools. It's just a matter of time. In addition, the canteen of the military training department is also open to the public. People from the society can come here to eat, and soldiers working at the checkpoints can also come here to eat. It was still early and not time for lunch, so Chu Feng bought some snacks at the small supermarket nearby. I want all the bread. I want all the ham sausages. I want all the packaged spicy chicken legs. I took all the food and drinks, such as milk, orange juice, and cola. The space I carry with me is almost full. The owner of the small supermarket was stunned when he saw these scenes. Hiss. Is this guy here to purchase goods? After buying a lot of snacks, I checked out and spent 50,000 yuan directly. After Chu Feng left, the boss looked at the empty shelves and couldn't believe it for a moment. Then he immediately took out his mobile phone and contacted the supplier. Chu Feng found a place to sit down, took out the snacks and devoured them frantically. With the help of delicious swallowing, you can swallow the food directly with your hands without passing it through your mouth. The speed is astonishingly fast. As you eat a lot of snacks, delicious energy flows through your body. Under the action of gourmet cells, physical strength recovers quickly. Qi and blood are also improving bit by bit. The more you eat, the stronger you become. In less than 20 minutes, all the snacks were devoured. At this time, the canteen finally opened for dinner. Chu Feng was the first to line up and took a look at the food window. There are many dishes. Braised rabbit meat, braised chicken legs, fried eggs, roast duck, tilapia, shrimp, cucumber, cabbage. The aunt holding the long spoon, her hand trembling slightly, asked, "What do you want to eat, handsome?" As he spoke, he picked up a disposable lunchbox. Chu Feng pointed at the tusk rabbit meat and asked, "How much is this?" 5 yuan apiece. I want them all. Ah. And chicken legs, eggs. I want all the dishes. Oh, and I also want a few buckets of rice. Hearing this, the auntie looked at Chu Feng with malicious eyes, and then shouted to the back, "Boss, someone is making trouble, come quickly." Who's making trouble? A fat man ran out from behind the kitchen. Other kitchen staff also came. Boss, he is the one causing trouble. The auntie who served the food pointed at Chu Feng and said. The fat boss came to Chu Feng, and asked doubtfully, "Are you making trouble?" Chu Feng said, "No. I just want to eat. By the way, you are the owner of the canteen, right? I want to talk to you about something." Fatty boss, as long as it's not a disturbance, anything is negotiable. Chu Feng smiled and said, "I want all the food in the cafeteria today." How much is it? The fat boss's face darkened. Are you kidding? Chu Feng took out his bank card and placed it on the table, swiped the card. The fat boss swallowed. Well, I can only sell you half at most. The rest must be sold to other people, otherwise many people will go hungry. Chu Feng nodded, okay. After agreeing on the price and swiping the card, the fat boss still couldn't believe it. He then took Chu Feng directly to the kitchen and said, "Little brother, these ingredients are all yours." Chu Feng was not polite either. He put some of the ingredients into the swallowing space on his body for future use, and used the delicious swallowing function to swallow up the rest of the ingredients in one breath. The fat boss, the chef and other staff were completely stunned. They were still wondering what Chu Feng wanted to do with so many ingredients, but they didn't expect that he would sell them all by himself in one go. Damn, that's enough food to feed 3,000 people. This amount of food is too exaggerated. Chu Feng left the cafeteria happily. After this meal, his physical strength returned to its peak, his qi and blood also increased a lot, and he directly broke through to the peak of the second star. Chapter 24, Killing 10 Level 4 Ferocious Beasts with One Strike. Have you eaten yet? What the hell, the food in the cafeteria is all sold out. Sold out so quickly? Not only are the meals sold out, but even the snacks in the small supermarket are gone. I can't even buy a bag of spicy noodles. What the hell, what's going on? I heard from the canteen waitress that there was a guy who sold half of the canteen's food and bought up all the snacks in the small supermarket. Grass. Half an hour later, many people groaned and complained. I was hungry on the first day of military training. So unlucky. The instigator, Chu Feng, appeared in an empty place, holding a sword in his right hand. What he has to do now is to superimpose gravity ability on crust cutting. Now, with the peak strength of the second star, the gravity has increased to 80 times. The range of the gravity field reaches 80 meters. Even a second-level ferocious beast would be crushed to death if it entered the gravity field. The momentum sank. He held the sword tightly in his right hand, and 80 times the gravity was superimposed on the sword, and only a slight buzzing sound was heard from the sword. Originally, this sword made of armored shark teeth weighed 12 kilograms. Now with 80 times the gravity added, it weighs almost 1,000 kilograms. When a knife is cut on the stone becomes like tofu. He took a deep breath, activated the crust cutting and slashed towards the sky. Swish! A black light flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng was stunned. It felt like I had swung out a terrifying blow, but it also felt like I had done nothing. Snap! Suddenly, the sword in his hand shattered. Depend on my 300,000. Looking at the sword that turned into pieces, Chu Feng felt heartbroken. It seems that I need to get a better quality sword to unleash the power of crustal cutting combined with gravity. Shaking his head, Chu Feng left. What Chu Feng didn't know was that the sword energy he slashed out instantly broke through the planet's atmosphere. A group of unlucky beasts flew past and were directly split in half by the sword energy. The beast, split in two, fell towards the planet. In the military training square, many students were chatting. Look, what's that? It's fallen down. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The others looked up, and their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, it's a ferocious beast. The ferocious beast is flying down? The beast is coming. The students fled in haste. Boom, boom. In a moment, many ferocious beasts fell to the ground, blood spurting out, and their flesh and blood were blurred. Is this a fourth-level ferocious beast, the pterosaur eagle? Why are they all dead? Like they were split in half. What on earth is going on? Hiss, who on earth is it that killed 10 fourth-level ferocious beasts, the pterosaur eagle? The students gathered around and looked, each one of them looking shocked and confused. On this side, Chu Feng heard the noise outside. When he walked out of the dormitory, he saw many students rushing towards the square. What happened? Chu Feng was puzzled. Then I heard a few students running and saying, I heard that 10 fourth-level beasts fell over the square, and they're all dead. Really? Go check it out. Chu Feng thought about it and went towards the square. If he could devour 10 fourth-level ferocious beasts, and calculate based on the 20 health gained from each fourth-level ferocious beast, that would be 200 health. When we arrived at the square, we saw a lot of students gathered there talking, and there were also military personnel dealing with the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Who is this? So powerful that he could kill 10 fourth-level beasts at once? It must have been done by a 6-star or 7-star warrior. That's right. Look at the cut, it's so neat, that cut is amazing. That's amazing. I also want to be a warrior like this. Chu Feng squeezed into the crowd and saw that there were indeed 10 fourth-level ferocious beasts, pterosaur eagles. Died miserably. The body was cut in two and fell to the ground, covered in blood. However, what Chu Feng didn't know was that it was the sword energy released by his crust cutting combined with 80 times the gravity that killed the 10 pterosaur eagles. There have been a lot of strange things happening lately. I heard that the iron mine at Military University was split in half by a single blow. And now these 10 ferocious beasts have been killed by a single blow. Hey, could it be that the same person did these two things? It's possible. This person is definitely a master with a knife. Perhaps the awakened innate ability is related to the knife? Several students were discussing. At this time, the car carrying the bodies arrived. The military loaded the bodies into the car. Xu Feng originally wanted to go up and ask for the body, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Then, he took out his cell phone and called Senior Shinsheng. "What's up? Senior Shinsheng, wasn't there a beast tide attack before? A lot of beasts must have died, right? What should we do with the bodies of those beasts? Some are burned, some are eaten, and some are used for research. Why do you ask? Oh, can you leave the corpses of the ferocious beasts that need to be burned to me in the future? What do you want the beast's corpse for? Eat. Hey, Senior Sister Shinsheng, are you still there? If you want the corpse of a ferocious beast, you have to apply for it. How do I apply? After you're officially enrolled and have enough points, you can apply. Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Xu Feng's eyes became clear. If he could apply for the corpse of the ferocious beast, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost to his strength improvement. Just imagine, many ferocious beasts will die in every beast tide. Even if 1/3 of the bodies of these ferocious beasts are devoured by Xu Feng, it will be a huge amount of blood and energy. After the pterosaur eagle's body was taken away, the students in the square did not disperse. Instead, more and more students appeared. Because the time for the freshman meeting is approaching. Xu Feng followed the instructions on the ground, found the location of Team 1, and then found a place nearby to sit down and wait. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Huang Ting and Zhang Yan ran over happily and sat next to Xu Feng. Brother Feng, did you see that just now? 10 pterosaur eagles were hacked to death and fell down. Huang Ting said, I heard that they were killed at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Zhang Yan said, the 4th-tier beast, the pterosaur eagle, is too terrifying. Even though it was smashed to pieces, its aura is still extremely violent. It's hard to breathe when you get close to it. Huang Ting nodded, yes, the pterosaur eagle is at the peak of the 4th level. It is even more terrifying than the golden python we encountered in Binhai City. Zhang Yan smiled, by the way, Brother Feng, with your current strength, it should be no problem to deal with a 4th-level beast, right? Hey! Huang Ting said, Brother Feng killed the 3rd-level beast Thunder Frog in one blow. Even if he can't kill the 4th-level beast, he still has the strength to fight. Xu Feng smiled and said nothing. Beep beep. As time passed, the meeting time came. A whistle sounded, and dozens of instructors marched in 2 columns. Chapter 25, Trampling You One by One. Dozens of instructors marched into the venue with uniform steps. Each instructor's strength is around 4 stars. The chief instructor's strength is even 5 stars. Stand still. The chief instructor gave an order. Hundreds of instructors immediately stopped and stood in line. Then, the chief instructor faced the chaotic students in the square and issued an order. All freshmen have it. Immediately find your class seat and line up, boys in one row, girls in another. The voice was full of majesty, shaking the entire space and making people's blood boil. Crash. Thousands of students quickly took action and lined up. Xu Feng is no exception. Looking around, the entire square was filled with densely packed students standing in neat rows. As far as we know, there are 60 classes of freshmen in the military university this year, with about 50 students in each class, totaling more than 3,000 students. A small number of students were selected from high schools in various cities, a small number of students were recommended internally, and most of the students were directly promoted from the military and military high school affiliated school. But no matter what, those who can enter the military university are all gifted geniuses and the best of the younger generation of mankind. After the chief instructor spoke a few more words, it was the turn of the president of the military university to speak. I saw a white-haired old man flying down from the sky. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his eyes were shining with brilliance. The principal delivered a passionate speech, the general meaning of which was that he hoped everyone would work hard to practice, improve their strength, fight against ferocious beasts, and protect the human home. Okay, then, let's invite Xu Feng, this year's top scorer in the 3S-level Talent College entrance examination, to come up and give a speech. The principal changed his tone and spoke with a smile. Although his voice was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. All the students looked moved. Many of them have long wanted to see who this year's only 3S-level talent is, and many of them have fighting spirit in their eyes. Xu Feng was completely dumbfounded. Depend on. No one told him that there would be a segment where he would give a speech on stage. Brother Feng, I'm calling you. Fuck, Brother Feng, hurry up. Huang Ting and Zhang and behind him spoke up one after another, their eyes full of admiration. Ni Zimeng and Li Lulu, who were in the same class, also turned to look at Chu Feng. Other students also talked about it. Chu Feng? He seems to be from class 1. Which one is Chu Feng? Chu Feng was speechless. I haven't prepared anything, what can I say? Seeing that Chu Feng had not yet appeared, the chief instructor said, Has Chu Feng from class 1 arrived? Please come up and speak. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng left the team and walked forward. Since he can't escape, he will face it calmly. Students were chattering all around. Is he Chu Feng? He's kind of handsome. He's handsome and talented, I love him. No, why does he look familiar? I remember now, isn't he the guy who dated goddess Xinqing on the hill? Fuck, it's really him. Nima, it turned out to be him. Suddenly, many students looked unhappy. Chu Feng ignored the envious and jealous looks of the crowd and walked to the principal's side. I, Chu Feng, will be the strongest in this session. Chu Feng shouted, If you don't agree, come and fight me. I will crush you one by one. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned, and then became excited. The strongest? TSK, do you think having a 3S-level talent and ability means you're definitely the strongest? To become the strongest, natural talent and abilities are certainly important, but combat skills and experience are also necessary, right? Level 3S talent only has a high starting point and a high ceiling, it doesn't represent everything. How dare you make such a boast? Fuck. So arrogant. Is it so high profile? I thought Chu Feng would talk about how to practice and how to fight against ferocious beasts, but I didn't expect that he would actually challenge everyone. Mad. It's crazy. Especially those students with 2S-level talents and abilities, their eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit, and they couldn't wait to go up and fight Chu Feng. Noticing the fighting spirit in the students' eyes, the principal smiled slightly. What he wanted was this kind of hot-blooded drive and madness. Only in this way could he work hard, break through his limits, and have a chance to survive the battle with the ferocious beast. He never expected that this little guy Chu Feng would be so capable, and he liked it very much. Chu Feng ignored everyone's comments, walked down and returned to his seat. Among the classmates, some admired Chu Feng, while others were unhappy with him, and their expressions varied. Chu Feng remained calm. Fuck, Brother Feng, you're awesome. Brother Feng, you are so arrogant, I like it. Huang Ting and Zhang Yan's eyes were full of admiration again. Others may not know, but they both know very well that Chu Feng is more than just a 3S-level talent. He has the capital to be arrogant and to challenge everyone. Chu Feng smiled and said, Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. The students nearby rolled their eyes when they heard Chu Feng's words. Low profile? Just now he was threatening to step on everyone. Next, the principal gave some encouraging words, and then it was the turn of the chief instructor to talk about the content of military training, and finally the instructors distributed it to each class. The instructor of Chu Feng's class was named Li Danhai. He was 1.8 meters tall, had dark skin, and was a 4-star peak strength. He was very majestic. Instructor Li readjusted the students' positions, explained the content and precautions of the military training, and then dismissed them. Before leaving, Chu Feng also picked out 3 sets of military uniforms, which he would wear during the military training days. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already dark. Chu Feng went to take a shower. Come to the boys' public bathroom. There were already quite a few people inside, the sound of water splashing was loud, and some students were singing while taking a bath, which was really unpleasant. Chu Feng quickly finished his shower amidst the deadly singing. Huang Ting, lying on his bed, couldn't wait to speak as he entered the dormitory. Brother Feng, hurry up and go to the military university forum. A lot of people are discussing you and want to challenge you. Chu Feng put his things away, took out his mobile phone, entered the forum, and saw an eye-catching post. Chu Feng, the top student in the college entrance examination and a 3S-level gifted student, said he would trample everyone under his feet one by one. There are 999 plus discussions under this post. Chu Feng browsed through it. There were freshmen from the same class as him, as well as seniors. Most of them wanted to challenge Chu Feng to a duel. There were also some jealous and envious guys who said very unpleasant things. In response, Chu Feng smiled slightly and ignored it. Fuck, I'm so hungry. Me too. I didn't eat lunch or afternoon either. I don't know who bought up half of the food in the cafeteria in one go. I was too late and there wasn't even a sip of soup left. Yeah, I couldn't even get a pack of spicy noodles from the mini-mart. I'm so hungry. Huang Ting and Zhang Yan were complaining. Many other students in the dormitory were also growling with hunger, complaining and groaning. Suddenly, Huang Ting screamed, "Fuck, Brother Feng, why are you still eating chicken legs?" Chapter 26 Instructorly, this kid is interesting. After hearing Huang Ting's words, everyone in the dormitory looked at Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng eating the chicken leg with relish, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva and wanted to rush up to take a bite. Gurgle. Huang Ting swallowed hard and begged, "Brother Feng, can you give me a bite? I'm so hungry." Zhenyan licked his lips and said, "Brother Feng, I don't want to eat the bones, can you give them to me?" Chu Feng took out 2 chicken legs from the devouring space and gave them to them. Huang Ting and Zhang Yan burst into tears when they saw the chicken legs. "Brother Feng, you are my real brother, thank you so much. Brother Feng, my love for you is like a surging river. Come give me a kiss." The two of them wished they could be Chu Feng's pendants. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Just treat me to a meal some other day." At this time, the other students in the dormitory looked over one by one, their faces full of want-to-eat expressions, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Classmate Chu Feng, do you have any food? Can you give me some? Classmate Chu Feng, can I buy a chicken drumstick from you? Any price is fine. Student Chu Feng, I also want to buy chicken legs. Chu Feng took out some chicken legs and snacks and distributed them to other students. Thank you, Chu Feng. Chu Feng, you are such a brother. Chu Feng, from now on you will be my big brother. Other students spoke up one after another and expressed their gratitude to Chu Feng. Hearing this, Chu Feng felt a little embarrassed and smiled and said, "Just treat me to a meal some other day." Although I lost some delicious food and a little energy, my relationship with my classmates became closer. It would be good if those bad things wouldn't happen in the future. After eating the food distributed by Chu Feng, everyone was still hungry, but they could still bear it if they endured it. Not long after, the lights in the dormitory went out automatically, meaning it was time to go to bed. Brother Feng. Huang Ting whispered, "Why don't you sleep in your military uniform?" Sleeping in military uniform? Chu Feng was stunned. Zheng Yan, who was standing beside him, said, "Brother Feng, you don't know yet? There might be an emergency call in the middle of the night. If you sleep in your military uniform, you won't be in a rush during the call." Other students also spoke up. Yes, I learned from the forum that military training has emergency assemblies, usually in the middle of the night. It's very abnormal. When the whistle blows, we have to gather in the square within half a minute. Those who are late will be punished. One senior student shared his experience. There was an emergency meeting at 2 a.m., and some people ran there without even having time to put on their pants. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, "What are you still arguing about? Go to sleep quickly." A tall figure stood at the door, looking awe-inspiring. Everyone was silent. Chu Feng thought about it, followed the advice of his classmates, put on his military uniform, and lay down. It is about 1,000 meters from the dormitory to the square. With Chu Feng's current strength, he can reach it in a few seconds. But getting dressed and wearing shoes is a waste of time. As time passed, Chu Feng fell asleep unknowingly. I didn't know how long it had been, but I vaguely heard a series of rapid whistles, followed by a majestic voice, "Everyone, assemble immediately." Chu Feng was awakened. Crash. The other people in the dormitory were also shocked. Fuck. Emergency assembly. Hurry up and gather. Several classmates have already rushed out. It turned out that they not only wore their military uniforms but also their shoes when they slept. Chu Feng woke up, quickly put on his shoes, activated the anti-gravity flight and flew out at a terrifying speed. There were many students running wildly on the road. Noticing Chu Feng flying through the air like a meteor, everyone looked horrified. Who the hell is this? Such a fast speed. Hiss, so fast. Fuck, isn't that Brother Feng? At the same time. Ha, I'm the fastest. I'm the fastest. The two students were running at full speed, chasing each other. At this moment, a faster figure whizzed past their heads. Fuck, who is that guy? So fast. What? Faster than me? The two students were dumbfounded. Boom. Chu Feng activated the anti-gravity flight and moved forward at the fastest speed. In a moment, he arrived at the square and landed at the location of Class 1. Instructor Lee, who was standing not far away, saw Chu Feng arrive first and noticed his extremely amazing speed, with surprise in his eyes. The instructors of other classes also showed shock on their faces. Even the chief instructor found it incredible. After a few seconds, other students rushed over and found their places in line. After 30 seconds, many students still arrived late, some of them even without military uniforms or shoes. After Instructor Lee organized the class, because someone was late, everyone was punished and had to do 1,000 push-ups. 1,000? That's too much. It's killing me, so many. Depend on. Many students exclaimed with grim expressions. Instructor Lee's face darkened and he shouted, "Stand at attention. Everyone be quiet and stand still." Then, as the whistle sounded, everyone started doing push-ups. Many students lay on the ground after doing 400. For the better ones, you can reach 450, which is the limit. Chu Feng did 600 in one breath. He felt a little tired, but he could still move. In the end, Chu Feng was the only one doing push-ups in the whole class. Instructor Lee looked at Chu Feng, who was still doing push-ups tirelessly, and the shock in his eyes grew stronger. The other students looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster. Soon, Chu Feng did 800 push-ups, reaching his limit, and then secretly took out the food from the devouring space, directly activated the delicious devouring to eat it, replenishing his qi and blood, restoring his physical strength, and continued to do 1,000 push-ups in one breath. Instructor Lee was stunned when he saw it. The other students were dumbfounded. Fuck, it's Brother Feng, so awesome. He did 1,000 push-ups in one go. Is he really a freshman? Too strong. Many female classmates looked at Chu Feng with burning eyes. Instructor Lee, I'm done. Chu Feng stood up and said. Okay. Instructor Lee nodded, you can go back to sleep. Everyone else, keep going. If you can't finish it, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Upon hearing this, the other students looked ashen. Chu Feng said nothing and walked away. The other students were very envious. Instructor Lee looked at Chu Feng's receding figure and said with a smile, "This kid is quite interesting." Chu Feng didn't know when the other students finished their 1,000 push-ups. Anyway, after returning to the dormitory, he took off his shoes and military uniform, lay on the bed, and pondered in his mind how to merge the gravity ability and the devouring ability. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. Chapter 27: Development of Devouring Gravity Ball. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. A rapid ringing sounded. Emergency assembly, emergency assembly. Some classmates woke up and screamed. Crash. Other students were also awakened from their sleep, in a panic, and some even ran out while putting on their shoes. At this time, a classmate smiled and said, "Sorry, it was my cell phone alarm that rang." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then started to blame. Shit. It's the alarm clock. I was so scared. You bastard. Phew, it was a false alarm. Fuck, who just said emergency assembly? Chu Feng opened his eyes, looked at his phone, and found that it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Thinking back to last night's consideration of integrating gravity ability and devouring ability, I felt it was quite promising. The gravity ability can generate a strong gravitational force to suck surrounding objects in, and the devouring ability can also suck surrounding objects in. If the two merge, a more powerful devouring gravity will be generated. I'll have to study it carefully when I have time. Chu Feng thought. But, time to get up now. At 6:30, we would go to the square to train for 2 hours, then have half an hour for breakfast, and then continue training until noon. After washing, he put on his military uniform and cap and walked towards the square. There were many students on the road who were also rushing to the square. My hands are so sore. Damn, I did 1,000 push-ups last night. How can I not be sore? Did you hear about that? There was a guy on shift 1 last night who did 1,000 push-ups in one go, like it was nothing. I heard about that guy with the SSS-level talent and abilities. I have to say, he's super powerful. Indeed. 400 or 500 is our limit, but he can do 1,000 with ease. That's amazing. Chu Feng, the person involved, turned a deaf ear to it. He has the gift of 3S-level gourmet cells, and his physique is different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he is already a 2-star peak warrior, so naturally he can do 1,000 push-ups. When we arrived at the square, many students were already queuing up. Chu Feng walked into the team. Not long after, everyone in the class arrived, including Instructor Lee. After the team, Instructor Lee explained the content of the drill. It's very simple, one is running, and the other is frog jumping. But after hearing the specific content of the exercise, most of the students in the class were shocked. Run 500 laps around the square? Do 50 frog jumps around the square? This is the standard for monsters. How can one still live like this? What a devilish training. Xu Feng said nothing, his expression indifferent. Military training is basically physical training. As long as you don't die from training, train to death. Only in this way can you become strong, and only by becoming strong can you survive among billions of ferocious beasts. Instructor Lee blew the whistle. Although everyone was reluctant, they did not dare to disobey and carried out the order anyway. After running 100 laps, some people couldn't hold on any longer. After running 200 laps, half of the people collapsed from exhaustion. After running 300 laps, only 1/5 of the people were left. After running 400 laps, only Xu Feng was left. There is no way. Xu Feng's innate ability is Gourmet Cells, and it is 3S level. In addition, it was activated once last time, so his physique is terrifyingly strong. The classmates looked at Xu Feng as if he were a monster. Even Instructor Lee looked at Xu Feng in shock. Xu Feng ran 500 laps in one breath. Instructor, I have done 50 frog jumps now. Can I go have breakfast? Xu Feng asked. Instructor Lee thought for a moment and said, okay. Once you've completed the drill, you can go have breakfast first. After getting a positive answer, Xu Feng secretly devoured a dozen chicken legs, replenished some energy, and immediately did frog jumps. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. Xu Feng seemed like a tireless machine. I completed 45 laps in one go. The classmates were stunned. There were 5 laps left, and Xu Feng finished them quickly, with a calm expression and steady breath. Instructor. Xu Feng said, then I'll leave first. Instructor Lee nodded. The other students in the class were envious. Brother Feng is so fierce. Awesome. 666. Terribly strong. Xu Feng left under the envious gaze of his classmates. Without a doubt, he was the first one to arrive at the dining hall. The canteen was bustling with activity as breakfast was being prepared. Xu Feng went directly to the canteen owner. Huh? You want to buy half of breakfast again? No. No. You bought half of the food yesterday, causing many people to go hungry. I was criticized. Then boss, how much can you buy for me at most? I can only give you enough for 100 people at most. All right. After Xu Feng received 100 breakfasts, he went to the small supermarket. The owner of the small supermarket saw Xu Feng coming and immediately greeted him with a smile. My dear classmate, you are here again. What do you need this time? I worked overtime last night and finally managed to replenish the goods. Xu Feng smiled and said, pack up everything that's edible for me. Okay. The small supermarket owner was very happy. After leaving, Xu Feng directly devoured breakfast for 100 people and a large number of snacks. Check your qi and blood. Xu Feng shook his head. Although I eat a lot, my qi and blood are only slightly improved. It seems that we still have to devour the ferocious beast. Xu Feng thought. Besides, he had spent a lot of money and needed to earn money to buy a good sword and possibly some fighting skills. This requires a lot of money. Certainly. There is no rush to make money. After military training, you can hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for subsidies. It is not difficult to make money. There is about an hour left, and Xu Feng plans to find a place to integrate the gravity ability and the devouring ability. We came to an open space on the small hill behind the dormitory. Take action now. The gravitational force of gravity ability and the devouring force of devouring ability are interconnected. If the two are combined, they will definitely produce unexpected results. After half an hour of hard work, it was finally developed successfully. Ha ha! It really works! Very good. Xu Feng was very excited. As his eyes moved, a black sphere about the size of a basketball appeared behind him, similar to the truth-seeking ball in Naruto, but its function was completely different from that of the truth-seeking ball. If I had to give it a name, this skill would be called Devouring Gravity Ball. As soon as this devouring gravity ball appeared, 80 times the gravity instantly enveloped an area of 80 meters in radius. At the same time, a powerful devouring force surged out, forcibly sucking in objects within 800 meters. At this moment, Chu Feng himself was like a planet with huge mass. A huge stone 500 meters away, as well as the glass windows of the dormitory, tiles on the wall, etc., were all sucked over in an instant and entered the gravitational field within 80 meters. These things were crushed into pieces by gravity. At the same time, click, click. Buildings within 800 meters were affected and showed signs of explosion. Fuck! Chu Feng was shocked. I didn't expect this ability to be so strong, so I quickly stopped swallowing the gravity ball. Looking around, I saw a mess and the nearby buildings were completely unrecognizable, as if they had been through an earthquake. Boom! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Chu Feng. Chapter 28: The Shocked Chief Instructor. Chief Instructor. Seeing the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Chu Feng's face changed slightly. It seems that the damage caused by the devouring gravity ball just now has attracted his attention. The chief instructor's face was gloomy. He glanced around and saw the devastation and the damaged buildings. His brows furrowed. Finally, his gaze fell on Chu Feng. Did you do this? Chu Feng nodded. Yeah. Isn't it time for training now? The chief instructor changed the subject. Why are you here? Oh, I have already completed the training assigned by the instructor ahead of time. Chu Feng replied. The instructor allowed me to have breakfast first. After breakfast, I feel like I have some free time, so I come here to develop my skills. There is nothing to hide, just tell the truth. He doesn't want to hide his strength anyway. You said you were developing skills? The chief instructor's expression was moved. In fact, he had already recognized Chu Feng. After all, during the big gathering yesterday, Chu Feng came up to speak and said that he would trample everyone under his feet. The chief instructor was impressed by Chu Feng. Yes. Chu Feng replied. The chief instructor showed a hint of interest. What skills are you developing? Show me. He wanted to know what kind of skills this kid Chu Feng was developing to mess up the surroundings like this. Chu Feng did not reply, but took action directly and released the devouring gravity ball immediately. A black sphere appeared behind him, and 80 times the gravity enveloped him. At the same time, a powerful devouring force gushed out in all directions with Chu Feng as the center. The chief instructor was caught off guard and was immediately pressed down by 80 times the gravity, unable to straighten his back. It was as if a huge rock was supporting his back, while his body was moving closer to Chu Feng. This is? Startled, the chief instructor quickly released his aura, releasing a wave of hot air from his body, and his whole body was surrounded by red flames. He forced himself to stabilize himself. Click, click. However, the building not far away was once again affected by the devouring force, exploded directly, and then collapsed with a boom. Stop now, the chief instructor shouted. Chu Feng quickly put away the devouring gravity ball. Looking at several collapsed buildings not far away, Chu Feng was stunned. The chief instructor was also stunned. Taking a deep breath, the chief instructor stared at Chu Feng. You can't blame me, chief instructor. Chu Feng said. You brat. The chief instructor wanted to curse but couldn't. Alright, get out of here. When you're developing skills and practicing, stay away from me. The black sphere that Chu Feng just created not only has terrifying gravity, but also terrifying devouring power. If it is used in a building, no building will be able to withstand it. But then again, doesn't Chu Feng have the gift of 3S-level gourmet cells? What the hell is this gravity and devouring power? Thank you, chief instructor. Chu Feng said, then left quickly. Not asking him for compensation is better than anything else. However, the chief instructor is right. We must be careful when using gravity and devouring abilities in the future. Otherwise, if you collapse someone's house, you will have to pay compensation. Return to the square. Many students are still practicing. Chu Feng found a shady place to sit down and watched other students still running and frog jumping hard. Many students have S-level or even 2S-level talents, but many of them are not talents for strengthening the physical body, unlike Chu Feng's Gourmet Cell talent, which is specifically for strengthening the physical body. Therefore, his physical fitness is much more terrifying than that of ordinary students. Moreover, as long as you keep eating, your body will continue to strengthen, and you don't even need to practice. In particular, the activation of gourmet cells will greatly improve your body. Speaking of which, the last time I was hunting ferocious beasts outside Binhai City, I encountered the eggs of an armored giant crocodile, which is the ingredient for activating gourmet cells. I don't know if there are any other ingredients besides this that can activate the gourmet cells. Also, the system devouring task is about to be updated. However, the first 3 updates of the devouring mission were all completed with the help of Senior Shinchin using the 3 requirements. I'm afraid that I will have to complete the devouring mission updated in the future by myself. As time passed, the morning drill ended, the students finished their breakfast, gathered again, and continued today's training. It's still physical training. At the end of the day, countless students complained bitterly, their legs trembled when they walked, as if their bodies were hollowed out. Brother Feng, we are all exhausted after this day's training. Our legs are weak and we are shaking even when we walk. How come you act like nothing happened? Huang Ting asked curiously, but his eyes were full of envy and admiration. Yes, Brother Feng, after the training, my chopsticks were shaking even when I was eating, but you were safe and sound. Zheng Yan also admired him. The other students looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster. And Chu Feng smiled. You know, gourmet cells have a very strong ability to adapt to the environment, which is not comparable to ordinary cells. As mentioned before, the abnormality of the gourmet cell talent ability is that eating delicious food will make you stronger, and eating the right kind of delicious food will make you even stronger. If you add hard training, it will be icing on the cake. It can be said that after the exercise, not only was he fine, but his body became even better. The next 5 days of military training were all extreme physical training. Many other students were exhausted, but a few students gradually adapted to this training and strengthened their bodies. Chu Feng reaped great rewards. His muscles grew bigger and he felt full of strength. A new day of military training begins. After a few days of training, everyone's physical fitness has improved a lot. Today we are going to start new training. Instructor Li said. A student asked, Instructor Li, what is today's training task? Instructor Li said, today, we are going to do a long-distance run to train your endurance. The starting point of the long-distance race is the military training department, and the end point is Yunzhou City. When the students heard what Instructor Li said, they were furious. Is this a joke? Taking bus number 11 to Yunzhou City, wouldn't that be exhausting? What a pervert. You know, it's 500 kilometers from the military training department to Jinzhou City along the national highway. If you take public transportation or use your natural abilities, a 500-kilometer journey is not a big deal, but if you run on your own 2 feet, it would be a huge challenge. Quiet. Instructor Li shouted sternly, then explained some precautions for the long run and finally gave the order, move. Under the leadership of Instructor Li, all the students in Class 1 jogged towards Yunzhou City. After students from other classes formed their teams, they also set off under the leadership of their instructors. For the students' safety, the chief instructor and a 50-man army were also accompanying them. Chapter 29 Swallowing 50 Beasts in One Breath, shocking everyone. A student team of about 3,000 people was running on the national highway, escorted by military vehicles in front, behind, and on both sides of the team. In a military vehicle. Mr. Shen, are there any good seedlings this year? Asked a dark-skinned man in military uniform standing next to him. He is the captain of the mobile team, Lin Tianyun. Chief Instructor Shen put his hands behind his back and stared ahead. Are there any good candidates? There are still a few. Captain Lin thought for a moment and said, didn't they say there's a 3S-level gifted student this year? He should be pretty good, right? As far as I know, there hasn't been a 3S-level genius with supernatural powers in many years. Hearing this, Instructor Shen smiled slightly. Are you talking about that kid? His name is Chu Feng, and he is indeed very powerful. Among the freshmen of this year's military university, there are 4 promising talents that he has his eyes on, among whom Chu Feng is his most promising. After all, he had personally experienced Chu Feng's strength. Oh? Captain Lin's eyes flickered slightly. You've just said the word powerful. So, that kid must be something special. Chief Instructor Shen smiled and said nothing more. He looked into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Over here. All the students in each class followed the first military vehicle and ran forward at a moderate pace. A long line formed on the national highway. At the beginning, the students were able to maintain a steady pace, but after 2 hours, many students looked tired, especially some female students who looked pale. Noticing this situation, the instructors of each class blew their whistles, cheering them on, encouraging them, and even resorting to provocation. Hold on a little longer, you'll be able to rest soon. Hold on, you must hold on. Look, the class next door is almost overtaking us. Do you want to fall behind? After various interventions from the instructors, the students persevered with their lives, but as time went on, many students reached their limits and collapsed from exhaustion. Mr. Shin, most of the students have reached their limit, let's stop and rest, said Captain Lin. Instructor Shin nodded. We've been running for almost 3 hours, about 70 kilometers. This result is better than previous years. Pass the order down and rest where you are. Beep beep. The whistle sounded. Immediately, the instructors of each class gave the order to stop advancing. Finally, I can rest. So fucking tired. Fuck. I'm so tired. I can't take it anymore. My body is falling apart. Once they stopped, countless students simply lay on the ground, not wanting to move anymore. Chu Feng just felt that his physical energy was a little consumed, but he was not tired at all. After secretly swallowing some food, he quickly recovered to his peak state and felt relaxed all over. Ha ha. Suddenly, there were sharp and strange screams coming from above my head. The sound was like a needle piercing my eardrum, making me feel uncomfortable. Looking up, I saw a group of flying beasts rushing out of the clouds. They looked like pterosaurs, but their bodies were shining with a metallic luster. Ironclad pterosaur. It's the ironclad pterosaur. The beast is coming. Many students panicked. Chu Feng looked at the armored pterosaur swooping down, and he did not feel panic at all, but felt a little excited instead. Iron armored pterosaur, a second-level ferocious beast. It is an extremely dangerous existence to other students, but in front of Chu Feng it is living blood and energy. He had a feeling that the system devouring task was about to be updated. If all these armored pterosaurs were devoured, would the system devouring task be updated? It doesn't matter if there is no update. By devouring these armored pterosaurs, at least I can gain a lot of energy and blood. Calm. Don't panic. Don't run around. The instructors of each class quickly calmed the students down and prepared them for battle. Other soldiers and warriors following the team also immediately stood guard to protect the students. Mr. Shin, there are almost 50 armored pterosaurs. Let me do it. Captain Lin said, not worried at all. Instructor Shin nodded calmly, okay, come on. It is not uncommon for us to be attacked by ferocious beasts during long-distance running training every year. Besides, there's nothing to worry about. There is no danger within the level. After all, there are 2 5-star warriors and more than 100 4-star warriors. Even if you encounter a beast tide of tens of thousands, you can easily deal with it. Just as Captain Lin was about to take action, Chu Feng activated anti-gravity flight and flew high into the sky at a terrifying speed, rushing towards the group of armored pterosaurs. Seeing this scene, all the students present were stunned. Chief Instructor Shin, Captain Lin, and other instructors were also stunned. Damn, who is this kid? How dare you rush forward? The first person to react was Instructor Li from Chu Feng's class. His eyes darkened and he was a little angry. This kid, is he trying to kill himself? As he spoke, he burst out all his energy and prepared to save Chu Feng. At the same time, Captain Lin also burst out with his aura, ready to attack. However, Instructor Shin narrowed his eyes but did not move. Instead, he muttered with interest, oh, it's that kid. On this side, the group of armored pterosaurs noticed Chu Feng rushing towards them. Fierceness flashed in their eyes, strange cries came out of their mouths, and they exposed their sharp claws, trying to tear Chu Feng to pieces. And at this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Chu Feng's body, and at the same time, he activated Delicious Devouring, instantly locking all the armored pterosaurs and forcibly sucking them to his side. The group of armored pterosaurs struggled, screamed, and tried desperately to escape, but they couldn't escape at all. They could be seen disappearing one after another with the naked eye, and were ruthlessly swallowed by Chu Feng. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. It was a long time before someone reacted, with gasps and exclamations of surprise. Hiss! Hiss! What's going on? Why are all the ironclad pterosaurs gone? Did he devour all the ironclad pterosaurs? So strong. Isn't that guy Chu Feng, the 3S-level gifted superpower from Class 1? Yes, it's him, so scary. Why is he so strong? Pervert. Such a pervert. In addition to being shocked, more people couldn't understand why Chu Feng was so powerful. They are all freshmen, so why is there such a big gap between them? You know, they all felt tremendous pressure when facing an armored pterosaur, and some of them even couldn't muster up the courage to fight. Chu Feng, by himself, devoured almost 50 armored pterosaurs in one go. Is this still a freshman? I used to think Chu Feng's speech at the rally was very arrogant, but now I think that speech was too low-key. Apart from the students who were shocked and confused, all the instructors, soldiers and warriors from the escort team, and even Captain Lin were all looking incredulous. Even their 4-star warriors couldn't have wiped out nearly 52nd-level ferocious beasts, iron-armored pterosaurs, in one breath. However, Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, Mi Zimeng and Li Lulu, who had already witnessed Chu Feng's strength, seemed somewhat calm. After all, they still remembered vividly the scenes of Chu Feng chasing the beast tide and killing them indiscriminately in Binhai City. Less than 52nd-level ferocious beasts are not enough for Chu Feng to fill his teeth. Brother Feng, you've become stronger again. However, when Huang Ting, Zhang Yan, Mi Zimeng and Li Lulu looked at Chu Feng, the admiration in their eyes became even stronger. Ha ha! Instructor Shen laughed, that kid is really strong. Chapter 30. This is not his full strength. Chu Feng ignored everyone's shock and flew down happily from mid-air. The previous wave of devouring gained 48 points of health, which is equivalent to 1 point of health provided by an armored pterosaur. The strength has improved a little bit. What's even better is that the system swallowing task is here. Ding! Devouring mission updated. Task 1, devour the scythe beetle, reward, mountain crushing kick. Task 2, devour the demonic wind wolf, reward, poison immunity. Choose one of the two. Please make your choice as soon as possible. If you do not make a choice after 3 days, the mission will be cancelled. Seeing the content of the task, Chu Feng frowned. Let us look at task 1 first. Scythe beetle, a 2nd-level ferocious beast. It can fly in the air, and its strongest attack is its 2 sickle-like front legs, which can easily cut through 10 cm steel plates. I heard that 10 years ago, a small city was attacked by a swarm of sickle beetles. If the 5-star warrior had not arrived in time, the entire city would have been destroyed. If fighting alone, the sickle beetle can fight against a 3-star human warrior. Although Chu Feng is still a 2-star warrior, he can still deal with the sickle beetle easily. Let us look at task 2. Demonic wind wolf, a 3rd-level ferocious beast. A social species that can use the magical power of wind. There was once a magic wind wolf leader who could spit out a terrifying hurricane from his mouth, which directly destroyed an entire town. With Chu Feng's current strength, hunting a demonic wind wolf is easy. In this way, both task 1 and task 2 can be completed, so we have to see which reward is more practical. Mountain crushing kick is a mid-grade yellow-level combat skill. After it is unleashed, the legs gather powerful energy that can blow up a mountain. If Chu Feng obtains this combat skill, combined with his gourmet cells and gravity ability talents, it will unleash even greater power. Then, Chu Feng's strength will be improved to a higher level. Let us look at poison immunity, a secret skill. Once you obtain it, although it cannot improve your combat power, it can make you immune to any poison. In this world, there are many warriors who use poison, and there are also many ferocious beasts that use poison. According to Chu Feng's knowledge, the demon snake, one of the 12 beast kings, uses poison. A single drop of venom can destroy a megacity. If he gains poison immunity, Chu Feng can ignore any poison. These two rewards each have their own advantages. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng made a decision. I choose task 2. Chu Feng muttered silently. Because, as for combat skills, you can still obtain them in the future, but if you miss poison immunity, you may never get it again. Moreover, having gained poison immunity, Chu Feng can act with impunity when encountering opponents who use poison. Ding! You have made your choice. Please devour the demonic wind wolf as soon as possible to complete the mission. System prompts. A smile appeared on his lips, and he was happy inside. Although there is no time limit, Chu Feng plans to capture the demonic wind wolf when he is free in the evening. At this time, the eyes of other students, instructors and others had not yet moved away from Chu Feng, and many people's eyes on Chu Feng had changed. That guy is really amazing. I admit that I misunderstood him before. Well, I'm jealous. Level 3's talents are so terrifying. So handsome, I really want to be his girlfriend. Mr. Shen, the good seedling you are talking about is that kid, right? Captain Lin restrained his breath, stared at Chu Feng, and spoke to Instructor Shen. Instructor Shen nodded, that's right. It's that kid. What do you think? Strong. Very strong. Captain Lin took a deep breath and replied, stronger than any of the freshman geniuses in previous years. Judging from Chu Feng's energy and blood, he is clearly a 2-star peak warrior, but he can swallow almost 50 armored pterosaurs in one breath. This is simply abnormal. As we all know, it is very impressive for a 2-star warrior to be able to fight against a 2nd-level ferocious beast. Instructor Shen laughed and said, but this is not his full strength. Before this, he had seen Chu Feng unleash his skills of gravity and devouring power, which made him feel a little pressured, but just now Chu Feng was only releasing the devouring ability. What? Captain Lin was shocked. Isn't this his full potential? But he's clearly only at the peak of 2 stars? Hearing this, Chief Instructor Shen narrowed his eyes. He knew something about Chu Feng. From the information provided by the school, Chu Feng's innate ability was level 3 Gourmet Cells, not gravity or devouring power. But now, he has seen Chu Feng demonstrate gravity and devouring power. After thinking for a moment, Instructor Shen said, perhaps, that kid has more than one innate ability. How is that possible? Captain Lin revealed an expression of disbelief. Can't a warrior only awaken one innate ability? I've never heard of a warrior with 2 innate abilities before. Instructor Shen shook his head, I'm just guessing. Indeed. Over the years, there has not been a warrior with dual talents and abilities. If they knew that Chu Feng had 3 innate abilities, and they were all 3S level, they would be scared to death. Over here. Instructor Li was a little angry at first, but when he saw Chu Feng destroy so many armored pterosaurs in an instant, he was frightened by Chu Feng's strength. The words he wanted to curse Chu Feng rolled in his throat and he swallowed them back into his stomach. Putting on a smile, Instructor Li lectured Chu Feng, you kid, from now on, you must obey orders and don't act on your own. Judging from the training in recent days, Chu Feng can complete all kinds of devilish training with ease. He knows that Chu Feng is very strong, but he didn't expect Chu Feng to be so perverted. Seriously, he was terrified. I understand, Instructor Li. Chu Feng sincerely admitted his mistake. After all, this is like being in the military, you have to obey orders. Beep. After a while, the whistle sounded and the break was over. After Instructor Shen gave the order, all the students continued to run. After running for 4 hours straight and covering more than 100 kilometers, countless students collapsed from exhaustion again. Many of the students had persevered until now with their strong will, but once they stopped, they fell to the ground one by one like dead dogs. Chu Feng's face was not red, his heart was not beating fast, and he didn't feel anything. He just ran for so long, sweated a lot, and felt a little hungry and thirsty. Sit down where you are. Take out the chicken legs and fruit juice drinks from the devouring space, eat and drink them at the same time, it's so delicious. The other students were stunned by Chu Feng's every move. Brother Feng, can you give me something to drink? Huang Ting asked weakly. Zhengyan also spoke faintly, fuck, Brother Feng, how come you have juice drinks? They haven't had a sip of water since they set out, 5 or 6 hours ago. The main reason was that before departure, the instructor did not remind us to bring food and water. Chu Feng took out drinks from the devouring space and distributed them to Huang Ting and Zhengyan. After all, the two were his younger brothers, so he naturally had to take care of them. Thank you, Brother Feng. Huang Ting and Zhengyan are extremely grateful. Mi Ziming and Li Lulu gritted their teeth and walked over. Classmate Chu Feng, can you give me some to drink too? It was August now, and the weather was scorching hot. Running for hours straight would make anyone's throat burn with thirst. Chapter 31 Chu Feng, I also want to drink milk. Chu Feng took out 2 bottles of milk and gave them to Mi Ziming and Li Lulu. Thank you, Chu Feng. Student Chu Feng, you are so nice. Mi Ziming and Li Lulu were all smiles, wishing they could become Chu Feng's girlfriends right there and then. Student Chu Feng, I want to drink milk too. Brother Feng, do you have any water left? Please give me some, okay? Brother Feng, I want one too. Other students in the class also spoke up. Looking at this group of poor little people, Chu Feng took out mineral water, drinks, and milk from the devouring space and distributed them to everyone. These drinks were all purchased by Chu Feng at a small supermarket before. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, classmate Chu Feng. After receiving the thirst-quenching drinks, the classmates were very grateful to Chu Feng. When students from other classes saw this scene, they were envious and jealous, and wished they could become Chu Feng's classmate right there. Chu Feng took out a bottle of water and walked to Instructor Li, handing him the water. Instructor Li, are you thirsty too? Instructor Li raised the corner of his mouth and took the water without hesitation. Student Chu Feng, you are so thoughtful. Chu Feng smiled and said, Instructor Li, please take good care of me in the future. Instructor Li rolled his eyes and said, you kid. He killed nearly 52nd level ferocious beasts, iron armored pterosaurs, in one breath, and still needs someone to take care of him? Beep. Suddenly, Instructor Shen blew the whistle. Countless students were moved and started to complain. No way? Are you leaving again so soon? Fuck, my butt isn't even warm yet. What the hell? I just sat down. However, Chu Feng moved his nose and smelled an unusual smell in the wind. Yes. There are many smells of ferocious beasts, all kinds of smells of ferocious beasts. Obviously, a beast tide is coming. At this time, the instructors of each class also realized something, their expressions became serious, and they began to give orders. Quiet. Don't make noise. Keep the team. A beast tide might be coming. Seeing the instructor so serious and hearing what he said, the students suddenly became nervous. What? Beast tide? Why is there still a beast tide? Tired as a dog now? What to do later? Rumble. Bursts of roars came from a huge mountain not far away, and the ground shook. Immediately afterwards, a large number of flying beasts flew out from the woods, filling the entire sky. On the ground, a large number of ferocious beasts also roared and came out, forming a mighty force. Seeing this scene, countless students looked pale. Beast tide. The beast tide is really coming. The instructors of each class, the escorting soldiers and warriors were all alert and ready for battle. Captain Lin looked at the beast tide coming in, frowning and looking serious. Why is there a beast tide here? It looks like it's quite large. Instructor Shen's face was serious. It seems that the beast has already ambushed here, waiting for us to come. When I passed by here during long-distance running before, there had never been a beast tide. Even if there was one, it was very small, with at most 2,000 or 3,000 heads, which could be considered a herd at most. And now the number is probably more than 20,000, forming a beast tide. What's even more troublesome is that most of the ferocious beasts are level 2, a few are level 3, and a few are level 4. Captain Lin asked, Mr. Shen, what should we do now? Should we retreat? Instructor Shen shook his head. The students have just exhausted their physical strength and haven't recovered yet, so they can't retreat. We can only fight. Indeed. Most students can't even stand up now, so retreat is simply not an option. Captain Lin, Chief Instructor Shen made a simple plan. I'll lead a group of people to attack them. You stay behind to prevent the beasts from attacking the students. We must not let anything happen to the students. After saying this, he immediately led 80 soldiers and warriors to attack the beast tide. Under the arrangement of Captain Lin, the remaining soldiers, warriors and instructors surrounded the students and prepared for defense. Can you beat him? Can a few dozen people fight against a tide of tens of thousands of beasts? Why don't you call someone over? This place isn't far from the first checkpoint. We won't die, will we? Although countermeasures have been taken, many students are still extremely worried. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts. Chu Feng looked calm as he looked at the ferocious beasts swarming towards him, but there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Saw-toothed bats, scorpion cockroaches, golden-horned giant birds, one-horned rhinoceroses, King Kong bears. Various ferocious beasts. If I could devour all these ferocious beasts, I would definitely be able to break through to 3 stars. There. Chief Instructor Shen burst out with momentum, and a pair of red flaming wings appeared behind him, approaching the beast tide at an extremely fast speed. Of course the ferocious beasts noticed it and roared one after another. A 4th-level ferocious beast, the King Kong bear, suddenly grew several times larger while running, turning into a behemoth, and let out a terrifying roar at Instructor Shen. Oh! The sound was like thunder, and the sound waves formed a cannonball, bombarding Instructor Shen. The space hummed. The momentum is terrifying. Chief Instructor Shen's eyes darkened, and he raised his right hand. Flames rolled out, forming a huge flame shield to block the impact of the sound waves. Immediately afterwards, Chief Instructor Shen clenched his left hand and punched out. The huge flaming fist roared with hot energy and hit the body of the King Kong bear. As the sonic boom sounded, King Kong bear screamed, and a shocking fist mark appeared on his chest, bloody and mangled. King Kong bear fell to the ground, only half dead. Several 4th-level ferocious beasts, such as the muscular bull and the steel needle lion, roared and launched terrible attacks on Instructor Shen. Chief Instructor Shin took action to respond. The other 80 soldiers and warriors all burst out with their momentum, activated their innate special abilities, and launched a violent attack before they even got close to the beast tide. They are all 4-star warriors, and it is difficult for them to deal with 4th level ferocious beasts, but it is relatively easy to deal with 2nd level and 3rd level ferocious beasts. However, there were too many ferocious beasts and they were unable to deal with them at once, and soon fell into a tough battle. Many ferocious beasts broke through the defense line and rushed towards the students. Countless students were terrified. After all, they were all still 1-star warriors, and the 2nd and 3rd level beasts were huge monsters to them that they could not shake. Chu Feng stared at a ferocious beast with a look of surprise in his eyes. That's right. It's the demonic wind wolf. It has black hair that forms swirls on its body, which looks very strange. A mouth full of fangs and bloodshot eyes. A spurt from his mouth can create a terrifying hurricane. A 4-star early-stage military warrior was swept up by the hurricane. After landing, his body was covered with wounds and bleeding. Without hesitation, Chu Feng activated the anti-gravity flight and soared into the sky, flying over at high speed. The demonic wind wolf is a ferocious beast that the system has tasked with devouring. How can we let it go? Seeing Chu Feng act on his own again, Instructor Li's mouth twitched, but it was too late to stop him. Captain Lin's expression also changed. He raised his right hand and a cloud of mist appeared in his hand, intending to stop Chu Feng. However, when he saw a black sphere suddenly appear behind Chu Feng and release terrible energy, he stopped. Chapter 32, Get Poison Immunity. Boom! Chu Feng activated the Devouring Gravity Ball, releasing more than 80 times the gravity and powerful devouring ability, and fell heavily in front of the demonic wind wolf. The demonic wind wolf was crushed by gravity and lay on the ground, screaming miserably, while at the same time being pulled towards Chu Feng's body by the powerful devouring force. Chu Feng clenched his fists, his gourmet cells burst out with powerful energy, his muscles bulged, his strength increased to the limit, and then added with the gravity ability, his fist became extremely heavy, containing terrifying power, and he punched the demon wind wolf on the head. Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, the demon wind wolf's entire head exploded and it died on the spot. Chu Feng activated the delicious devouring skill and ate the demonic wind wolf in an instant. From the time Chu Feng took action to the time he devoured the demonic wind wolf, the whole process sounds long, but in fact it only took a few seconds. Seeing this scene, all the students, class instructors, soldiers and warriors were all stunned. This? How is this possible? Holy crap, he killed the 3rd level ferocious beast, the demonic wind wolf, in seconds? Isn't he a freshman? How can he have the power to kill a 3rd level beast in seconds? Is this a 3S level talent? This is too strong. For a moment, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Compared to the previous time when Chu Feng swallowed 48 2nd level ferocious beasts, iron-armored pterosaurs, it was even more shocking that Chu Feng killed the 3rd level ferocious beast, demonic wind wolf, in seconds. After Chu Feng devoured the demonic wind wolf, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Successfully devoured the demonic wind wolf. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, poison immunity. Do you want to fuse? Fusion. Chu Feng said silently without hesitation. Ding! Poison immunity fusion successful. As the prompt sounded, Chu Feng's mind contained all the information about poison immunity, and at the same time, a special energy surged from his body. Oh! Suddenly, a violent roar was heard, as if some order was given. The expressions of countless ferocious beasts changed, and there was madness in their eyes. They stared at Chu Feng, and then rushed over like crazy. In an instant, thousands and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts surrounded Chu Feng. There is no doubt that they are coming for Chu Feng. Seeing this, the expressions of the others present changed drastically. What's going on? Why are all the ferocious beasts attacking Chu Feng? Hiss. Is Chu Feng really good at attracting hatred? Brother Feng, hold on. Instructor Shin's expression changed, and he immediately gave the order, protect Chu Feng. The soldiers and warriors fought and retreated at the same time, trying to get close to Chu Feng and start a battle with Chu Feng as the center. However, the ferocious beasts seemed to understand this. As roars rang out, many of them desperately harassed the soldiers and warriors, not letting them get away easily. The same thing happened to Instructor Shin, who was surrounded and attacked by 5 4th level ferocious beasts and was unable to escape for a while. Seeing countless ferocious beasts rushing towards him, Chu Feng was not panicked at all, but very excited instead. Most of the ferocious beasts that surrounded him were level 2, and a small number were level 3. To Chu Feng, they were completely offering their heads, and he would devour as many as came. Devouring gravity ball is activated. Over 80 times the gravity was enveloping Chu Feng, coupled with a powerful devouring force. All the ferocious beasts within 800 meters of Chu Feng, no matter whether they were level 2 or level 3, were ruthlessly crushed, lying on the ground and sliding towards Chu Feng. Many of the second-level ferocious beasts, such as saw-toothed bats, scorpion cockroaches and other relatively weak ones, were directly crushed to death. Although the third-level ferocious beasts with relatively strong defenses, such as the unicorn rhinoceros and rock lizard, did not die directly, they were also pressed by gravity and could not move. Then, everyone present saw that countless ferocious beasts were crushed around Chu Feng, some dead, some injured, and not a single ferocious beast could stand up. From everyone's perspective, it seemed as if Chu Feng was a massive planet, whose powerful gravity captured and sucked all objects around it closer. Hiss! Hiss! This is too horrible. Is he still human? How can it be so strong? Countless students found it unbelievable. However, something even more terrifying is yet to come. Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated the delicious devouring technique, instantly locking onto the 200 ferocious beasts and devouring them all at once. These ferocious beasts, which had no ability to resist, were easily devoured. Delicious devouring continued to be activated, and group after group of ferocious beasts were ruthlessly devoured by Chu Feng. Qi and blood are constantly improving, and strength is constantly increasing. In the eyes of everyone, Chu Feng was like the god of death. Whenever he raised his hand towards any ferocious beast, the beast would disappear. In an instant, thousands of ferocious beasts disappeared in Chu Feng's hands. Seeing this, everyone was numb and shocked, unable to speak. They opened their mouths wide and didn't move, as if they were petrified. Captain Lin saw countless ferocious beasts surrounding Chu Feng and originally wanted to rescue Chu Feng, but at this moment, he felt it was unnecessary. As soon as the ferocious beast approached Chu Feng, it was crushed and swallowed. Does it still need to be rescued? Oh! At this moment, another violent roar was heard, and the ferocious beast seemed to have received orders again and moved away from Chu Feng. At the same time, a huge black shadow shot out from a high mountain not far away and appeared above Chu Feng's head in an instant. It was a snake covered with black fish scales, with a pair of wings growing on its body, a mouth full of fangs, and saliva flowing. The fish scales on its body were making a rustling sound, and black liquid kept coming out. It looks very scary. It's a fish scale black snake. Fish scale black snake. Many people noticed it and their expressions changed drastically. Chu Feng also recognized it as the fish scale black snake. During the cultural class, the teacher explained it and we also saw pictures of it. The fish scale black snake is a 4th level ferocious beast that can fly into the sky and dive into the ground, but what makes people afraid is its poison. Although it is a 4th level ferocious beast, its strength is enough to fight against a 5th level ferocious beast. This time, the leader of the beast tide is this fish scaled black snake. Phew! Without any hesitation, the fish-scaled black snake appeared above Chu Feng's head, opened its mouth, and sprayed a ball of black liquid towards Chu Feng. Immediately afterwards, the black liquid turned into black mist, rapidly spreading in all directions and covering a large area. Some of the stones inside began to melt. Several second-level ferocious beasts that did not have time to escape fainted on the spot after inhaling the black mist, and then their bodies gradually turned into blood. All this was completed in a very short time. It's over. Chu Feng has been poisoned by the fish-scale black snake. He is dead. If you're poisoned by a fish-scale black snake and don't get the serum within a minute, you'll die. No. He's already hopeless. The fish-scaled black snakes are targeting him. He's surrounded by poisonous gas. Without 5-star strength, he can't withstand it. Countless students were worried, and some even felt that Chu Feng was doomed to die. Instructor Li, Captain Lin and others also looked extremely solemn, and Captain Lin reacted quickly. He raised his right hand and used his innate ability. A cloud of white smoke turned into a big hand and rushed into the poisonous gas, trying to grab Chu Feng out and rescue him. Whoosh! But at this moment, a figure burst out from the poisonous gas, rushed into the sky, and rushed towards the fish-scaled black snake. Chapter 33, Killing a 4th-level beast shocked everyone. The person who rushed out of the poisonous gas was naturally Chu Feng. Apart from small holes corroded on his clothes, there were no signs of poisoning on his body. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. He's not dead? How come he wasn't poisoned? What's going on? The venom of the fish-scaled black snake has no effect on him? This? Countless people thought Chu Feng was dead, but now Chu Feng can be said to be unharmed. Even Instructor Shen, Captain Lin and others found it incredible. Just now they were regretting not rescuing Chu Feng in time, but now they were secretly relieved. The fish-scaled black snake was also surprised to see Chu Feng rushing out of its poisonous gas. You know, it has already sprayed out the strongest poison in the largest amount, with the purpose of killing Chu Feng. That venomous mouthful just now would have knocked even a 5-star warrior down. However, the 2-star warrior in front of him was fine, only his clothes were corroded. At this moment, it suspected that there was something wrong with its poison. Just when the fish-scaled black snake was surprised, Chu Feng clenched his fists, and his Gourmet Cell surged with huge energy. The muscles of his entire right arm bulged, and his strength was increased to the limit. He then added 80 times the gravity to form a 1,000-pound weight, and punched the fish-scaled black snake violently in the abdomen. Bang! A low sonic boom sounded. The scales on the belly of the fish-scale black snake burst, and a huge fist mark collapsed at the place where it was hit, with blood and flesh all over the place. The whole huge body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground from high altitude. Boom! A large amount of blood gushed out of the mouth of the fish-scaled black snake that fell to the ground. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Although it is a 4th-level ferocious beast, its powerful weapon is poison and its defense is relatively weak. Chu Feng used all his strength in that punch, and even if he couldn't kill it, it would at least be beaten to a pulp. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. No way? How is that possible? This. Hiss. After realizing what was happening, countless people gasped in disbelief. Some people even thought they were seeing things, so they rubbed their eyes and looked again, only to see a scene of a fish-scaled black snake vomiting blood. Damn! The 2-star warrior severely injured the 4th-level beast with one punch. What kind of strange power is this? Everyone is numb. As for the person involved, Chu Feng remained calm, as if he had just done something trivial. The fact that he was able to severely injure the fish-scaled black snake with a single punch was the result of the fusion of his Gourmet Cell talents and his gravity talents. Neither was indispensable. At this moment, he activated anti-gravity flight and flew towards the fish-scaled black snake from mid-air with his fist raised. Kill him while he is ill. The fish-scaled black snake reacted and stared at Chu Feng with a pair of cold eyes, with a hint of fear flashing in them. This human is so scary. No wonder the higher-ups ordered him to be killed. The purpose of gathering so many ferocious beasts and ambushing here this time is to kill Chu Feng. Phew! The fish-scaled black snake opened its mouth and sprayed a ball of venom towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored it directly and rushed towards the venom. He rushed out of the venom and grinned at the fish-scaled black snake. Sorry, I am immune to poison. Seeing that Chu Feng was unharmed again, the fish-scaled black snake felt like being splashed with a bucket of water. Its scalp went numb and it dared not delay any longer. It immediately retracted its wings and prepared to escape underground. Poison, no use at all, and hit a big watermelon. If you don't run, are you waiting to die? Otherwise, if you get hit again, you'll be dead. However, just as the fish-scaled black snake retracted its wings and began to burrow into the ground, a huge hand formed by smoke came roaring over, grabbed the fish-scaled black snake tightly, and pressed it to the ground. The person who took action was none other than Captain Lin. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Captain Lin, well done. Ha ha. Captain Lin laughed. Student Chu Feng, kill it. Don't let it escape. The fish-scaled black snake is too dangerous. If its poisonous gas falls on the students, it will probably cause a great disaster. It's best to kill such a dangerous beast directly. The fish-scaled black snake struggled hard, but because it was seriously injured, it was unable to break free from the restraints of Captain Lin's innate supernatural powers. Die! Chu Feng clenched his fists, gathered all his strength again, added 80 times the gravity, flew down from a high altitude, and punched the fish-scale black snake on the head with all his might. Boom! A huge sonic boom sounded. The fish-scaled black snake's head collapsed, leaving a bloody fist mark. Its entire head sank into the cracked ground, and blood gushed out of its mouth. Boom boom boom. Chu Feng did not hesitate, he raised his fist and continued to beat him hard. A few punches. The fish-scaled black snake's entire head exploded, its brain splattered out, its body twisted a few times, and then it died. It was smashed to death by Chu Feng's fist. When everyone saw this, they were so shocked by Chu Feng's strength that they were speechless. A 4th level beast was killed with just a fist? Too fierce, too brutal. Call. Chu Feng let out a breath, stood up, shook the blood off his fist, and felt his whole arm a little numb, which was due to excessive force. If you have a sword, you can use the crust cutting technique to kill the fish scale black snake with one stroke, and you won't have to go through so much trouble. Without any nonsense, he immediately activated the delicious devouring skill and swallowed the fish scaled black snake in one gulp. After swallowing the fish scale black snake, his entire right arm quickly recovered to its original state, and astonishing energy surged out of his body. For a moment, he felt that all his attributes had been improved. When I entered the system interface, I saw that I had broken through to become a 3-star warrior. Host, Chu Feng. She in blood, 5,001 25,000. Talents, SSS-level gourmet cells, SSS-level gravity, SSS-level devouring. Talent development, swallowing gravity balls, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop, delicious swallowing, swallowing space with you. Combat skill, heavenly crustal cutting beginner. Special ability, poison immunity. Warrior level, early 3-star. Devouring mission, updating. Seeing this, Chu Feng was extremely excited. It's already Samsung so soon. Ha, it feels so good to cheat. At this time, as the fish-scaled black snake was killed and devoured by Chu Feng, the remaining ferocious beasts lost their backbone and fled in all directions without a leader. Chu Feng reacted and immediately burst into power. He stomped his right foot on the ground. The moment the ground exploded, he shot out like a cannonball, chasing the beast. At the same time, the devouring gravity ball was activated, with over 100 times the gravity covering a range of 100 meters. An extremely powerful devouring force surged out, covering a range of 1,000 meters. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless 2nd-level ferocious beasts died under the crushing force of 100 times gravity, and 3rd-level ferocious beasts were also crushed and unable to move. Then, all the ferocious beasts within a radius of 1,000 meters rushed towards Chu Feng. This scene was so horrifying that everyone's eyes widened. Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated the delicious devouring technique. The ferocious beasts that were crushed and sucked over were swallowed by Chu Feng one after another and disappeared. Chapter 34 Breakthrough to the middle stage of 3 stars, everyone is confused. In just a few seconds, thousands of ferocious beasts were devoured by Chu Feng, becoming Chu Feng's nutrition, transforming into Chu Feng's blood and energy, and giving Chu Feng a boost in strength. The other ferocious beasts were frightened and ran away even faster. However, Chu Feng was faster, and with his devouring power covering an area of more than 1,000 meters, many ferocious beasts could not escape at all. In just a few breaths, another 2,000 or 3,000 ferocious beasts were ruthlessly devoured by Chu Feng. Everyone, including Instructor Shin and Captain Lin, were stunned. Chasing the beast tide and killing them indiscriminately, this is so terrifying. Even 5-star masters like Chief Instructor Shin and Captain Lin didn't dare to do this, and Chu Feng, who had just broken through to 3 stars, was so ferocious. It's really unfair. Hiss. Instructor Shin gasped, how come this brat is even more powerful than me? Captain Lin's mouth twitched, this kid is so scary. But Chu Feng ignored all that and chased the beast all the way to the foot of the mountain. Only after the beast disappeared into the mountain did Chu Feng reluctantly walk back. Although not all the ferocious beasts were devoured, nearly 9,000 of them were devoured in the whole process, most of which were level 2, a small number were level 3, and some were level 4. When I entered the system interface, I saw that my Chi and HP had reached more than 14,000, directly breaking through to the middle stage of 3 stars. If you count carefully, this time he devoured about 7,000 2nd-level ferocious beasts, each of which provided about 1 point of Chi and blood. There were about 1,300 3rd-level ferocious beasts, each of which provided about 5 points of Chi and blood. Chu Feng was very satisfied. You know, this trip was quite fruitful. Not only did he complete the system devouring task and gain immunity to poison, but he also broke through the mid 3-star level and his strength skyrocketed. With the nourishment of a large amount of delicious food, the gourmet cells become stronger, and the physical body is improved by more than double. Then there is the gravity ability, which can directly release 120 times the gravity. Then there is the devouring ability, with a devouring range of more than 1,200 meters. Delicious devouring can lock more than 300 targets. Although he is a mid-stage 3-star warrior, he can beat 4-star warriors. Of course, if you have a good sword and use the crust cutting skill, even 5-star warriors will have to kneel down. If I have time, I must get a good knife. Xu Feng thought. A sword of average quality cannot withstand the powerful energy of crust cutting. The sword made of armored shark teeth shattered into pieces after using crust cutting once. At this time, Xu Feng felt that he was being stared at and felt very uncomfortable. He looked up and was startled to find that everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Xu Feng saw shock and disbelief in everyone's eyes. Student Xu Feng. Instructor Shen came over and asked curiously, "What is your strength?" He couldn't see through Xu Feng anymore. Before, Xu Feng was only at the peak of 2 stars, but after a great battle, he is now at the mid 3 stars. Isn't this strength improvement too fast? It's okay if it's a mid-level 3 star, but it can kill a 4th level beast. This completely subverts cognition. Xu Feng said truthfully, "I am now at the mid 3 star level." Instructor Shen paused and said seriously, "Are you sure?" Xu Feng nodded affirmatively, "Sure." Instructor Shen doesn't believe it. How could he believe that he could kill a 4th level beast and ignore the poison? Even a 5-star warrior might not be able to do such a thing. The conversation between the two was heard by other students, and they were all shocked. Especially those students who think they are geniuses feel very uncomfortable. Samsung midterm? What the hell, a student who just graduated from high school and entered college is already a mid-level 3-star student. You know, if you can become a late 1-star right after graduating from high school, you are a genius, and if you can become a peak 1-star, you are definitely a monster. What the hell is Samsung midterm? What made them even more uncomfortable was that a 3-star warrior even killed a 4th level ferocious beast, the fish-scale black snake. How could they possibly handle this? For a moment, these so-called genius students were simply trash in front of Xu Feng. Xu Feng returned to the team and the students in the class looked at him with admiration. "Brother Feng, you are so awesome." Brother Feng, 666. Student Xu Feng, you are so amazing. Instructor Li came over and patted Xu Fengdi on the head gently. "Did you disobey orders and act on your own again?" Xu Feng touched his head and said with a smile, "Instructor Li, am I not afraid that the beast will escape?" "You kid." Instructor Li replied unhappily. However, there was no intention to blame Xu Feng. After all, if Xu Feng had not taken action in time and killed the fish-scale black snake in time, many students would probably have died. Now that the beast tide has receded, Xu Feng still devoured thousands of them, but no soldiers or warriors died, only a few were injured, and no students were injured. This is the best result. And the biggest credit for all this goes to Xu Feng. Not long after a good rest, the students continued their journey. Xu Feng was called over by Instructor Shen. In the car. "Student Xu Feng," Instructor Shen said in a serious tone, "the beast tide that just appeared might be coming for you." They had encountered attacks from ferocious beasts before, but they were all small-scale groups. This time, it was a beast tide, and there were also several 4th-level ferocious beasts. After Xu Feng appeared, the ferocious beasts all rushed towards Xu Feng, and even their leader, the fish-scale black snake, rushed directly towards Xu Feng, and deliberately sprayed a large amount of poison at Xu Feng. All these things indicate that the ferocious beast is targeting Xu Feng. This is a very serious matter. Xu Feng said, "Maybe." He was not surprised at all. After all, last time, senior sister Shenxing told him that ferocious beasts were targeting him, and some had even tried to assassinate him. Many people named Xu Feng had died. What's so strange about the ferocious beast coming to attack him now? Instructor Shen frowned, puzzled by Xu Feng's reaction. "You don't seem surprised at all?" Damn, being targeted by a ferocious beast is a terrible thing. His niece Shenxing had experienced something like this before. For a period of time, the ferocious beast went crazy and tried to assassinate his niece. Once, she almost died. Later, I don't know how, it just stopped. Xu Feng told the story of being assassinated by a ferocious beast and the deaths of many Xu Fengs. Instructor Shen suddenly understood, "So you already knew about this?" No wonder. Captain Lin beside him said with concern, "Little guy, you still have to be careful. Your innate ability is too terrifying. The ferocious beast will not give up." Judging from Xu Feng's performance just now, Xu Feng is really too abnormal. If he were a ferocious beast, he would definitely not let Xu Feng continue to grow. It's really scary. Xu Feng said indifferently, "It's okay." Senior sister Shenxing said that as long as you don't go outside the customs, there won't be any big problems. Hearing this, Chief Instructor Shen and Captain Lin also nodded. Yes, inside the pass, the highest level of ferocious beasts is only level 5. and a 5th level beast might not be able to kill Chu Feng now. After that, they didn't encounter any more ferocious beasts and had a smooth journey, but they didn't arrive in Yunzhou City until the next night. After the students had a simple meal, they had no time to rest and ran back overnight. They simply don't treat students as human beings. When they returned to the military training department, except for Chu Feng, the other students were exhausted and their legs were numb. What's even more abnormal is that he did long-distance running endurance training for a period of time afterwards, running back and forth from the military training department to Yunzhou City 5 times. The muscles of many students have been well strengthened, achieving the training effect. And Chu Feng's gains were even greater. Chapter 35, The Golden-Headed Monster Eagle was exterminated by Chu Feng. After these days of long-distance running training, the Level 3 Gourmet Cell talent ability quickly adapted to its intensity and maximized the activity level of the Gourmet Cell. As mentioned earlier, one of the characteristics of Gourmet Cells is the ability to quickly adapt to the environment and improve muscle memory. To put it bluntly, after these days of long-distance running training, Chu Feng's muscles have become much more resilient. He can run from the military training department to Yunzhou City in one breath, and can even run several rounds. Other students can only adapt to this intensity to a certain extent, but they cannot run for thousands of kilometers in one breath like Chu Feng. This is the perversion of Gourmet Cells. With a little training, you can reach the limits of others. At the same time, Gourmet Cells increase the strength of the body, and also enhance the gravity and devouring talents. In addition, his chi and blood have also increased a lot, and he is only 400 or 500 chi and blood away from breaking through the late 3-star level. This day finally came to rest. Great, finally a day off. Wow, if I keep training like this, I'm going to break down. What a perverted military training. Is it too late for me to transfer schools now? I want to have a good day's sleep. Countless students were excited and cheering. It's no wonder that the students are so excited. After all, the military training lasts for almost half a month, and every day is devilish training. Getting tanned is no big deal, and many female students have gained more muscles. Chu Feng was also very excited. Because he had a day to do his own thing. The most urgent thing to do is to devour ferocious beasts to increase strength and earn money to buy a sword. Both can be done simultaneously. Before going to bed last night, he had already learned from the warrior forum which place in the level had the most and closest ferocious beasts. Before dawn in the morning, Chu Feng activated anti-gravity and flew at an extremely fast speed, reaching 500 kilometers per hour. It took a full 6 hours to reach the destination. Standing high in the sky and looking down, you can see an extremely huge mountain range below, which is more than 10,000 meters high. It was like a terrifying giant beast lying there. However, a huge rift splits the mountain range in two. This crack was actually left by the sword energy. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a 9-star warrior, while practicing earth-level sword skills, released an extremely terrifying sword energy, leaving this sword mark on this mountain that has survived to this day. From then on, this mountain range was called Jianhuan Mountain Range. The Jianhuan Mountains are the second largest mountain range in human habitation. With Jianhuan Mountains as the center, there are more than a dozen cities distributed around it. According to the information Chu Feng learned from the warrior forum, there are tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the Jianhuan Mountains. Fifth-order ferocious beasts were born many times. Warriors from many nearby cities would enter the Jianhuan Mountains to practice, hunt ferocious beasts for money, and some warriors even discovered rare and expensive treasures there. Without saying anything more, Chu Feng flew down directly and landed halfway up the mountain. As soon as I flew down, I saw a ferocious beast not far away. It looks like a rhinoceros, covered with rock-like skin, with a row of spikes on its back and a sharp horn over 2 meters long on its head. Looks like someone who was not easy to mess with. Chu Feng had learned about this in his cultural studies class. This was a one-horned rhinoceros. A 3rd-level ferocious beast. Known for its strong defense. Once, someone shot it with a missile, but it was not hurt at all. Oh! The one-horned rhinoceros roared, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and it kicked its hind legs on the ground. Its entire huge body rushed towards Chu Feng at an astonishing speed. It was just a few dozen meters away, but in the blink of an eye it was in front of Chu Feng. Its sharp horn could even pierce a tank. Chu Feng activated the devouring gravity ball, and a black sphere appeared behind him, covering him with more than 120 times the gravity. The one-horned rhinoceros knelt directly on the ground, making a low and strange cry from its mouth, as if a mountain suddenly fell from behind it. Chu Feng did not hesitate. He clenched his fists, increased his strength to the limit, bulged his muscles, and added 120 times the gravity, and punched the unicorn rhinoceros violently on the head. Boom! A low sonic boom sounded, the one-horned rhinoceros screamed, its entire head collapsed, leaving a huge fist mark, its flesh and blood were blurred, it fell to the ground, and its limbs twitched. A moment later, he died. The whole process is a long story, but from the time the unicorn rhinoceros rushed towards Chu Feng in anger to the time Chu Feng killed it with one punch, only 2 seconds passed. Chu Feng broke off its horn and put it away. It could be exchanged for a lot of money. As for its corpse, Chu Feng activated Delicious Devouring and ate it directly, gaining 5 points of chi and blood. He glanced around but found nothing unusual. He sniffed around and could smell the scent of many ferocious beasts. There seems to be more smell of ferocious beasts in this direction. Looking to the left, Chu Feng thought for a moment, activated anti-gravity, and his body floated up and flew over quickly. A strong smell of ferocious beasts came over. As his strength increased, Chu Feng's sense of smell became more and more sensitive. You can smell even the faintest odors from far away. After a while, Chu Feng stopped in mid-air. His eyes looked towards a cliff not far away. I saw a group of birds and beasts on the cliff. It is huge in size and looks like an eagle, with a curved and pointed beak and claws that are very sharp like knives. The feathers on its body are like iron sheets, shining with a metallic luster. But on its head there is a huge golden hair, emitting a faint golden glow. That's right. This is a golden-headed eagle. A second-level ferocious beast. Their individual combat power is not very strong, but they are a social species and can be very terrifying when they launch a collective attack. Chu Feng didn't count them carefully. The whole cliff was covered with them, densely packed. There were at least 800 of them, if not 1,000. Some are sleeping, some are playing, and some are mating. Seeing so many golden-headed eagles, Chu Feng was not afraid at all, but excited instead. This is a huge amount of energy and health. According to the fact that a second-level ferocious beast provides about 1 point of blood, if all these golden-headed monster eagles are devoured, 1,000 blood points will be gained, and it will be easy to break through to the late 3-star level. In addition, so many golden-headed monster eagles can be exchanged for a lot of subsidies if taken to the warrior alliance. With a smile on his lips, Chu Feng directly released the devouring gravity ball with 120 times the gravity and terrifying devouring power, flying over. The golden-headed eagles noticed Chu Feng's appearance, but before they could make any other reactions, Chu Feng fell down and landed in the center of them, and was immediately crushed by gravity. Countless golden-headed eagles around, whether they were sleeping or mating, were all crushed to death without exception. In an instant, the entire family of the golden-headed monster eagle was killed by Chu Feng. Even a pile of golden-headed eagle eggs hidden in a cave not far away were broken. Chu Feng was in a good mood and didn't rush to devour them. Instead, he collected the golden hair on their heads and put them into the devouring space. Then he devoured them all, including the broken eggs in the cave. Chapter 36, Rare Red Scale Fruit. Boom boom. After devouring all the golden-headed monster eagles and their eggs, Chu Feng's body emitted waves of resonance, his blood and energy surged, and he broke through to the late 3-star stage in one breath. With a large amount of delicious nourishment, the gourmet cells become tougher, and all aspects of the body such as strength, defense, speed, and reaction are improved. The gravity talent ability and the devouring talent ability have also been strengthened. The former can release more than 140 times the gravity, while the latter has a devouring range of more than 1,500 meters. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng clenched his fists and punched the cliff wall with all his might. Boom! The entire cliff wall exploded, and countless cracks spread out like tree roots, and then with a crash, everything collapsed. Chu Feng quickly flew high into the sky and looked at the cliff that had been flattened to the ground. He was slightly surprised. What a strong force. Even a late-stage third-order ferocious beast would die if hit by this punch. If 140 times the gravity is added, turning it into a heavy weight, then the 4th-level ferocious beast will either die or be crippled. Continue. Without hesitation, he immediately looked for the next wave of ferocious beasts. Maybe I can break through to 4 stars. Standing high in the air, Chu Feng once again used his amazing sense of smell to search for the scent of the ferocious beast. There are about 80 ferocious beasts in this direction. That's too few. There are almost 200 ferocious beasts in this direction, which is still a little too few. Hey, what's that smell? It smells so good. Suddenly, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, and he smelled an extremely faint smell coming from the wind in the air, which was intermittent. The average person's nose cannot detect it at all. Immediately afterwards, the innate gourmet cells in the body began to boil, and a desire to eat surged out. This is? At this moment, Xu Feng was ecstatic. There is no doubt that this is the food that the gourmet cells with the ability to smell talent like. The last time I encountered the armored giant crocodile egg, my innate superpowered gourmet cells also showed similar abnormalities. If it's truly an ingredient that your gourmet cells like, then after eating it, your gourmet cells will be activated. In this way, our strength will increase greatly. Thinking of this, Xu Feng no longer hesitated and immediately flew towards the direction where the smell came from. At the same time, another place in Jianduan Mountains. A group of warriors are on their way. The leader was a young man about 30 years old, dressed very gorgeously, with a hooked nose, smoking a cigar, walking with a ruthless gait, and looking very cool. Next to him were 7 or 8 men wearing the same clothes with the 4 big characters Longcheng Martial Arts School embroidered on the chest. A thin man with a black mole at the corner of his mouth and a black hair growing out of it said with a smile, "Master Hao, the red scale fruit is about to mature. We are well prepared this time and we will definitely be able to get it." Hao Shao did not reply, but continued to smoke his cigar, puffs of smoke coming out of his mouth. The thin man pinched the black hair on the mole with his hand, his eyes flashing as he continued, "Master Hao, there's a group of scaly armored lizards near the red scale fruit. Last time, we weren't prepared and were ambushed. Many people died, so we failed to seize the red scale fruit. This time, we are well prepared, and with you here to help, we will definitely succeed. I've already thought of a foolproof plan. We can just act according to it when the time comes." Hearing this, Hao Shao nodded gently. "As for the plan, you just need to take care of it. What I want is the red scale fruit. As long as I can get it, I can pay a little price. It's no problem." "Yes, yes, yes." The thin man replied with a smile, "Master Hao, although the red scale fruit is an F-level rare treasure, its effects are still very good. Eating it can gain a lot of qi and health. Then you will definitely be able to break through to the 4-star level." At this moment, a figure whizzed past their heads. Hao Shao was stunned for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Did something just fly over there?" The thin man pinched the black hair with his hand, and his eyes shot out a strange light, as if he had activated his innate supernatural power. The next second, his face changed. "Oh no, there's a little devil going for the red scale fruit." When Hao Shao heard this, his eyes turned cold. "Then what are you waiting for? Go over there quickly, and don't let him take the red scale fruit away. If the red scale fruit is gone, all of you will get out of here." The thin man's face was solemn. "Don't worry, Mr. Hao, let's speed up and rush over now." After saying that, a group of people burst out with energy and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. I was cautious before because I was worried about attracting the attention of other ferocious beasts, but now I can't care so much. Xu Feng flew over and noticed Hao Shao and others below, but he didn't care and continued flying forward as usual. The air was filled with a more fragrant smell. The gourmet cells are becoming more and more active, getting closer and closer to each other. After flying over a bush, we saw another cliff ahead. Xu Feng stood in mid-air and looked forward. He saw a strange plant growing in the crack of the cliff wall, and on the plant grew a fruit slightly larger than an apple. The whole body is red and covered with scales. It exudes a fragrant aroma. Red scale fruit? Xu Feng's eyes moved. In this world, animals and plants will mutate, animals will turn into terrifying beasts, and some plants will turn into rare treasures under special circumstances. Exotic treasures usually contain special energies. Some can increase qi in blood, some can improve physical fitness, some can strengthen the body, and some can cure diseases and recover from injuries. But no matter which kind of treasure it is very precious and rare. Generally speaking, rare treasures are divided into S-level, A-level, B-level, C-level, D-level, E-level, and F-level, a total of 7 levels. The red-scaled fruit in front of you is a rare treasure that can enhance qi in blood, and it belongs to the F grade. This information was not learned in the cultural courses, but Xu Feng saw it in the library. Xu Feng can be sure that the red scale fruit is the food that gourmet cells like. Must get it. But there is a group of scaly lizards near the red scale fruit. They are huge, have fangs in their mouths, and are very ferocious. It's a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Its means of attack are lashing with its tail, biting with its teeth, and it also has a slight poison. The scaly armored lizards do not eat the red scale fruit. They live around the red scale fruit in order to rely on the fragrance of the red scale fruit to attract other creatures and hunt them. I counted them and found there were 20 scaly lizards in total. They were lying on the stone wall, and their body color was almost the same as the stone wall. This is their natural ability to change color. If you don't look closely, it's hard to spot them. When Chufeng first arrived, he didn't see them. It was only when he smelled their scent and looked carefully that he saw them. That's a pretty good disguise. What a pity it's useless. Chufeng raised the corner of his mouth and flew over quickly. Whether it is the red scale fruit or the 20 scaly armored lizards, they will only be nutrition for Chufeng. Boom! Chufeng landed on a rock near the red scale fruit. Chapter 37, Instant Killing of Dozens of 3-star Warriors. As soon as Chufeng landed, the 20 armored lizards lying in ambush nearby stared at him with cruelty in their eyes. Another ignorant human being comes here to die. The next second, 20 scaly lizards moved, rushing towards Chufeng, trying to swallow him in one bite. For them, whoever eats Chufeng first will be honored. However, when Chufeng looked at the 20 armored lizards rushing towards him, there was no worry on his face. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a gloomy breath, Chufeng directly released the devouring gravity ball. Suddenly, a black sphere appeared behind him, and 140 times the gravity enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 20 armored lizards flying in the air were all crushed to the ground by the powerful gravity, as if they were held down by a pair of invisible hands, unable to move. At the same time, a terrifying devouring force erupted from Chufeng's body, forcibly pulling them all over. It was as if Chufeng was a planet with huge mass, and all nearby objects were attracted to Chufeng and tilted towards him. 20 scaly lizards struggled and screamed, but it was useless. Chufeng took off a piece of scale from each of them and put it into the devouring space. Then, he raised his right hand and started the delicious devouring. One after another, the scaled lizards disappeared with screams, but they were eaten by Chufeng. Eating 20 scaly armored lizards will directly increase your chi and health by 100 points, and each scaly armored lizard will provide 5 points of chi and health. Cool. Chufeng restrained his breath, looked at the red scaled fruit, and walked over. The other side. Hao Xiao and others rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Don't worry, Master Hao, said the thin man, his eyes flashing. There are 23rd level fierce beasts, scaled lizards, near the red scale fruit. It won't be easy for that little brat to take the red scale fruit. Besides, if we rush over now, we might be able to get a bargain. The last time we tried to seize the red scale fruit, we were ambushed by a disguised armored lizard, resulting in many casualties. He firmly believed that Chufeng would also be attacked by the scaly lizard, and even thought that Chufeng had been eaten. However, when they arrived, they saw Chufeng swaggering towards the red scaled fruit, and everyone immediately looked puzzled. Hao Xiao said angrily, didn't they say there were scaly armored lizards? Why aren't there any? The thin man pinched the black hair, also puzzled. There were indeed scaly armored lizards last time I came here. I don't know why there are none now. He couldn't understand why there were so many scaly armored lizards guarding the red scale fruit, but now there was not a single one left? Stop talking nonsense. Hao Xiao's tone turned cold. Luckily the red scale fruit is still there, go grab it quickly. On this side, Chufeng had already reached out to pick the red scaled fruit. The fruit is covered with fish scales, bright red, very beautiful and fragrant. Boy, hand over the red scale fruit. The thin man said to Chufeng in a commanding tone, we found it first. Chufeng frowned, glanced at the other party, and said calmly, the rare treasure is ownerless. Whoever gets it first will own it. Now that I got it first, it's naturally mine. I can't give it to you. As he said that, he directly put the red scale fruit into the devouring space. I didn't eat it immediately because I didn't know what would happen after eating it. What if there was an accident? So I'd better find a place where there is no one and have a good meal. Seeing the red scale fruit disappear, the thin man was stunned for a moment, then angry. Where did you put the red scale fruit? We are from the Dragon City Martial Arts School. We advise you to hand over the red scale fruit and don't cause trouble. Ouch. However, before he could finish his words, Hao Xiao kicked him in the butt. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Didn't you understand me? I told you to grab the red scale fruit, not to negotiate with him. Hao Xiao scolded the thin man, then stared at Chufeng and said coldly, no matter who you are, hand over the red scale fruit immediately, or you will die. Chufeng retorted, you are freaking sick. Upon hearing this, Hao Xiao's face darkened, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. In all these years, no one has dared to talk to him like this. Fuck. Hao Xiao was furious. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll write my name backwards. Everyone, come at me. Beat them to death. Although the Warrior Alliance stipulates that warriors cannot be killed at will, it's not like he hasn't killed warriors over the years, so isn't this just a small matter? Hearing what Hao Xiao said, more than a dozen warriors behind him burst out with their aura, showing the strength of 3-star warriors and using their innate abilities to kill Chu Feng. Anyway, with Master Hao backing me up, killing a warrior won't be a problem. What bad things have you not done during these years of following Hao Xiao? Even the looks they gave Chu Feng were full of pity and sympathy, as they were certain that Chu Feng would die today. What's more, this is the Jianduan Mountains, so it's normal for a warrior to die here. Therefore, they have no worries at all. But today they were unlucky and offended someone they shouldn't have. Boom! Chu Feng didn't waste any words and directly activated the devouring gravity ball. A black sphere as big as a basketball appeared behind him, and 140 times the gravity enveloped him. At the same time, a powerful devouring force surged out and spread around. Then, the dozen or so warriors from Longcheng Martial Arts School were crushed to the ground by gravity before they could get close to Chu Feng. Their bones were shattered, they were bleeding from all 7 orifices, their blood vessels burst, and their internal organs were shattered. They had not yet completely died, but they were not far from death. Then, they all slid towards Chu Feng like dead dogs. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng raised his foot and kicked out quickly, crushing all their heads, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. These people wanted to kill Chu Feng, so Chu Feng naturally would not show mercy. When Hao Xiao and the thin man over there saw this scene, they were so scared that they peed their pants. Damn! What kind of perversion is this? More than a dozen 3-star warriors were killed in an instant? Also, how could this seemingly harmless boy be so cruel? At this moment, the two realized that they had encountered a ruthless person. Taking a deep breath, the thin man realized that something was wrong. The hair at the corner of his mouth trembled, and he immediately admitted his mistake. My dear brother, I am Wu Yong from Longcheng Martial Arts School, and this is Hao Xiao from Longcheng Martial Arts School. We were wrong just now, and I apologize to you. We don't want the red scale fruit anymore. He was scared. This young man is so powerful and decisive and ruthless in his attacks. You must stay calm, otherwise you will die. However, Hao Xiao's face darkened. He took a puff of his cigar and pointed at Chu Feng, threatening him, so what if you are strong? Although I can't beat you, my father is the owner of the Dragon City Martial Arts School. If you don't want to die, hand over the red scale fruit immediately, kneel down and apologize to me, and then become my subordinate. Otherwise, I'll ask my dad to kill you. He is still as arrogant as ever. After all, in Longcheng before, no one was not afraid when he revealed his identity. Wu Yong, who was standing next to him, almost fainted when he heard what Hao Xiao said. My dear, the other party is a ruthless person. Can't we just admit defeat first and then go back and call people over to deal with him? Really, at this moment, Wu Yong wanted to escape. Chapter 38 Awakening the Gourmet Cell Demon? Boy! I'm warning you one last time. Hand over the red scale fruit immediately. Hao Xiao held the cigar between 2 fingers and pointed at Chu Feng, commanding and threatening him. Boom! However, before Hao Xiao could finish his words, Chu Feng's face darkened, he stomped his right foot on the ground, and shot out like a cannonball. Wu Yong sensed the murderous intent in Chu Feng's eyes, his face pale as death, and he quickly shouted, Hao Xiao, run away. He turned and ran. But it's too late. Boom! Chu Feng landed in front of them and directly released 140 times the gravity to cover them. Hao Xiao and Wu Yong couldn't even hold on for a second. They were ruthlessly crushed to the ground, as if they were being held down by a pair of huge hands. They couldn't move and their bodies were deformed. Click, click, click. You could even hear the sound of bones breaking in their bodies. The two of them are only at the peak of 3 stars, how could they possibly withstand the crushing of 140 times gravity? You know, even a 3rd-level ferocious beast can't withstand it. Hao Xiao was not dead yet. A lot of blood foam was gushing out of his mouth. His eyes were staring at Chu Feng with disbelief. It was obvious that he had never expected that Chu Feng would dare to attack him. Hao Xiao wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak at all. There was resentment, unwillingness, and fear in his eyes. You talk too much nonsense. Chu Feng threw out a word and stomped on his head. Wu Yong, who was standing next to him, was crushed by gravity and died before Chu Feng could kick him again. If someone like Hao Xiao is allowed to go back, he will definitely cause trouble in the future. It would be better to just kill him and be done with it. Anyway, Mr. Hao is not a kind person. He just wanted to kill Chu Feng. As for Hao Xiao's background and backers, Xu Feng was not worried at all. Without thinking too much, he moved his nose and smelled a ferocious beast approaching. After thinking for a while, he left and found a place to taste the red scale fruit. Shortly after Xu Feng left, a golden leopard appeared and ate all the bodies of Hao Xiao, Wu Yong and others, in order to destroy the evidence for Xu Feng. Xu Feng found a place where there were no ferocious beasts and took out the red scale fruit from the devouring space. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He opened his mouth and took a bite. The juice spurts out from the corners of the mouth, filling the mouth with sweetness. The flesh is tender and melts as soon as the tongue touches it. It is very delicious. Slurp, slurp. Take big bites and swallow. The gourmet cells madly absorbed its delicious essence, bursting out with powerful power. Boom boom. Immediately afterwards, his muscles swelled up and his shirt exploded. At the same time, qi and blood are surging. Without a doubt, it is the activation of gourmet cells. After his breath stabilized, Xu Feng found that he had reached the peak of 3-star warrior. If the effect of the red scale fruit alone was not enough to allow Xu Feng to break through, but the red scale fruit just happened to activate the gourmet cells, making the gourmet cells stronger, which in turn increased a lot of qi and blood, allowing him to break through in one fell swoop. Ha ha! That's great! Xu Feng clenched his fists and felt his strength bursting forth. He had never felt so comfortable as he did now. If I fight against the 4th-level ferocious beast, the fish-scale black snake, I probably don't need to add gravity. I can beat it half to death with one punch. If I add gravity, I can kill it completely with one punch. At this moment, there was a sudden sharp pain in the stomach, as if something suddenly popped out, and a strange feeling of hunger came over him. In an instant, Xu Feng's flesh and blood were being quickly devoured. Fuck! What's going on? Xu Feng was shocked. But there was no time to think, so he quickly ate all the red scale fruits, then took out all the food from the devouring space and swallowed it in one breath. As he consumed a lot of food and replenished his energy, the flesh and blood on his body stopped disappearing. However, soon, the replenished energy was devoured by that power again, and Xu Feng's flesh and blood began to disappear again. Damn it! Xu Feng was horrified. If he didn't continue to replenish his energy and provide delicious food, Xu Feng would probably be eaten whole. Without saying anything, he moved his nose, quickly locked onto the location of the ferocious beast, and flew over at the fastest speed. Boom! It fell violently into a group of 2nd-level ferocious beasts, the bull-horned wild wolf, more than 10 kilometers away, and directly launched the devouring gravity ball, crushing all the bull-horned wild wolf to death, and then launched the delicious devouring to eat them all. His nose moved, and he quickly locked onto the position of the ferocious beast and flew over madly again. Afterwards, a group of 2nd-level ferocious beasts, sea lions and birds were eaten by Xu Feng. Half an hour later, Xu Feng devoured more than a dozen 3rd-level ferocious beasts, vampire foxes. The intense hunger in his stomach disappeared, and the flesh and blood that had disappeared from his body returned to normal. Call! Xu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, there are enough ferocious beasts to devour in the Jianyuan Mountains. If it were in other places, it would be dangerous. What on earth is that? You can actually eat so much? Xu Feng checked his stomach. I saw a magical space appear in the stomach, inside which was a black egg bigger than a fist, emitting bursts of black light. Seeing this, Xu Feng was stunned. What are these black eggs that appear in my stomach? Although Xu Feng still didn't know what this black egg was, he could clearly feel that the black egg contained terrifying energy. Once the black egg hatched, the creature inside would be very scary. Also, the black egg seemed to have merged with Xu Feng. When Xu Feng devoured the ferocious beast just now, most of the delicious energy was absorbed by it. Xu Feng himself did not absorb much. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the 4-star level after madly devouring the ferocious beasts in the past half hour. Now, the black egg did not devour Xu Feng's flesh and blood like crazy, but instead absorbed Xu Feng's blood and energy. Fortunately, the force of absorbing qi and blood is very small, and Xu Feng can bear it without any pressure. As long as he eats more food every day, he can replenish the lost qi and blood. It seems that this black egg will need to be continuously fed with my own qi and blood. Xu Feng felt helpless. This means that strength gains will slow down. This is like raising a dad. Xu Feng had no words to express his pain. However, after thinking about it carefully, Xu Feng felt that this black egg was very likely a Gourmet Cell demon. When you awaken the Gourmet Cell talent, there is a chance that a Gourmet Cell demon will appear. Previously, Chu Feng read a book called Record of Talented and Supernatural Powers in the school library and learned about the talent and supernatural power of gourmet cells. Among them is the Gourmet Cell demon. The Gourmet Cell demon is equivalent to living in the gourmet cells. As long as the Gourmet Cell demon is resurrected, the host can use the power of the Gourmet Cell demon. Thinking of this, Chu Feng became excited. After all, if it is really the Gourmet Cell demon, once the black egg hatches and resurrects the Gourmet Cell demon, Chu Feng can borrow its power, and it will be a very terrifying existence. Certainly. It is not easy to hatch the Gourmet Cell devil eggs. The record of supernatural powers mentioned that someone once awakened the S-level supernatural power of gourmet cells, and gourmet cell devil eggs also appeared, but they were never hatched until death. Chapter 39 Black Gold Ancient Sword. Put on new clothes and enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. She and Blood, 23,000-25,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell Super Strong Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Devil Egg Hatching Progress 0.1%. SSS-level Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity Drop. SSS-level Devour Delicious Devour Space. Comprehensive Development of Talents and Abilities, Devouring Gravity Balls. Combat Skill, Heavenly Crustal Cutting Beginner. Special Ability, Poison Immunity. Warrior Level, 3-star Peak. Devouring Quest, Updating. When his eyes fell on the column of SSS-level Gourmet Cells, Chu Feng was ecstatic. Damn, it really is a Gourmet Cell devil egg. This is so cool. However, Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded when he saw that the hatching progress of the Gourmet Cell devil egg was only 0.1%. Damn it, it just devoured thousands of ferocious beasts. How come it only hatched such a tiny thing? How long will it take for it to be fully hatched? But no matter what, Chu Feng will try his best to hatch the Gourmet Cell demon. I have to look for information on this when I get back. Hopefully, I can hatch the Gourmet Cell demon soon. Chu Feng thought. After looking at the time, he decided to leave Jianduan Mountains. Originally, the plan was to hunt enough ferocious beasts in exchange for a subsidy to buy a good sword. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred along the way. First, he encountered the red scale fruit, a food that the gourmet cells liked, and then he became the host of the Gourmet Cell demon. Although I was not able to collect enough ferocious beast materials to exchange for money, this trip can be said to be quite fruitful and unexpected. After all, the gourmet cells were activated again, and their strength increased greatly. At the same time, it also hosts the Gourmet Cell demon. In addition, his chi and blood have also increased a lot, and he is not far from breaking through 4 stars. Chu Feng also had a hunch that the system devouring task would be updated soon. All in all, Chu Feng was very satisfied with what he gained from this trip. Because I have military training tomorrow, I have to leave. Chu Feng also had to go to the Warrior Alliance headquarters to exchange the materials of the ferocious beasts in the devouring space for subsidies, and then see if there were any good swords and how much money he needed so that he would have a rough idea of it. Then, we have to rush back to the military training department. Time is still quite tight. Activate anti-gravity flight and move forward at a terrifying speed. In a moment, he flew out of the Jianduan Mountains. Imperial City. The largest of all cities in human habitation. The area exceeds 1.2 million square kilometers. It has the largest number of warriors and is also the city with the strongest warriors. It is said that anyone you pick up on the street will be a 3-star warrior. The Warrior Alliance headquarters is located in the center of Imperial Capital City and is the tallest building among all. After entering the Imperial Capital City and flying for a while, a tall building appeared at the end of the site. Its shape was like a knife, standing between heaven and earth. Chu Feng knew that the building was the headquarters of the Warrior Alliance. Come to the Warrior Alliance headquarters and apply directly for subsidies for hunting ferocious beasts. When the staff lady saw Chu Feng taking out a pile of materials of ferocious beasts, she couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. Speaking of which, there are many warriors who come here to apply for subsidies, and she has seen many powerful ferocious beast materials. She is a person who has seen the world. However, seeing that Chu Feng, who still looks like a high school student, took out so many materials of ferocious beasts, including many 3rd-level ferocious beasts, how could one not be surprised? Chu Feng smiled and said, "Hello, sister, please help me see how much subsidy I can apply for these ferocious beast materials?" "Okay, I'll do it for you right away, please wait." The young lady had a very good work attitude and was smiling. After all, she knew very well that there were many powerful warriors in the Imperial Capital City, and she must not be careless or look down on others. The young lady immediately got busy, classifying the materials about the ferocious beasts, registering them, taking photos, etc. Very skilled in business. After finishing, the young lady smiled at Shufeng and said, "Sir, I have registered it for you. There are 892nd level ferocious beasts, golden-headed eagles, 1/3 level ferocious beast, a unicorn rhinoceros, and 23rd level ferocious beasts, scaled lizards. A second level beast will receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. The subsidy for a third level ferocious beast is 10,000 yuan. You count, and once you've counted and confirmed it, sign here." Shufeng signed without counting. He knew the amount in his heart. When will the subsidy be issued? The young lady smiled and said, "You will receive the subsidy in a minute." Sure enough, 1 minute later, Shufeng received the money. A full 1,100,000. As expected of the headquarters, they counted the items on the spot and then paid. Unlike at the branch office, you have to wait 1 or 2 days for the money to arrive. After getting the money, Shufeng immediately went to buy a sword. 1 million should be enough to buy a good sword. Seeing Shufeng leaving, the young lady muttered, "Who is this young man? Why haven't I seen him before? Did he kill so many ferocious beasts by himself?" As expected, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the imperial capital. Shufeng has arrived at the area where swords are sold. There are a wide variety of swords. Maybe we came at the wrong time, not many people were buying the swords. A beautiful shopping guide came to Shufeng with a smile on her face. "Handsome man, do you need any help?" Shufeng got straight to the point and said, "Any recommendations for a sword worth around 1 million? His total assets were only about 1 million yuan. After buying a sword, he would have to use the remaining money to stock up on food and for other expenses." The beautiful shopping guide smiled and said, "Handsome guy, yes, please follow me." Shufeng followed her to a place. The beautiful saleswoman introduced it. "This is the Thunder/Blade. It's made primarily from the teeth of the 4th tier ferocious beast, the thunder eel. Its attacks create a lightning effect, capable of paralyzing ferocious beasts below the 3rd tier. The price is 980,000. This is the Fire Dragon Blade. It's made primarily from the teeth of a 4th tier ferocious beast, the Fire Dragon. It creates a flaming effect when struck. The price is 950,000. This is an ancient black gold sword. The main material is made of the rare metal ancient black gold. It is extremely sharp and the price is 1 million. This is. The beautiful shopping guide wanted to continue introducing the remaining swords, but Shufeng interrupted her. "Wait a minute, I want to ask, which of these swords is harder? It doesn't matter whether it has other attribute attack effects or not. What matters is that it must be hard enough, otherwise when you use crust cutting, it will shatter like the previous sword." Hearing Shufeng's words, the beautiful shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then smiled and pointed to a sword next to her and said, "Among the swords that match your price, the best quality and the hardest one is this black gold ancient sword." "Okay." Shufeng nodded and took out his bank card. "That's it." Swipe the card. "Okay." The beautiful shopping guide was a little stunned, then went to handle it with a smile on her face. Soon, she came back satisfied, gave Shufeng the invoice and card, opened the cabinet again, took out the black gold ancient knife with difficulty, handed it to Shufeng, and reminded him, "Handsome boy, this knife is a bit heavy, you have to be careful." Chapter 40, Instructor Lee approved the leave promptly, so cool. Shufeng picked up the knife with one hand. It's a bit heavy indeed. It is much heavier than the previous sword. It is estimated to be about 50 to 60 kilograms. This weight is indeed a bit difficult for the thin and beautiful shopping guide. However, for Shufeng, it was easy and stress-free, and he even felt a little relieved. Seeing Shufeng easily pick up the black gold ancient knife with one hand, the beautiful shopping guide opened her cherry lips in surprise. This handsome guy is not simple, he must be a star warrior, right? Clang! Shufeng pulled the black gold ancient sword out of the scabbard, making a sound of metal friction and the sharp edge flashing. A cold air instantly enveloped the surroundings. The style is pretty good. Looking at the whole knife, it is nearly 1 meter long, as wide as a palm, and completely black. When you tap the blade with your hand, it makes a buzzing sound. Swing it a few times and it feels great. Shufeng was very satisfied. This black gold ancient sword is much more powerful than the previous sword. It deserves 1 million. You really get what you pay for. I just don't know what would happen if it were used to launch crust cutting. Looking forward to it. After putting away the black gold ancient sword, Xu Feng asked the beautiful shopping guide where to buy Record of Talented Superpowers and then left to buy it. After buying the book, he bought some food and put it into the devouring space. He looked at the time and it was already late, so he left immediately for the military training department. Longzhou City, Longcheng Martial Arts School. Have you found the person? The owner hasn't been found yet. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Keep searching. If they're alive, I want them to be found. If they're dead, I want to see their bodies. Hao Yukai was very angry. The only son brought a dozen 3-star warriors from the martial arts school into the Jianduan Mountains to seize the red scale fruit. This was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, they all disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. This is very unusual. If you are attacked by a ferocious beast, even if you encounter a group of beasts, it is impossible that no one can escape. And now, everyone has disappeared completely. What made him even more annoyed was that he sent so many people out to look for it, but they found nothing and had no clues at all. At this moment, someone hurried over and shouted, "Master, I found it." Hao Youcai's expression changed, and he quickly asked, "Where are the people? Where are they?" The man trembled and said, "We found the clothes of the young master and others in the belly of a golden leopard." I'm afraid. Upon hearing this, Hao Youcai's head buzzed and he couldn't accept this fact. Afterwards, Hao Yukai calmed down and said, "The King Kong leopard is only a mid-stage 3rd-level beast. How could it possibly eat so many people? There must be something fishy going on. Check for me. I want to know the truth." Xu Feng didn't know all this. He spent a few more hours and returned to the military training department when night fell. Many other students who had gone out to play have also returned. Without paying attention to anything else, Xu Feng ate some food to replenish the energy and blood that were absorbed by the Gourmet Cell devil egg, then took out the record of talented and supernatural powers to check. Find the records about the innate abilities of Gourmet Cells and read them carefully. After reading it, Xu Feng's understanding of the Gourmet Cell's innate abilities deepened, and he also gained some information about the Gourmet Cell demon. It says that if you want to revive the Gourmet Cell demon that is hosting you, the key is to feed the Gourmet Cell the food it likes. Put away the book. Xu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. At present, there are only 2 kinds of food that Gourmet Cells like. One is the eggs of the armored giant crocodile, and the other is the exotic red scale fruit. It seems that I need to pay more attention to eggs and rare treasures in the future. A night of silence. The next morning, a new day of military training began. After the regular running and frog jumps, Xu Feng was the first to complete the task and the first to arrive at the cafeteria for breakfast. I ate a lot of eggs, fried dough sticks, buns, milk, and other foods. The health value has not increased much, but the system devouring task has been updated. Ding! The system has selected the devouring mission update. Task 1, devour the tortoiseshell tiger, reward, Thunder Fist. Task 2, devour the 6-legged ape, reward, invincible golden body. Please make your choice now. Seeing this devouring mission, Xu Feng's expression changed slightly. Mission 1, tortoiseshell tiger, a 3rd-level ferocious beast, a tiger with a tortoise shell on its back, with strong defense. The 6-legged ape in Mission 2 is a 4th-level ferocious beast, a giant ape with 6 legs. It has a ferocious, violent, and evil temperament. Xu Feng can complete both tasks with his current strength. Well, it depends on which task has better rewards. Let us first look at Thunder Fist, a yellow-level combat skill. After activation, the fist is wrapped in powerful lightning, and a punch is thrown out like a thunderous attack. One punch can destroy a building. This skill relies heavily on physical strength. The stronger the physical body, the more terrifying the power it can exert. Xu Feng has the innate ability of Gourmet Cells, which can strengthen his physical body. His physical strength is much more terrifying than that of ordinary warriors. If he learns the Thunder Fist, its power will definitely be considerable. Let us look at Invincible Golden Body, a defensive skill. After it is activated, the whole body is covered with a layer of golden light, which can resist any attack and any damage. It can be called absolute defense. Once activated, you will be invincible. However, it only lasts for 2 seconds. Once activated, the body cannot move unless there is external interference. Without thinking too much, Xu Feng chose Task 2. Although the Thunder Fist is very good, Xu Feng currently has no shortage of attack methods. He uses the power of Gourmet Cells and superimposes gravity, and his punch is quite powerful. But the Invincible Golden Body is different. With it, it is equivalent to having a means to save your life. Invincible Golden Body is more valuable than Thunder Fist. Ding! You have made your choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. Chu Feng withdrew his thoughts and came to the training square. The other students then finished their training one after another and went to have breakfast. Instructor Li. Chu Feng called out to Instructor Li, who was about to go for breakfast. Oh, classmate Chu Feng, what's the matter? Instructor Li took off his hat, revealing his flat head, and his tone was not as serious as during training. After all, Chu Feng is much stronger than him. Instructor Li. Chu Feng said, I'd like to take a day or two off. Is that okay? Training is not very useful to him. It is better for him to complete the system swallowing task and achieve better development. Sure. Instructor Li said cheerfully, as for you, it's no problem to take as many days off as you want. He knew very well that although the content of the military training was very perverted, it seemed to be of no use to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's physical quality and fitness are all outstanding, so there is no need to waste time training. The last time he was running long distance, he encountered a beast-tide attack. Chu Feng chased the beasts and killed them indiscriminately. Everyone knew that Chu Feng was terribly strong. If Chu Feng is trapped in boring military training, it will affect his development. As a genius, you have your own development path. Why would you mess around with ordinary people? Thank you, instructor. Chu Feng was a little excited. He didn't expect to get leave so easily. In this way, you can do system tasks with confidence. Chapter 41. If you have half the strength of Chu Feng, you don't need to learn. Ha! After getting Instructor Li's consent, Chu Feng directly launched the anti-gravity flight and roared away. Instructor Li saw Chu Feng's fleeting figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This kid is the most talented student I have ever seen, no doubt about it. After breakfast, the students came back one after another to continue training. The content of the training is to learn military boxing. A very basic set of boxing techniques with boring moves. This set of boxing techniques is not very useful in combat. It is mainly used to train the body's flexibility and can also slightly improve blood and energy. Under the scorching sun, the students studied for 3 hours straight, all of them sweating and reluctant to continue. Instructor Li took one look, shook his head, and began to scold, "Can't you bear this little hardship? If you had half the strength of classmate Chu Feng, you wouldn't have to learn Jun Wukwen. But do you have any? If a large-scale beast tide were to occur one day, with your physiques, you would die the moment you showed up and become the ferocious beast's poop." After hearing these words, the students looked unhappy and felt bitter and uncomfortable. Damn it, Chu Feng can even kill a 4th-level ferocious beast with his bare hands, and he can even chase the beast tide and kill them indiscriminately. Who the hell wants to compete with him? Chu Feng is an outlier, a pervert, not a human being at all. Instructor Li continued, since you don't have Chu Feng's natural talents, then just train honestly and keep your spirits up. The students had no choice but to continue training as usual. Oh, Chu Feng, who was flying, suddenly sneezed. Depend on. Who is thinking about me? He rubbed his nose with his hand and continued flying. Chu Feng checked online and found that there were also 6-legged monkeys in the interior of the country, mainly living in ruins number 1. Many years ago, there were many cities inside the Great Wall. Later, the cities were destroyed by ferocious beasts. The beasts occupied the cities and turned them into uninhabited areas. The city that has become an uninhabited area is called a ruin. There are 81 relics in total. Half a day later, Chu Feng stood in mid-air. His eyes looked towards a deserted city diagonally below. Many tall buildings can be vaguely seen, but most of them are dilapidated, and some are even covered with green vines. And this deserted city is Ruins number 1. Ruins number 1 is the first city to be conquered by ferocious beasts. The number of ferocious beasts may not be the largest, but the types of ferocious beasts are the most, and most of them are at the 3rd and 4th levels. Compared with other ruins, Ruins number 1 is also the most dangerous. His nose moved, and he could already smell the scent of a ferocious beast on the wind. Without any nonsense, he immediately flew towards the direction where the smell of the ferocious beast came from. Before finding the target 6-legged ape, other ferocious beasts can also be targets. Anyway, by devouring ferocious beasts, you will become stronger, and the more you devour, the stronger you will be. Boom! Chu Feng rushed into a dilapidated building covered with vines. There was a foul smell inside and a group of ferocious beasts were sleeping. It looks like a wolf dog, but has no hair and has tumors all over its body, making it look very scary. There are 2 rows of sharp fangs in its mouth. A long, forked tongue poked out. This is actually a snake wolf, a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Poisonous. Its most powerful weapon is its tongue, which can extend and retract to attack like rubber. The retracted tongue can be ejected and pierce through an entire building. Without waiting for the snake wolf to react, Shufeng directly released the devouring gravity ball. A black sphere appeared behind him, and gravity and devouring power enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. The snakes and wolves were crushed to the ground, blood gushing out of their mouths, unable to move. Some of the weaker ones died on the spot. Shufeng moved his right hand, took out the black gold ancient knife from the devouring space, cut off a tooth of the snakes and wolves and put it away. He could take it back and exchange it for a subsidy. Then he activated Delicious Devouring and swallowed all the snakes and wolves in one breath. There were a total of 18 snakes and wolves. If each 3rd-level ferocious beast provided 5 points of blood and energy, Shufeng should have gained 90 points of blood and energy. However, because the Gourmet Cell Devil Egg took the opportunity to eat a lot of snakes and wolves, Shufeng gained 40 points of blood and energy. Half of it is gone. Shufeng was a little helpless. Fortunately, after the Gourmet Cell Devil Egg steals food, it will not absorb Shufeng's blood value for a period of time. He flew out of the snake and wolf's lair, stood on a building, and looked around, but found nothing unusual. The nose moved again, quickly locking onto the ferocious beast, and immediately flew over and violently swallowed it. Going all the way to the depths of ruins number 1, half an hour later, Yi devoured many more ferocious beasts. The health value has reached 24,300, and it is still 700 health points away from breaking through 4 stars. Shufeng is confident that he can make a breakthrough today. In addition, the hatching progress of Gourmet Cell Devil Eggs has also been increased to 0.8%. Oh! Suddenly, a roar was heard. Although the distance was far, Shufeng still felt a deafening sensation, and the buildings under his feet seemed to be shaking slightly. This is a 4th-level ferocious beast. From the sound, it seems to be an ape. Could it be a 6-legged ape? Shufeng's expression changed, and he sniffed, smelling a faint smell of blood. Then, the figure moved and flew over at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Suddenly, a dilapidated tall building not far below collapsed, sending up billowing clouds of dust. The 2 warriors rushed out from the smoke and dust in panic, their faces ashen. At the same time, a large hand covered with black hair stretched out from the smoke and dust, and slapped violently from top to bottom. Boom! A huge sonic boom sounded, and the 2 warriors were knocked directly to the ground and turned into meat paste. Oh! There was another roar, the smoke and dust dissipated, and an extremely huge monkey head appeared. Its mouth is full of fangs. A pair of blood-red eyes. They have well-developed muscles and are covered with black hair, just like gorillas. But it has 6 legs. In other words, it has 4 legs and 2 giant hands. It is huge in size, with a height of over 20 meters. Shufeng recognized it. This was the 6-legged ape. A 4th-order late-stage ferocious beast. Its power is extremely terrifying. The fact that the 2 4-star warriors were beaten into pulp by it just now is the best proof of this. Now! The 6-legged ape noticed Shufeng in mid-air, and roared angrily, saliva flying everywhere. Then it leaped over and swung its giant palm. Shufeng's eyes darkened, and he immediately activated the gravity field, with 140 times the gravity covering him. Boom! The 6-legged ape had just approached Shufeng, but before he could attack, his body suddenly became extremely heavy, as if being pressed down by a mountain, and his entire body fell directly to the ground. The ground exploded and collapsed. Shufeng took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and used his innate ability of the Gourmet Cells to increase his strength to the limit. The muscles on his entire right arm bulged. Then, he added 140 times the gravity. His entire fist emitted a humming sound, transformed into a 1,000-pound weight, and violently punched the 6-legged ape's head. Chapter 42, Meet Senior Shinsheng. Boom! A low sonic boom sounded. It was visible to the naked eye that a huge fist mark appeared on the 6-legged ape's head when Shufeng's punch landed, and the area was bloody and mangled. Oh! However, this powerful punch did not knock the 6-legged ape down, and the crushing force of 140 times the gravity did not completely suppress it. With a roar, it raised its fist and punched Shufeng hard. Shufeng crossed his hands in front of his chest. The next second, a fist that was several times bigger than Chu Feng came towards him. In an instant, he felt a terrifying force surging into his body. Call out. Boom! In an instant, Chu Feng flew backwards like a cannonball and crashed into a dilapidated building not far away, causing the entire building to collapse. Chu Feng stood up from the rocks and felt that the bones in his hands were about to break. I have to say, the power of the six-legged ape is terrifying. Among the fourth-level ferocious beasts, the six-legged ape should be the strongest. Boom boom boom. Over there, the six-legged ape swung its fist and hit its chest, making a roar that resounded through the sky, venting its inner anger. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned red, his fangs were exposed, and he rushed towards Chu Feng violently. Boom! A building on the road was smashed to pieces by it. The next second, it rushed out from the flying rocks, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, looking extremely ferocious. But Chu Feng looked calm. He moved his right hand and the ancient black gold knife appeared in his hand. The knife energy on his body suddenly burst out. He raised the knife and slashed it diagonally. Swish! The knife flashed. A terrifying blade energy flashed away as if tearing through space. The knife energy flashed across the six-legged ape's neck. The hexapod's pupils constricted. But the body was still running wildly, and suddenly, the whole body fell down and the head rolled out. Puff puff. Blood gushed out. Chu Feng had no expression on his face and put away the black gold ancient sword. What he just launched was crust cutting. Its power is enough to easily kill a six-legged ape in seconds. He walked over to the six-legged ape, reached out and plucked some of its hair and put it away. A fourth-level ferocious beast can be exchanged for a 100,000 subsidy. This is a considerable income. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light came whizzing at an astonishing speed, and then fell down, landing not far from Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned around and was stunned. Senior Xinchang? Xinchang was also stunned when she saw Chu Feng. Junior Chu Feng? Senior sister, why are you here? Chu Feng asked. I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Xinchang didn't respond, but her eyes fell on the six-legged ape. Her almond-shaped eyes moved slightly. Did you kill this? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded. Is there a problem? Xinchang was puzzled. What star are you now? Chu Feng said, 3 stars peak. No? Xinchang was confused. You reached the peak of 3 stars so quickly? Wait, you reached the peak of 3 stars and killed the late 4th stage six-legged ape? This really scared her. When I first met Chu Feng, he wasn't even at the 1-star level. But in just 1 month, he had already reached the peak of 3 stars? Isn't this growth rate too scary? She herself is also a genius, a recognized genius, and her growth rate is also very fast, but it took her a full year to go from 1 star to 3 stars. What made her feel even more incredible was that Chu Feng, a peak 3-star expert, killed a late-stage 4th-order beast. This was completely beyond her cognition. As a genius, she can also fight against opponents of higher levels. She once killed a 4th-order early-stage beast with her 3-star peak strength, but this was already her limit, and she was injured in that battle. Xinchang looked Chu Feng up and down and found that Chu Feng was becoming more and more unfamiliar and she could not see through him at all. Taking a deep breath, Xinchang changed the subject and said, shouldn't we be in military training right now? Why are you here? Oh. Chu Feng replied, I asked for leave from Instructor Li. Xinchang was stunned again. What? Can I ask for leave during military training? But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. After all, Chu Feng is already at the peak of 3 stars, and military training is really of no use to him. Chu Feng raised his hand and activated Delicious Devouring, eating the 6-legged ape in one breath. Ding! Devour the 6-legged ape, mission completed, rewarded with the invincible golden body. Do you want to practice? Chu Feng heard a system prompt sound. Seeing this scene, Xinchang was shocked again. This, devouring innate supernatural powers? Yeah. Chu Feng answered Xinchang calmly, silently reciting in his heart that after practicing, he would gain an invincible golden body. That's not right. Xinchang almost cried out, don't you have the gift of gourmet cells? How can you have the gift of devouring? Oh. Chu Feng said calmly, I have 3 natural abilities. Gourmet cells are one of them, devouring is another, and I also have a gravity ability. Upon hearing this, Xinchang's jaw dropped. Oh right. Chu Feng ignored Xinchang's shock and asked, Senior Xinchang, what are you doing here? Hearing the question, Xinqing finally recovered from her shock. I'm here on a mission. I've detected the birth of a 5th level ferocious beast in Ruins number 1, and I'm here to eliminate it. Rumble. At this moment, the ground shook, accompanied by bursts of low roars, as if the entire number 1 ruins were moving. Xinqing's expression changed, and she turned into a ray of light, flew into the air, and looked in one place. Chu Feng moved his nose and smelled the scent of many ferocious beasts at once, all of which seemed to be rushing in one direction. Without thinking much, he moved his figure and flew into the air, coming to the side of senior sister Xinqing. Looking to one side, one can see some ferocious beasts gathering towards one side at an extremely fast speed, as if they were being summoned by something. Although it is still unclear what happened, with so many ferocious beasts gathered together, it is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Xinqing said, with so many fierce beasts gathered together, it seems that a 5th level fierce beast has been born. After saying that, she turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Chu Feng did not follow her. Senior Xinqing's innate ability was light, and her speed was incredibly fast, so he could not catch up with her. However, Chu Feng's target was the other ferocious beasts gathered together. With a smile on his face, he flew towards the ferocious beasts without saying a word. Chu Feng appeared above a group of 2nd level ferocious beasts and directly activated the gravity field. Boom boom boom. Under the pressure of 140 times the gravity, the 2nd level beast could not bear it at all. Its body was directly crushed and it died. Chu Feng first collected the materials from them and took them back to exchange for subsidies, and then devoured them all. As we continued to fly forward, we encountered more and more ferocious beasts, and most of them were 3rd level ferocious beasts. But they were no match for Chu Feng, and some of them didn't even have the strength to resist. Devour. Devour. Swallow again. He swallowed up countless ferocious beasts along the way, and suddenly, a roar came from his body, his blood and energy surged, his strength surged, and his aura soared. Ha ha! Breakthrough to 4 stars. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Chapter 43 Senior, Chu Feng is a pervert. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Qi and blood, 25,001 125,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 2.5%. SSS-level gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development of talents and abilities, devouring gravity balls. Sword skills, heavenly crustal cutting beginner. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility. Warrior level, 4-star early stage. Devouring quest, updating. He was very excited at first, but when he saw that it took 125,000 Qi and blood to break through to become a 5-star warrior, the smile on his face froze. In other words, Chu Feng still needs 100,000 blood and energy to break through to the 5-star level. If it were before, 100,000 health and Qi would not be difficult for Chu Feng and he could easily obtain it. Assuming that a 4th level ferocious beast provides 5 blood, 100,000 blood would require devouring 20,000 4th level ferocious beasts. But now, there are Gourmet Cell devil eggs in its body, and more than half of the ferocious beasts it devours will be eaten by it. Therefore, Chu Feng has to devour more than 40,000 4th level ferocious beasts before he can break through to the 5-star level. The total number of 4th level ferocious beasts in the pass is probably less than 20,000. Fortunately, there are many 1st and 2nd level ferocious beasts inside the pass, and there are also quite a few 3rd level ferocious beasts. As long as you work hard enough, you can quickly break through to the 5-star level without leaving the pass. Once you reach 5 stars, you will become one of the truly strong ones. Warrior levels are divided into 9 stars, and 4 stars is the watershed. Many warriors with average talents and abilities are stuck at the 4-star level their entire lives. When he entered the early stage of the 4-star level, Chu Feng's body, mind, soul, and other aspects were greatly strengthened. He could release 150 times the gravity and expand the swallowing space by 10 times. The strength has been greatly improved. Without thinking too much, Chu Feng closed the system interface and continued to fly forward. On the way, they encountered some ferocious beasts, some of which were level 2 and some level 3, and they were all violently devoured by Chu Feng. A little further on, I saw many level 3 beasts tragically killed on the road, most of them killed with a single blow, some with their necks severed, others with their waists split open. Chu Feng knew that these ferocious beasts were killed by senior sister Xinqing. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After taking the materials from them and putting them away, he devoured them without leaving any trace. It feels like picking up money on the road, so cool. After devouring a few more ferocious beasts, Xu Feng came to a huge pit and looked down. He saw an underground city inside. He moved his nose and could smell the strong smell of blood and the scent of many ferocious beasts. The figure moved and jumped into the pit. A few seconds later, Xu Feng fell to the ground. Ruins number 1 was once a very prosperous city with a huge underground city. After the city was destroyed, many ferocious beasts lived and reproduced in the underground city. Hiss-oh-oh. An angry roar was heard, and the sound contained a captivating energy that seemed to interfere with consciousness. Xu Feng's expression was moved. If it weren't for the gift of gourmet cells that enhanced all his attributes and strengthened his spirit, he would have lost consciousness briefly just now. He took a deep breath, turned into a figure and flew over. After a while, Xin Chang was seen being surrounded and attacked by a large group of ferocious beasts in an open space not far away. On the other side, a terrifying giant bat stood there like a human, more than 15 meters tall, with 36 bursting muscles in its chest, a mouth full of fangs, and bloodshot eyes. He exuded a terrifying aura. Xu Feng recognized it. It was a King Kong bat. Judging from its aura, it is a 5th-level ferocious beast. At this moment, a faint sound came out of the King Kong bat's mouth, and countless ferocious beasts around it seemed to be controlled by it, attacking Xinqing madly and endlessly. Obviously, this is the sound talent of King Kong bat. A 6-star aura burst out from Xinqing's body, and her whole body was covered with a layer of golden light. She held a long sword in her right hand, and her figure flashed at an unbelievable speed. Swish, swish, swish. As her figure flashed, one ferocious beast after another was killed by her sword. As expected of Guang's natural ability, so fast. Xu Feng stared at Xinqiang and could hardly see her graceful movements. Taking a deep breath, Xu Feng burst out with aura, and bursts of black light emanated from his body. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and at the moment the ground exploded, the whole person shot out. Boom! The next second, Xu Feng landed next to Xinqiang, and at the same time, the devouring gravity ball was released. A black sphere as big as a basketball floated behind him, his hair stood up, and air waves roared around him. It enveloped us 150 times, and the terrifying devouring power spread all around. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts around, whether they were level 3 or level 4, were ruthlessly crushed to the ground. The level 3 beasts were directly deformed by the crush, and blood gushed out of their mouths. The level 4 beasts were slightly better, but their bodies seemed to be held down by a big hand and could not move. Xinqing's face also changed. She felt as if she was being pressed down by a huge rock. Her feet sank into the ground and she almost fell to her knees. A brilliant golden light burst out from her body and she managed to hold on. Looking around, he saw that all the ferocious beasts were lying on the ground, some dead, some injured, and not a single one could stand up. This? Xinqiang was shocked. Xu Feng said, "Senior sister, leave these beasts to me, you go and kill that 5th-level beast." Senior sister Xinqing glanced at Xu Feng with a strange look in her eyes. Without saying a word, she raised her long sword and turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the King Kong bat. On this side, Xu Feng took out the black gold ancient sword from the devouring space and killed those 4th-level beasts that had not yet been crushed to death by gravity. Afterwards, he took all the materials from the ferocious beasts and put them away, then activated the delicious devouring technique, locking onto more than 500 ferocious beasts and devouring them all in one breath. The scene was horrifying. After devouring a large number of ferocious beasts, his energy and blood began to rise rapidly. The hatching progress of the Gourmet Cell devil eggs is also improving bit by bit. A moment later, the 2,000 to 3,000 ferocious beasts around were all devoured by Xu Feng. No ferocious beast could escape from Xu Feng's palm. There. Xinqing has also killed the King Kong bat. The King Kong bat was covered in knife marks and blood. The fatal wound was a knife piercing through his throat. The bloody hole was shocking. Glancing around, Xinqing saw that the 2,000 to 3,000 ferocious beasts had all disappeared, leaving only large pools of blood on the ground. She looked horrified. "You swallowed all these ferocious beasts?" "Yeah. I swallowed them all," Xu Feng replied calmly. Xinqiang stared at Xu Feng with an incredible look, opened her mouth, and wanted to say something, but was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. At this moment, she truly felt the terror of Xu Feng. Gravity crushed the 3rd and 4th level beasts over a large area like lambs to be slaughtered, and then swallowed countless beasts in one breath. She had never seen a pervert like Xu Feng before. She calls herself a genius, but in front of Xu Feng, she seems to be completely inadequate. She is a 6-star warrior. Although she does not feel any pressure when facing 2 or 3,000 third and fourth level ferocious beasts, it is impossible for her to kill all of them in a short period of time. But Chu Feng is still a 4-star early stage warrior, but he can do things that she can't do. Isn't this terrifying? Chu Feng smiled and said, Senior, do you still want to take this King Kong bat back with you? Chapter 44. The warriors in the whole city were shocked. Oh. Xin Qing finally realized what Chu Feng said. I can just take the fangs of the King Kong bat and take them back. I won't need the body. As she spoke, she raised her knife, the whole knife bathed in a layer of golden light, and chopped it down. Swish! A row of fangs of the King Kong bat was chopped off, and she put it and the long knife into the space ring. Chu Feng said happily, just give me the body of the King Kong bat. Xin Chang nodded, yeah. Chu Feng didn't waste any time and immediately launched Delicious Devouring to lock onto the King Kong bat. A 5th level ferocious beast has a health value of around 100. Even if the Gourmet Cell devil egg secretly eats half of it, there will still be about 50 health points. It was visible to the naked eye that the flesh and blood of the King Kong bat disappeared quickly. Xin Chang was stunned, and then she found that Chu Feng's blood and chi had increased a lot. She was shocked again, and after a moment of silence, she said, Junior brother, could it be that you can increase your blood and chi by devouring ferocious beasts? Chu Feng replied, that's right. When I devour ferocious beasts, my chi and blood will increase, and I will become stronger. Hearing this, Xin Chang was stunned. Will you become stronger by devouring ferocious beasts? This talent is so scary. Now, she understood why Junior Chu Feng's strength had skyrocketed. No wonder Chu Feng used the previous 3 rare requests to exchange for the corpses of ferocious beasts. After chatting with Senior Sister Xin Qing for a while, Senior Sister Xin Qing went back, but Chu Feng did not leave in a hurry. His HP has now reached 32,600, and he is still more than 10,000 HP away from breaking through to the mid-stage 4-star level. There are still many ferocious beasts in Ruins number 1. Chu Feng plans to devour them all. Maybe he can step into the middle stage of 4 stars. Just do it if you want to. His super sense of smell was activated, and his nose moved, searching for the scent of the ferocious beast. Previously, the 5th level ferocious beast King Kong bat used his innate ability to gather a large number of other ferocious beasts nearby, but there were probably many ferocious beasts that had not yet arrived, so King Kong bat was killed by Xin Qing. Really? Soon, Chu Feng smelled the scent of the ferocious beast and started anti-gravity flight and rushed away. It took 2 hours to walk through the dungeon and almost all the ferocious beasts inside were eliminated. A look at the chi and blood showed that it had reached 35,000. Not enough. It's not enough. Chu Feng flew out of the underground city and began to frantically hunt ferocious beasts in Ruins number 1. The super sense of smell given by the innate ability of Gourmet Cells can track ferocious beasts dozens of kilometers away. Any slight smell within this range cannot escape Chu Feng's nose. With this ability, finding ferocious beasts becomes much easier. In addition, the flying speed is fast, so it doesn't take too long to move from one place to another. Then, from time to time, the screams of ferocious beasts could be heard from Ruins number 1. In Jiangzhou City, which is close to Ruins number 1, many warriors heard the endless screams of the ferocious beasts and were confused. The Lord of Jiangzhou City led some warriors into Ruins number 1 to check the situation, but was surprised to find that they had not seen a ferocious beast after walking for a long time. What's going on? Where's the beast? That's not right. Aren't there a group of hairy, ferocious pigs in this area? Why are they gone? Have you noticed that we've already penetrated deep into the heart of Ruins number 1, but haven't seen a single ferocious beast? How bizarre. Could it be that all the ferocious beasts are hiding in the underground city? The warriors hurried to the dungeon and entered. Why aren't there any ferocious beasts? Look, there's a lot of blood here. There must have been a fight. What's going on? At this moment, the screams of the ferocious beast were heard again from above. The Lord of Jiangzhou City hurried over with all the warriors. However, it was too late. When they rushed over, there was only a pile of warm blood of the ferocious beast left on the ground, and nothing else was found. These strange scenes made them confused and scared. Ah! Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard. The ground shook slightly. What is this? A beast tide? Isn't it a beast tide? The expressions of several warriors changed. If they encounter a beast tide, they will surely die. The Lord of Jiangzhou City took on a gloomy aura, then burst out with a 5-star aura and quickly rushed to the side. The other warriors hurried to follow. Not long after, they appeared on the top of a dilapidated building, looking into the distance ahead, each of them with a look of horror, their jaws dropping in surprise. I saw countless ferocious beasts fleeing in panic on an open space in the distance ahead. Some were at the second, third, and fourth levels. Above the ferocious beast's head, there was a figure with a black sphere behind it. Wherever it passed, all the ferocious beasts were crushed to the ground. The second and third level ferocious beasts were directly turned into meat patties and died on the spot. Even the fourth level ferocious beast had its body deformed and bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was dying. Who is that? How scary! Does our Jiangzhou city have such a powerful warrior? What kind of gift is that? Gravity? Several warriors were discussing this, with shock in their eyes. The lord of Jiangzhou city was also shocked. As a 5-star warrior, he can fight against a 4th level beast, but he does not have the strength to crush it. The young man with the black ball hanging behind him clearly released the energy and blood of a 4-star warrior, but his strength was so terrifying. This was the first time he had seen such a fierce man. Click, click. Some warriors took out their cell phones to record the horrifying scenes. However, what followed were even more terrifying scenes that left them stunned. The young man with the black sphere hanging behind him collected a lot of materials from the ferocious beasts, then raised his right hand and burst out with terrifying devouring energy, devouring a large number of ferocious beasts cleanly in one go. Over here. Xu Feng stood high in the air. The blood in his body was churning and the airwaves were roaring. Call finally broke through to the mid 4-star stage. With a smile on his lips, Xu Feng let out a breath. At the same time, ding! System Devouring Selection Task Update. Task 1, Devour the One-Horned Lion, Reward, Gravity Palm. Task 2, Devour the Impacting Turtle, Reward, Turtle Shell Set. Please make your choice now. Seeing this mission, Xu Feng's expression was moved. The giant unicorn lion and the crashing turtle are both 4th level peak ferocious beasts. With Xu Feng's current strength, he can kill them. However, the 2 ferocious beasts are located in different areas. The unicorn lion is not inside the pass, but only outside the pass, while the crashing turtle is inside the pass, but in the Devil's Sea. Looking at the rewards again, one is the gravity palm and the other is the turtle shell suit. The former is an attack method and the latter is a defensive treasure. Gravity palm, a yellow level combat skill, can release a huge gravity handprint after activation, which contains 100 times the gravity, and bursts out a powerful blow. With one palm, a mountain will be destroyed. The turtle shell suit is a kind of combat suit that can resist 10% of damage when worn. Seeing these 2 rewards, Xu Feng quickly made a choice. Chapter 45, The Beasts in Ruins Number 1 were all killed? Xu Feng chose Task 1. Although the turtle shell suit has good defense and looks cool and handsome when worn, the gravity palm is more practical for Xu Feng. Besides, Xu Feng has the demonic talent of Gourmet Cells, which makes him very durable. The devouring space always has a lot of food prepared, which he can devour to recover and heal at any time. In addition, there is the invincible golden body absolute defense. Therefore, the turtle shell suit is not very attractive to Xu Feng. But the gravity palm is different. Although it is only a yellow level combat skill, Xu Feng himself has an SSS-level gravity talent ability. If 150 times the gravity is superimposed on the gravity palm, the power that bursts out will be doubled. The yellow level gravity palm in Xu Feng's hands might be able to become a mysterious level or even earth level combat skill. Ding! You have made your choice, please complete it as soon as possible. System prompts. Xu Feng didn't say anything more. He activated the anti-gravity flight and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Seeing Xu Feng leave, the lord of Jiangzhou city and other warriors were still in shock. After a long time, they reacted, and there was still disbelief in their eyes. One of the warriors quickly logged onto the warrior forum and uploaded the footage and video he had taken, along with a caption. Horror! All the ferocious beasts in Ruins Number 1 were wiped out by this fierce man. For a moment, countless warriors watched the images and videos in disgust. Holy crap! This is too awesome. Who is that? Looks like he has a gravity gift. He looks like a high school graduate, but why is he so powerful? It's so terrifying. So many beasts were crushed to death in an instant. Even the 4th level beasts were dying. Who is he? I want to worship him as my big brother. As the trend spread, more and more warriors watched the pictures and videos, causing a sensation in the warrior world. Many warriors refused to believe that all the ferocious beasts in Ruins Number 1 had been eliminated, and they traveled thousands of miles to find out what was going on. Then he exclaimed in the warrior forum, "Holy crap! There really are no ferocious beasts left in Ruins Number 1. Not even a single ferocious beast exists in the dungeon." Chu Feng, the person involved, didn't know all this. He rushed to the imperial capital city overnight, found a hotel to stay in, and came to the Warrior Alliance headquarters the next day. It was the beautiful young lady who received Chu Feng last time who handled the business for Chu Feng. When the young lady saw Chu Feng taking out piles of ferocious beast materials like magic, her face turned pale with surprise. This, how come there are so many?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "I can't put it down. Let's count these first. I have more here." Hearing this, the young lady was stunned. Next, the young lady worked with all her might, and even the machine was ticking so hard that it was about to smoke, and she finally finished entering all the materials. Chu Feng took out another pile of ferocious beast materials. All the ferocious beast materials have been counted. The young lady wiped the sweat from her forehead and shook her sore hands. There are 5,300 beasts in total, 108 4th-level beasts, 4,200 3rd-level beasts, and 2nd-level beasts. Chu Feng had no objection to this number. Direct signature confirmation. In fact, there are still many materials of ferocious beasts, but Chu Feng is too lazy to collect them, otherwise there would be more. A minute later, Chu Feng received a huge sum of money. A full 50 million. Chu Feng laughed. The young lady looked at Chu Feng's receding back with admiration in her eyes. Shortly after Chu Feng left, a middle-aged warrior with white hair came to the window of the young lady and asked directly, "I want to ask, has anyone recently handed in materials for the scaly armored lizard?" When the young lady heard this, her eyes moved and she blurted out, "Yes, he just left not long ago." "What happened?" Upon hearing this, the white-haired warrior's expression changed. He rushed out and then quickly ran back. "Who was the warrior who handed in the scaly armored lizard? Can you tell me? I'm from the Dragon City Martial Arts School." The young lady shook her head and said, "I don't know who he is." The white-haired warrior said, "He handed over the beast's materials to you. You should have his information. Let me see it." "I'm sorry," the young lady said, "the Warrior Alliance has regulations that prohibit the disclosure of information about warriors who come here to conduct business." The white-haired warrior's eyes darkened. "I am from the Dragon City Martial Arts School." The young lady said, "I'm sorry, I really can't tell you." The white-haired warrior was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he didn't dare to cause trouble at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. He turned around and left, quickly returning to Longzhou City. When Chu Feng was rushing to the military training department, his cell phone rang. It looked like an unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, I answered the call. A familiar voice came from the other side. "Hey, someone from Longcheng Martial Arts School is checking you out. I'm afraid they're up to no good. You need to be careful." Recognizing the young lady from the Warrior Alliance headquarters, Chu Feng replied, "Okay. I understand. Thank you." Hang up the phone. Chu Feng didn't care too much. The people from Longcheng Martial Arts School should have gone to the Warrior Alliance headquarters to look for clues about the deaths of Hao Xiao and others. But Chu Feng was not worried at all. Even if the people from Longcheng Martial Arts School found out that he was the one who killed Hao Xiao and others, he would not show mercy if the other party was unreasonable and wanted to attack him. Chu Feng has already checked. There are tens of thousands of students in Longcheng Martial Arts School, among whom the master is a 5-star and the strongest. But a 5-star warrior is not enough in front of Chu Feng. However, what Chu Feng didn't know was that Longcheng Martial Arts School was related to a big shot at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. It was already afternoon when we returned to the military training department. The students in the class and instructor Li were learning military boxing under the scorching sun. They were all sweating profusely, especially the girls, who were soaked all over and their faces were flushed. Chu Feng took out half a piece of frozen watermelon and took bites of it. When the students in the class saw this scene, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth and wanted to pounce on Chu Feng and bite him. Instructor Li rolled his eyes at Chu Feng. "Why are you eating frozen watermelon when you're back? Is that intentional?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "Instructor Li, would you like a piece of frozen watermelon?" Instructor Li licked his lips and jokingly said, "Boy, are you trying to bribe me?" Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, do you want it?" Instructor Li walked over, took the watermelon handed to him by Chu Feng, and started eating. Shu Feng said, "Instructor Li, I would like to ask for a few days' leave. I need to go out of the customs. The system-devouring mission Unicorn Lion is only available outside the level. In fact, you don't have to hunt ferocious beasts yourself, you can entrust it to some martial arts schools." However, Shu Feng had checked and found that if a martial arts school was entrusted with the task of dealing with a 4th-level ferocious beast, the reward would be 50 million if it was inside the pass, and 100 million if it was outside the pass. This is simply an outrageous price. Therefore, Shu Feng will personally hunt down the giant unicorn lion. Chapter 46, Coming Out. Take a leave? Sure, didn't I tell you last time? You can take any leave you want. Instructor Li replied while eating watermelon. Then he suddenly froze, his expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Wait, you just said you wanted to leave?" Shu Feng nodded. "Well, I want to leave." No, Instructor Li said, "If you want to leave, I can't approve your request for leave. I can't make the decision. Inside the pass, with Chu Feng's strength, there will be no danger and he can ask for leave without worry, but it is different outside the pass. Although Chu Feng has some strength and can kill a 4th-level ferocious beast, a 4th-level ferocious beast is nothing outside the pass. If the danger level inside the pass is 1, then the danger level outside the pass is 1 million or 10 million. He couldn't treat Chu Feng's life as a joke. What's more, Chu Feng is a genius of monstrous level, and no loss is allowed." Shu Feng frowned, then Instructor Li, "Who can approve the leave?" Instructor Li said, "For this matter, you need to first consult your principal, and then the chief instructor. Once they approve it, you can go to the checkpoint with the release slip and hand it to the guard. Once the guard lets you through, you can leave." Hearing this, Shu Feng nodded. "I understand. This is just like asking for leave when you were in elementary school. You need to ask the class teacher for approval and get a leave application before the security guard will let you in. In this way, if something goes wrong, the school will not be held responsible." Shu Feng left and went directly to Zhenhua University to find the president. The military university was not far from the military training department. Flying at an extremely fast speed, after passing over the iron mine that was cut off by Chu Feng's sword, a row of buildings appeared not far below. That's Military University. When we arrived at the main gate of Military University, we found it was very spectacular. Although it is vacation time now, there are still many students staying in school. This was Chu Feng's first time here, so he naturally didn't know the location of the principal's office. However, before this, Chu Feng had met the principal at a military training meeting. He had a distinctive smell of alcohol on him, and he remembered it very clearly with his super sense of smell. Using his super sense of smell, Chu Feng moved his nose, and suddenly all kinds of subtle smells in the air gathered together. After a while, it locked onto one of the scents, looked to the side, and ran over at an extremely fast speed. Office of the President of Military University. Ah! Cool! Principal Xiao let out a soul-stirring moan. The medicinal wine made from tiger penis is delicious. I feel refreshed after drinking this. Gurgle, gurgle. He took a few more sips, a look of joy on his face. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Principal Zhao's expression changed, and he asked nervously, "Who?" "Principal, it's me, Shu Feng." A voice came from outside the door. Principal Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. "So it's you, kid. Why are you here instead of doing military training?" Of course he knows Chu Feng. Chu Feng is the only 3S-level talented student this year, and he has been paying attention to him. Chu Feng said, "Principal Xiao, I want to ask for leave." "Okay, wait." Principal Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly hid the medicinal wine and locked it. If you're not here to ask him for medicinal wine, everything is negotiable. Principal Xiao opened the door. Chu Feng walked in and said casually, "Principal Xiao, what are you drinking? It smells so good." "Wine." "What wine?" "There's no wine." Principal Xiao said nervously, then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, didn't you come here to ask for leave? Tell me what's going on." Chu Feng said, "Principal Xiao, I need to ask for leave to go out. I heard that they need to ask you for a release note and a signature." Principal Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "Boy, it's very dangerous outside the pass." Chu Feng said, "I know." Principal Xiao paused. "Are you sure you want to leave?" Chu Feng nodded. "Okay." Principal Xiao said, "Let's follow the procedure. Notify your parents first. Xu Feng interrupted and said, Principal Xiao, I am an orphan and I am my own guardian. My parents died in the beast tide 10 years ago. No brothers or sisters either. Okay. Principal Xiao nodded. Then fill out this form and sign it. Xu Feng looked at the watch and it was nothing more than a waiver of liability or something like that. After filling out the form and signing it, Principal Xiao took out the release slip, filled it out, signed it, and handed it to Xu Feng. Take it to the chief instructor for his signature, and that's it. Thank you, Principal. Xu Feng said, took the pass and left immediately. Watching Xu Feng leave, Principal Xiao narrowed his eyes again. What is this kid doing outside of seclusion? No, he is a genius of the military university and the future of mankind. We can't let him get into trouble. We have to go and see. Xu Feng quickly returned to the military training department and found Instructor Shin to sign, then took the release note and went directly to the 18th checkpoint. When I was in the cultural class, I learned that the one-horned giant lion lived in the demon area outside the 18th level. The vast continent outside the level is divided into 12 areas, and the demon area is one of them. This kid is going to checkpoint 18? Instructor Shin muttered. He was also worried about Xu Feng, so he followed him secretly. Suddenly, he felt a breath coming from behind him. Before he turned around, a figure appeared beside him. Principal Xiao, why are you here too? Chief Instructor Shin was surprised. He. Principal Xiao smiled, same as you. Instructor Shin's eyes lit up. Okay, then let's go and see what that kid is going to do after coming out of confinement. Here, Xu Feng was flying forward at an astonishing speed. Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shin were following behind. He knew it, but he didn't care. It's not bad to have two people following him. This way, Xu Feng is equivalent to having bodyguards. Half a day later, Xu Feng arrived at the 18th level. Many warriors were returning from outside the pass, each of them covered in wounds, and some were queuing up to leave the pass. Generally speaking, it is more troublesome for students in school to come out of seclusion, but it is relatively easy for warriors in society to come out of seclusion. When warriors in society come out of the checkpoint, they just need to register at the checkpoint. Looking at the sky, night was already falling. Xu Feng thought about it and decided to leave the country tomorrow morning and find a hotel nearby to stay in. Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shin found a room next to Xu Feng and squeezed in for the night. A night of silence. The next morning, Xu Feng got up early, took out the food that had been prepared in advance from the devouring space, ate it, and then came to the 18th level. There were quite a few people leaving the border in the morning, but they were mostly in groups. Xu Feng queued up to exit the customs. When it was his turn, he handed over the release note, and the customs officer carefully checked the release note before letting him pass. However, Xu Feng did not see Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shin, nor did he smell their scent. However, after Xu Feng flew over the buffer zone and officially entered the edge of the demon area, the scent of the two appeared. At the same time, Master Hao of Longcheng Martial Arts School has arrived in Imperial Capital City. Chapter 47, Other Geniuses Are Trash in Front of Xu Feng. Imperial Capital City, Luxurious Villa Area. Your nephew is dead. Do you want to take care of this matter? Hao Yukai sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. I told you a long time ago that bastard Hao Jian would get into trouble sooner or later, so I asked you to take care of it and not let him get too arrogant. Are you satisfied now? Hao Yud replied, a little annoyed. Hao Yukai gritted his teeth and said, is it still useful to say this now? I just want to know how Hao Jian died. Hao Yud asked, do you have any clues? Hao Yukai said, I found some clues, but I need your help. Hao Yud asked, how can I help? Hao Yukai said, help me find someone at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. 10 minutes later, Hao Yud came with a piece of information, his face looking a little unhappy. The clue you asked me to check found a person named Xu Feng. Xu Feng? Good. Hao Yotsai's expression was a little ferocious. Hao Jian's death must be related to him. Hao Yud thought for a moment and said, I have to remind you that Xu Feng is not an ordinary person. He is an SSS-level gifted student this year and has been admitted to the military university. So what? Hao Yukai said, if Hao Jian's death is related to him, he will definitely pay the price. As he said that, he snatched the information from Hao Yud's hand and turned away. Hao Yud shook his head helplessly. The edge of the demon area. Xu Feng landed on a hilltop, and his super sense of smell was activated, allowing him to smell the scent of thousands of ferocious beasts in the air. It really is outside the Great Wall. There are such a large number of ferocious beasts just in the edge areas. Taking out his mobile phone, Xu Feng clicked on the map of the demon area. The demon area is very vast. The area explored by human warriors is very small, and most areas are beyond the reach of human warriors. After looking at the map for a while, Xu Feng's eyes fell on a place called 1825. The so-called 1825 means the 25th mark at the 18th level that has been explored by humans. According to the information, the giant unicorn lives in the area marked 1825. Turning on the navigation on his mobile phone, Xu Feng started the anti-gravity flight and rushed away. When flying over a dense forest, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Xu Feng stopped and took a closer look. It turned out to be a group of huge fly beasts with ferocious faces. They are as big as calves, covered in armor, with mouths full of buck teeth that are long and sharp, and look very scary. It's the bucktooth fly. A third-order early-stage ferocious beast. It has extremely fast and violent reactions, a keen sense of smell, a mouthful of very sharp buck teeth, and a strong bite force. Obviously, they smelled Xu Feng's scent and came straight to kill him. When they were still dozens of meters away from Xu Feng, they all looked ferocious, with buck teeth flashing coldly and crazy expressions. Xu Feng's eyes moved, and without saying a word, he activated the gravity field, covering it with more than 150 times the gravity. Boom, boom, boom. A group of armored flies that were constantly approaching Xu Feng suddenly grew more than 150 times larger and fell to the ground like a plane crash. Immediately afterwards, their bodies deformed, their internal organs shattered, blood gushed out of their mouths, and their pupils became bloodshot. Xu Feng raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devouring, locking them all and then devouring them. In a moment, all the armored flies disappeared. From a distance, Principal Xiao saw this scene, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and muttered, "Oh? Doesn't this kid have the gift of gourmet cells? What's going on with this gravity and this devouring?" Chief Instructor Shin beside him looked calm, because he had seen Xu Feng's abilities before. Now when I think about the scenes of Xu Feng chasing the beast tide, killing and devouring them crazily, I still feel it is incredible. After devouring a group of armored flies, Xu Feng continued to move forward at an extremely fast speed. Speaking of which, there are several types of ferocious beasts, including mammals, reptiles, birds, insects, and sea beasts. Armored flies belong to the insect family, or insect beasts. Among all species, insect beasts are the most numerous. After flying for a while, Xu Feng landed in an area full of huge rocks. He stood on a tall rock, looked around, and then put away his phone. That's right. This is the 1825 mark. Xu Feng's main purpose of coming here is to devour the giant unicorn lion to complete the mission and obtain the gravity plum combat skill. If there is time, of course I will also devour other ferocious beasts to improve my strength. Without further ado, the super sense of smell is activated. The smell came from dozens of kilometers away. Xu Feng locked onto one ferocious beast after another. Because I had never seen a unicorn lion in person before, I had only seen pictures of it, and I didn't know what it smelled like, so I could only rely on my judgment. Oh! Just as Xu Feng was analyzing the smell, a roar came from not far away. He saw a tiger-striped hyena standing on a rock, staring at Xu Feng with a pair of fierce eyes and baring its teeth. Xu Feng glanced at it, didn't care, and continued to analyze the smell. Oh oh oh! The tiger-striped hyena growled, bursting with power, and pounced swiftly, leaping dozens of meters and instantly arriving in front of Xu Feng, opening its bloody mouth. Xu Feng's eyes moved, and the gravity field was released. Boom! The entire huge body of tiger-striped crack slammed into the ground, cracking the ground. Looking at the tiger-striped hyena again, it seemed as if it was crushed by a pair of helpless big hands. Its body was deformed, its bones were broken, and its mouth was full of blood foam. How could a mere third-tier beast withstand the crushing force of over 150 times the force of gravity? Xu Feng raised his right hand and activated the delicious devouring technique, sucking at the tiger-striped hyena. Before the other party was completely dead, he devoured it whole along with its fur and blood in one breath. Xu Feng retracted his right hand, looked at a certain place, moved his body, and flew over. Not far away. Oh, judging from his chi and blood, that kid is only in the middle stage of 4 stars, but he can kill a peak-level third-order beast with just a wave of his hand. What a domineering power! Principal Xiao was surprised. Instructor Shin said, "Hey, this isn't even his true strength." Principal Xiao smiled and said, "Instructor Shin, what do you think of your niece compared to Xu Feng?" Chief Instructor Shin said, "You mean that girl Xin Sheng? Xin Sheng is also a genius. She has already broken through to 6 stars in her junior year. But compared to this kid Chu Feng, she is still far from enough. Before Chu Feng appeared, he thought his niece Shen Chang was a genius among geniuses, unmatched. Although he has SS-level talent and ability, he is still better than the SSS-level talent and ability geniuses of the same class. However, after meeting Chu Feng, his opinion changed. Chu Feng is the genius among geniuses. Compared with Chu Feng, everyone else is trash. Ha ha. Principal Xiao laughed when he heard what Instructor Shen said. You're right. Chu Feng is a true genius. Military University will shine brightly because of his presence. You know, for a freshman to become a late-stage 2-star warrior is very impressive, but Chu Feng is actually a mid-stage 4-star warrior, which is simply abnormal. Chapter 48, The One-Horned Lion Goes Mad, Breaking Through to Level 5. Not a one-horned lion. Chu Feng locked onto a scent and rushed over quickly, only to find that it was not the target beast, but a rift-mouthed wild boar. Rift-mouthed boar, a 4th-order early-stage ferocious beast. When attacking, its mouth splits and opens like a flower, capable of swallowing a large ferocious beast in one gulp. Now! The terrifying mouth of the rift-mouthed boar opened, revealing densely packed fangs. Chu Feng activated the gravity field. Boom! The rift boar was crushed by gravity, shattering along with the rock it was standing on. With a move of his figure, Chu Feng appeared above the head of the rift boar, clenched his fists, and the power of the Gourmet Cell's innate ability burst out. His muscles bulged, and his strength was increased to the limit. Then he added 150 times the gravity, turning it into a heavy weight, and punched it down. Boom! A low sonic boom sounded. The head of the rift-mouthed wild boar was blown apart, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and it died on the spot. Chu Feng took out one of its teeth and put it away, while he used delicious devouring to eat its corpse. Killing a 4th-level ferocious beast, the rift-mouthed boar, with just one punch? Principal Xiao was surprised again. Instructor Shen said calmly, this is not even his full potential. Here, Chu Feng's super sense of smell locked onto a scent that might be that of a giant unicorn lion, and he turned into a figure and flashed away. The unicorn lion is not a pack animal and prefers to be alone, so the solitary smell is most likely from it. No. No. Not yet. I searched for 6 scents in a row, but none of them were the unicorn. Oh. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard. Chu Feng's expression changed, and his super sense of smell was released. He smelled 2 different scents, pondered for a moment, and flew over. Landed on a huge rock. Looking forward, I saw billowing smoke and flying rocks hundreds of meters away. Look carefully, there are 2 ferocious beasts fighting to the death. One is a bear covered in black hair, standing in human form, 20 meters tall, with a mouth full of fangs, and its 2 claws are 2 sharp sickles. There is no doubt that this is a sickle bear. A 4th-order peak ferocious beast. The other one was a lion covered in golden hair, as big as a sickle bear, and the most prominent feature was the 2-meter-long sharp horn growing on its head. It is the one-horned lion. A 4th-order peak ferocious beast. Oh! The sickle bear roared, its muscles bulged, and it leaped towards the unicorn lion. Its huge sickle flashed with cold light and chopped down angrily. The giant unicorn lion quickly pulled away and dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! The huge sickle chopped the ground, causing it to explode directly. A terrifying crack appeared, and rocks flew everywhere. The sickle bear missed the first attack, and its legs exploded with power, shooting out and chasing the unicorn lion, slashing with its sickle. Bang! The giant unicorn lion was hit by the sickle, blood splattered everywhere, and its entire huge body flew backwards, crashing into many huge rocks. Oh! The sickle bear roared to the sky and rushed forward violently again, trying to make a finishing blow. But at this moment, a huge sharp horn shot out like an electric drill, and with a puff, it pierced the chest of the unsuspecting sickle bear. The sickle bear screamed. It turned out that the giant horn was the unicorn lion's horn that could stretch like rubber. At this point, both beasts were injured. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, no longer hesitated, and directly released the devouring gravity ball. With a black sphere hanging behind him, he flew over and landed between the 2 ferocious beasts. More than 150 times the gravity enveloped it, and a powerful devouring force spread out. Boom boom! The sickle bear and the giant unicorn lion seemed to be held down by invisible giant hands, pinned to the ground, causing the ground to explode. But more than 150 times the gravity could not crush the 2 4th-level peak beasts to death. Chu Feng naturally knew this. With a flip of his right hand, the ancient black gold knife appeared in his hand from the devouring space. At this time, the sickle bear roared, black energy burst out from its body, raised its sickle, and slashed towards Chu Feng, and a black light flashed out. There was a sharp cutting sound in the space. Chu Feng stomped his right foot on the ground, and rushed straight into the sky like a scallion pulled up from dry land, avoiding the attack of the black light. At the same time, he held the black gold ancient knife in his right hand, superimposed 150 times the gravity, and stabbed it straight into the sickle bear's head. The sickle bear let out a desperate scream, knelt on the ground with its legs, and its two sickles hung down limply. Finally, its entire huge body fell to the ground and died. Principal Xiao and Chief Instructor Shin, who were not far away, were shocked when they saw this scene. A 4th-level peak beast was killed by Chu Feng, a 4-star mid-stage warrior. Unbelievable. At this moment, the way both of them looked at Chu Feng changed. Oh. Over there, the giant unicorn lion roared, and a powerful aura rolled out. Chu Feng's eyes moved and he turned his head to look. He saw red smoke emanating from the giant unicorn lion, and its body was expanding and its muscles were bulging. Whoa. The next second, the giant unicorn's body almost doubled in size, its aura became much more violent than before, and it was surrounded by red mist. Level 5? Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. Not far away, Instructor Shin and Principal Xiao's expressions also changed. Principal Xiao said, "The unicorn lion's innate ability is frenzy. It has already erupted into frenzy, and its chi and blood have been raised to the 5th level. Whoa." After breaking through to the 5th level, the giant unicorn lion almost ignored the crushing force of 150 times gravity. It roared and emitted a terrifying sonic boom, shattering the surrounding rocks. A trace of pain appeared on Chu Feng's face, his ears almost went deaf, and he immediately pulled back. It has to be said that although there is only one realm difference between the 4th and 5th levels, the gap in strength is huge. Brush. The giant one-horned lion raised its huge claws and swung them. Several terrifying claw winds appeared in the void, the space was distorted, and the earth was torn apart. Chu Feng sensed danger and quickly pulled away, narrowly avoiding it. Whoosh! The giant one-horned lion flashed over and approached Chu Feng in an instant. Its horn suddenly stretched out and shot out like a cannonball with terrifying power. At the critical moment, Chu Feng activated the invincible golden body and a layer of golden light spread over his body. Touch! A sonic boom sounded. Chu Feng flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing into many rocks and flying thousands of meters away in an instant. Chief Instructor Shin and Principal Xiao saw this and prepared to take action against the unicorn. But at this moment, Chu Feng stood up from the smoke and dust, unharmed. He tightly grasped the black gold ancient knife in his right hand, his muscles swelled, and he burst out with crust cutting. Then, he superimposed 150 times the gravity and violently slashed at the violent unicorn lion. Swish! A terrifying black blade energy flashed out, tearing through space. The sword energy was incredibly fast. The giant unicorn lion noticed it, but couldn't avoid it. I saw a flash of sword energy passing by it. The next second, the whole place was in dead silence. Chapter 49, The Dragon City Martial Arts School came knocking on our door. The giant one-horned lion fell to the ground with a loud bang, its body split into two and blood flowed all over the ground. Dead. When Instructor Shin and Principal Xiao saw this scene, they were so surprised that their mouths opened wide enough to lay eggs. A mid-stage 4-star warrior kills a 5th-level beast with one strike? How is this possible? The two people's three views were directly shattered. Generally speaking, only a mid-stage 5-star warrior can fight against a 5th-stage early-stage ferocious beast, but Chu Feng, a mid-stage 4-star warrior, killed a 5th-stage early-stage ferocious beast with just one sword. This is already subverting cognition. Principal Xiao reacted and his eyes flickered slightly. No, why does that knife look so familiar? Hiss, could it be that this kid chopped off the iron mine behind the academy with just one knife? Hiss. Instructor Shin gasped, his eyes flickering as he seemed to have thought of something. Damn! Could it be that this guy was responsible for those 10 pterosaur eagles that fell from the military training square last time and were killed with a single blow? On this side, Chu Feng maintained the posture of drawing his sword, looking at the giant one-horned lion that was split into two, with a smile on his face. Crust cutting plus 150 times gravity, under the extreme power of the Gourmet Cell's innate abilities, the power is indeed terrifying. Of course, the invincible golden body also played a huge role in being able to kill the 5th-level one-horned lion. If it weren't for the protection of the invincible golden body, Chu Feng would have been seriously injured if not killed by the sharp horn of the unicorn lion. Snap! When he was about to put away the black gold ancient sword, a crack appeared on it. Depend on. Cracked? Chu Feng was stunned. Unexpectedly, the ancient black gold sword could not withstand the power of crust cutting combined with gravity. 1 million is going to go down the drain again. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Feng put away the half-scrapped black gold ancient sword, came to the giant unicorn lion, took some materials from it and put them away, then launched the delicious devouring. In a moment, the giant unicorn lion was eaten by Chu Feng. Ding! Devour the giant unicorn lion. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, gravity palm. Do you want to practice? System prompts. Chu Feng was delighted. Practice. Ding! Gravity palm training successful. Suddenly, all the information about the gravity palm appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Qi and blood, 51,125,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 3%. SSS-level gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development of talents and abilities, devouring gravity balls. Sword skills, heavenly crystal cutting proficient, gravity palm beginner. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility. Warrior level, 4-star mid-stage. Devouring quest, updating. Without using crust cutting, he is invincible below 5 stars. If he uses crust cutting and superimposes gravity ability, he can kill anyone below 6 stars. He closed the system interface, moved, and landed next to the sickle bear's corpse, took some materials from it, and then devoured it. Look at the sky, it's already afternoon. Chu Feng decided to return to the interior. It is more dangerous outside the city at night than during the day. Moreover, the mission has been completed this time. It also devoured many ferocious beasts, and its strength increased a lot. The harvest was good. Anti-gravity flight was activated, and he turned into a figure and flew away at high speed. Chief Instructor Shin and Principal Xiao looked at each other, then left as well. The two men originally intended to protect Chu Feng, but they were shocked by Chu Feng's strength. After entering the customs, Chu Feng did not go directly back to the military training department, but went to the Warrior Alliance headquarters. I have a lot of materials from ferocious beasts that can be exchanged for subsidies, and I also want to see if there are any swords of better quality. Without a good sword, crust cutting cannot be activated, and Chu Feng's combat effectiveness will be reduced. If you have a good sword, you can use the 50 million on you to buy it. After all, with Chu Feng's current strength, making money has become very easy. You can get subsidies by hunting down any ferocious beast. In addition, he can also get certified as a 4-star warrior and receive a lot of money every month. Chief Instructor Shin and Principal Xiao stopped following Chu Feng after seeing him enter the checkpoint and left. When we arrived at the Warrior Alliance headquarters, it was already dark, so we found a hotel nearby to stay. After Chu Feng entered the hotel, a white-haired warrior came out from a corner not far away, took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hello, owner, I think I saw that guy named Chu Feng." In the hotel, Chu Feng took a shower, took out some food from the devouring space and ate it, then took out his mobile phone and logged into the Warrior Alliance forum to browse. You can always get some useful information by browsing the Warrior Alliance forum whenever you want. Suddenly, Chu Feng saw that the images and videos of himself frantically hunting ferocious beasts in Ruins No. 1 were uploaded to the internet and viewed and played by countless warriors. Fuck, that guy was the one who wiped out the entire clan of beasts in Ruins No. 1? That's awesome. He looks like a high school student, how can he be so scary? Oh my god, a 3rd-level beast can be easily destroyed? So powerful. If only my son were this good. I wonder if that guy has a girlfriend. My daughter and he are a perfect match. Various messages almost made Chu Feng a god. Countless people were envious and jealous, and wished they could exchange identities with Chu Feng. Fortunately, Chu Feng was blurred in the pictures and videos, and no one seemed to recognize him yet. Chu Feng shook his head, ignored it, and continued browsing other content. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Frowning, Chu Feng asked, "Who?" But there was no response from outside. He moved his nose and smelled the scent of several humans outside the door. Chu Feng walked over and opened the door. There were 5 warriors standing outside the door, led by a middle-aged warrior with white hair, who was wearing the combat uniform of Longcheng Martial Arts School. The 4 young warriors behind him were also wearing the combat uniforms of Longcheng Martial Arts School. Each of them had a sharp expression and was obviously a ruthless person. "Come with us, our owner wants to see you," said the white-haired warrior coldly. "Get out!" Xu Feng shouted coldly. People from Longcheng Martial Arts School came to his door, and Xu Feng could guess that they had followed the clues and found that Hao Shou's death might be related to him. I have to say that Longcheng Martial Arts School is quite capable, as they tracked him down so quickly. But Xu Feng was not afraid at all. Hearing Xu Feng's response, the white-haired warrior and several other warriors' faces darkened, with a cruel look in their eyes. The white-haired warrior said coldly, "We are from the Dragon City Martial Arts School. I advise you not to seek death. It is your right choice to follow us obediently." Chapter 50, Nightbreak in Dragon City Martial Arts Hall. "Get out of here. Don't force me to kill anyone." Xu Feng didn't give any face to the people from Longcheng Martial Arts School and directly fought back, while releasing a 30-fold gravity field to cover them. Boom boom. Under the pressure of 30 times the gravity, several warriors were pinned to the ground, and some of them vomited blood on the spot. Then, they all burst out with their might, trying to resist the heavy pressure, but it was completely useless. They seemed to be pressed to the ground by a big hand, and their faces were ashen. The white-haired warrior struggled to stand up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "What are you doing?" Boom. Before he could finish his words, Xu Feng raised his hand and pressed it down. Another 10 times the gravity fell on him, a total of 40 times the gravity, which directly crushed him to the ground. All his bones were broken and he fainted on the spot. Xu Feng withdrew the gravity and closed the door without even looking at them. If they don't know what's good for them and dare to provoke Xu Feng will kill them. Fortunately, they all knew they were scared and left in disgrace. Midnight. Dragon City Martial Arts School. After hearing the report from the white-haired warrior, Master Hao was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. "Xu Feng, right? If you don't want to be treated with respect, don't blame me for being rude." A murderous look flashed in his eyes. Xu Feng slept until dawn, washed up, had breakfast, and rushed to the Warrior Alliance headquarters. "Mr. Chu, you are here again." It was that young lady again. When she saw Xu Feng, she smiled sweetly and greeted him happily. "Yeah." Xu Feng replied with a smile, and then took out the ferocious beast materials and handed them to her. These are sickle bears, rift-mouthed boars, double-browed dragons, and tusk lizards. They are all 4th-tier beasts. Also, this is a giant unicorn lion, level 4, no, it's level 5. The young lady saw the many ferocious beast materials that Xu Feng took out, and after looking at them one by one, she looked horrified. "Wait, these ferocious beasts seem to only be found outside the Great Wall. Mr. Chu, are you out of confinement?" As if realizing something, the young lady's pupils trembled. Xu Feng smiled. Taking a deep breath, the young lady immediately completed the registration, and after a while, Xu Feng received another sum of money. Just as she was about to leave, the young lady thought of something and said, "By the way, Xu Feng, people from the Dragon City Martial Arts School are looking for you recently. You have to be careful." "Okay. I understand. Thank you," Xu Feng replied. After leaving, Xu Feng went to the area where swords were sold again. After a round of walking around, he didn't find any good swords. Because in terms of price, the highest is only 3 million. The black gold ancient sword that cost 1 million last time cracked after being used to perform crust cutting once or twice and under the added gravity. A sword worth 3 million probably won't last long. However, Xu Feng still bought a sword made of fine iron from outer space, the fine iron black sword, which cost 3 million. 3 million, it is worth it to be able to perform crust cutting several times and superimpose gravity. After all, at the critical moment, this is a means of polar counterattack, a killer weapon. After strolling around the Warrior Alliance headquarters for a while, Xu Feng left and rushed back to the military training department. However, after leaving the Warrior Alliance headquarters, Xu Feng discovered that he was being followed. Without saying anything, Xu Feng landed directly in a forest below. A moment later, a warrior came over panting. Xu Feng's flying speed was so fast just now that he almost couldn't catch up. At this moment, the warrior felt a surge of anger in his heart. Damn, why is this guy flying so fast? Xu Feng looked at the other person and saw that he was wearing a black windbreaker, revealing only a pair of murderous eyes. Were you sent by Longcheng Martial Arts School to kill me? Chu Feng asked. The warrior came back to his senses, his eyes darkening. So what? Today, you will die. After he finished speaking, the 5-star early-stage blood and energy burst out, and at the same time, his innate ability of strong wind was released, and a terrifying hurricane surrounded his body. Chu Feng's eyes moved, and he directly launched the devouring gravity ball. Boom! Under the cover of more than 150 times the gravity, the hurricane collapsed directly, and the warrior was forcibly crushed to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, under the astonishing devouring power, he was forced to move closer to Chu Feng. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. Aren't you a mid-level 4-star? No, you are a mid-level 4-star, but how can you be so strong? Damn it, the information is wrong. The warrior looked ashen. Chu Feng raised his right hand and launched the gravity palm, while adding 150 times the gravity. Suddenly, a huge black handprint in the void fell down towards the warrior's body like a mountain. No! The warrior was in despair. Boom! The gravity palm fell, and a huge sonic boom sounded. Large areas of forest were destroyed. A terrifying handprint appeared on the ground. Looking at the warrior again, he was lying in the big pit formed by the handprint, his body turned into meat paste. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng was very satisfied. As expected, the gravity palm combined with the gravity innate ability is even more powerful. Chu Feng put away the devouring gravity ball and collected the warrior's body. After thinking for a while, he turned around and flew towards Longzhou City. The Longcheng Martial Arts School has sent people to kill him, so this matter must be properly resolved, otherwise the assassinations will be endless and very annoying. The Warrior Alliance has regulations that warriors cannot kill each other at will, but if there are contradictions or conflicts between warriors that cannot be mediated, they can be resolved by force. How to solve it with force? Apply for a duel to the Warrior Alliance and sign a life and death agreement. Once you choose this method to solve the problem, it all comes down to strength and energy. Night falls. Chu Feng finally arrived in Longzhou City and came to the Longcheng Martial Arts Hall. The Longcheng Martial Arts Hall is very magnificent. The 4 big characters Longcheng Martial Arts School are very impressive. It is worthy of being the largest martial arts school in Longzhou City. Among all martial arts schools, Longcheng Martial Arts School ranks among the best. In a word, Longcheng Martial Arts School is very powerful. According to the information Chu Feng found, the owner of the museum is Hao Yukai, a 5-star late-stage warrior, who has tens of thousands of warriors under him, with varying strengths. This is what can be seen on the surface. Chu Feng has no idea whether there is any hidden strength inside. But it doesn't matter. Because Chu Feng is here. Boom! With one kick, Chu Feng directly kicked the door of Longcheng Martial Arts School to pieces. Many warriors who were practicing in the square were surprised. They turned around and looked over, and saw that the door had been kicked open, and they all looked horrified. Oh shit! Who the hell is so awesome that he even dares to kick the door of Longcheng Martial Arts School? You know, Longcheng Martial Arts School is the king in Longzhou City, even the mayor of Longzhou City is afraid of it. At this time, Chu Feng walked in from the dilapidated gate and stood in front of many warriors. The warriors of Longcheng Martial Arts School all turned their eyes to Chu Feng, each with a different look on their face. Chu Feng glanced at the warriors, his breath sinking. Call your master out. Hearing this, the warriors were stunned at first, and then they shouted angrily. Who the hell are you? Fuck, you dare to come here to cause trouble, you're looking for death. Damn it, you were the one who kicked the door down? You think your life is too long? Chapter 51 Signing a Life and Death Agreement? Hearing the shouts of the warriors and seeing them yelling for war and killing, Chu Feng realized that they couldn't understand human language, so he communicated with them in a way they could understand. Boom! The next second, Chu Feng directly exploded the gravity field, releasing only 50 times the gravity. In an instant, all the warriors knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Is this gravity? What a terrible gravity! My bones are breaking. At this moment, all the warriors realized that this young kid was terrifying. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice was heard, followed by a figure appearing. Master! The owner is here! The warriors exclaimed. Chu Feng looked at the middle-aged and elderly people who appeared, and they did look somewhat similar to Hao Jian. When Hao Yukai saw Chu Feng, a strange light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he had never expected that Chu Feng would dare to come to his territory. You are the owner of Longcheng Martial Arts School, right? Xu Feng asked. That's me. Hao Yukai replied, I didn't expect you to be so brave. It's just right for us to do the math. But before he could finish his words, Xu Feng took out a bloody corpse from the devouring space and threw it in front of Hao Yukai. You are the one who sent him to kill me, right? Hao Yukai looked at the corpse on the ground and his pupils shrank. When the other warriors saw this, their expressions changed. That looks like the deputy museum master's body. It's the deputy director. He likes wearing a black windbreaker the most. He thinks it looks very handsome. Is it that he's handsome? The point is that the deputy director is dead, and he died a horrible death. Yeah, it was pretty miserable. My intestines were all spilling out. Hao Youcai's face was extremely gloomy. It was indeed his order that the deputy director should kill Xu Feng. According to the intelligence obtained, Xu Feng was a mid-stage 4-star warrior. He asked the deputy head of the 5-star early stage to assassinate him, thinking it was a sure thing, but he did not expect to fail and die so miserably. To be honest, he was frightened by Xu Feng's powerful strength. When he learned that Xu Feng was still a prospective college student, he thought it would be easy to kill Xu Feng, but when he learned that Xu Feng possessed the qi and blood aura of a mid-level 4-star, he felt incredible. After all, Xu Feng is only 18 years old. And now, Xu Feng even killed the deputy hallmaster who was in the early 5-star stage. It seems that Xu Feng's strength is even stronger than imagined. How do we solve this problem? Xu Feng asked. Hao Yukai took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said, Does my son Hao Jian's death have anything to do with you? Xu Feng said, If he kills me, I will kill him. It's you. Hao Youcai's face turned grim. Since you're so honest, I won't hold it against you as long as you voluntarily disperse your blood and energy. In fact, he had a little plan in mind. Once Xu Feng obediently dispersed his blood and energy and became an ordinary person, he would make Xu Feng live a life worse than death. Xu Feng sneered, In that case, let's sign a life and death agreement and solve it by force. I will wait for you at the Warrior Alliance headquarters in 3 days. After signing this life and death agreement, we will fight to the death. Asking him to give up fighting and seek forgiveness, this is fucking crazy. After saying that, Xu Feng moved and rushed away. Hao Yukai was stunned, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, his face gloomy, and his lips trembling with extreme anger. Okay. You actually want to die. Then I'll grant your wish. That night, Xu Feng did not leave Longzhou City, but found a hotel to stay in. The next day. Early in the morning, they rushed to the Jianyuan Mountains, which are closest to Longzhou City. There is only one purpose, and that is to hunt down ferocious beasts. The day after tomorrow was the day to sign a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, the owner of Longcheng Martial Arts School. Once the agreement is signed, the hunt will begin. So, Xu Feng needs to make some preparations. At least a large number of ferocious beasts should be stored in the devouring space to prepare for unexpected needs. Arrive at Jianyuan Mountains as quickly as possible. The super sense of smell was activated and the search for the ferocious beast began immediately. After locking onto a group of ferocious beasts, Xu Feng rushed over immediately. As soon as he saw the ferocious beast, he activated the devouring gravity ball, with a black ball hanging behind him, and fell into the group of ferocious beasts. In an instant, all the 2nd and 3rd level beasts were crushed to death. Xu Feng took them all into the devouring space. The figure moved and disappeared, and soon came to a group of ferocious beasts. He used the same method to kill the beasts instantly and put them away. Half a day later, he traveled across most of the Jianyuan Mountains, captured tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, and put them all into the devouring space. Almost there. Next, I will devour the ferocious beasts well, hoping to break through to the late 4-star stage. Xu Feng's eyes flashed. Ah! Suddenly, bursts of roars were heard. Xu Feng frowned, but he smelled a lot of ferocious beasts approaching at an alarming speed. Soon, a group of ferocious beasts rushed out from the woods ahead. There were scorpions with octopus tentacles, bears with bat wings, and dinosaurs carrying turtle shells. Xu Feng recognized them, namely the octopus scorpion, bat bear, dragon turtle, horned rhino. I counted them and found there were 30 of them. They are all 4th level ferocious beasts. I'm afraid all the 4th level ferocious beasts in the Jianyuan Mountains have arrived. It was obvious that they were coming for Xu Feng. Just in time. It saves me from having to go looking for you one by one. Xu Feng looked calm, and with a movement of his right hand, a black gold ancient knife appeared in his hand. Ah! 34th level ferocious beasts roared with crazy looks, entangled Xu and attacked him, and also activated their innate special abilities. Some of them spewed out venom from their mouths, some spewed out hurricanes from their mouths, and some of them had dense needles bursting out of their bodies. Xu activated the devouring gravity ball, and more than 150 times the gravity enveloped him. The attacks of the ferocious beasts were affected, and they fell diagonally to the ground. Xu tightly grasped the black gold ancient knife in his right hand, and the power of the Gourmet Cell's innate ability burst out. His muscles swelled, and he activated the crust cutting and slashed with the knife while superimposing 150 times the gravity. Swish! The terrifying sword energy tore through space and disappeared in a flash. The eyes of the 34th level ferocious beasts widened, sensing extreme danger, but they had no time to react before the sword energy flashed past them. There was dead silence all around. The next second, the bodies of 34th level ferocious beasts were split in two, and they fell to the ground and died. Snap! The black gold ancient sword in Xu hand could not bear the weight and exploded directly. After putting away the shattered black gold ancient sword, Xu raised his right hand and activated Delicious devouring 34th level ferocious beasts in one breath. The Gourmet Cell eggs took away half of the delicious energy of these ferocious beasts, and Xu also gained more than 300 chi in blood from them. Not bad. Oh! At this moment, an even more terrifying roar sounded. The entire Jianduan mountain range seemed to be shaking. A few seconds later, the ground shook. Xu frowned, and his super sense of smell allowed him to smell the scent of countless ferocious beasts coming towards him. The figure moved and flew into the air. Looking over, he saw a large group of ferocious beasts rushing towards him in the distance. Chapter 52 Breakthrough to the late 4-star stage. Is this the appearance of a beast tide? Xu expression changed. He was not afraid, but excited. The beast tide is a disaster for other warriors, but for Xu it is a great tonic. Ha ha ha. Okay. Come at me. Xu was excited. To him, these ferocious beasts are walking blood and energy points. If he devours them all, he may be able to break through to the late 4-star stage. Without any further ado, Xu flew over directly. Boom! Xu landed in the center of the beast tide, and the devouring gravity ball was activated. In an instant, all the ferocious beasts within a radius of several hundred meters, whether they were level 2 or level 3, were crushed to death. At the same time, Xu raised his right hand and activated the delicious devouring technique, locking onto the corpses of hundreds of ferocious beasts and devouring them mercilessly. The other ferocious beasts were still roaring and rushing forward like crazy. However, once he entered the range of the devouring gravity ball, he was severely crushed to death, forcibly pulled close to Xu and was swallowed by Xu. Oh! The terrifying roar sounded again, as if conveying some order. Suddenly, more ferocious beasts rushed over frantically. Some fly in the sky, some run on the ground, and some burrow into the ground. However, no matter how many came, they could not get close to Xu and were crushed to death. Many ferocious beasts chose to launch long-range attacks in a safe place, but their attack energy could not hit Xu at all. In just a few minutes, Xu devoured thousands of ferocious beasts. The ground was covered with blood. Xu did not show any sign of fatigue, but became stronger and stronger. Finally, the leader of the hidden ferocious beasts could no longer sit still. After a roar, he rushed out violently from a hilltop. It's a terrifying centipede. The body length exceeds 100 meters. A pair of eyes as big as lanterns, flashing with a fierce light. A mouth full of fangs. It's the hell centipede. A 4th-order peak ferocious beast. It is also the most powerful beast in Jianduan Mountains. Puff puff. The hell centipede rushed out and approached quickly. Under the force of 150 times gravity, it opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of black mist that was extremely poisonous. Many ferocious beasts nearby were shrouded in black fog, screaming on the spot, and their bodies visibly turned into blood. Xu has poison immunity and no poison has any effect on him. He stomped his right foot on the ground and rushed towards the hell centipede. Puff puff puff. The hell centipede madly spewed out poisonous mist, covering the surroundings. Whoosh! Xu flew out of the poisonous fog. Except for his clothes being a little torn, his body was unharmed, even his hair was intact. Appears above the head of the hell centipede. The hell centipede let out a strange cry, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed it. Xu unleashed the gravity palm with 150 times the gravity and slapped it down. A huge black palm print hit the head of the hell centipede. With a low sonic boom, the entire head of the hell centipede exploded. But they are not dead yet. Xu Feng didn't waste any words. He swooped down, swung his fist, and smashed it heavily on the body of the hell centipede with a heavy weight. Bump, bump, bump. After a few punches, the hell centipede finally stopped moving. He raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devouring to directly swallow the hell centipede. The remaining ferocious beasts fled everywhere like a pile of loose sand. Xu Feng kills indiscriminately. Warriors from more than a dozen cities near the Jianduan Mountains noticed something unusual in the mountains, and many warriors entered the mountains to check the situation. But then, he discovered a shocking scene. Most of the ferocious beasts in the Jianduan Mountains are gone. In one place, a large amount of blood from ferocious beasts was found. It seems like all the ferocious beasts are gone? What's going on? A warrior posted information about the Jianduan Mountains on a warrior forum, which immediately caused quite a stir. Someone immediately connected it to what happened at Ruins Number 1. Damn, the situation in Jianduan Mountain Range and Ruins Number 1 is similar. Hey, could it be that the same person did this? Night falls. Xu Feng has left the Jianduan Mountains and is staying in a hotel in the nearby Pingzhou city. This day was very fulfilling. The harvest is also huge. There are tens of thousands of ferocious beast corpses in the devouring space, which can be taken out and devoured anytime and anywhere to improve strength. The Qi and blood have exceeded 75,000, breaking through to the late 4-star stage. The Gourmet cells absorb a large amount of delicious energy, the body becomes stronger, and all attributes are improved. With pure physical strength, one punch can unleash a force of 300,000 pounds. It's so terrifying. The gravity talent ability can release almost 180 times the gravity. The devouring talent and ability doubles the devouring power and range. Xu Feng can kill warriors below 6 stars with a wave of his hand, and he can also fight against those above 6 stars. It is worth mentioning that the hatching progress of the Gourmet Cell Devil Egg has reached 5%. Dragon City Martial Arts School. Hao Yukai has already mobilized his energy and recruited many powerful warriors. Once the life and death agreement is signed tomorrow, he will start hunting down Xu Feng. Xu Feng, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The next day. Imperial Capital City, Warrior Mediation Office at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Hao Yukai stood at the door with a group of warriors. Many warriors around were discussing this. Damn! Isn't that the owner of the Dragon City Martial Arts School? What is he doing here at the Warrior Mediation Office? Don't you know? I heard that Master Hao signed a life and death agreement with someone. Who the hell is this? Who dares to sign a life and death agreement with launching martial arts school? Aren't they just daring to die? That's right. Dragon City Martial Arts School is ranked very highly, with tens of thousands of martial artists under its tutelage. Who would dare to mess with it? Awesome. At this time, Xu Feng came over from not far away. Hao Yukai stared at Xu Feng. Boy, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xu Feng said, stop talking nonsense and go in. Hearing what the two said, the warriors who were watching the show were horrified. No way? The one who has to sign a life and death agreement with Master Hao is a student. Who is that student? So brave. What's so brave about that? That Chun Chun is courting death. Xu Feng and Hao Yukai came to the warrior mediator and explained their purpose. The mediator asked, do you really want to sign a life and death agreement? Isn't there another way to resolve it? When we were trying to steal the red scale fruit, his son wanted to kill me. I killed his son. Now he wants to kill me, so I want to kill him too. Xu Feng said, the only solution is force. Okay, the mediator said, follow the procedure. Fill out the form first. Xu Feng and Hao Yukai got the form and filled it out. The mediator said, your death warrants have been submitted and will be announced at 3 p.m. this afternoon. You can then hurt each other. Xu Feng stood up, looked at Hao Yukai, and said, I'll be waiting for you at the Magic Mountain near the Imperial capital. Come and kill me if you dare. After saying that, Xu Feng left. Hao Youcai's face was extremely gloomy. Boy, I'll let you be so arrogant. After 3 o'clock this afternoon, you will die. Then, when the news of Xu Feng and Hao Yukai signing a life or death agreement spread, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Chapter 53 The Hunt Begins. At 3 p.m., the official forum of the Warrior Alliance headquarters announced the information that Chu Feng and Hao Yukai had signed a life and death agreement. It was like a nuclear bomb explosion, shocking the whole world. Once a life and death agreement is signed, it's a fight to the death. It won't end until one of the parties dies. What the hell? What kind of hatred is this? Is this how you want to resolve it? Didn't you read the announcement? It said that when they were trying to steal the red scale fruit in Jianduan Mountains, Hao Youcai's son Hao Jian wanted to kill Chu Feng. Chu Feng killed Hao Jian, and now Hao Yukai wants to avenge his son. Hao Yukai. Oh my god, isn't that the owner of the Longcheng Martial Arts School in Longzhou City? Yes, I remember now. Hao Jian is the young master of the Longcheng Martial Arts School. He was very arrogant and domineering. Was he killed? That's it. The guy named Chu Feng is dead. The power of Longcheng Martial Arts School is really awesome. It is like the sky in Longzhou City. That's not right. I seem to have heard of someone named Chu Feng somewhere. Chu Feng? Holy shit, could he be this year's SSS-level genius student with special abilities? President Xiao of Military University was hiding in his office, tasting medicinal wine. Ah! Tiger penis soaked in wine is really delicious. Principal Zhao's face was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing the phone number, Principal Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he answered, "Hello, old G, how come you have time to call me?" "Hey, Lao Xiao, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that your student signed a life or death agreement with Hao Yukai?" the other person said. "Why don't you mediate this matter? If you can't mediate, you can report it. Such a talented person is about to fall." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhao's expression changed. "My student signed a life or death agreement with Hao Yukai? You drunkard, are you confused from drinking?" the other person cursed. "The Warrior Alliance has already announced it." Principal Xiao asked, "My student? Which one?" The other party replied, "Chu Feng. Check it out online now, it's going viral." Upon hearing this, Principal Xiao trembled all over and quickly hung up the phone. He went online and looked up what was happening. He suddenly felt like the sky was falling. This kid is really messing around. The Hao family of Longcheng Martial Arts School is no ordinary family. No, nothing can happen to Chu Feng. We must save him. He took a quick sip of wine, transformed into a figure and whizzed away. Xin Sheng had just returned from hunting a ferocious beast. After taking a shower, she sat on the sofa, poured herself a glass of red wine, and drank while looking at her phone. Suddenly, her pretty face changed and she stood up abruptly. "Brother Chu Feng, are you crazy?" After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed his clothes and disappeared in a flash of light. In a secret room at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Chu Feng, an SSS-level talent, is the hope of mankind. Such a genius cannot die like this. What else can we do? He has already signed a life and death agreement. Hey, Elder Hao, you're not going to do anything, are you? I won't take action, but you shouldn't try to stop me. Alas, what a pity. At this moment, the Magic Mountains have gathered countless warriors. They all came to watch the fun. Chu Feng dared to sign a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, he is really crazy. Yeah, a prospective college student, even though he has SSS-level talent and abilities, he hasn't grown up yet. What a pity. I heard that Hao Yukai has recruited many powerful warriors with a large sum of money. Don't forget, Hao Yukai himself is a 5-star warrior, and he has tens of thousands of warriors under him, many of whom are 3-star. What does Chu Feng have? He is a student of Zhenwu University. I wonder if Zhenwu University will help him. The power of the military university is indeed very strong, but don't forget that the Hao family has people at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Look, Hao Yukai is here. Damn, there are so many warriors. Hiss, Hao Yukai brought so many warriors here. There are 3-star warriors, there are 4-star warriors. Damn, isn't that Zhong Tao? The 6-star warrior ranked 10th on the dark list. Bringing so many experts here? Isn't Hao Yukai making a big deal out of nothing? Yes, after all, Chu Feng is still a child. At the same time, Chu Feng was in the central area of the Magic Mountains, madly hunting and devouring ferocious beasts. In just a few minutes, he devoured thousands of ferocious beasts. The strength has improved a little bit. What made him even more excited was that the system devouring task was actually updated. Ding! The system has selected the Devouring Mission Update. Task 1. Devour the human-faced demonic spider, reward, supersonic movement. Task 2. Devour the devil gecko, reward, black god saber. Please make your choice now. Seeing the content of the task, Chu Feng's expression was moved. His eyes fell on the black god's battle blade. The black god's battle sword is made of copper from outer space, weighs 10,000 pounds, and can cut iron like mud. I just needed a good sword. This black god's sword came at the perfect time. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Without hesitation, I immediately chose Task 2. The supersonic movement of Mission 1, after being activated, can move at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Although it is good, Chu Feng has no need for it. With Chu Feng's natural ability of Gourmet Cells, it will not be difficult for his physical speed to break the speed of sound in the future. As for the human-faced demon spider and devil gecko, they are both 4th level ferocious beasts, and Chu Feng can hunt them easily. Ding! You have made your choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. At this moment, Chu Feng's nose moved and he smelled the scent of countless warriors approaching quickly. Oh, are you here? A hint of coldness flashed across Chu Feng's eyes. After a while, a large group of warriors appeared. The leader was Hao Yukai, and next to him was a man with a goatee, holding a long knife in both hands, and exuding a powerful aura. Hao Yukai said, Chu Feng, today I will avenge my son. You will not be able to escape today. You will definitely die. Chu Feng said, it's not certain who will die. Although Hao Yukai can ask for help, once Hao Yukai is killed, the life and death warrant will be immediately lifted and no one else can take action. So, just kill Hao Yukai. Superior. Whoever takes Chu Feng's head will be rewarded with another 100 million. Hao Yukai seemed to lose his patience and gave the order directly. Kill. Kill. All the warriors behind Hao Yukai burst out with energy and activated their innate abilities, charging towards Chu Feng. The warriors who were watching the excitement from a distance had different expressions when they saw this scene. Hao Yukai is so shameless that so many warriors bully a student. Stop talking now. If Hao Yukai hears you, you'll die without even knowing how. He's incredibly vicious. How long do you think Chu Feng can hold out? 3 seconds at most, no more. Farther away, there were also several pairs of sharp eyes that seemed to penetrate the void and watch the battle here. Boom. Chu Feng didn't say anything more and directly activated the swallowing gravity ball. Chapter 54, Killing a 6-star warrior with one sword, shocking the whole audience. Boom. Chu Feng unleashed the devouring gravity ball, with a black sphere hanging behind him. 180 times the gravity instantly enveloped him, and a powerful devouring force also surged out. A large group of warriors who rushed over were crushed to the ground. The 3-star and 4-star warriors had their internal organs broken and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the warriors watching the excitement around were horrified. This? Hiss, so scary, is that the gravity ability? Oh my god, so many warriors were crushed to death at once. Am I dazzled? They never dreamed that Chu Feng was so abnormal that he could kill thousands of warriors in an instant. No, there's a black sphere hanging behind him? Oh my god, isn't that the warrior who killed the ferocious beasts in Ruins number 1? Yes, that black sphere is definitely the warrior who exterminated the number 1 Ruins beast. Oh my god, it turned out to be Chu Feng. No wonder Chu Feng dared to sign a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, he's so fierce. Wait, it seems the beasts in Jianduan mountain range were also killed. It is said that the method was the same as the one used to kill the beasts in Ruins number 1. All the bodies are gone. Damn, could it be Chu Feng too? Oh my god, if that's the case, then Hao Yukai is the one who's doomed. Suddenly, the expressions of all the warriors watching the excitement changed. Hao Youcai's face was extremely solemn. He also didn't expect Chu Feng to be so strong. Before, Chu Feng was only at the middle stage of the 4th star, and the gravity he released was only 50 times, but now, he is at the late stage of the 4th star, and the gravity has reached 180 times. Thousands of warriors were crushed to death by gravity. Zhong Tao, stop him. The next second, Hao Yukai realized the seriousness of the problem, hurriedly gave orders to the warrior next to him, then turned around and fled. Chu Feng's strength frightened him. If he didn't escape, he would die. Farther away, several pairs of eyes were also watching this scene, and there was obvious surprise flashing in their eyes. Ha! Doesn't he have the SSS-level Gourmet Cell talent? What's with this gravity and devouring power? Almost 200 times the gravity? This is definitely a natural ability. Could it be that he has dual talents and abilities? No. He should have 3 talents. Moreover, his aura is at the late 4-star level. He's only 18, and he's so terrifying? He's a 1 in a million genius. No. He can't die. 3 natural talents and abilities, and a late-stage 4-star level at the age of 18, this completely overturned everyone's common sense. Elder Hao's expression was gloomy. Everyone, we agreed not to interfere. Don't forget, he has already signed a life and death agreement. He also knew that Chu Feng was a genius among geniuses, but he had already formed a grudge with Chu Feng, so Chu Feng had no choice but to die. Otherwise, his Hao family will fall into Chu Feng's hands sooner or later. Seeing Hao Yukai running away, Chu Feng sneered and immediately chased after him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning came down from the sky and struck Chu Feng. Chu Feng sensed a hint of danger and quickly stepped back to avoid the thunder attack. A figure surrounded by lightning appeared in front of Chu Feng, holding a long sword in both hands, with a cold look in his eyes. I am Zhong Tao, I have no grudge against you, but I took the money, don't blame me. Chu Feng said, everyone has their own choices. I won't blame you. But you have to pay the price for your choice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the devouring gravity ball erupted again. Wild thunder was released from Zhong Tao's body, his aura surged, and his hair stood up. The momentum of a 6-star warrior roared, and he forcibly withstood the crushing force of 180 times the gravity and the pull of the devouring force. Clang! Immediately afterwards, the long sword in his arms was unsheathed and lightning burst out. Thunder slash! Zhong Tao gripped the long sword tightly and slashed angrily. Crackling, crackling. The violet lightning turned into a sword energy and disappeared in a flash. The space forms an interwoven arc network. Hard to avoid. Fuck. Zhong Tao has no moral principles. His first move is a killer move. Zhong Tao has an S-level lightning talent, and can unleash a yellow-level lightning war with enough power to kill a 6-star peak warrior. Chu Feng is in danger. What a terrifying thunder slash. He's worthy of being the little prince of thunder and lightning, Zhong Tao. It seems that Chu Feng is going to fall. The audience around saw this and exclaimed, thinking that Chu Feng was finished. Chu Feng naturally felt the horror of the thunder slash unleashed by Zhong Tao. If he used the innate ability of his gourmet cells to forcibly resist it, he might not die, but he would definitely be seriously injured. So, Chu Feng directly activated the invincible golden body. A layer of golden light permeated his body. Lightning blade energy, electric nets, etc. fell on Chu Feng, causing an explosion. The audience watching the excitement around shook their heads. But Zhong Tao frowned, and then his eyes widened. Because Chu Feng is intact. How is that possible? Zhong Tao couldn't help but exclaimed. The other audience members were also amazed when they saw this. Fine. Damn, he took a direct hit from the lightning, and nothing happened? What's going on? The pairs of eyes further away were also surprised. What kind of fighting skill is this? So powerful. Resisting the lightning strike without taking any damage, quite interesting. It seems that the boy's ability is even more terrifying than imagined. Elder Hao's face looked extremely ugly. Here, Chu Feng stared at Zhong Tao, I took your knife, so you should take mine too. With a move of his right hand, a fine iron sword appeared in his hand. An explosion of power. The muscles in his entire right arm swelled up, his strength increased to the limit, and he activated the crust cutting technique, superimposing 180 times the gravity and slashing out with one blow. Swish! The knife flashed. Space tear. Zhong Tao had already sensed the crisis before this, and immediately exploded with all his energy, surrounded by dense lightning. It was he who activated the lightning innate ability, the Thunder Prison Shield. A powerful defensive combat skill. However, the Thunder Prison Shield could not withstand the crust cutting and 180 times the gravity of the sword energy for even a second and exploded. How is that possible? Zhong Tao's pupils were shrinking. Almost at the same time, the knife energy flashed across Zhong Tao's neck. Zhong Tao was stunned, then he covered his neck with his hands, but his hands were covered in blood, and his head fell off his neck. Seeing this, the audience around was horrified and gasped. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss! One knife! With just one strike, the 6-star early-stage warrior Zhong Tao was killed. So terrifying. The pairs of eyes further away were filled with surprise. Heaven-level swordsmanship, absolutely heaven-level swordsmanship. Heavenly-level swordsmanship, superimposed gravity, so interesting. 3 natural abilities, late 4-star level at the age of 18, invulnerable defense, and heavenly swordsmanship, terrifying. Chu Feng maintained the posture of drawing the sword, then put it away. Only a small crack still appeared on the fine iron sword. Sure enough, even the fine iron sword could not withstand the power of the Earth's crust-cutting and gravity. It seems that I have to complete the task as soon as possible and get the Black God Sword. However, the most urgent task is to kill Hao Yukai. Chapter 55 A Tough Opponent. Chu Feng raised his head and looked around, but Hao Yukai was no longer there. I have to say, Hao Yukai escaped very quickly. However, Chu Feng was not in a hurry at all. Chu Feng already knew the smell of Hao Yukai, and he could track him down by using his super sense of smell. Hao Yukai wants to escape, but it's impossible. Super sense of smell is activated. There are many smells in the air, including the smell left by Hao Yukai. Immediately lock onto Hao Yutsai's scent. Chu Feng was about to chase when a ray of light fell down. The light dispersed, and it was Xin Cheng who appeared. Xin Cheng showed a trace of worry on her face, but after seeing that Chu Feng was intact, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Junior Chu Feng, you are too reckless. Do you need me to help you kill someone? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, and felt a little touched in his heart. He smiled and said, Senior Xin Cheng, you'd better not interfere in this matter, otherwise it will bring you trouble. I can handle it myself. Look, I killed that 6-star warrior Zhong Tao with just one blow. I have to say that Senior Sister Xin Cheng is a pretty good person. He rushed over to help Chu Feng kill people without even putting on his clothes. So loyal. However, if Xin Cheng helps, it might cause her some trouble. After all, the Hao family has someone at the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Xin Cheng looked back and saw Zhong Tao lying on the ground, his head and body separated, dead. Suddenly, Xin Cheng opened her mouth, so surprised that she couldn't speak. What the hell? Can he even kill a 6-star warrior? This student is so perverted. Boom. At this time, another figure fell. Chu Feng, are you okay? The principal is here. Principal Xiao appears. Chu Feng was moved again. Unexpectedly, Principal Xiao also came to help him. Principal Xiao, I'm fine. Chu Feng replied. You kid, you're really messing around. Principal Xiao scolded. How could you sign a life or death agreement with Hao Yukai? Why didn't you tell me before you signed it? If you tell me, I can help you settle this matter. He was really worried that something might happen to Chu Feng. It's so hard to find a perverted monster, we must protect him at all costs. Chu Feng said, Principal Xiao, thank you. But now I'm going to kill someone. As he spoke, he transformed into a figure and whizzed away. Oh. Principal Xiao was stunned. Xin Cheng thought about it, turned into a ray of light and chased after Chu Feng. No matter what, she would not let anything happen to Chu Feng. If she encounters an opponent that Chu Feng can't deal with, she will take action. How so? Why is he so strong? Isn't he a mid-level 4-star warrior? How could he kill thousands of 3-star warriors in one go? Damn it, it seems Zhong Tao was also killed by him. Hao Yukai felt regret in his heart at this moment, but more of it was fear. Not good. He's catching up. How come he's so fast? Boom. Hao Yukai rushed out with great momentum, using his innate special ability, with red flames surrounding his body, and flew at an extremely fast speed. He roared all the way, leaving a burning trail behind him. However, Chu Feng's speed was even faster. The power of anti-gravity flight plus the innate ability of Gourmet Cells was almost catching up with the speed of sound. After a while, Chu Feng saw Hao Yutsai's fleeing figure. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he chased after him as usual. Getting closer. Finally, Chu Feng appeared above Hao Yutsai's head, and at the same time, a gravity of more than 180 times enveloped him. Boom! In an instant, Hao Yukai felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. His feet sank into the ground, his back bent, and he almost vomited blood. Fire Dragon Fist. With a loud shout, Hao Yukai activated his fighting skills and punched out. A large amount of flames spurted out of his fist, turning into a fire dragon and rushing towards Chu Feng. Fire Dragon Fist, a yellow-level combat skill. Combined with the power of his innate ability, Heavenly Fire, the damage that erupted almost reached the Xian level. Xu Feng's aura sank, he raised his hand and slapped it down, launching the gravity palm to add 180 times the gravity. A huge black palm print roared down, and the space roared. Boom! In an instant, the fire dragon and the black palm print collided, erupting with terrifying energy, and both of them collapsed. There was blood at the corner of Hao Youcai's mouth. But Xu Feng didn't feel anything. He moved his right hand, and the fine iron sword was in his hand. He activated the crust cutting and slashed towards Hao Youcai. Hao Youcai wanted to escape, but he was pressed down by 180 times the gravity and could not avoid it for a while. And at this moment, a huge hand formed by strange sand rushed out from under Hao Youcai's feet and forcibly blocked the crust-cutting knife energy. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from under Hao Youcai's feet. It was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. The face is thin. A pair of sunken eyes. Seeing the person coming, Xu Feng frowned. He could feel the energy and blood emanating from the other person that was close to 7 stars. Hao Youcai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the old man in front of him, and said respectfully, "Mr. Sha. Thank you very much." The old man called Sha Lao said coldly, "Thank that person if you want to thank him." Hao Youcai said nothing more, he knew who sent Mr. Sha. Old Sha is a top 6-star warrior, and he also has S-level talent and supernatural powers, and his strength is very powerful. With him taking action, we should be safe now. Xu Feng, I admit that you are a genius. But, you will die today. Sha Lao, help me kill him. Hao Youcai said. Xu Feng's eyes moved slightly. The 6-star peak is indeed a bit tricky. But it's not a big problem. On the other side, Senior Shinqing was about to come over to help Xu Feng, but suddenly a hurricane surrounded her and trapped her. A figure walked out from a hurricane. Lin Hao. Shinqing's eyes turned cold. Oh. Lin Hao said with a playful smile, "Xingqing, don't be angry, I won't hit you. But you have to stay here honestly." Xinsheng said coldly, "Lin Hao, you are asking for a beating." As he said this, he burst out with momentum and charged forward with his sword. At the same time, Principal Xiao was also stopped by someone. "Old Qin, what do you mean?" Principal Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Old Xiao, don't blame me." Qin Ran said with a smile, "The one from the Hao family has done me a favor. The Hao family's affairs are my affairs. There's no need to provoke the Hao family for a student, right?" Principal Xiao angrily retorted, "Qin Ran, you know nothing. That kid Xu Feng is a monster." After. Qin Ran interrupted, "Old Xiao, there's no future, that kid is dead today. If you want to blame someone, blame him for offending the Hao family." Several pairs of eyes in the distance noticed these scenes, and there was a strange light flashing in them. "Hey, Elder Hao, aren't you going a bit too far? You let old monster Sha deal with that kid Xu Feng. What's the difference between that and him fighting you? Elder Hao, do you have to kill Xu Feng today?" Elder Hao said, "I didn't take action, so this didn't break our agreement, did it? If that kid Xu Feng dies, he can only blame himself." Chapter 56, How much money did the other party give you that makes you work so hard? Sand meteorite. Mr. Sha raised his right hand and shook it. In an instant, huge meteorites made of sand fell above Xu Feng's head. Its power is no less than that of a real meteorite. Swish swish swish. Xu Feng tightly gripped the fine iron sword, superimposed 180 times the gravity, dodging the attacks of the sand meteorites while forcibly splitting the sand meteorites that could not be avoided. A late 4-star has such strength? This kid is a monster. Mr. Sha was slightly shocked. No wonder the guy from the Hao family wanted him to take action. It's really tricky. Swish. Xu Feng split a piece of sand meteorite with another knife, and then took the opportunity to burst out with all his strength, launching the crust cutting and superimposing 180 times the gravity, and slashed at Old Sha. The astonishing sword energy tore through space. Old Sha's face changed drastically, realizing that the knife was very dangerous. Without hesitation, he activated the sand armor and his whole body was protected by a layer of golden sand, just like wearing golden armor. Phew! The sword energy fell on the sand armor, forcibly cutting it open, leaving a knife mark on Sha Lao's chest and blood splattering. Mr. Sha was terrified. I never expected that the knife would be so terrifying. If I hadn't resisted with all my strength, I would probably have died. Hao Yukai next to him was almost scared silly. Chu Feng actually broke through Sha Lao's defense with one sword. What kind of perverted sword technique is this? You know, Chu Feng is only in the late 4-star stage, while old Sha is at the peak of 6-star stage. The other warriors who came to watch the excitement were also shocked when they saw this scene. Oh my god, he actually broke through Mr. Sha's defense? That strike was too powerful. That's right. It was that blow that killed Zhong Tao. How terrifying. The warriors thought Chu Feng was dead, but they didn't expect that Chu Feng even injured old Sha. Good boy. I almost flipped over. We have to go all out. Old Sha was still in shock and didn't dare to be negligent. All the energy and blood of a 6-star peak warrior burst out. With him as the center, the ground around him weathered rapidly, and more sand and dust swept up. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sandstorm formed around him. When Chu Feng saw this, he didn't wait for old Sha to use his skills. He immediately turned into a figure and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Mr. Sha? Hao Yukai? Other warriors watching the fun? Chu Feng ran away? Chu Feng ran, but not completely. The full-strength blow just now broke through Sha Lao's defense and hurt him. This also means that Chu Feng's strength is a little bit lacking. As long as he could improve it a little more, he might be able to seriously injure or even kill the opponent. At this moment, he rushed to a height of tens of thousands of meters, took out a large number of corpses of ferocious beasts from the devouring space and devoured them frantically. As a large number of ferocious beasts were eaten, the chi and blood continued to increase. Old Sha below had already released all his energy, but he didn't expect Chu Feng to be so cunning and escape. However, he could still sense Chu Feng's aura and was not very anxious. Huh? Hiding in the sky, do you think I can't do anything? No. That kid's aura is increasing. We can't let him continue to improve. As he spoke, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and a hurricane formed by sand and dust rose under his feet, carrying him high into the sky and approaching Chu Feng. Chu Feng knew that old Sha was catching up with him, so he raised the corner of his mouth and flew to the side while continuing to frantically devour a group of ferocious beast corpses. Sha Lao was so angry that his face turned black, and he raised his hand to activate his skills. I saw a huge hand formed by sand and dust, covering the sky and the sun above Chu Feng's head. This is a sand burial. Xian-level combat skills. It is also Sha Lao's strongest means of attack. The huge sand hand contained a powerful pressure, which directly locked Chu Feng's entire body. No, it should be that the entire space was blocked, making it difficult to break through for a while. Die! Sha Lao roared. I thought killing a little ghost would be an easy task, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult and I almost got into trouble. If Chu Feng is not killed, how will he survive in the future? Chu Feng couldn't escape, so he could only activate the invincible golden body again. Boom! After the invincible golden body was activated, a huge sand hand also fell down and hit Chu Feng. Chu Feng was knocked down from a high altitude to the ground. Endless sand and dust formed a tall pyramid that completely engulfed and suppressed Chu Feng. The many warriors around looked at each other with different expressions. Is Chu Feng dead? I'm sure he won't survive. Hit by Sha Lao's special skill, he's dead. Yes, it is said that this move by Mr. Sha once suppressed and killed a 7th-level early-stage ferocious beast. Ha ha ha. Hao Yukai laughed triumphantly. Good death. Swish. At this moment, the sand burial was cut open by a knife, and then a figure burst out. It was none other than Chu Feng. He was intact. When Hao Yukai saw this, his smile suddenly stopped and he sat down on the ground in fear. Not dead? How could he not be dead? The warriors watching the excitement around were also shocked. Holy shit! He's still alive? Oh my god, he's not hurt at all. It's horrible. The corners of Sha Lao's mouth twitched, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. The strongest blow did not kill Chu Feng, and did not even cause any injuries. Instead, Chu Feng's blood and energy became stronger, and he was not far from the peak of 4 stars. Boom! Chu Feng released all his energy, and the blood in his body surged. He devoured almost all of the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts that devoured the space, and his strength increased significantly. Then the devouring gravity ball exploded. Nearly 200 times the gravity is looming. The powerful devouring force spread out in all directions. Click, click. Hao Yukai couldn't withstand the powerful gravity at all, his bones were broken, and he fell to his knees. Mr. Shaw also felt some pressure, and his feet sank into the ground. Chu Feng tightly gripped the fine iron sword, launched his strongest attack, and slashed with one blow. Swish! The space was divided into two. Old Shaw once again used his strongest defense, the sand armor. Phew! However, the sand armor was cut open directly, and the blade energy fell on Sha Lao's chest, splashing blood. Ugh! Old Shaw screamed in pain, his sternum was cut off, and he was half dead. Chu Feng frowned, damn. It's still almost there. At the same time, he continued to devour the corpses of the ferocious beasts to replenish his consumed energy. Little devil. You forced me to do this. Ah. Old Shaw seemed to have gone crazy, screaming strangely, his face was hideous, and some sand fell off his body as if weathering. Then he took out a red pill from somewhere and swallowed it in one gulp. That's the violent pill. Chu Feng's face changed. The explosive chi pill is made from the blood of ferocious beasts and rare treasures. After swallowing it, it can increase chi and blood in a short period of time. In fact, it is just a matter of burning energy and blood to gain strength. The side effects are severe. Afterwards, you will fall into a coma, your cultivation will no longer be able to improve, and your life will be shortened. No one wants to eat this stuff unless it's absolutely necessary. How much money did the other party give you that makes you work so hard? Chu Feng asked suddenly. Chapter 57. Why is that human named Chu Feng still alive? Hearing Chu Feng's sarcastic words, Old Shaw was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn, how much money is this? This is a matter of face. Old General Shaw swallowed the violent blood in one gulp. Chu Feng shook his head, moved his figure, and quickly flew to Hao Youcai's side, raising his right foot. Sha Lao's expression changed drastically. Boy, you dare. Damn it, this kid has no moral principles. Violent chi and blood can improve chi and blood, but it takes some time to digest. Now, the violent pill has just been taken and has not been digested yet, and the chi and blood have not been improved yet, but Chu Feng is already taking action. He is such a fucking inhuman. Hao Youcai saw Chu Feng appear in front of him and saw Chu Feng raising his feet. He wanted to move, but was crushed by gravity and couldn't move. Boom! Chu Feng didn't hesitate and stepped down directly. Hao Youcai's head exploded and he died on the spot. As soon as Hao Youcai died, the death warrant was immediately lifted. The warriors watching the excitement around were dumbfounded. Mr. Shaw was also stunned. Grass! I've already taken the violence pill. Mr. Shaw used his hands to dig his throat, trying to vomit, but he couldn't. Then, the energy and blood in Sha Lao's body began to surge. Chu Feng raised his foot and stomped on Hao Youcai's chest again, killing him completely. Then he smiled at Sha Lao and said, "Goodbye, you." After saying that, he transformed into a figure and whizzed away. Phew! Mr. Shaw finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell straight to the ground and lost consciousness. Several pairs of eyes in the distance saw this scene, and there was a gleam in their eyes. That kid actually survived? Ha, not bad, not bad, I'm going to treat him as my godson. Don't make trouble, he is my son-in-law. What? You have a daughter? Elder Hao was so angry that his face turned as black as cow dung and he almost vomited blood. Chu Feng actually killed Hao Youcai. And Mr. Shaw is also useless. Heavy losses. Damn it. Elder Hao gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Hey, Elder Hao, please don't mess around. That's right. Elder Hao, Chu Feng, you can't move. Yes. If you dare to touch Chu Feng, I will never let you go. Elder Hao, my condolences. Snort. Elder Hao snorted coldly and disappeared. How is that possible? That kid actually survived? Lin Hao was so angry that his kidneys hurt. Ever since the last forum mentioned that Shen Chang and Chu Feng had an unclear relationship, he was very angry and wanted to beat Chu Feng up. After learning that Chu Feng and Hao Youcai had signed a life and death agreement, and seeing Shen Chang desperately trying to help Chu Feng, he became even angrier, or rather, jealous. So, he deliberately stopped Shen Chang so that someone could kill Chu Feng. Unexpectedly, even after Sha Lao's attack, he failed to defeat Chu Feng. Instead, he was forced to swallow the explosive pill and was so angry that he vomited blood. What is even more infuriating is that Chu Feng is intact. As expected of Junior Chu Feng. So awesome. Shen Chang breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chu Feng was unharmed. Without saying anything, she turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On the other side, Principal Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. That kid is even more powerful than I imagined, ha ha ha. Qin Ran looked unhappy. He never expected that Chu Feng could kill Hao Yukai to end the life and death agreement and force Xiao Lao into a desperate situation. At this moment, he found that he seemed to be on the wrong side. With Chu Feng's talent, it won't be long before he becomes a terrifying existence. If Chu Feng holds a grudge, then the Qin family will be in danger. At the same time, the warrior forum was in an uproar. Awesome! Chu Feng 666. As expected of an SSS-level genius with special abilities. At only 18 years old, with the strength of a late 4-star warrior, he was able to fight against a 6-star warrior and even force the other party to swallow the explosive energy pill. I admire him. Chu Feng is definitely a genius among millions. The students in Chu Feng's class who thought they were geniuses were ashamed after seeing Chu Feng's deeds. No comparison at all. Fuck. I thought I was already incredibly strong at the peak of the 2nd-star level, but I didn't expect Chu Feng's late 4-star level to be so abnormal. Is Chu Feng still human? Fuck. Shortly afterwards, the Warrior Alliance headquarters issued an announcement, which meant that the life and death agreement between Chu Feng and Hao Yukai had been lifted, and no one could attack Chu Feng in the future, otherwise they would have to bear the wrath of the Warrior Alliance. The meaning is very clear: Chu Feng is protected by the Warrior Alliance. Deep outside the Great Wall, in a mysterious space, an astonishingly large black frog woke up, with thousands of waves of light flowing in its eyes. This is the only ferocious beast among billions of ferocious beasts that possesses 9th-level strength, the fallen frog. Let me see if the human genius who has a 90% chance of exterminating my race has fallen. The fallen frog activates the innate ability of peek into the future. The human genius was assassinated by the ferocious beast because of the information it provided. The human genius who was once assassinated by the ferocious beast, Shen Qing was assassinated by the ferocious beast, and until now Chu Feng was assassinated by the ferocious beast. It was all behind the scenes. However, after using its innate ability peek into the future once, it will fall into a short sleep. There was a strange light flashing in the eyes of the fallen frog, and suddenly scenes that only it could see appeared in front of it. Looking at the contents of the scenes, the fallen frog's face became more and more ugly. Why aren't you dead yet? Why not assassinate him? Why did you let him grow up? A bunch of trash, all of them. Quack, quack. After venting its anger, the fallen frog let out a strange cry towards the sky, as if to convey some signal. After a moment, the 12 beast kings, no matter what they were doing, immediately took action and rushed to the fallen frog as quickly as possible. Didn't I tell you before I fell asleep that we must kill the human named Chu Feng? Why is he still alive now? The fallen frog spoke in a serious tone. We have launched our largest attack, but were met with resistance from the humans, and several assassination attempts over there also failed. Don't be so nervous. The last prophecy said that a human named Shen Shang would also be a threat to us, but in the last prophecy, you said she would perish. Maybe the human named Chu Feng will also perish. That's right. We beastmen reproduce quickly and our numbers are huge. If humans weren't more talented than us, we would have wiped them out long ago. Yes. After we reproduce for a few more years and launch a larger scale attack, we will definitely be able to wipe out humanity. The 12 beast kings spoke one after another and expressed their opinions. No. This time is different. The fate of the human named Shen Cheng has changed. She did not perish. Also, the probability of that human named Chu Feng destroying us has increased. It was 90% before, but now it's 95%. We can't let him grow any further, he must be eliminated immediately. The fallen frog said this with a very serious look. Chapter 58, Receive the Black God Sword. A 95% chance of destroying us? Hey, is this true? 95%? Isn't that too scary? Will this prophecy be wrong? When the 12 beast kings heard the words of the fallen frog, their expressions became serious. The fallen frog said, although my innate abilities aren't top tier, my predictions won't be wrong. Isn't it because of my prophecy that our beast tribe has been able to grow to this point and suppress human warriors into a small area? So, we must wipe out the human named Chu Feng. Hearing this, the 12 beast kings fell silent. The fallen frog continued, it's almost time for me to fall asleep again. I hope to hear good news when I wake up next time. I'll leave it to you to wipe out the human named Chu Feng. Afterwards, the 12 Beast Kings discussed it, and finally one of them took action himself. Xu Feng didn't know all this. After he killed Hao Yukai, the life and death warrant was lifted and no one would come to kill him anymore. At this moment, he was not idle either and rushed directly to ruins number 7. Yes. He was going there to devour the devil gecko and get the black god blade as a reward. The power of the heavenly sword skill crust cutting combined with gravity is so terrifying that ordinary swords cannot withstand it. The previous sword made of armored shark teeth exploded after using crust cutting once. The second black gold ancient sword was also scrapped after using it once or twice. Now, although the third fine iron sword has not been scrapped yet, cracks have appeared after using crust cutting several times. Without a good sword, the power of crust cutting cannot be exerted, and the strength will be greatly reduced. Take the recent battle with Sha Lao for example. If it weren't for the crust cutting, Xu Feng would have had to escape. A good sword combined with crust cutting is crucial. Now, the Black God Sword is a sword tailor-made for crust cutting and must be obtained. Once the Black God Sword is in hand, activate the crust cutting and superimpose gravity. With one cut, a 6-star warrior will surely die. This day, Xu Feng came to Chuanzhou City and then entered the nearby ruins number 7. Ruins number 7 is different from ruins number 1. The latter is on a plain and has an underground city, while the former is on a mountain with complex terrain. Before it became a relic, it was a very famous tourist city with very distinctive urban architecture. You think you are on the top floor of the 18th floor, but in fact, you are on the first floor. Later, the city was captured by ferocious beasts and humans retreated to Chuanzhou City. But strictly speaking, ruins number 7 is also part of Chuanzhou City. As for the ferocious beasts in ruins number 7, there are not many types, but there are definitely a lot of them. According to the data, there are several species in ruins number 7, such as giant corpse-eating ants and black armored spiders, which are all social species and exist in large numbers. Take the giant corpse-eating ants for example. Last time, tens of thousands of them besieged Chuanzhou City. Fortunately, the giant corpse-eating ant is only at the 2nd level and its strength is not very strong. In addition to several types of gregarious ferocious beasts, Xu Feng's target beast, the devil gecko, is also among them. It is a solitary 4th-level ferocious beast. It landed on a dilapidated building in the center of ruins number 7. The entire ruins number 7 is very quiet. Activate your super sense of smell. Able to smell a variety of odors in the air. So much sourness. It should be the giant corpse-eating ant. There are a few smells over here, and a little further away, there are a few more smells. There's a separate scent over there, could it be a devil gecko? Xu Feng looked to the side, then activated anti-gravity flight and controlled his speed forward. In a dilapidated building below, several golden armored locusts were gnawing on the corpse of a human warrior. Suddenly they noticed a figure flying overhead. They all looked up, let out strange cries, bared their fangs, and then immediately flew up and chased after it. Xu Feng was of course aware that there were several golden armored locusts chasing him, but his face remained calm. That's right. He did it on purpose. There was still the scent of many ferocious beasts on the road. Xu Feng planned to lure them all to one place and then devour them all at once. Xu Feng kept a certain distance from the golden armored locust, just like flying a kite, which made the golden armored locust unable to stop. Soon, another group of elephant trunk beasts below noticed Xu Feng, growled, and chased him madly. After a while, hundreds of ferocious beasts chased after Xu Feng like crazy. Xu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and landed on an open space from mid-air. Hiss-oh-oh. Hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed over, as if whoever could bite off Xu Feng's head would win a prize. Getting closer. The next second, Xu Feng launched the devouring gravity ball. Boom boom boom. The golden armored locusts, elephant trunk beasts, cockroach scorpions and other ferocious beasts were all crushed to the ground, their bodies exploded, blood and flesh splattered, and they died on the spot. The strongest among them is only at the early 3rd stage. How can he withstand the crushing of gravity that is almost 200 times? He raised his right hand and released Delicious Devour, eating up all of their broken bodies. Gay, gay. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard. Xu Feng looked up and saw a huge figure lying on top of a dilapidated building in the distance. Judging from its appearance, it is a gecko. But his whole body was pitch black, with strange light waves flowing on his body, and a pair of blood-red eyes released bursts of cold light. Yes. It's the devil gecko. A 4th-order late-stage ferocious beast. Boom. The building under the devil gecko's claws collapsed, and its entire huge body shot out and landed heavily not far from Chu Feng. The ground exploded. Immediately afterwards, it rushed towards Chu Feng at an extremely fast speed. As soon as they come down, they attack. Very ferocious. Chu Feng released the gravity field. A gravity of nearly 200 times is looming. The rushing devil gecko's huge claws directly crushed the ground, and its entire body was ruthlessly pressed to the ground. Click, click. The sound of broken bones was heard and the devil gecko screamed. Then, it activated its regeneration talent, and the broken bones quickly regenerated and recovered, but this only increased its pain. Because, after its broken bones regenerated, they were crushed and broken again. Chu Feng raised his right hand, activated the gravity palm to superimpose gravity, and slapped it down. The huge black palm print fell like a meteorite. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom sounded. The devil gecko's entire body turned into meat paste and it died on the spot. Even if it had the gift of regeneration, it couldn't save its life. Delicious devouring was activated, and the devil gecko was swallowed up in an instant. Ding! Devour the devil gecko. Congratulations on completing the mission. The reward is the Black God Saber. Do you want to claim it? System prompts. Chu Feng was delighted, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said silently in his heart, "Receive it." Ding! Black God's sword successfully received. As the system's voice fell, a black sword strangely appeared in front of Chu Feng. Chapter 59 Breaking Through the 4-Star Peak. Swish! The black sword floating in front of him exuded waves of intimidating sword energy. It feels like my skin is about to be torn apart by the knife energy. Hiss! What a terrifying sword energy! Chu Feng was shocked. I knew the Black God's blade was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Just standing in front of it, I felt like I was being stabbed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Black God's sword. The entire sword was extremely heavy, and Chu Feng could barely hold it firmly. The muscles on his right arm bulged out, and he increased his strength to be able to hold it firmly. It's a weight of 10,000 pounds, it's not an exaggeration. Chu Feng exclaimed. Watch carefully. The entire Black God sword is pitch black, even the handle is black. It is about 1 meter and 2 meters long. A dragon is carved on the blade, and the blade flashes with a threatening cold light. His eyes fell on a nearby stone, and he slashed the stone with the Black God sword. The stone split into two like tofu. Take out the fine iron sword from the devouring space. The fine iron sword chopped on the Black God's sword. Clang! The fine iron sword broke directly. The Black God's sword is intact. Amazing! Chu Feng exclaimed again. He looked into the distance, gripped the Black God's sword tightly in his right hand, and activated the crust-cutting strategy. Swish! A black blade energy tore through space and disappeared in a flash. The entire number 7 ruins were split in half by a single blow. Chu Feng's eyes widened. The power of crust cutting released by the Black God sword is stronger than the power of crust cutting performed by the fine iron sword plus the power of gravity. If the sword had levels, it would definitely be an SSS-level sword. Chu Feng was overjoyed. In this way, he is invincible except for the 7-star warriors. Even those above 7 stars can fight. Isn't this a bit outrageous? No. Not outrageous at all. After all, Chu Feng has 3 SSS-level talents and abilities, as well as the heaven-level sword skill crust cutting, and a god-level sword. Let me ask you, who has such a great opportunity? You know, any warrior who gets any opportunity from Chu Feng will become a top warrior. Excitedly, he put away the Black God's sword, activated his super sense of smell, locked onto the ferocious beast, and flashed away. It is not far from the 4-star peak. The next step is to devour the ferocious beast in the number 7 ruins to achieve a breakthrough. Boom! Chu Feng punched a wall and his figure flew into the broken wall and landed on the ground. And in front of him were densely packed giant corpse-eating ants. That's right. This is the nest of the giant corpse-eating ants. Hiss hiss. The giant corpse-eating ant let out strange cries, bared its fangs, and rushed forward like crazy. Chu Feng activated the devouring gravity ball. A moment later, Chu Feng flew out of the broken wall. All the giant corpse-eating ants had been devoured by him, leaving not a single one. Standing in mid-air, it then whizzed off to one side. In the next 30 minutes, it devoured many more ferocious beasts. Qi and blood are constantly improving. Boom! Finally, the blood and energy in his body began to surge, making a roaring sound. Breakthrough! Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Qi and blood, 100,000 and 125,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 8%. SSS-level gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development of talents and abilities, devouring gravity balls. Sword skills, heavenly crystal cutting proficient, gravity palm beginner. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility. Weapon, black god sword. Warrior level, 4-star peak. Devouring quest, updating. Seeing this, Chu Feng was very satisfied. With the cooperation of 3 SSS-level talents, the strength increases super quickly. It feels great to make rapid progress. Cheating is fun for a while, and it's always fun to keep cheating. After closing the system interface, Chu Feng prepared to eat all the ferocious beasts in Ruins number 7, but at this moment, the phone rang. It was Instructor Li who called. After hanging up the phone, Chu Feng hurried back to the military training department. When we returned to the military training department and arrived at the training square, everyone was still learning military boxing under the scorching sun. But after seeing Chu Feng, their movements froze and their eyes showed disbelief. After a while, everyone was in an uproar. Fuck, Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng, you are my idol. Brother Feng, I want your autograph. For a moment, the classmates stopped training and ran over to surround Chu Feng, chattering. It turned out that all the classmates had already known from the internet that Chu Feng had signed a life and death agreement, and they also knew that Chu Feng had gone on a killing spree, even killing 6 star warriors. It's simply awesome. The eyes of students from other classes looking at Chu Feng also changed. Before this, there were still a few people who were very dissatisfied with Chu Feng, but now they are convinced and even a little afraid. What? What are you doing? Get back to training. Instructor Li's face darkened and he shouted loudly. The students in the class seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. They shrank their necks and continued to punch in dejected manner. Instructor Li came up to Chu Feng, put on a smile, and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. Boy, it's great that you can come back alive. When he learned that Chu Feng and Hao Yukai had signed a life and death agreement, he was very nervous and worried that something might happen to Chu Feng. But it is his duty and he cannot abandon other students. Otherwise, he would have gone to help Chu Feng. Fortunately, Chu Feng returned safely. Chu Feng smiled. Instructor Li, I made you worried. Instructor Li patted Chu Feng's shoulder again. Oh right. Chu Feng asked, Instructor Li, is there something important that called me back? Instructor Li said, the day after tomorrow, our class will enter Ruins number 15 and fight the ferocious beasts face to face, to overcome our fear and gain combat experience. You are the strongest in the class, and you are the team leader. I'll lead the team with you. This part of military training is included every year. Most of the students who graduate from the military university will join the army, where they will inevitably have to fight against ferocious beasts and engage in life and death battles, so they need to adapt in advance. Chu Feng nodded, okay. After chatting with Instructor Li for a while, it was almost time for dinner, so Chu Feng went straight to the cafeteria. The other students in the class continued to train, and some of them were talking in low voices. I feel like Brother Feng isn't here for military training, he's here to have fun. What's so sour about this? If you had half the strength of Brother Feng, you wouldn't need military training. Hey, you think too highly of me. If I had 1/3 of Brother Feng's strength, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Chu Feng came to the cafeteria, had a big meal, and then found a place to start practicing. As your strength continues to improve, your understanding of the gravity and devouring talents will deepen, and you can start developing skills again. Chapter 60, Developing the Sucking Palm. Instructor Shin's internal organs are sucked out. Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated his devouring talent. A black vortex appeared in the palm of his hand, and powerful devouring power roared out from the vortex. In the distance, a huge scenic rock was pulled out from the ground and flew towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng clenched his fists and punched out. Boom! With a terrifying sonic boom, the huge rocks shattered. Let's call this move the devouring palm. Chu Feng's eyes moved, and he felt satisfied. Devouring Palm can play a certain role in battle. For example, if the enemy tries to escape, you can use the Devouring Palm to lock the enemy, forcibly suck him in, and then beat him up. With a smile on his lips, Xu Feng raised his right hand again, this time activating his gravity talent ability. A powerful gravitational force came out from the palm of his hand, which also had a devouring effect. Facing another scenic stone, gravity forcibly sucked it over, and then he punched out again. Landscape stone crushed. This move is called Gravity Palm. Xu Feng gave this skill a name. Devouring Palm and Gravity Palm have the same function, both can lock onto objects and suck them over. But if we combine the two, won't it be even stronger? Xu Feng's eyes moved slightly. Do it when you think of it. Take action immediately and start to merge the Devouring Palm and the Gravity Palm. At the same time, the sonic boom created when Xu Feng exploded the stone attracted the attention of many students and instructors. They frowned and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. Instructor Shen had a bad feeling. Could it be that Xu Feng is causing trouble again? The last time Xu Feng was developing his skills, he almost caused several nearby buildings to collapse, and they have not been repaired yet. Without further ado, Instructor Shen moved and flew over quickly. Here, Xu Feng was studying how to combine the Devouring Palm and the Gravity Palm. Soon, he had an idea. After all, Devouring Gravity Ball is a skill developed by fusing two innate abilities. With the lessons learned from the past, further research and development will be much easier. At this moment, a figure flew down. It was Instructor Shen. When he saw Xu Feng, Instructor Shen's expression changed. "It's you, kid." Xu Feng greeted Instructor Shen with a smile. Instructor Shen asked, "Were you responsible for the sonic boom just now? Did you break something again?" Glance around. Later, it was discovered that two beautiful 10-meter-high scenic rocks not far away were gone, and the ground was scattered with rubble. Oh my god! How did you manage to break those two rocks? What is your own strength? Don't you have any idea? Chief Instructor Shen exclaimed. Of course, he also knew that Xu Feng had signed a life and death agreement. When he heard that Xu Feng killed the 6-star warrior Zhong Tao with one sword and injured Sha La with one sword, he was so shocked that he couldn't sleep all night. Ha ha! Xu Feng smiled. Instructor Shen, I'm sorry, I'm developing my skills, so I used a stone to test the power of my skills. Instructor Shen. Even a peak 6-star warrior was injured with one blow. If he were to test his strength in the military training department, wouldn't the entire military training department be destroyed? Instructor Shen, I will pay attention next time. Xu Feng said. Instructor Shen rolled his eyes. From now on, there will be no future. If you want to test the power of your skills, come directly to me. Hearing this, Xu Feng's eyes lit up. Instructor Shen, are you serious? That's perfect. I have another skill that needs to be tested, so I'll use you to try it out. The fusion of the Devouring Palm and the Gravity Palm has just taken shape and needs a target to test its power. Instructor Shen is quite suitable. You know, Instructor Shen is a 5-star warrior. Chief Instructor Shen opened his mouth, his face full of speechlessness. Damn, I was just being polite to you just now, but you took it seriously? You even killed the 6-star warrior Zhong Tao. What use can I be as a rubbish warrior? Try it, you might die. Instructor Shen was a little panicked. However, the words have been spoken, and it seems inappropriate to go back on my word now. Taking a deep breath, Instructor Shen said stubbornly, Boy, take it easy. Xu Feng smiled and said, Instructor Shen, don't be nervous. I just developed this skill, and its power is still unknown. Upon hearing this, Instructor Shen became even more nervous. Oh shit. You haven't figured out the power yet, and you're using me as a guinea pig? What if it gets out of control? Here, Xu Feng stopped talking and activated his devouring talent and ability. He raised his right hand, and a devouring vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. An astonishing devouring force surged out, and then the gravity talent and ability also broke out, and the gravitational palm was superimposed on the devouring palm. In an instant, the two forces merged and superimposed on each other. Buzz. The next second, a resonance sounded in the palm of his hand, and a black vortex appeared. An astonishing suction force rolled out like a tsunami. What? Chief Instructor Shen was startled, and his whole body was pulled forward by a suction force. Boom! Without further ado, Chief Instructor Shen released all his aura, and his S-level innate ability, Heavenly Fire, also erupted. Flames swirled all over his body, and he turned into a cool fireman. He tried to steady himself, but he couldn't. The suction was too strong and beyond his ability to bear. For a moment, he felt that his internal organs were being sucked out by that force. By the time he reacted, a hand was grabbing his neck and the flames on his body were extinguished. Ahem! Instructor Shin started coughing uncomfortably. Chu Feng quickly let go of his hand and put Instructor Shin down. The suction force generated by the combination of the devouring palm and the gravity palm is indeed terrifying. Even if a 5-star warrior unleashes all his strength, he cannot resist it. If Instructor Shin had just been dealing with a 5th-order ferocious beast, he could have sucked it over and then killed it with one strike. The other party has no room to resist at all. Chu Feng was very satisfied and even gave this move a name, called Sucking Palm. Instructor Shin was in a miserable state. His face was ashen and he felt like he had been to the gates of hell and back again. He didn't even have the ability to resist the suction force released by Chu Feng just now. Almost died. So scary. After reacting, Instructor Shin looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster. This kid developed such a terrifying skill so easily, it's so abnormal. Kid, keep going and don't cause any trouble. I'm leaving first. Instructor Shin quickly ran away. He didn't dare to be Chu Feng's guinea pig anymore. But I have to say that after being the chief instructor for so many years, I have never been humiliated in front of students until I met Chu Feng. Chu Feng ignored Instructor Shin and went back to the dormitory after mastering the sucking palm technique. A night of silence. The next day, after getting up and having breakfast, Chu Feng went to Yuezhou City near the military university to buy a ferocious beast from a place that specialized in selling ferocious beasts. I still have quite a bit of money on me, and if I don't spend it, it's just sitting there. I might as well use it to buy more food, to boost my chi and blood, and to improve my strength. Chapter 61, using a small amount of money to buy a large number of beasts in exchange for blood points is really cool. Arrived at the Yuezhou City Ferocious Beast Wholesale Center Market. This is the largest place for trading ferocious beasts in human settlements. Snake chicken, don't miss it if you pass by. Pig-headed wolf, sell it cheap, sell it cheap. Muscle pig, 100 kilograms for 10 yuan, come on, come on. Unicorn, who the hell wants a unicorn? The streets were full of warriors selling ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts come from various ruins, and they are basically 1st and 2nd level ferocious beasts. There are relatively few 3rd and 4th level ferocious beasts. Chu Feng took a look and found that most of the valuable parts of the beasts had been removed, and the remaining flesh and blood were sold at a low price. This gave Chu Feng a good opportunity. Chu Feng needs a lot of things that others don't want, the more the better. Boss, how much is the snake chicken? Hey young man, $50 for one, all 100 of them are yours. This? Never mind, 40 yuan, you take it all. Pig-headed wolves, $5 each. If you buy more, I'll give you $4 each. I want them all. Young man, I think you look very lucky. Come on, take the unicorn for 10 yuan each. Make a deal. Chu Feng bought a large number of ferocious beasts at one time, estimated to be 5,000. In addition to most of the 1st and 2nd level ferocious beasts, there were also some 3rd level ferocious beasts. I counted it, and damn, I didn't even spend all 50,000 yuan. However, if he ate all 5,000 ferocious beasts, after deducting the part absorbed by the Gourmet Cell devil eggs, Chu Feng could still gain at least 2,000 blood points. It's so cool. Eat half of the ferocious beasts and keep the other half for future use. Chu Feng returned to the military training department. Another day passed. On this day, the students of Class 1 went to Ruins number 15 for training under the leadership of Instructor Li. Instructor Li is the team leader and Chu Feng is the group leader. The bus is here. Instructor Li and Chu Feng led the rest of the class onto the bus. Brother Feng, this is the milk I owed you last time. Brother Feng, this is the chicken leg I owed you last time. Brother Feng, this is my duck leg as a token of my filial piety to you. Brother Feng, please accept my snacks. My love for you is like a surging river. As soon as Chu Feng sat down, the students in the class took out delicious food and handed it to him. Some of them were afraid that Chu Feng would not accept it, so they forced it into his hands. For a moment, Chu Feng's entire arms were filled with food. Chu Feng was delighted. Classmates, don't worry about this training. I'm here and I will never let anything happen to you. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes lit up. Ah, Brother Feng, I've been waiting for you to say this. With Brother Feng here, we can rest assured. Instructor Li, who was driving, saw Chu Feng mingling with his classmates, talking and laughing, and he also smiled. The bus drove for almost 6 hours, covering 600 to 700 kilometers, and finally arrived at ruins number 15. Students, we've arrived at our destination. Instructor Li said, now, you will form groups of 5 and enter ruins number 15 for training. In ruins number 15, most of the beasts are first-level beasts, with a few second-level beasts and possibly third-level beasts. Each of you has a pager. If you encounter a ferocious beast that you can't handle, call immediately. Classmate Chu Feng and I will know your location and rush over in time. Ruins number 15 and several other ruins nearby are specially used for students to practice. Every time students practice, warriors will clean these ruins and eliminate the third level or above ferocious beasts. Leaving behind the first and second level ferocious beasts will provide some guarantee for the safety of the students. However, sometimes the cleaning is not thorough, or unexpected situations occur, and ferocious beasts of level 3 or above appear. There has been such a situation before. A second-level ferocious beast broke through to the third level during a battle and killed many students in a short period of time. However, this situation is relatively rare. After hearing what Instructor Li said, the students nodded and rubbed their hands ready to go. Facing and fighting ferocious beasts is something you have to experience sooner or later. There's no escape. Even if you don't join the army in the future and become a warrior in society, you still have to face ferocious beasts. Instructor Li said seriously, dear students, although ruins number 15 has been cleared by warriors, accidents may still occur. Please do not take it lightly. Also, the beasts are very cruel and cunning. Be sure to remember to finish off the enemy. The students all nodded and took it to heart. Instructor Li said, okay, let's see if Chu Feng has anything else to say. Everyone's eyes fell on Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, dear students, go all out. The students applauded loudly. After the explanation was clear, the students were divided into groups and entered ruins number 15. Instructor Li and Chu Feng also divided the work and cooperated with each other. One of them guarded the pager and provided the location of students in danger, while the other went to rescue them. Instructor Li was guarding the pager on the bus, and Chu Feng turned into a figure and flew to ruins number 15. Originally, Chu Feng's job was to be done by a soldier from the mobile team, but Chu Feng was extremely powerful and happened to be a student in the class, so he was directly asked to take over. Chu Feng stood above ruins number 15 and looked down. He could see many students in the class looking for the ferocious beast. Super sense of smell is activated. Suddenly, I could smell the scent of many ferocious beasts in the air, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard from below, accompanied by a sonic boom. Looking down, I saw 5 students in the class fighting with a steel-haired wild boar. Steel-haired wild boar, a first-stage early-stage ferocious beast. Its most powerful weapon is the angry collision, which is as powerful as a moving car. The 5 students used their innate abilities to attack the steel-haired boar. Fortunately, the steel-haired wild boar was killed by 5 classmates. The 5 students were very excited. This was the first time they had won a battle against a ferocious beast. They were full of confidence and continued to look for the ferocious beast. Chu Feng stood high in the air, raised his right hand and used the sucking palm to directly lock onto the steel-haired wild boar, forcibly sucking it up and then devouring it. Fuck! This kid, can he catch a ferocious beast from the air? Instructor Li, who was on the bus, noticed Chu Feng's actions and was stunned on the spot. Other students nearby were also shocked when they saw Chu Feng suck a 1-ton steel-haired wild boar high into the air. At this time, sonic booms and roars of ferocious beasts were heard from many places in ruins number 15. It was obvious that more and more students encountered ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the caller rang, followed by Instructor Li's voice, Chu Feng, there is a distress signal from the northwest. Chu Feng replied, Instructor Li, who sent the signal? Instructor Li said, it's Duan Wanyu. Duan Wanyu? Chu Feng's eyes moved. He knew this classmate. She was a little plump and quite good-looking. Chu Feng's nose moved, and he instantly locked onto Duan Wanyu's scent, then whizzed away. Chapter 62 Chu Feng becomes the one that his classmates look up to. In a room in a dilapidated building. Duan Wanyu and 5 other classmates were trapped inside, 3 of them were injured. In front of them was a black bear with a sharp horn on its head, a mouth full of fangs, and a ferocious look. It was a one-horned bear. A first-level peak ferocious beast. Its strongest means of attack is to use its sharp corners, combined with its own powerful explosive power, to rush forward madly, causing huge damage. Even a tank would explode if hit by it. The attacks of Duan Wanyu and the other 5 people all fell on it, but they could not break the one-horned bear's defense, which made it even more angry. Oh! With a roar, the one-horned bear's eyes flashed with ferocity and it charged towards the 5 people violently. One by one, the students activated their S-level barrier talents and abilities, forming a huge protective layer in front of everyone. Touch! The unicorn slammed headfirst into the barrier. Click, click. The barrier burst. I can't hold on much longer. Duan Wanyu, have you contacted Instructor Li? The classmate said this while maintaining the barrier, his expression serious. Duan Wanyu quickly said, we've contacted them, and Chu Feng is on his way. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, a figure broke through the thick wall, rushed in violently, and punched the horned bear on the head. Touch! The one-horned bear's head exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and it died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Duan Wanyu and the other 5 people showed horror in their eyes, and then exclaimed. Chu Feng, it's Chu Feng who came to save us. We are saved. Brother Feng is so powerful, he killed a horned bear with just one punch. Chu Feng raised his hand and absorbed the corpse of the horned bear. He turned around and smiled at Duan Wanyu and the others, then he moved and whizzed away. Just after flying out, Instructor Li reported the situation again. Chu Feng, Zhang Hui is asking for help. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and flew to the other side. Within 2 hours, Chu Feng rescued his classmates 7 times in time. Many students once again felt how terrifying Chu Feng was and admired him deeply. Instructor Li also praised him repeatedly. Chu Feng is such a safe guy. Letting him be the team leader is the right choice. Now! Chu Feng landed on the top of the tallest, dilapidated building, holding a spicy chicken leg in his hand and eating it bite by bite. Hiss-oh-oh! Suddenly, a strange roar was heard, containing powerful energy fluctuations. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, stood up quickly, moved his nose, and flew to the side quickly. At the same time, the pager rang, and Instructor Li's urgent voice came. Chu Feng, there's something going on with Mi Zimeng. Chu Feng replied, I'm already on my way there. Judging from the roar of the beast just now, it should be level 3. No matter which group of students encountered this, they would not be able to cope with it. If things go wrong, someone might die. Golden-headed spider, this is a 3rd-level ferocious beast. How could there be a 3rd-level ferocious beast here? Huang Ting's face was ashen, and he was shaking with fear. Zhang Yan's face was as pale as paper. The golden-headed spider must have been sleeping underground, avoiding the warriors' cleanup. The noise we made when we killed the Fang Fox here just now must have woken it up. Li Lulu's face was serious. It's no use saying this, let's notify Instructor Li immediately. Mi Zimeng's forehead was covered with sweat. I have already sent the signal. We can't just sit there and wait for death until someone comes to rescue us. Li Lulu said, my innate ability is plant-based, which has a control effect. I'll try to control it first. As she spoke, she activated her innate ability and placed her right hand on the ground. Suddenly, a vine rushed out from under the golden-headed spider and wrapped around it. The golden-headed spider roared, revealing a mouth full of sharp black teeth, and raised its legs to break the vine. Too strong. It's simply out of control. Li Lulu was a little scared. Hiss. The angry golden-headed spider screamed and rushed towards Mi Zimeng and the other 4. Mi Zimeng activated her ice talent and released countless ice cones to hit the golden-headed spider, but it was just like a tickle. Zheng Yan also activated his innate ability, raised his right hand, turned it into a rocket launcher, and fired a rocket. Boom! The rocket launcher hit the golden-headed spider's head, but did not cause any damage. Huang Ting also used his innate ability, turning his right hand into a tiger claw, but he did not dare to rush forward. The golden-headed spider's defense is too terrifying. Their attacks were not even as good as scraping. If he rushed forward and was counterattacked by the golden-headed spider, he would surely die. Let's run away, Huang Ting said. However, the golden-headed spider spurted out a golden silk web from its mouth at an extremely fast speed, covering all 4 people who had not yet had time to escape. Huang Ting used his innate ability, Tiger Claws, to try to tear the golden thread, but was unable to move it. Too hard. The 4 were in despair. At this moment, a black palm print appeared above the head and slapped the golden-headed spider. Boom! A huge sonic boom sounded. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and the golden-headed spider fell in the palm print, its body covered in blood and dead. Ni Ziming and the other four were stunned. Whack! A figure slowly fell down. It was Chu Feng. It was he who took action just now, launching the gravity palm and slapping the golden-headed spider into a meat paste. Ah, Brother Feng! Brother Feng, awesome! When Huang Ting and Zhang An saw the person coming, they were ecstatic, as if they had seen their reborn parents. They rushed up, wishing they could become Chu Feng's pendants. Chu Feng! Ni Ziming and Li Lulu also came up and looked at Chu Feng with obsession in their eyes. Chu Feng nodded to Mi Ziming and Li Lulu. After that, they chatted for a while, and Chu Feng swallowed the golden-headed spider and left. Looking at Chu Feng's receding back, Ni Ziming and others looked complicated. Chu Feng, students of the same class in Binhai City, awakened an SSS-level talent and ability, and his strength grew rapidly. Killing a 6-star warrior was no problem for him, while they couldn't even defeat a mere 3rd-level beast. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Of course, they have no jealousy or hatred, but more envy and admiration. Before nightfall, Instructor Li called all the students back through the summoner to rest and spend the night in one place. Some ferocious beasts that hide during the day will appear at night and become even more violent. All the students in the class sat around the fire and roasted the ferocious beast for food. Awu! Not long after, a wolf howl was heard. All the students in the class became nervous. Instructor Li said, "Students, this is a chicken feather wolf, a mid-level first-order ferocious beast and a social species. For you, he is the best opponent. Unless your lives are in danger, Chu Feng and I will not take action. It is up to you to annihilate this group of chicken feather wolves. Get ready for battle." Chapter 63 The Smell That Gourmet Cells Like. After hearing what Instructor Li said, the students immediately became serious and prepared for battle. Awu! The howling of wolves was getting closer. Not far away in the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes flashed with ferocity. After a moment, figures appeared in everyone's sight. Chu Feng also saw it. It was the chicken feather wolf. A wolf with black chicken feathers all over its body. There are about 40 of them. Oh! The next second, the chicken feather wolf roared and rushed forward violently, showing its fangs, looking extremely ferocious. The students were a little nervous. Kill! Instructor Li shouted. Kill! 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 The other students in the class also shouted, as if they were filled with courage, bursting with momentum, activating their innate abilities, and rushing forward. In an instant, the students were fighting with the pack of wolves. Chu Feng and Instructor Li stood on one side of the battlefield, paying attention to every corner of the battlefield. If any students were in danger, they would take action. 10 minutes later. The ground was covered in blood. More than 40 wolves had fallen to the ground. Some were already dead, while others were still breathing. The students were all pale and gasping for breath, and some were injured and bleeding. However, no students' lives were in danger. Suddenly, a dying chicken feather wolf suddenly stood up from the ground, pounced on a girl who was carrying it on her back, and bit her. Gao Yan, behind. Careful! Danger! Get out of the way! Many students noticed it and exclaimed in surprise. When Gao Yan turned around, she saw a monster with a bloody mouth rushing towards her. Her expression changed drastically and her face turned as pale as death. At the critical moment, a powerful suction force appeared, locked onto the chicken feather wolf, and forcibly sucked it away. When everyone reacted, they saw Chu Feng slap the chicken feather wolf's head to pieces. Hiss! Luckily Chu Feng took action, otherwise Gao Yan would be in danger. Brother Feng's move was so timely. Before I could even react, the chicken-feathered wolf was killed by Brother Feng. As expected of Brother Feng. The classmates looked at Chu Feng with admiration. Gao Yan's chest rose and fell rapidly, and she was obviously frightened. After calming down, she said to Chu Feng, "Classmate Chu Feng, thank you." Indeed. If Chu Feng hadn't taken action, her little head would have been bitten off by the chicken feather wolf. Chu Feng smiled. Instructor Li walked over with a serious expression and said, "Students, I told you during the day that you must remember to finish off the enemy. Look, if Chu Feng hadn't taken action just now, a classmate would have been killed." Afterwards, he talked about many examples of ferocious beasts killing warriors before dying. The students all nodded, with a lingering sense of fear. Instructor Lee said, "Alright, students, go get some rest. I'll be on guard tonight." The students all found a place to sit down and began to rest. Chu Feng looked at the corpse of the chicken hair wolf on the ground, raised his right hand, and activated Delicious Devouring to eat the entire corpse of the chicken hair wolf. One chicken feather wolf can provide 0.2 health points. If there are 40 of them, there will be 8 health points. After deducting half of it absorbed by the Gourmet Cell devil egg, there are still 4 health points left. I can only say that it's better than nothing. Instructor Lee came up and said, "Student Chu Feng, you've worked hard today. You should go and have a rest. Just leave it to me tonight." Chu Feng nodded. Several ferocious beasts appeared in the middle of the night, but they were all killed by Instructor Lee. The next day. Continue training in Ruins number 15. The training will last for a week. Let students fight to the fullest and fully experience the horror of the ferocious beasts, and at the same time let students build up the courage to fight against the ferocious beasts. After all, most students who graduate from military universities will join the army. If they are afraid of ferocious beasts, how can they protect their homes? The training went very smoothly in the next few days. The ferocious beasts in the number 15 ruins were cleared out again. No one was in danger. Some people were injured, but no one died. 7 days of training are over. 1 day off. After eating all the ferocious beasts in the devouring space, Chu Feng once again came to the ferocious beast trading place in Yuezhou City to buy ferocious beasts. Purchase a large number of ferocious beasts at one time. Suddenly, a special smell wafted over. This is? Chu Feng's expression changed, and the gourmet cells in his body became excited. I've experienced this feeling twice before. At the same time, the gourmet cells in the body, the devil eggs, also released bursts of light and were very excited. There is no doubt that this is an ingredient that the gourmet cells will like. The super sense of smell was activated, catching that exciting smell and walking to the side. He came to a middle-aged warrior who was selling ferocious beasts. "Young man, do you want the 3-headed tiger? I'll sell it to you at a cheap price," asked the middle-aged warrior. Chu Feng's eyes fell on the 3-headed tiger and his nose moved. There was no doubt that the smell was coming from the 3-headed tiger, and it was very faint. Obviously, the smell was not the smell of the 3-headed tiger itself, but the smell that it had been contaminated with. Chu Feng asked, "How much is the 3-headed tiger?" The middle-aged warrior said, "This is a 4th-tier beast, very rare. Although its tiger whip has been taken away, the tiger's skin and meat are still quite good. 100 yuan, how about it?" Chu Feng said, "Okay." After taking down the 3 tigers, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Boss, may I ask where did you get these 3 tigers?" Chu Feng certainly knew about the 3-headed tiger, but it could be found in many ruins and had no fixed living territory. And outside the pass, there are also 3 tigers. The middle-aged warrior said, "I stumbled upon this in Fierce Beast Mountain. It was seriously injured and dying at the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to capture it." "Thank you." Chu Feng nodded and turned to leave. The middle-aged warrior looked at Chu Feng's receding figure and muttered, "Is this kid going into the Ferocious Beast Mountain? That's a very dangerous place." Ferocious Beast Mountain is the largest mountain range in human habitation. There are also the most ferocious beasts inside. That's why it was named Fierce Beast Mountain. He took out his cell phone and called Instructor Lee. After asking for a few days' leave, he transformed into a figure and rushed to the Ferocious Beast Mountain at an extremely fast speed. No matter what, he had to go to the Ferocious Beast Mountain to find out. If he was lucky, he might be able to find the smell that his gourmet cells liked. Once the gourmet cells are activated, their strength will increase significantly. At the same time, the hatching progress of the gourmet cell devil egg will also be accelerated. Certainly. If I don't find the smell that my gourmet cells like, I can eat all the ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Mountain. I will definitely be able to break through to become a 5-star warrior, or even stronger. In short, it won't be a wasted trip. Chapter 64 Another Clue to a Rare Treasure. This day, Chu Feng stood high in the sky and looked forward. At the end of his sight, an extremely huge mountain range appeared. It is a group of mountains formed by countless peaks. Mountains have different heights. The highest is over 20,000 meters and the lowest is 3,000 meters. At this moment, low sonic booms and roars could be heard from time to time. And this group of mountains is the Ferocious Beast Mountain. Surrounding the Ferocious Beast Mountain is a buffer zone that is dozens of kilometers long. There were many warriors in the buffer zone, some had just returned from hunting in the Ferocious Beast Mountain, and some were heading towards the Ferocious Beast Mountain. There are even warriors setting up stalls and doing business in the buffer zone. It looks quite lively. Without thinking too much, Xu Feng turned into a figure and flew over, appearing in the air above the Ferocious Beast Mountain. Super sense of smell is activated. For a moment, he could smell the scent of countless ferocious beasts, the scent of many human warriors, and the smell of blood. However, the smell that can make the gourmet cells boil has not been smelled yet. Oh! At this moment, a roar came from below, the voice full of rage. At the same time, the voice of a human warrior was heard. Golden Horn Tiger. It's the Golden Horn Tiger. Run! Oh! Another roar was heard, and at the same time, a human warrior let out a desperate scream. You can't escape. Everyone attack, fight! Fight it! Then, bursts of sonic booms were heard, many trees below were destroyed, and smoke and dust rolled. Xu Feng's eyes moved and he flew down. Landing on a rock, I saw several warriors fighting a desperate battle with a golden horn tiger not far away. Those warriors were all 4-star warriors, and the strongest was at the peak of 5 stars, but even if they joined forces, they could not defeat the late 4th Order Golden Horn Tiger. One of the warriors fell to the ground, half of his head was gone, and he was no longer breathing. Beast! Die! Flame gun! The 5-star peak warrior unleashed his innate supernatural power, raised his right hand, condensed a blue flaming spear, and shot it out violently. Whoosh! Touch! The flame gun was extremely fast, breaking the speed of sound, and hit the golden horn tiger's head in a flash, causing a sonic boom. Awoo! The golden horn tiger screamed, and when I looked again, its head was a bloody mess, and one of its golden horns was broken. Damn it! You took my full strength attack, yet you're still standing. The 5-star peak warrior looked ashen. Oh! The golden horn tiger was furious, opened its mouth and roared, raised its huge claws and swung them in the air. The wind blade tears through space. The expression of the 5-star peak warrior changed, and a flame shield condensed in front of him. Boom! The wind blade tore through the flame shield, leaving shocking claw marks on the chest of the 5-star peak warrior, leaving his skin and flesh torn. Fortunately, I used my defensive skills in time, otherwise my body would have been torn into pieces if I had been hit by the claw wind head-on. Oh! The golden horn tiger roared again, and flew directly towards the 5-star peak warrior, slashing with its fangs and claws. The 5-star peak warrior's mind went blank and he felt death approaching. Boss! Boss, run away! Several other injured warriors shouted. Suddenly, a powerful suction force appeared and forcibly sucked back the golden horn tiger that was flying over. Ah! The golden horn tiger screamed, but the next second, the scream stopped abruptly. Because a huge black palm print fell from the sky and hit the golden horn tiger heavily. Boom! A huge sonic boom sounded, and a terrifying palm print appeared on the ground. The golden horn tiger fell in the palm print, dying, then kicked its limbs and died. The person who took action was naturally Xu Feng. He first used the suction palm to suck the golden horn tiger over, and then launched the gravity palm to add 180 times the gravity and slap it towards the golden horn tiger. The warriors around were stunned when they saw the scene. Damn, the golden horn tiger was killed instantly. Several warriors twisted their stiff necks to look at Xu Feng, and were shocked to find that a young man about 18 years old killed the golden horn tiger in seconds. They thought it was a big boss who took action, but they didn't expect it to be a young man. Xu Feng ignored the surprised warriors, raised his right hand, activated Delicious Devouring, and swallowed the golden horn tiger. Several warriors were surprised again. Holy shit, he destroyed a multi-ton golden horn tiger in one go? After eating the golden horn tiger, half of the delicious energy was absorbed by the Gourmet Cell devil egg, and Xu Feng absorbed the other half. His chi and blood originally had 20 points, but now he only had 10 points. The 5-star peak warrior was the first to react. He walked up to Xu Feng and said gratefully, "Thank you so much, little brother. I can't repay you for saving my life." Xu Feng said, "It's okay." His original intention was to absorb the golden horn tiger to gain chi and blood. Saving people is just a matter of convenience. The 5-star peak warrior said, "My name is Tang Ming, and I'm the leader of the Tang mercenary group. These guys are all my teammates." Xu Feng nodded. A mercenary group is different from a martial arts gym. The former does not have a fixed location. After receiving a mission, the leader will gather the team members to carry out the mission. The main purpose of mercenary groups is to hunt ferocious beasts in exchange for subsidies, or to take on tasks on warrior forums. Don't underestimate the mercenary groups. Some of them are very powerful and go in and out of the customs to carry out missions. After a brief acquaintance and a chat with Tang Ming, I learned that the purpose of his and his companions coming to the ferocious beast mountain this time was not simple. Brother Chu Feng, I know a place with Zhuyan fruit. Tang Ming said, we went to Fierce Beast Mountain this time just for it, and we didn't have much confidence in it. Brother Chu Feng, can you help us? There are 2 Zhuyan fruits, and I can give you one when the time comes. I found Zhuyan fruit the last time I entered the ferocious beast mountain, but it was not ripe at that time. Zhuyunghua? Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly. Zhuyan fruit is an E-level rare treasure that has the effect of improving physical fitness. Okay. Chu Feng agreed. The main goal of coming to the ferocious beast mountain this time is to find ingredients that the Gourmet Cells like. Maybe it is the Zhuyan fruit. After all, the last time Chu Feng ate the exotic red scale fruit, his Gourmet Cells became active. That's great. Tang Ming said, let's go. Originally, he didn't want to share the 2 Zhuyan fruits, but Chu Feng saved his life, so he had to repay the favor. Moreover, with Chu Feng here, it is more certain to seize the Zhuyan fruit. After all, the ferocious beast guarding Zhuyunghua is not easy to deal with. Before setting off, he also thought about recruiting a powerful warrior, but the price was too high and it was not cost-effective. More importantly, he could not trust the recruited warrior. What if the other party snatched the Zhuyan fruit and killed them all? Who could he turn to for justice? But Chu Feng is different. Chu Feng saved their lives, so even if Chu Feng did something excessive in the future, they would accept it. It was precisely because of this that Tang Ming openly invited Chu Feng to join. Chapter 65, Seizing the Rare Treasure Zhuyan Fruit. Chu Feng followed Tang Ming and others into the depths of the ferocious beast mountain. They encountered many ferocious beasts along the way, and Chu Feng took action to kill and devour them in an instant. Feeling Chu Feng's power again and again, Tang Ming and other warriors admired and feared him in their hearts. If Chu Feng wanted to kill them, it would be easy just by raising his hand. At this moment, Tang Ming and the other 5 warriors deeply understood that Chu Feng was a person who must not be offended. Otherwise, you won't even know how to die. What is even more terrifying is that Chu Feng is still a prospective college student and is only 18 years old. How terrifying will it be when he grows up? I dare not think about it. Of course, they were happy inside. Because, with Chu Feng around, they never encountered any danger along the way. Otherwise, if you want to enter the depths of the ferocious beast mountain, you will be skinned alive even if you don't die. A few hours later. Brother Chu Feng, the Zhuyan fruit is down there. Tang Ming said, a month ago, I came here on a mission and was chased by a group of ferocious beasts. I had no choice but to jump down and found the Zhuyan fruit in a hidden cave. The Zhuyan fruit wasn't ripe yet. But there's a group of golden-backed mandrills in that cave, and their leader is at least at the late 4th stage. Chu Feng activated his super sense of smell. He moved his nose and indeed smelled the scent of the same ferocious beast, and there were many of them. It is not clear whether it is a golden-backed mandrill. Suddenly, a familiar smell entered the nose, and then the gourmet cells in the body became excited, and even the gourmet cell devil eggs in the stomach began to move abnormally. That's right. That's the smell. Chu Feng was delighted. Unexpectedly, I found ingredients that my gourmet heart likes. Tang Mingdao said, Brother Chu Feng, there are quite a lot of golden-backed mandrills here, probably about 100 of them, and most of them are 3rd-level ferocious beasts. Our original plan was to wait for the golden-backed mandrills to fall asleep, then use the sleeping vanilla to put them into a deep sleep and take the red cloud fruit. Chu Feng said, no need to go through so much trouble. Just charge in directly. There are only 103rd and 4th level ferocious beasts, not enough for Chu Feng to fill his teeth. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Tang Ming and other warriors twitched their lips. Just go in and kill them? Wouldn't this be too risky? However, when they thought of Chu Feng's performance along the way, they felt relieved. Let's go down. Chu Feng said, then activated the anti-gravity flight and flew down. Tang Ming and several other warriors helped each other and flew down with Chu Feng. Fall to the bottom. There are cliffs on 3 sides, and on one side there is a canyon, or rather a huge rock crack that extends to an unknown place. Tang Ming pointed to a cliff not far away and said, there is a cave over there. Zhuyunghua is inside. Chu Feng nodded, because he also smelled that the smell came from that side. So, I walked over there. Sure enough, there was a cave on the stone wall, with a lot of vines scattered around it, covering most of the cave entrance. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find. Xu Feng peeled off the vines and stepped in. It's very spacious inside. A hot breath came from inside. Tang Ming Dao said, "There is magma inside." The Zhuyun fruit grows in the center of the magma. Xu Feng nodded again and continued to walk inside. Not long after, they entered a wider area with stones everywhere. Countless bones were scattered in the cracks of the stones, and further away was a river formed by flowing magma. Countless ferocious beasts with a row of golden hair on their backs, looking like monkeys, were moving around on some huge rocks. Each of them is strong and muscular. It is the golden-backed mandrill. And on a piece of land in the lava pool farther away, a lotus-like plant grew, with 2 red fruits on it and cloud patterns appearing on the surface. That's right. It's Zhu Yunghua. And it's mature. It exudes a special fragrance. Xu Feng's eyes lit up. He jumped onto a rock, raised his right hand, and launched the sucking palm to lock onto the 2 Zhuyan fruits. A powerful suction force surged out. Suddenly, the 2 Zhu Yunghuas several hundred meters away were forcibly sucked over by Xu Feng. Tang Ming and several other warriors didn't know what Xu Feng was going to do at first, but the next second they saw Xu Feng suck all the Zhuyan fruits and hold them in his hands. They were all stunned. Damn! Is this possible? The golden-backed mandrills that were gnawing on the corpses of other ferocious beasts reacted and turned their heads to look. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in their eyes, their fangs were exposed, and they opened their mouths to roar. Then they rushed up madly. The golden-backed mandrill has no innate special abilities, but its body is very strong and its strength is terrifying. When Tang Ming and other warriors saw this, their faces turned pale. "Brother Xu Feng," Tang Ming said, "we've got the Zhuyan fruit. Let's go. It's not too late to leave now." "If it's too late, you can't leave." Xu Feng looked calm as he threw a Zhuyan fruit to Tang Ming. "According to the agreement, 2 Zhuyan fruits, 1 for each of us. You guys go first." As he spoke, he transformed into a figure and flew towards the golden-backed mandrill. Tang Ming caught a Zhuyan fruit and felt grateful. Even if Xu Feng didn't share it with him, he had no choice. But Xu Feng still gave him one. On this side, as soon as Xu Feng approached the golden-backed mandrill, he released the devouring gravity ball and a black sphere appeared behind him. A gravity of nearly 200 times is looming. Suddenly, many golden-backed mandrills were crushed down. Some of them lay on the rocks with blood coming out of all their orifices, and some fell into the lava and screamed in pain. Some of them realized the danger and wanted to avoid being crushed by gravity, but when they jumped up and retreated, they were forcibly sucked back by the terrifying devouring force and crushed to the ground by gravity. Then, all the golden-backed mandrills that pounced were crushed to the ground and could not move. Seeing this scene, Tang Ming and several other warriors were shocked. Suppressing hundreds of golden-backed mandrills in an instant? This strength is so terrifying. Suddenly, a warrior's eyes flickered, and he thought of something. Black sphere, black sphere. Could it be the fierce man who exterminated the #1 relic beast? Another warrior also reacted and exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's him. No wonder he's so powerful." One warrior also reacted, "He is the fierce man who killed the 6-star warrior Zhong Tao with a single blow." Xu Feng didn't say anything more and activated the delicious devouring technique, forcibly eating all the suppressed golden-backed mandrills. Qi and blood continue to rise. Awu! At this moment, a roar was heard. An even larger golden-backed mandrill jumped out from somewhere, stood on a huge rock, opened its mouth and roared, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and then ran towards us wildly. Xu Feng frowned, raised his hand and launched the gravity palm, superimposing nearly 200 times the gravity, and slapped it down. Boom! The leader of the golden-backed mandrills was beaten to a bloody pulp and died on the spot. Tang Ming and other warriors were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 66, Gourmet Cells activated, breaking through 5 stars, strength skyrocketed. Xu Feng activated the delicious devouring technique and devoured the leader of the golden-backed mandrills. Then his super sense of smell was activated again. After confirming that there were no other ferocious beasts in this space and no unusual smells, Xu Feng looked back at Tang Ming and others who were still in shock, said something, and turned into a figure and left. After Xu Feng's figure disappeared, Tang Ming and several other warriors seemed to react and looked at each other, but they could still see the lingering shock in each other's eyes. A late-stage 4th-order ferocious beast and hundreds of 3rd-order ferocious beasts were wiped out in an instant. Ridiculously strong. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ming said, "We've got the julian fruit. Let's go too." This time, being able to get the julian fruit so easily was entirely thanks to Chu Feng. Here, Chu Feng found a place where there were no ferocious beasts or people, and took out the julian fruit from the devouring space on his body. If you look closely, the julian fruit looks very beautiful, and the fragrance is not very strong, but very unique. When I smelled the scent of julian fruit again, the gourmet cells in my body boiled and a strong desire to eat came over me. Without further ado, he opened his mouth and took a bite. Slurp. The juice overflows from the corners of your mouth, and the flesh is tender and silky, just like a ripe mango. As the pulp and juice go down the stomach, the gourmet cells frantically absorb the delicious essence. Suddenly, the gourmet cells seem to be reborn, with amazing power surging out and the blood surging. Boom boom. There was a roar in his body, his muscles swelled up, and his shirt exploded. My gourmet cells are activated. The gourmet cells in the stomach, the devil eggs, were also very excited, absorbing the delicious essence of the julian fruit and emitting bursts of light. Boom boom boom. As the gourmet cells became activated, the aura soared, and gravity exceeding 200 times enveloped the surroundings, crushing many nearby stones. With Chu Feng as the center, the terrifying devouring force surged out in all directions, sucking in everything around it. Chu Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his breath, and his body returned to normal. He clenched his fists and his strength surged. After the gourmet cells were activated, all the attributes of the body were strengthened again, and the physical strength directly exceeded 500,000 pounds. But hasn't broken through to 5 stars yet. Chu Feng's eyes moved, and he took out a large number of ferocious beasts that were reserved in the devouring space he carried with him and devoured them frantically. Qi and blood surge. Finally. Boom. Another roar came from within his body, and a terrifying aura emanated from his whole body. Successfully broke through 5 stars. Concentrate your breath and check the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Qi and blood, 125,001 625,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 20%. SSS-level gravity 300 times gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development of talents and abilities, swallowing gravity balls, palm suction. Sword skills, heavenly crystal cutting proficient, gravity palm proficient. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility. Weapon, Black God Blade. Warrior level, 5-star early stage. Devouring quest, updating. The hatching progress of the Gourmet Cell devil egg is 20%? Chu Feng was a little surprised. I didn't expect that eating the E-level exotic treasure julian fruit would increase the hatching progress so much. And when I learned that there were 300 times the gravity, I was surprised again. This gravity is terrible. Take the previous golden-backed mandrill leader for example, if he was crushed by 300 times the gravity, his body would probably explode. However, considering that it is an SSS-level gravity talent ability with 300 times gravity, it seems normal. You know, when the S-level gravity talent ability breaks through 5 stars, it can release 50 times the gravity. Close the system. Chu Feng did not leave, but planned to continue devouring ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Mountain to improve his strength. To break through from 5 stars to 6 stars, a full 500,000 health points are required. It is difficult for ordinary warriors to break through from 5 stars to 6 stars without enough resources. Even if Chu Feng had the terrifying delicious devouring, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 6 stars in a short time. If we calculate that devouring a 5th-level ferocious beast increases one's Qi and blood by 100, and half of it is absorbed by the Gourmet Cell demon egg, then only about 50 Qi and blood can be obtained. To obtain 500,000 Qi and blood, one must devour 10,000 5th-level ferocious beasts. There are basically no level 5 ferocious beasts inside the pass. Only outside the pass, in the inner area outside the pass, will there be a large number of level 5 ferocious beasts. Super sense of smell is activated. Chu Feng discovered that its range had exceeded 100 kilometers, and even the faintest smell within it could be locked onto. For a moment, Chu Feng locked onto the scent of a large number of ferocious beasts, as well as the scent of many human warriors, including Tang Ming and others. The figure moved and flew towards the nearest group of ferocious beasts. Retreat! Retreat quickly! These firewolves are too strong. A group of students who were working together to gain combat experience were retreating while fighting the firewolves. Boom boom! The fire wolf spewed fireballs from its mouth and attacked crazily. Fire pits were blasted out on the ground. At this moment, a figure fell and landed among the firewolves. In an instant, all the firewolves were ruthlessly crushed to the ground, as if a pair of invisible hands were holding them tightly. Their bodies exploded, blood and flesh splattered, and they died on the spot. Chu Feng raised his hand and activated Delicious Devouring, devouring more than a dozen firewolves in one breath. He moved and rushed away. The whole process takes only 2 seconds. The group of students? Holy shit! What just happened? I don't know. I seem to see someone just now. Oh no, Captain, a group of dragon-headed tigers are coming. Dragon-headed tiger, that's a 3rd level ferocious beast. What are you waiting for, brothers? Retreat first. Wait, Captain, the dragon-headed tiger seems to have been destroyed. What? Suddenly a warrior appeared, and the dragon-headed tiger was crushed into a paste. Afterwards, similar things happened everywhere in the ferocious beast mountain. A warrior posted this situation to the warrior forum, which instantly sparked heated discussion. The herd of ferocious beasts suddenly turned into minced meat and then disappeared? How is this possible? A 4th level beast was sucked away and then disappeared? That must be a lie. I haven't heard of any big guys in Fierce Beast Mountain. I don't believe it. This is true. I was in Fierce Beast Mountain at the time, being chased by a group of firewolves. My classmates and I were almost killed, but suddenly someone appeared, and the firewolves turned into minced meat and then disappeared. That's right. I can testify to that. I was also at Fierce Beast Mountain at the time. I saw with my own eyes a 4th level ferocious beast, a silver-armored giant leopard, being sucked away by a powerful force. Chu Feng, the person involved, didn't know any of this. At this moment, he was standing on a huge rock, checking his chi and blood. I don't count how many ferocious beasts I devoured, but my chi and blood have reached 150,000, which means that my chi and blood have increased by 25,000 points. Ding! Devouring quest updated. Suddenly, the system prompts. Chapter 67, You want to accept the commission to kill Chu Feng? Yes, but I have to pay more. Task option 1, devour the bird bill clam, reward, brainwave positioning. Task option 2, devour the breath dragon, reward, extreme vision eye. Please make your choice. Seeing the content of this task, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. Bird billed clams. A strange frog with a bird-like beak, covered with spines all over its body, and terrifying explosive power. Its method of attack is to open its huge bird-like beak, revealing its mouth full of fangs and biting. It also has the innate ability to become gigantic, which can make its entire mouth countless times larger, and it can take off a building with one bite. A 5th-order mid-stage ferocious beast. Only available outside the Great Wall. Breath Dragon. A ferocious beast similar to a herbivorous dragon, with a huge body, up to 100 meters tall. It has the innate ability of breath, and can spit out terrifying breath cannons from its nostrils and mouth. The breath caused by a sneeze can destroy a small city. A 5th-stage ferocious beast. It is only available outside the Great Wall. With Chu Feng's current strength, it is not difficult to devour these 2 ferocious beasts. Looking at the rewards again, one is brainwave positioning, and the other is extreme vision. Let us first talk about brainwave positioning, a special ability, similar to mental telekinesis detection. Once activated, it can cover a large area and everything within it can be seen at a glance. The extreme vision eye is a kind of pupil technique, similar to the divine pupil talent. Once activated, the eyes can not only see farther, but also capture high-speed moving objects. Chu Feng thought about it for a moment and chose task 2. For Chu Feng, the extreme vision eye is more practical and can play a huge role in battle. For example, the speed type talent and ability make the person move very quickly. With the extreme vision eye, he can capture him. In addition, combined with the ability of gravity, this type of enemy becomes less troublesome in front of Chu Feng. Brainwave positioning plays a big role in detection, but Chu Feng has a super sense of smell and can also do detection. In the future, his gravity talent will develop gravity detection waves, which, combined with his super sense of smell, can also achieve the effect of brainwave positioning. Ding! You have made your choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. Without further ado, Chu Feng hunted a group of ferocious beasts nearby and put them into the devouring space he carried with him for future use. Then he turned into a figure and roared away. Leave the Beast Mountain as quickly as possible. The flight speed exceeds 1,000 kilometers per hour. It's south, very close to the speed of sound. He went directly to the military university to find President Xiao and told him his purpose straight away. Principal Xiao looked drunk. When he heard that Chu Feng was going to leave the prison again, his expression changed. Why are you leaving the prison again, kid? Chu Feng smiled and said, Principal Xiao, if you want me to stay in seclusion, that's fine. Otherwise, how about you do something for me? Principal Xiao sat up straight. What's the matter? Chu Feng said, I want a breath dragon. Principal Xiao was puzzled. What do you want the breath dragon for? Chu Feng had already thought of a countermeasure and said, I have awakened the SSS-level talent and supernatural power of Gourmet Cells. The breath dragon has a huge impact on my Gourmet Cells. I joined military university. Didn't the school agree to my 3 requests? I used them all to exchange for ferocious beasts. Senior Shinxing knows about this. Of course, I can't talk about system tasks. Principal Xiao nodded. Yes. I know about that. In that case, I'll give you the pass, but you must be careful. The breath dragon is in the demonic area, which is the territory of the demonic vipers. If you encounter any danger, leave immediately. Do you understand? Chu Feng nodded. Principal Xiao, I understand. The demon area is just outside level 18. I went there once last time when I devoured the unicorn lion. However, last time it was at the edge of the demon area, this time the breath-swallowing dragon might have to go deeper. After getting the release note, Chu Feng went to get Instructor Shen's signature, and then headed to level 18. Queue up for customs clearance. At the same time, somewhere in a dark dungeon. Help me kill a warrior. Sure. 4 stars, 100 million, 5 stars, 500 million, 6 stars, 5 billion. He should be a 4-star. Should? Forget it, just treat him as a 5-star. Okay. Name. Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Which Chu Feng? That's it. The Chu Feng who killed Zhong Tao with a single blow and forced old Sha to swallow the explosive chi pill? Right. You fucking bastard. What do you mean? Aren't you a dark list assassin? You wouldn't even accept a commission to kill a warrior? Do you still have any credibility? That Chu Feng, he even killed the 6-star warrior Zhong Tao with 1 blow, and you say he's 5-star? That's not how it's calculated. How do we calculate that? You have to pay more. The other side. Yunzhou City, a village in the city. A yellow-haired young man with the same name as Chu Feng dragged his tired body back to the rental house and fell on the bed. Oh shit. I'm exhausted from working overtime every day. Alas, it's true that we have the same fate but different people. He's also called Chu Feng, and he's awakened to an SSS-level talent and ability, and he's living a life of luxury. As for me, I haven't even awakened a hair, and I can only work like a cow or a horse for others. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, let's have some fun first. Open a short video. At this moment, a small golden mosquito flew in from the window and landed on the video. Grass. Where did this mosquito come from? Die. The yellow-haired Chu Feng slapped him. The golden mosquito dodged, then its body instantly grew 10 times larger, and a powerful aura surged out. A ferocious beast? The yellow-haired Chu Feng was so scared that he peed his pants. Phew. The golden mosquito straw pierced into the yellow-haired Chu Feng's chest, and in a moment, it swallowed up the yellow-haired Chu Feng completely, leaving no residue. It seems that this Chu Feng is not the Chu Feng in the prophecy. Damn it, which Chu Feng is it? Why are there so many Chu Fengs? I've already devoured 10 of them. The golden mosquito restrained its breath, shrank in size, and flew away. The protagonist Chu Feng didn't know all this. He flew deep into the demon area at an extremely fast speed. His super sense of smell was activated, and he could smell ferocious beasts everywhere around him. But Chu Feng did not take any action. His target is the breath dragon, and he tries not to make any big noise before devouring the breath dragon. Otherwise, it would attract 7th level or 8th level ferocious beasts and we would have no choice but to leave. After flying for a while, Chu Feng landed on an extremely tall tree, took out his mobile phone and searched for information about the breath dragon. I checked the information about the areas where the breath dragon might appear and wrote them down. When I put away my phone and prepared to leave, I sensed a danger. Chu Feng looked over and saw a terrifying python coiled on a big tree next to him, with 2 horns growing out of its head. It's the bull python. A 5th-stage ferocious beast. Hiss. The bull python roared and stared at Chu Feng with a pair of cold eyes. The next second, it pounced. Chapter 68. To be honest, you are worth the price. Boom. Facing the bull python flying towards him, Chu Feng directly released a 300-fold gravity field. The bull python's entire huge body suddenly became extremely heavy, as if it was pressed to the ground by a pair of invisible big hands. Huge cracks appeared all over the ground, spreading in all directions like tree roots. Hiss. The bull python roared and tried to whip Chu Feng with its huge tail, but Chu Feng was faster. He raised his right hand and launched a gravity palm with 300 times the gravity to hit him. An incomparably huge black palm print seemed to have descended from the sky and landed heavily on the bull python's head. As the sonic boom sounded, the bull python's entire huge head exploded, and blood and brain matter spurted out. Its huge body was still twisting. It seems that he is not dead yet. However, it no longer poses any threat. Chu Feng activated the delicious devouring skill with his right hand and swallowed the bull python. A 5th-level ferocious beast provides 100 health points, but about half of them are eaten by the Gourmet Cell devil egg, so Chu Feng only gets about 50 health points. His super sense of smell activated, and he detected the scent of many ferocious beasts approaching quickly. Obviously, the battle just now attracted the attention of the ferocious beast. After thinking about it, Chu Feng decided to leave. Because if we continue to fight, it will only attract more ferocious beasts. Although Chu Feng can devour ferocious beasts and continuously improve his strength, the more ferocious beasts there are, the better it is for him. But if a 7th-level or 8th-level ferocious beast is attracted, no matter how strong Chu Feng is, he will not be able to deal with it. Therefore, it is better to keep a low profile for now. The most urgent task is to find the target beast, the breath dragon, and complete the mission after devouring it. When your strength reaches 9 stars or even higher, you can go on a killing spree outside the pass. Whoosh! Chu Feng flew at such a fast speed that even his afterimage could not be seen. Come to the area where the breath dragon may appear and stand high in the air. Super sense of smell is activated. The smell of ferocious beasts was everywhere below, dense and dense. Suddenly, Chu Feng locked onto a single scent, 80 kilometers away. The breath dragon is a ferocious beast that acts alone. I don't know if this is the smell. His breath sank and he whistled away. A moment later, appeared 80 kilometers away, standing high in the sky, looking down. I saw a huge dinosaur walking in a valley. Breath dragon. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. I'm so lucky. I didn't expect to find the target beast so quickly. At this time, the breath dragon below seemed to notice something, looked up at the sky, and then saw Chu Feng. Oh! The breath dragon roared, its mouth full of fangs bared, and a snort blew out of its nostrils, sending a terrifying breath cannonball towards it. The whole space was filled with roars. The speed of the breath cannon obviously exceeds the speed of sound. Chu Feng released a 300-fold gravity field. The breath cannon entered the gravity field, and its flight trajectory was affected, tilting slightly downward. Chu Feng seized this moment, moved his body, and quickly dodged. Boom! The aura cannon hit a high mountain in the distance, directly blowing up half of the mountain. Chu Feng turned into a ray of light and fell beside the breath dragon, enveloping him with 300 times the gravity. The breath dragon was crushed, and fell to its knees on all fours, screaming miserably. But the next second, the screaming stopped abruptly, and a huge sonic boom sounded. It turned out to be a giant black palm that slapped it on the body, beating it to death. Chu Feng raised his right hand and released Delicious Devour, and the entire huge breath dragon was swallowed up in an instant. Another 50 health points were obtained. Ding! Swallowing breath dragon, congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Extreme Vision Eye, do you want to merge? System prompts. Chu Feng muttered silently, fusion. Ding! Extreme Vision Eye fusion successful. As the system prompt sounded, Chu Feng felt a slight pain in his eyes, and then a feeling of comfort came over him. He opened his eyes, and golden light flashed in them. In an instant, Chu Feng saw the surrounding environment more clearly. His vision probably reached 10.0, and he could see farther. A group of flying beasts came quickly from the distance, and Chu Feng could see every one of their flying movements clearly. Is this the Extreme Vision Eye? It feels pretty good. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Mission accomplished, devour a wave of ferocious beasts first, then leave. Fly to the edge. Go to the edge to devour the ferocious beasts. Even if you encounter danger, you can exit the demon area and enter the customs in the first time. After a while, Xu Feng stood on top of a mountain, activated his super sense of smell, and locked onto a group of ferocious beasts. It's the smell of a human. Suddenly, Xu Feng's eyes moved and he smelled a different smell 50 kilometers away. Although the smell was very weak and appeared and disappeared from time to time, Xu Feng still caught it. However, Xu Feng didn't care too much. Although it is very dangerous outside the pass, human warriors come out every day. Xu Feng flew towards the group of ferocious beasts that were locked on him, landed, and without saying a word, directly activated the devouring gravity ball, and gravity and devouring power enveloped him. The group of 4th level ferocious beasts, the rift-mouth spiders, were crushed into meat patties before they could react, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Xu Feng devoured them. Super sense of smell activated again. Xu Feng's expression changed. Because the aura of that human warrior was approaching at an extremely fast speed, and Xu Feng also felt a dangerous aura. Is this directed at me? Xu Feng's heart moved. Then he immediately activated the extreme vision eyes. His sight spanned the space and looked very far away. However, to Xu Feng's surprise, he did not see any human figure. However, the scent of that human warrior was still rapidly approaching. This is? The next second, Extreme Vision noticed that there seemed to be energy fluctuations in the space. No, it should be a transparent human figure moving quickly. Invisibility talent? Xu Feng frowned. At this moment, the transparent figure was already very close, less than 1 kilometer away, but with a strong murderous intent. Xu Feng was 100% sure that the other party was coming for him, so he directly released the devouring gravity ball. Boom! In an instant, the transparent figure fell heavily to the ground, his feet sinking into the ground, but a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body, and he forced himself to stand. You actually found out. You are truly a genius among geniuses. A voice sounded, and the transparent figure gradually appeared. It turned out to be a man about 40 years old, with a long face, narrow eyes, a white robe, and long hair. Let me introduce myself, the man said proudly. I'm Gong Jia, ranked 5th on the dark list. Xu Feng asked, why do you want to kill me? The murderous intent that the other party had just exuded was real. If it weren't for the super sense of smell locking onto his scent, and the extreme vision seeing the energy fluctuations caused by the transparent figure, Xu Feng would probably have been ambushed just now. Moreover, judging from the energy and blood released by the opponent, he is a mid-stage 7-star warrior. Gong Jie said, someone is offering 300 billion to kill you. Honestly, you're worth the price. Chapter 69, Kill the 8th level beast. Xu Feng stopped talking. Since the other party was here to kill people, there was no point in saying more. He simply moved his right hand and took out the Black God's sword from the devouring space. Buzz. The Black God's sword released a terrifying cold light, and the sword energy rolled. At this moment, Xu Feng's aura reached an astonishing level. The black sphere formed by the gravity talent and the devouring talent hangs behind him. The Gourmet Cell talent empowers his body to release a powerful aura. Coupled with the terrifying sword energy emanating from the Black God's battle sword, Xu Feng looks like a killing god. Gong Jie saw the incredible aura emanating from Xu Feng, and even though he was a mid-stage 7-star warrior, he felt a little uneasy. This kid, he only has 5-star blood, why does he have such a terrifying pressure? We must kill him as soon as possible. Gong Jie's face changed. He no longer hesitated and immediately released all his energy, using his invisibility talent and ability. His figure disappeared in an instant. However, Xu Feng's super sense of smell locked onto his position, and at the same time, his extreme vision was activated, and he also saw the figure of the energy fluctuations. He tightly grasped the Black God's sword in his right hand, activated the crust cutting and superimposed 300 times the gravity, and slashed out with one knife. Swish! The black blade energy tore through space, as if splitting the entire world in two. What? Gong Jia was horrified and felt extremely dangerous. He quickly used the skill Fleeting Light and moved his body to avoid the danger. Swish! The black blade energy flashed away, and countless mountains were cut in half, and countless ferocious beasts were split in two. Cold sweat broke out on Gong Jia's forehead. Fortunately, I dodged in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Xu Feng, you are really scary. But you will die today. Gong Jia felt scared. Chu Feng was clearly only a 5-star warrior, but the power of his sword could actually threaten a 7-star warrior. This is simply perverted. Such people must never be offended. We can only make friends. But now that I have offended him, I have no choice but to kill him. If he doesn't kill him, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Kill. A terrifying murderous intent burst out from Gong Jia, and he activated flashing light. He took out a sword from the space ring, and his whole figure was like a ray of light whistling, so fast that it was unbelievable. In addition, he has the natural ability of invisibility. At this moment, he was like a ghost, disappearing without a trace. He once used this move to kill countless warriors and rob countless treasures, and only then did he grow up. Otherwise, with his A-level talent and ability, how could he reach 7 stars so quickly? Unfortunately, his opponent was Chu Feng. Chu Feng has the innate ability of gravity, and with the extreme vision, he can clearly see Gong Jia's figure. Suddenly, Gong Jia made a move and slashed towards Chu Feng's head with a knife. The sword contains the power of 7 stars. Chu Feng raised the Black God sword to block. Ding! Blocked. Under the powerful impact, Chu Feng's feet sank into the ground. But Chu Feng was not injured. How can you see my movements clearly? Gong Jia was shocked. Fleeting light and shadow is a mysterious level body movement technique. Combined with the invisibility talent, even a late 7-star warrior cannot catch his figure. Chu Feng was not only able to see his figure clearly, but also blocked his killing move. How could this not surprise him? But what surprised him even more was yet to come. Snap! There was only a loud bang, and the sword in Gong Jia's hand broke. How is that possible? My sword is made of tortoise shells from impacting sea turtles fused with copper essence. It costs 5 million. Why is it so brittle? Gong Jia is numb. Chu Feng didn't waste any words. He launched the gravity palm with 300 times the gravity and slapped Gong Jia. Gong Jia's figure flashed and he dodged the palm print attack. A horrifying palm print was left on the ground. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. Gong Jia was very fast, and although he could see clearly, Chu Feng's attacks could hardly hit him. Oh! At this moment, a heart-shaking roar was heard, and a terrifying pressure enveloped him. Gong Jia's expression changed drastically. This is an 8th-level beast. Damn it, it attracted some incredible guys. Chu Feng's blood was boiling and he felt like he was falling apart. He looked up and saw a huge black cloud in the sky, covering an area of more than 10,000 acres. A terrifyingly huge snake head emerged from the dark clouds, its eyes were blood red, and a black tongue protruded from its mouth. Just looking at it made people feel suffocated. Human! Go to hell! The snake head spoke in human language, and its eyes flashed with murderous intent. Then, a ball of black gas rolled out from his mouth, corroding the trees and mountains visibly. It seems that even the space is corroded. Not good. It's the demonic viper. We must escape. Gong Jia looked ashen and immediately activated Fleeting Shadow. Chu Feng's eyes moved, and he raised his right hand, launching the sucking palm, locking Gong Jia and forcibly sucking him back. What? Gong Jia was pulled by a powerful force, and felt like he was being held by a pair of invisible hands. Not only was he unable to fly out for a while, he was also pulled back. By the time he reacted, he had already appeared in front of Chu Feng and saw a fist coming towards his face. Bang! Gong Jia was knocked away directly, his face deformed, but it was not fatal. What made him despair was that his figure flew towards the black gas spewed out by the demonic snake. Ugh! As soon as Gong Jia's body came into contact with the poisonous gas, he let out a scream, and his invisibility talent disappeared. His clothes and flesh were corroded in a very short time. Chu Feng was also enveloped by the poisonous gas, and his clothes and shoes were corroded instantly, but his body was blessed with poison immunity and was not harmed at all. Chu Feng didn't waste any words and immediately rushed out from the poisonous gas. The demon snake's eyes moved, a little surprised. Human, you're not afraid of my poison? But you can't escape. The demonic serpent's enormous tail swept angrily. The terrifying tail, with tremendous power, instantly fell on Chu Feng. At the critical moment, Chu Feng activated the invincible golden body. Boom! In an instant, Chu Feng flew dozens of kilometers and crashed into a mountain, causing the entire mountain to collapse. The next second, Chu Feng flew out from the collapsed mountain and rushed away without any hesitation. A mere 5-star human can resist my poison and my attacks. How is that possible? The demonic snake was horrified, its eyes moved, and it immediately chased after it. In an instant, he appeared above Chu Feng's head, and a powerful pressure enveloped him. Chu Feng's aura sank, and he tightly grasped the Black God's sword in his right hand. He increased his strength to the limit, activated the crust cutting and added 300 times the gravity, and slashed out with one blow. Phew! The next second, the knife energy landed on the demon snake's chest, and blood splattered. Oh! The demonic snake screamed, its eyes filled with horror. How is that possible? How could a mere 5-star human possibly hurt me? Chu Feng didn't waste any words, he burst out all his energy and immediately rushed away at a speed that reached the speed of sound. Chapter 70, Avoid the Snake King's Tail Light Gun Attack, shocking Lei Jun's first. He took out some spare ferocious beasts from the devouring space on his body, devoured them quickly, restored some physical strength, flew out of the demon area in one breath, and arrived at the buffer zone. Then he found that his clothes and shoes had all been corroded and were naked. He took out a quilt from the devouring space on his body and wrapped his body. And at this moment, a black cloud rolled in from the distance, as if the sky was bending down, and a pair of blood-red eyes inside it flashed coldly. A terrifying pressure loomed. At the same time, a cold voice was heard, "Damn human, how dare you hurt me? I will devour you." Yes. The demonic viper caught up. Chu Feng didn't say anything more and continued flying wildly. At the same time, the alarm at level 18 sounded rapidly. Ferocious beast is attacking. Hiss. What is that? Oh no, it's an 8th level vicious beast, the demonic venomous snake. Why did this beast come out? Quick, report it. Red alert, red alert. Countless soldiers and warriors saw dark clouds covering the sky in the distance and a giant snake writhing inside, and their faces changed drastically. All of a sudden, all the soldiers and warriors at the 18th checkpoint, no matter what they were doing, arrived at the scene immediately and prepared for battle. Human little devil, die for me! The demonic snake appeared above Chu Feng's head in an instant, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed him in one gulp. At this moment, a huge hand surrounded by violent lightning appeared in the sky and reached down to grab the neck of the demon snake. A resounding voice came. "Snake King, you've crossed the line." As the voice fell, a figure appeared in the sky. It was an old man in his 60s or 70s, but with strong muscles all over his body. There was thunder lingering around his body, and terrifying energy and blood were churning. Chu Feng glanced at the old man, 8-star peak? Countless soldiers and warriors at the checkpoints breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Jun is here. Lei Jun is here. Bang! The demonic serpent's massive tail yanked back, blasting the lightning hand apart. Crossing the line? What do you mean by crossing the line? The last battle was just a verbal agreement. I may not take action, but that human must be handed over, or I will poison you all to death. Lei Jun stood high in the sky, glanced at Chu Feng, who was pointed at by the demon snake, and looked up at the demon snake. "This is my human warrior, I can't hand it over to you. If you want to fight, then fight." The demon snake was furious. "If that's the case, then all of you should die for me." As soon as the words fell, the demon snake opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of horrifying poisonous gas, which instantly covered an area of dozens of kilometers and roared towards the 18th level. Lei Jun's eyes flashed with lightning. He raised his hand and suddenly the sky was filled with thunder. With him as the center, lightning spread out in all directions. Crackling, crackling. The lightning turned into a cage, locking up all the poisonous gas and splitting it apart. The devil's venomous snake's moves were neutralized, its fierce eyes shot out, and its tail pierced towards Lei Jun's head like a light gun, and suddenly the sky was full of light and shadows. Lei Junsho roared loudly, and the thunder on his body intertwined to form a huge thunder shield, forcibly blocking the attack of the tail. Seeing that it couldn't get the upper hand against Lei Jun's leader, the demonic snake moved its eyes and immediately transformed its tail into a light gun and shot directly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's face changed, and his extreme vision was activated. Coupled with the slight influence of the 300-fold gravity field, he could clearly see the stabbing trajectory of the tail light gun. Without hesitation, he immediately flashed and dodged the attack of the tail light gun. The demon viper was stunned. Lei Junsho was also slightly surprised. Even he couldn't dodge the tail light gun and could only use the shield to block it, but this little kid Chu Feng could actually dodge it. But Chief Lei Jun did not think much about it. He had to repel the demon snake, so his momentum surged again. His hair stood up to the sky, lightning flashed around his body, and a huge human-shaped lightning shadow appeared behind him. He clenched his fists and punched the demon snake. Bang! A terrifying sonic boom sounded, the demon snake screamed, and its huge figure flew back and fell into the demon area. But the next moment, the demonic snake flew up from the ground and threatened, "Sooner or later, I will eat all humans." After saying this, it roared away with poisonous gas filling the sky, and then its figure disappeared. Seeing the evil snake leave, Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then felt someone was staring at him, looked up and met Lei Juanshou's eyes. Lei Juanshou didn't say anything, just nodded to Chu Feng, then disappeared in a flash. Chu Feng did not stop and entered the customs immediately. What happened here was posted on the forum and immediately caused a sensation. The Snake King of the 12 Fierce Beast Kings is hunting down a human warrior? What? That human warrior injured the Snake King? Who is it? So awesome. I don't know which fierce man dared to provoke the Snake King and injured it. Fortunately, Lei Juanshou took action and repelled the Snake King. The person who can injure the Snake King must be at least 8 stars strong. Chu Feng didn't know all this. After he entered the customs, he immediately found a place where no one was around, changed his clothes and put on his shoes. This time, it was really close. Fortunately, he had poison immunity, invincible golden body and extreme vision, plus Lei Jun acted in time, otherwise he would have died in the mouth of the devil snake. At this point, Chu Feng also deeply understood that there was still a huge gap in strength between him and the 8th level ferocious beast. You still have to work hard to become stronger. But before that, Chu Feng wanted to find out who wanted to kill him, and he even spent 300 billion to commission the killer ranked 5th on the dark list. His eyes flickered slightly. Currently, there are only a few people who have grudges against Chu Feng. One is the Storm Martial Arts School in Binhai City. Chu Feng killed the young master of the Storm Martial Arts School. The other party may have found evidence, so they sent people to kill Chu Feng. The second is Lin Hao. He is Xin Chang's suitor. There are some rumors about Chu Feng and Xin Chang on the forum. Lin Hao may be jealous and send the killer. The third is the Xia family. After all, Chu Feng had forced old Xia to swallow the explosive chi pill. Fourth is the Hao family. Although they signed a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai last time and killed him, and the Warrior Alliance issued a notice, the matter is considered over. But the Hao family has people in the Warrior Alliance after all, and they probably won't let it go. Especially after knowing that Chu Feng has a terrifying talent, they want to kill him as soon as possible. There may be other people, but Chu Feng hasn't thought of them yet. Forget it, let's check them one by one. A cold light flashed across Chu Feng's eyes. After swallowing a few more ferocious beasts, Chu Feng transformed into a figure and roared towards Binhai City. Chapter 71 Chu Feng's identity was discovered by the ferocious beast Mosquito King. Binhai City, Storm Martial Arts School. Brother Shang, I seem to be pregnant. Pregnant? Great, great, I hope this account won't be so stupid as to provoke Chu Feng when she grows up. After learning that his son Lin Yaodong was killed by Chu Feng, Lin Yaxing, the owner of the Storm Martial Arts School, understood the whole story, and after seeing Chu Feng's terrifying strength, he did not choose revenge, but directly found another woman to have a child. Look, after more than a month of hard work, the woman in front of me became pregnant. Boom! At this moment, the wall was violently broken open and a figure flew in. Lin Yaxing's expression changed, and he immediately burst out with momentum. Who? However, the next second, after seeing who broke in clearly, he was shocked and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Brother Chu Feng, why are you here? Recently, in addition to his efforts in sowing seeds, he also often paid attention to the information on the Warrior Forum. After seeing various explosive information such as Chu Feng exterminating the ferocious beasts in the ruins, signing a life and death agreement with Hao Yukai, killing the 6-star warrior Zheng Tao with one sword, and forcing Xia Lao to swallow the explosive pill, he was scared half to death and was still in shock. He often reminded himself that it was a good thing that he did not seek revenge on Chu Feng, otherwise he would not know how he would die. He thought that he never wanted to see Chu Feng in his life. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng came to the door. To be honest, Lin Yaxing was very scared. Chu Feng looked at the frightened Lin Yaxing and said, "You know that I killed your son Lin Yaodong, right?" Lin Yaxing nodded, "I know." Chu Feng asked again, "Then you won't seek revenge on me?" Lin Yaxing took a deep breath. "I want to, but seeing how powerful you are, I don't dare. Besides, Lin Yaodong provoked you first, so he deserves to die. Brother Chu Feng, the hatred between you and me is over. I will not seek revenge on you. As for a son, I'll just have another one. Chu Feng kept watching Lin Yashing's expression change. That kind of fear that was deep in his bones could not be faked. Oh, by the way, when I killed Lin Yaodong, I probably didn't leave any clues. How did you know it was me? Lin Yashing said, originally, I didn't know, but someone gave me a clue and even encouraged me to seek revenge on you. How could I dare? Someone gave you a clue? Chu Feng frowned, who? Lin Yashing said, Qin Yi from the Qin family. When you and my damn son Lin Yaodong started fighting, he was watching from a distance. Qin Yi? Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly, I see. The last time we were hunting down Hao Yu Kai, Principal Xiao came to help, but seemed to have been stopped by someone from the Qin family. However, Chu Feng believed that he had never offended Qin Yi. After thinking about it, Chu Feng moved and left quickly. It can be ruled out that the Dark List killer was not sent by Lin Yashing. Brother Chu Feng, take care. Lin Yashing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Chu Feng is young, the aura he exudes is very terrifying. Just standing in front of Chu Feng makes one feel a huge pressure. The woman asked, Brother Shang, who was that just now? Lin Yashing warned, remember, you can provoke anyone, but you can't provoke that young man just now. Remember. After Chu Feng left the Storm Martial Arts School, he returned to his hometown in Binhai City. Hey, Xiaofeng is back. Is school on vacation? I'm back from taking a leave of absence. Is Uncle Wu doing well lately? I can't die yet. Okay. Then enjoy your meal. After greeting my neighbor, Mr. Wu, and chatting with him for a while, I walked back to my yard. I sat down on a recliner under a tree in the yard and took out my phone to browse the Warrior Forum. Suddenly, a piece of news caught Chu Feng's attention. Recently, more than a dozen people named Chu Feng have disappeared. According to investigations by warriors, it may be the work of a ferocious beast. Please pay attention to the personal safety of those named Chu Feng and report any abnormalities immediately. Seeing this news, Chu Feng frowned. Is the person named Chu Feng being targeted again? It seems that the beast hasn't given up yet. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the sound of a mosquito was heard, and a small golden mosquito appeared in front of him. The next second, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. No, it's the smell of a ferocious beast. This is not an ordinary mosquito, it's a ferocious beast. And at this moment, the little golden mosquito in front of him suddenly grew countless times larger and turned into a big golden mosquito with a long straw. Boom! Chu Feng directly released a 300-fold gravity field, and the golden mosquito was directly crushed to the ground, its body deformed and unable to move. But a strange voice came from the body of the golden mosquito. It turns out to be you, it turns out to be you, I have found you. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the body of the 4th-level ferocious beast, the golden mosquito, exploded and died on the spot. Chu Feng's expression changed. Calling himself the king? Could it be the evil golden mosquito, one of the 12 beast kings? There are 12 beast kings among the ferocious beasts. The demonic poisonous snake we encountered before is one of them, and the evil golden mosquito is also one of them. The evil golden mosquito has the natural ability of good pregnancy. It is said that it has given birth to tens of millions of mosquito larvae and dominates the evil area outside the Great Wall. The golden mosquito just now should be one of the Mosquito King's children, and it can share vision with its children. However, Chu Feng was not panicked. As long as they were inside the pass, the 12 beast kings could not come in easily. Even if the Mosquito King sent its children to assassinate Chu Feng, no matter how many came, they were just there to give away their heads, experience, and blood. Looking at the sky, it was already dark. Chu Feng swallowed the golden mosquito and flew away. Binhai City, nightclub, presidential box. Please, let me go. I'm just a beggar, I just want to ask for food. A ragged man who had lost one leg was kneeling on the ground, his face bruised and swollen, crying miserably. Qin Yi took a deep puff of cigarette and pressed the shaking head directly on the beggar's head, causing the beggar to scream. Qin Yi kicked the beggar to the ground and stepped on his chest. You are a beggar, and you are missing a leg. Your life must be very painful, right? I will be a good person and help you. As he spoke, he took out a syringe from his arms, which contained red liquid. The beggar was afraid. What are you going to do? Let me go, no, no. Ah! Qin Yi showed no mercy. He pierced the beggar's arm with a syringe and injected the liquid into him. The next second, countless blood streaks appeared on the beggar's body, and then his whole body gradually turned red. The beggar's face was distorted, he seemed to be in pain, and he was screaming. Boom! After a few seconds, the beggar's body exploded, turning into flying flesh and blood. Sheeny wiped the blood off his face and said, "Pooh. Damn it, failed again." Sheeny's bodyguard, Old Goo, shook his head. "Master Sheen, you stole the medicine again to do experiments." "If the head of the family knew." Sheeny interrupted him. "Damn it, you are just my bodyguard, are you teaching me how to do things? Otherwise, you can take Master Sheen's seat?" Mr. Goo sighed and didn't dare to say anything else. Sheeny said dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you clean up this place quickly and get another beggar here?" Just then, the door was opened and something was thrown in. Gulau's expression changed. "No, it's sleeping vanilla, and a lot of it." The next second, Sheeny wanted to say something, but he fell asleep before he could say it. Mr. Goo held on for a few seconds and then fell into a deep sleep. Shu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 72, Killing Sheeny. In a secret room somewhere. Sheeny woke up in pain and opened his eyes. It was pitch black all around him and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. What was even more unacceptable to him was that the chi and blood in his body had dissipated, and all his cultivation had been reduced to zero. "Ah! Who did it? Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? I'm going to kill your whole family." Sheeny roared. But his body was tied to the cold steel bars with thick ropes, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Click, click. At this moment, the sound of a lighter was heard in the darkness not far away, and the flames flickered. Sheeny saw someone sitting there, but he couldn't see clearly who it was. "No matter who you are, I advise you to let me go immediately. Otherwise, you will die miserably." Sheeny threatened angrily. In the darkness, Shu Feng didn't say a word and continued playing with his lighter as usual. Sheeny continued to roar and rage, and finally collapsed. "Fuck you, what do you want?" Shu Feng put away his lighter, pinched his throat, and said in a changed voice, "You're really rich to pay 300 billion to kill someone. So, I decided to kidnap you. Maybe I can get more money." Hearing this, Sheeny's expression changed, his eyes burning with anger. You are the dark list assassin Gong Jia? Damn it, do you still have any credibility? I paid you to kill someone, and you kidnapped your employer? Grass. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Shu Feng's eyes in the darkness. I didn't expect that after lying, the truth would be revealed. But Shu Feng couldn't understand it. He had never even met Sheeny before, and they had no grudges against each other, so why would the other party have the intention to kill him? After thinking for a while, Shu Feng changed his voice and asked, "What was the liquid you injected into the beggar in the nightclub?" At that time, he saw clearly that after Sheeny injected the liquid into the beggar's body, it exploded in a moment. Before the explosion, Shu Feng clearly felt the beggar's blood and energy churning in his body, and he probably couldn't withstand the powerful energy explosion. Sheeny's expression changed, his eyes flickered, and he stopped talking. He stole the liquid. It was the Qin family's secret and must not be revealed, otherwise the entire Qin family would be ruined. Don't tell me? Shu Feng said, then you can die. Hearing this, Sheeny said fearfully, that's Shi Shuesan. Shi Shuesan? Shu Feng frowned, what is it used for? Sheeny hesitated and said, it can stimulate the potential qi and blood of the human body or beast, and activate potential talents and abilities. Bullshit. Shu Feng said. As human warriors have developed to this day, except for Shu Feng who has 3 innate abilities, other warriors can only awaken 1 innate ability, and that is the only one. There can't be any more talents or abilities. This is true. Sheeny said, however, after activating the potential innate ability, there will be a huge side effect, and you will become irrational. Our Qin family. At this point, he realized something and immediately shut up. Hearing this, Shu Feng's expression was moved. Judging from Qin Yi's appearance, this might be true, and the Qin family should have already figured it out. If Qi Shuesan is put on the market, I am afraid that countless people will rush to buy it. However, if people lose their rationality, it will cause terrible consequences. If it is taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives, then it will be a mess. However, Shu Feng didn't think too much about it. As long as he became strong enough, everything else would be nothing. Now, he is considering whether to kill Sheeny? How to kill? I've told you everything. Sheeny said, you should let me go, right? I'm from the Qin family. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. Even if you are a warrior ranked high on the dark list, you will definitely die. Whack! At this time, the lights came on. Xini closed his eyes, opened them again, and saw Chu Feng. His expression changed drastically. Why is it you? You're not dead? He never thought that Chu Feng was still alive. You know, he spent 300 billion to commission a 7-star killer, so how come he couldn't even kill Chu Feng? Chu Feng said, surprised, right? But now, you can die. He decided to kill Qin Yi on the spot. After all, Qin Yi commissioned a killer to kill him, so Qin Yi must die. No! Qin Yi panicked, you can't kill me. Chu Feng, I was wrong. Bang! Chu Feng raised his hand and clenched it, and 100 times the gravity fell on Qin Yi, and Qin Yi's body exploded. Died on the spot. After cleaning up the scene without leaving any trace, Chu Feng disappeared in a flash. Qin Yi, this is just the beginning. Chu Feng will destroy the entire Qin family. This night is destined to be restless. After the Qin family learned that Qin Yi was missing, they sent tens of thousands of people to search the entire city, but they did not find him. Mr. Gu, weren't you with Qin Yi? How come you don't know who did it? Master, I really don't know. Hundreds of sleeping herbs were thrown in, and I fell asleep instantly. When I woke up, I found that everyone in the nightclub was asleep too. If that's the case, then there's no point in you living. You can die now. Master, Before he could finish his words, he was stabbed in the throat. After Chu Feng killed Qin Yi, he left Binhai City directly that night. He didn't care about the Qin family's affairs. Even if the Qin family finally found out that he was the one who killed Qin Yi, he wouldn't panic. After all, the top leaders of the Warrior Alliance have already announced that no one can touch Chu Feng inside the pass. And now Chu Feng's only worry is the ferocious beast. Chu Feng's identity has been exposed. The ferocious beast probably knows how terrifying he is and also knows his home. It will definitely continue to assassinate him in the future. If the 12 Beast Kings were to take action, Chu Feng would have no ability to deal with them. The last time I fought against the demonic viper, I had a deep understanding of how terrifying the Beast King was. If Chu Feng had not been immune to poison and had not possessed the invincible golden body and the extreme vision eyes, Chu Feng would have ended up like Gongjia. Become stronger. Become stronger. This is Chu Feng's most urgent task. The next day, Chu Feng did not return to the military training department. Go directly to the nearby ruins number 2 and start devouring the beast. The fastest way to become stronger is to swallow ferocious beasts, the more the better. The more you swallow, the stronger you will become. It is currently still in the early stage of 5-star level, and is still about 100,000 HP away from the mid-stage of 5-star level. Super sense of smell is activated. In an instant, the ferocious beast locked onto the entire number 2 ruins. He activated the devouring gravity ball and his figure moved and whizzed away. Wherever he passed, all the ferocious beasts were crushed into meat paste and directly swallowed by Chu Feng. In less than half an hour, all the ferocious beasts in ruins number 2 were devoured by Chu Feng. Without further ado, he continued to fly towards ruins number 3. Chapter 73, Developing a New Skill, Gravity Jump. 5 days later, a group of young warriors formed a team with full confidence to hunt ferocious beasts for training, but when they entered the number 3 ruins, they didn't even see the shadow of a ferocious beast. Where's the beast? Why is the beast gone? There are at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts here, how come they suddenly disappeared? A group of mercenaries accepted a mission to hunt down a ferocious beast. They had planned that each person would receive 10,000 yuan upon completing the mission. However, when they arrived at ruins number 6, they miraculously discovered that the ferocious beast was gone. What the hell? Where's the beast? That's not right. When I came here yesterday, there were still many ferocious beasts. Why are they gone? At the same time, the warrior forum was in an uproar. Hey, can anyone tell me how the beast in ruins number 4 disappeared? What? The beast from ruins number 4 is gone too? I thought only the beast from ruins number 11 was gone. No way, all the beasts in ruins number 11 are gone too? That's terrifying. All the beasts in ruins number 13 are gone. The beast from ruins number 21 is gone too. Who did it? Who did it? Who else could it be? It's probably that big guy with the black ball hanging behind him again. Yes, that's him. I was at ruins number 19 and saw him devouring the beast with my own eyes. The scene was terrifying. He is Chu Feng, the fierce man who killed a 6-star warrior with a single blow. It's really him. Too strong. At this moment, Chu Feng, the person involved, was sitting in a dilapidated building in ruins number 30 with a satisfied smile on his face. In the past few days, he has been madly devouring ferocious beasts in the ruins. He didn't know how many ferocious beasts he had devoured, but he felt that his own strength had increased dramatically. View the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Chi and blood, 600,000 625,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 38%. SSS-level gravity 600 times gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development of talents and abilities, swallowing gravity balls, palm suction. Sword skills, heavenly crystal cutting proficient, gravity palm proficient. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility, extreme vision. Weapon, black god sword. Warrior level, 5-star peak. Devouring quest, updating. In other words, the chi and blood have increased by almost 450,000 in these 5 days. Based on the calculation that a second-level ferocious beast gains 1 blood, it has devoured at least 450,000 second-level ferocious beasts. And because the Gourmet Cell devil egg stole half of it, Chu Feng might actually have devoured nearly 900,000 ferocious beasts. So terrifying. Now, he stopped and did not continue to devour the ferocious beast because with the nourishment of a large amount of delicious food, the innate abilities of his Gourmet cells were reborn, and his body strength increased by more than 100 times. As the physical strength increases significantly, the understanding of the gravity talent and the devouring talent also deepens. Those 2 skills of gravity talent ability should be developed. Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly. He then released his gravity talent, and 600 times the gravity enveloped the surroundings, causing the space to slightly distort. The building beneath my feet collapsed and shattered. Chu Feng stood in mid-air, his eyes flashing, his body became ethereal and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 10,000 meters away. His eyes moved again, and his body faded away again, returning to its original point when he reappeared. Success! Chu Feng's eyes lit up. The instant movement developed here by utilizing the powerful natural ability of gravity would be very appropriate to be named gravity jump. Its activation principle is to use gravity to distort space and then jump. The jumping range is within the gravity range. Try another skill. Chu Feng's expression and eyes moved, and his gravity talent was released again. The gravity wave spread out and swept across everything around him. The next second, Chu Feng clearly knew the mass of all the living things around him, and thus knew what the other party was. This trick is gravitational wave detection. By combining gravitational wave detection with super strong sense of smell and extreme vision, Chu Feng can clearly understand everything around him. In addition, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with brilliance. The next second, the devouring talent ability was activated, and a strange vortex appeared in front of his eyes. Then, the gravity jump of the gravity talent ability was combined, and in an instant, the vortex appeared 10,000 meters away. This skill is named Devouring Gravity Transfer. What's the use of this? Devouring Gravity Transfer can devour energy attacks and then transfer them out. For example, when a fireball comes at you, you can use Devouring Gravity Transfer to transfer it 10,000 meters away. In this way, Chu Feng has another defensive skill in addition to the absolute defense of Invincible Golden Body. Check the system interface again. Host, Chu Feng. Chi and blood, 600,000 625,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 38%. SSS-level gravity 600 times gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop, gravity detection wave, gravity jump. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development skills of talents and abilities, swallowing gravity balls, palm suction, swallowing gravity transfer. Sword skills, heavenly crystal cutting proficient, gravity palm proficient. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility, extreme vision. Weapon, black god sword. Warrior level, 5-star peak. Devouring quest, updating. Seeing this, Chu Feng was very satisfied. With my current strength, I can easily defeat a 7-star warrior. At this moment, Ding! Devouring quest updated. Task option 1, devour the skeleton King Kong, reward, Dream Ear. Mission option 2, devour the Tyrannosaurus Rex, reward, Intuition. System prompts. Another mission. Xu Feng was delighted. Speaking of which, the updates for the devouring quest are getting slower and slower. Without thinking too much, I immediately checked the content of the devouring mission. The skeleton King Kong and the Tyrannosaurus Rex are both 5th level peak ferocious beasts. The former can only be found outside the pass, while the latter can be found in the magic sea inside the pass. In terms of danger level, the two are about the same. Because the Demon Sea connects the inside and outside of the pass, 1/3 is inside the pass and 2/3 are outside the pass. If he didn't look at the reward, Xu Feng would rather devour the skeleton King Kong outside the pass than devour the Tyrannosaurus Rex inside the pass. After all, so far, no warrior knows how many ferocious beasts there are in the Demon Sea and how powerful they are. 500 years ago, there was an invasion of sea beasts, and human warriors suffered heavy losses. If the sea beasts had not lost their strength after leaving the sea and coming onto land, the human warriors would probably have been destroyed in that battle. Having said that, there are two rewards, one is Dream Ear and the other is Intuition. Xu Feng feels that Intuition is more useful. After the so-called Dream Ear is activated, one can hear any sound within 100,000 kilometers, but it seems to be of no use in improving strength. But Intuition is different. Chapter 74, Magic Customs, Gourmet Cell Talent Mutation. Intuition is the crystallization of wisdom that processes information unconsciously and at high speed. It is a very powerful ability. It is said that many professional shogi players do not rely on thinking when choosing their next move, but rely on intuition to make the best move. This can play a huge role in combat. For example, as soon as the enemy appears, you can sense how strong the enemy is, whether it is dangerous, how to fight back, how the body will unconsciously avoid the enemy's attacks, understand the enemy's weaknesses, etc. through intuition. This is somewhat similar to the Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball Super. Ding! You have selected Task 2. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. Without further ado, Xu Feng immediately turned into a figure and rushed away. Just as he flew out of ruins number 30, a figure flew towards him. Xu Feng saw clearly that it was Principal Xiao. Xu Feng stopped and greeted, "Principal Xiao, what a coincidence! What a coincidence!" Principal Xiao replied, "I came here specifically to see you." As he spoke, he stared at Xu Feng and felt that the aura on Xu Feng had become stronger again, and it was terrifyingly strong. He felt a little bit of pressure and was extremely shocked in his heart. School hasn't even officially started yet, how come this kid thinks he's better than even me, the principal? It's so evil. Oh? You came to see me specially? What's the matter? Xu Feng asked in confusion. Principal Xiao asked, "Many of the ferocious beasts in the ruins were exterminated by you, right?" Xu Feng nodded, "Yes, is there a problem?" "It's you, kid." Principal Xiao took a deep breath. Exterminating the ferocious beasts is no problem, but if the beasts inside the pass are exterminated, how will many warriors pass the trials? Many students have complained about you. Or, just shut up. There are 81 ruins inside the pass, and the ferocious beasts in 30 of them have been devoured by Xu Feng alone. Many students nearby are unable to take the trial, and some nearby mercenary groups have no income, and they all have complaints. After learning that it was Xu Feng who did it, these people did not dare to cause trouble for Xu Feng and complained to the military university. Originally, he didn't care about the complaints from some students and martial artists in society. However, the man named Hao from the Warrior Alliance came forward. He was under pressure, so he came to Xu Feng to explain the situation. "Oh, I see." Xu Feng replied calmly, "Let me take a look at the situation. The ferocious beasts inside the pass don't specify who they belong to, so anyone can kill them, and there are subsidies for killing them. Doesn't this encourage warriors to kill ferocious beasts? Why are some people unhappy now?" "Principal." Xu Feng said again, "That's nothing, I'll leave first." Principal Xiao asked, "Where are you going?" Xu Feng said, "Demon Sea." "Demon Sea?" Principal Xiao was shocked. "That's a very dangerous place. You must be careful. The beasts there are no weaker than those outside the pass." "I know, I will be careful." Xu Feng said, "Then Principal, I'm leaving first." After saying that, Xu Feng rushed away and disappeared from Principal Zhao's sight in the blink of an eye. Principal Shaw took out the wine, took a sip, and muttered, "This kid is really not a human being." The 100th level is also called the Magic Customs level. This is one of the most important checkpoints for human warriors. Large buildings have been built along the hundreds of kilometers long coastline, countless heavy thermal weapons have been deployed, and millions of soldiers and warriors are stationed there. It is said that there are also 9-star soldiers and warriors in charge. The demon customs must be guarded strictly. On this day, Chu Feng flew over the demonic sea pass and saw the rows of tall city walls below. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. His super strong sense of smell could even smell the scent of countless warriors below, and he was even more shocked. The number of soldiers and warriors here is dozens of times more than that in other levels. When Chu Feng flew over, he was scanned by the detector below. "Captain, a warrior has emerged from confinement." "A warrior has come out of seclusion?" "That's the Demon Sea. Is he going there to hunt ferocious beasts? Isn't this courting death?" Several staff members spoke up. The commissioner said, "Turn on the surveillance camera and let me see who it is." A staff member operated it, and soon a screen appeared with a blurry figure on it. "Captain, that warrior is flying too fast. It's a little hard to see clearly." Guanchang stared at the flying figure on the screen, his eyes narrowed. This guy must be Chu Feng from the military university. During this period of time, Chu Feng has become popular all over the world. The warrior forums are full of stories about Chu Feng, and no one doesn't know Chu Feng. Chu Feng? Could it be Chu Feng, the one who signed a life and death agreement with Hao Kai? I heard that he, with his 4-star strength, could kill a 6-star with one blow. Is this also Chu Feng who has recently wiped out many relics? Yes, that's him. Look, I have a picture of him flying here. It's exactly the same as the one on the screen. Damn! This kid wouldn't think the beasts in the ruins are too weak and run to the Demon Sea to kill them, right? At this moment, another staff member's expression changed and said, "Captain, there are unusual movements in the Demon Sea." Upon hearing this, Director Guan's expression changed drastically and he hurried over. He saw countless moving red dots appearing on the large screen on the wall. Other staff members also noticed the dense red dots and their expressions became serious. The sea beasts are gathering. And it's coming towards us. Damn, is this going to attack? After hundreds of years, is it finally coming again? The commissioner gritted his teeth and immediately pressed the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly all the alarms in Devil's Pass sounded. In an instant, all the soldiers and warriors, no matter what they were doing, entered combat mode, arrived at the scene, and were ready for battle. Chu Feng, who had already entered the buffer zone, didn't know all this. He flew towards the Demon Sea as usual, and then stood above the Demon Sea. The water of the Demon Sea is gray-black and a bit weird. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng dived directly into the sea. He dared to go into the sea without taking any defensive measures, not because he was arrogant, but because he knew what he was doing. After all, he has the SSS-level Gourmet Cell talent, his adaptability is very terrifying, and he can also change his physical state according to the environment. When Chu Feng bought the sleeping vanilla before, he was also affected by it at first, but then his Gourmet Cells adapted to it and the sleeping vanilla lost its effect on him. Plop. Chu Feng entered the seawater, holding his breath at first, and then reaching his limit. The strong will to survive once again stimulated his Gourmet Cells, and his Gourmet Cells began to adapt to the current environment. Suddenly, a strange energy surged from his body, and every pore in his body began to open and close, just like the gills of a fish. The next second, Chu Feng felt his breathing was smooth, just like on land. It's worthy of being an SSS-level Gourmet Cell talent. It adapted so quickly to life on the seabed, breathing oxygen from the seawater through its skin. This is too awesome. Chu Feng was shocked. Chapter 75, Breaking Through the 6 Stars, Shocking the Entire Demon Sea Customs. The Gourmet Cell talent has adapted to life in water, allowing Chu Feng to survive in water like a fish. Coupled with the ability of extreme vision eyes, he can see everything on the seabed clearly. In this way, Chu Feng will not feel any discomfort on the seabed. After adapting to the current environment, Chu Feng stood 1,000 meters deep in the sea and activated the extreme vision eye. There were no sea beasts around, not even fish. It was unusually quiet. Activate anti-gravity flight and fly to one side. The flying speed is slightly affected in the water, but it can be ignored. After flying for a while, no sea beasts were seen. Why didn't I see any sea monsters? Something's wrong. Chu Feng stood at the bottom of the sea with a look of doubt on his face. Then he launched the gravity detection wave, and a gravity wave surged from Chu Feng's body and spread in all directions. The next second, Chu Feng's expression changed. The gravity detection wave swept across the sea area that was invisible to the sight and saw densely packed sea beasts appearing. What's going on? Why are all the sea beasts gathering together and heading towards the coast? Wait, could it be a tide of sea monsters? Thinking of this, Chu Feng flew to the side at an extremely fast speed. After a while, standing on the seabed 10,000 meters deep, he activated the extreme vision and looked forward, and countless sea beasts appeared at the end of his sight. Giant walruses, horned sea snakes, ramming turtles, diamond octopuses, devil shrimps. The levels range from 2nd to 5th. Chu Feng's eyes darkened, and without saying a word, he took out the black god sword from the devouring space on his body, clenched his right hand, increased his strength to the limit, and his muscles bulged. He activated the crust cutting and superimposed 600 gravity, and slashed it out violently. Swish! The black blade energy split the entire sea into two. An extremely terrifying sword energy flashed through the roaring tide of sea beasts. In an instant, the whole world stopped. Then, you can see countless sea beasts' bodies being cut into pieces, blood gushing out, dyeing the entire sea red. The remaining lucky sea beasts dodged the slash and just stood there in a daze. Then, madness appeared in their eyes and they roared towards Chu Feng. The entire sea was churning. Swish! Chu Feng continuously used the crust cutting to superimpose 600 times the gravity, and the sword energy formed across and flashed away. All of a sudden, countless sea beasts died tragically. Chu Feng's 3 consecutive strongest crust cutting attacks consumed a lot of his physical energy, and his right hand was in sharp pain. If he did not replenish his physical energy in time, he would not be able to perform crust cutting again. Without saying anything more, Chu Feng flew over immediately and activated Delicious Devouring, locking onto countless killed sea beasts and devouring them madly. As countless sea beasts were eaten, his blood and energy soared. Physical energy is recovering quickly. Boom boom boom. After a while, a roar came from Chu Feng's body, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the 6-star level. At the same time, Devil's Gate. Millions of warriors and soldiers are ready for battle. The commissioner and other high-ranking officials stood on the city wall with solemn expressions. Judging from the scans taken by the detection equipment, the current situation is very grim. The dense swarms of sea beasts are coming, which is probably even more terrifying than the sea beast invasion 500 years ago. All soldiers and warriors are ready to die. Just then, the director's intercom rang. Connected. Commander, the number of sea beasts is decreasing rapidly. What? Commander, you better come and take a look. The Commissioner of Customs immediately came to the testing room with several senior executives. Seeing that the red dots on the big screen were decreasing in large areas, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are the sea beasts decreasing? That doesn't make sense. The staff member who had been paying attention to the detection equipment said, Captain, look, this is the scene that just happened. It seems that warriors appeared and killed a large number of sea beasts. As for why the sea beasts disappeared, it is unclear. Someone asked doubtfully, are there any warriors? Some people also didn't believe it, a warrior entered the demon sea? Impossible. At this time, Guancheng said, no. Before this, a warrior did enter the demon sea. Suddenly, Guancheng thought of something and said, that's right. It must have been Chu Feng who did it. The warrior forum said that many of the ferocious beasts in the ruins were swallowed by Chu Feng. It seems that Chu Feng was devouring the sea beasts, so the sea beasts disappeared. I'll go over and take a look. Afterwards, Wan Chang left the commander behind and took the others with him to fly towards the demon sea at an extremely fast speed. When they entered the demonic sea, they were shocked to see a young man holding a sword in his right hand and madly killing sea beasts. The young man seemed to be unaffected by the seawater, and his movements were like a mermaid living in the water. The sword in his right hand slashed out with a blade that would split a 2nd-level sea beast or a 5th-level sea beast into two. Then, the young man released his terrifying devouring power, devouring all those who had been chopped to death, and even those who had not been chopped to death. How is this possible? Hiss. It's so scary. He can't destroy the sea monster tied by himself, right? This? The director and others were shocked. On this side, Chu Feng didn't care about anything and continued to chop the sea beasts frantically while devouring them. As he devoured more and more sea beasts, the blood in his body surged and his aura soared. Boom! It was unknown how long it had been, but a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Chu Feng's body, with great momentum. That's right. Already broken through 6 stars. As he broke through to 6 stars, 4 black devouring gravity balls appeared behind Chu Feng. Each ball released 200 times the gravity, a total of 800 times the gravity, crushing him open. Space will be distorted. The terrifying devouring power extended over a distance of more than 100,000 meters. What's even more terrifying is that under the action of the gourmet cells, the skin shines with a metallic luster and the strength of the body increases dozens of times. In the distance, Guan Chang and several other warriors noticed the changes in Chu Feng's body. Feeling the terrifying gravity and devouring power, their faces changed drastically again. 6 stars? Hiss, a breakthrough during battle? Such a pervert. Chu Feng felt full of strength, with 4 black spheres hanging behind him. He flew forward, and the sea water seemed to be squeezed away. The densely packed sea beasts were directly swallowed by him with delicious swallowing. Many sea beasts wanted to escape, but they were locked by the devouring power and could not escape at all. In an instant, tens of thousands of sea beasts were forcibly devoured by Chu Feng. Ah! At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar came from the deep sea, and the entire demon sea seemed to be shaken. Chu Feng stood in the deep sea, feeling a strong pressure. Then he saw an extremely large figure roaring towards him, and the sea water behind it formed a tsunami several thousand meters high. Chapter 76. The Sea Monster Tide is coming. The huge figure was a terrifying whale, covered with a thick layer of meteorites. It was more than 3,000 meters long and 2,500 meters tall, with a pair of blood-red eyes flashing with murderous light. An astonishing pressure was released from his body. It's the meteorite whale. Go! The director's face changed drastically. He quickly sent a message to everyone and then fled immediately. Chu Feng also heard the voice of Guan Chang, and his expression changed slightly. That's right. What appeared was the meteorite whale. A 7th-level ferocious beast. In the Demon Sea, it is not the strongest, but it is also a very terrifying existence. What is even more terrifying is that behind the meteorite whale there are millions of other sea beasts, whose strength ranges from level 4 to level 6. Chu Feng did not flee immediately, but instead tightly gripped the Black God's sword, launched the crust cutting with all his strength, superimposed 800 times the gravity, and slashed out violently. Swish! The sword energy split the sea into 2, making a sharp buzzing sound and causing the space to distort. The next second, the knife energy fell on the head of the meteorite whale. With a puff, blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the surrounding sea red. The meteorite whale let out a scream, and a shocking knife scar appeared on its head. Its thick layer of meteorite defense was broken. But the knife did not kill it. When Guan Chang and others saw the scene, their mouths twitched. Damn! This kid is too fierce. He was only 6 stars, yet he dared to fight against a 7th-level meteorite whale, and even severely injured the meteorite whale with one blow. Fear. As expected of a meteorite whale, such strong defense. Chu Feng frowned, moved, and immediately retreated. Even with the crust cutting and 800 gravity added, it still couldn't kill the opponent. Chu Feng knew that he couldn't kill it for the time being, so he can only leave first. Damn humans. It actually broke through my defense. It hurts. Go to hell. The meteorite whale roared, opened its mouth, and burst out a shocking wave of light, hitting Chu Feng. Whoosh! The speed of that light wave was incredibly fast, and it was the meteorite whale's specialty, the meteorite ray. It is said that a single strike from the meteorite ray can explode a meteorite as big as the moon. The destructive power and penetrating power are terrifying. Even an 8th-level ferocious beast may not be able to stop it. Chu Feng realized it, but he had no way to avoid it. At the critical moment, he activated the invincible golden body. When a layer of golden light spread over his body, the meteorite ray fell on Chu Feng. Bang! Chu Feng was hit by the meteorite ray and was pushed backward by the powerful force, flying out of the Demon Sea in an instant. When the director and others saw this, their faces changed drastically, but they did not hesitate and ran away at an even faster speed. Oh! The meteorite whale roared, shaking the entire Demon Sea. The millions of sea beasts behind it seemed to be summoned, roaring one after another and rushing towards them in an overwhelming manner. Boom! On this side, Chu Feng was knocked out of the Demon Sea by the meteorite ray and fell on the beach in the buffer zone. He stood up, brushed the sand off his body, and muttered, "Damn, it flew pretty far." Fortunately, the invincible golden body was activated in time, otherwise he would be hit by the meteor ray and would be seriously injured if not killed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, several figures flew out of the demon sea. They were Guan Chang and others. They saw Chu Feng standing on the beach unharmed, leisurely brushing off the sand on his body, and they were all stunned. No way, after eating the meteorite rays of the meteorite whale, he is still safe and sound? This? How is that possible? Am I dazzled? The director and others couldn't believe it. You know, even an 8-star warrior wouldn't dare to withstand the meteorite ray of the meteorite whale. It is said that the meteorite ray can shoot down meteorites on the moon. How could Chu Feng, a mere 6-star, not die after being hit? It doesn't matter if you don't die, but you will at least get hurt, right? But Chu Feng didn't die and didn't even have a single injury. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. After all, when Chu Feng was hit just now, they all thought that Chu Feng was dead for sure. Guan Chang and others landed next to Chu Feng. They looked at Chu Feng as if he were a monster, sizing him up and down. Abnormal. So perverted. There is really no harm at all. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Boy, how did you block all the damage from the meteorite rays?" Chu Feng smiled calmly, "Is this difficult?" When Director Guan and the others heard this, they were speechless. Damn, he can't even say he's an 8-star warrior, and this guy is only 6-star. The commander took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, everyone, let's retreat to the checkpoint. The sea monster tide is coming, and we must prepare for battle. This battle is about the survival of mankind. Boy, come back with me." Chu Feng nodded. His main purpose in coming to the Demon Sea was to capture the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But it has not been found yet. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is definitely there, most likely in the sea beast tide. First go back to the level, wait for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to appear, and then capture it. Chu Feng and others quickly returned to the checkpoint. Looking around, there were soldiers and warriors everywhere, all of them ready for battle and on high alert. "Captain, you're back." A muscular soldier ran over quickly. "How's the situation at the Demon Sea?" The commander's expression was solemn. A tide of sea beasts is coming, numbering in the millions, and the one leading them is the meteorite whale. "General Ding, have you come out of seclusion?" The muscular soldier said, "General Ding hasn't come out yet, but we've already sent him a message." The commander asked again, "What about the Warrior Alliance?" The muscular soldier said, "I've also reported it. They're sending people over." The commander nodded, "Okay. Let's get ready for battle." Chu Feng stood on the city wall and looked towards the Demon Sea. He saw that the entire Demon Sea was surging with waves, as if the entire Demon Sea was moving. Guan Chang stood beside Chu Feng, his eyes also looking towards the direction of the Demon Sea, his expression grim. "Here they come." At this moment, heads emerged from the demonic sea and transformed into terrifying sea beasts. They all climbed onto the shore at the same time and marched towards the checkpoint in a mighty force. They were densely packed, and bursts of roars came out of their mouths. The sound was deafening and resounded through the sky. Seeing this scene, even many well-trained soldiers and warriors showed a look of horror on their faces. The commissioner shouted, "Hold still, don't panic. The laser cannons are ready. Wait for my command before firing." Thousands of laser cannons on the city walls are ready to fire at the tide of sea monsters at any time. Boom boom boom. Over there, thousands of sea beasts were coming madly with great momentum, while here countless soldiers and warriors were calm and prepared to kill the enemy. Chu Feng didn't waste any time and prepared for battle. Although he is still a prospective college student and it is not his turn to participate in such a battle, he cannot leave. Besides, the giant shark has not been found yet. The sea monster tide is getting closer. Chapter 77. Chu Feng broke the mentality of the meteorite whale. Tens of thousands of sea beasts emerged from the demonic sea and advanced towards the checkpoint in a mighty force, their roars resounding through the sky. When the sea monster tide reached the center of the buffer zone, the commissioner ordered the firing of the laser cannon. Boom boom. In an instant, thousands of laser cannons exploded, energy waves roared out, and the sky and the earth changed color. If these laser cannons were placed on the blue planet, they would definitely be top-level killing weapons, but they are not very effective against sea beasts here and pose almost no threat. The laser cannon killed many sea beasts, but more sea beasts appeared crazily. Moreover, many sea beasts have innate abilities and can launch long-range attacks. Demonic sea lions, hell manatees, empress seahorses, and other sea beasts spew out terrifying water waves from their mouths to attack. The human warriors responded immediately. Countless soldiers and warriors activated their innate abilities to create a huge flame barrier to block the water wave attack. At this moment, a huge fish had emerged from the demon sea. It was the meteorite whale that surfaced with cold eyes and an open mouth, spewing out a meteorite ray. Boom! The meteorite ray flashed and hit the fire barrier formed by countless soldiers and warriors. With a loud bang, the fire barrier collapsed instantly, and many soldiers and warriors died tragically. Not good. The meteorite whale has taken action. Has Commander Ding not come out yet? The director's face was extremely solemn. At present, the only one who can deal with the meteorite whale is General Ding. The meteorite whale opened its mouth again, and energy gathered. Oh no, the meteorite whale is about to attack again. Damn it, I can't resist at all. The customs chief and countless others looked as pale as death. Immediately, the meteorite whale spewed out meteorite rays. Just as the meteorite ray was about to fall on the city wall, a strange vortex suddenly appeared, and the meteorite ray hit the vortex and instantly disappeared. The next second, a vortex appeared above the heads of countless sea beasts, and the meteor ray emerged from it, hitting the sea beasts, blasting many of them into pieces. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers and warriors were stunned. What's going on? Has the meteorite ray of the meteorite whale been diverted? Who did it? Thank God. That's right. It was Chu Feng who took action just now, using the devouring gravity transfer to transfer the meteorite ray to the sea beast tide. The meteorite whale also noticed the abnormality and immediately locked its eyes on Chu Feng, but the moment it saw Chu Feng, its whole body trembled. How is that possible? Why hasn't this human died yet? He was clearly hit head-on by the meteorite ray attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The angry meteorite whale opened its mouth and continuously emitted meteorite rays. Waves of light roared in. The faces of all the soldiers and warriors changed drastically. They couldn't even resist one meteorite ray. With so many of them coming at once, they could only wait for death. Chu Feng's eyes darkened, and he activated the devouring gravity transfer continuously, transferring all the meteorite rays to the tide of sea beasts. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless sea beasts died tragically and were torn to pieces. All the soldiers and warriors were stunned again, and then they all noticed that it was Chu Feng who made the move. They all looked at Chu Feng and were surprised again. Who is this kid? He was the one who saved everyone. He doesn't look like a soldier. Hiss, isn't that guy Chu Feng? The prospective college student who's been very popular recently. Yes, he is Chu Feng, the one who signed the life and death agreement with Hao Yukai. So it's him, but isn't he a 4-star? How can he even deflect the meteor whale's attack? 4 stars? Impossible, his chi and blood are 6 stars. 6 stars? Really 6 stars, but half a month ago, he was only 4 stars. The Wei Guanchang and others looked at Chu Feng changed again. Before this, they saw with their own eyes that Chu Feng was hit by the meteorite ray, but he was unharmed. Now he can even divert the meteorite ray. It's awesome. Whoa. The meteorite whale saw that all of its attacks were diverted by Chu Feng and hit its own people, and it became extremely angry. Then it swept its huge tail, and the entire demon sea roared, turning into a tsunami several thousand meters high that rushed towards the checkpoint madly. The tsunami is coming. The tsunami is coming. Attack, attack quickly. All the soldiers and warriors were horrified and immediately launched long-range attacks. Balls of fire hit the tsunami like moths to a flame. No, I can't hit it at all. The level is almost over. Don't give up, keep attacking. Chu Feng's eyes darkened, and he gripped the Black God's sword tightly in his right hand, ready to attack. But at this moment, a terrifying aura came from under the checkpoint, along with a terrifying cold breath. Feeling this icy breath, all the soldiers and warriors were ecstatic. General Ding, it's General Ding. General Ding has come out of seclusion. Whoosh. Sure enough, the next second, a figure flew out from the ground. In an instant, coldness emanated from his body, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. Chu Feng looked around and saw a man in his 60s or 70s, dressed in a military uniform, with muscles all over his body and a terrifying coldness lingering around him. When Chu Feng looked at the other party, Ding Juanshou also looked at Chu Feng and said with a smile, "Boy, you did a good job." As he spoke, he flashed away and came to the front of the tsunami that was several thousand meters high. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the tsunami. The moment his hand touched the tsunami froze visibly to the naked eye. After a few seconds, the entire tsunami turned into a terrifying piece of ice. Even the demon sea was covered with a layer of ice, and many sea beasts turned into ice sculptures. The entire huge body of the meteorite whale also turned into an ice sculpture. But the next second, with a click, the meteorite whale broke through the ice, opened its mouth and sprayed meteorite rays towards Ding Junsho. An ice wall appeared in front of Ding Junsho, forcibly blocking the meteorite ray attack. He pointed his backhand and a ray of extremely cold ice flashed and pierced the meteorite whale's head. At the same time, the meteorite whale's entire body was frozen again, forming an ice sculpture, but it was dead. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers and warriors were shocked. Killing the 7th level beast meteorite whale with one move is so terrifying. Xu Feng looked calm. Chief Ding's innate ability was extreme ice, and his cultivation had reached 9 stars. It was normal for the meteorite whale to be killed by him in one blow. Boom! At this moment, a black trident flew out from the depths of the demon sea and stabbed towards Ding Junsho. Ding Junsho frowned, dodged with a flash of his body. Boom! The trident hit the ice below, and in an instant, the ice shattered and melted visibly to the naked eye. Ah! More sea beasts from the demonic sea roared and rushed in as usual. Commander Ding looked towards the depths of the demonic sea. Xu Feng also looked towards the demon sea. Suddenly, a black humanoid figure rushed out from the demon sea. The black trident actually flew backwards and appeared in the hands of the black humanoid monster. Chapter 78, Terrifying Sea Monkeys, Cultivating Intuition. He looked at the humanoid monster, which looked similar to the sea monkey in Grave Robbers Chronicles, ugly and with buck teeth, but its skin was the black color of iron armor, and its aura was terrifying, and the trident in its hand was filled with powerful energy. 8th level ferocious beast. Xu Feng's heart moved. The aura of this sea monkey is a little stronger than the demonic snake encountered before. Oh! The sea monkey roared, and the sound came like a tsunami, shaking the entire space. Many weaker soldiers and warriors were shocked by the sound and started bleeding from all 7 orifices and fell into a coma. Xu Feng also felt uncomfortable, but it was within his tolerance. As the sea monkey roared, more sea beasts appeared behind him. The entire sea surface was filled with dense figures, which was extremely terrifying. Obviously, the million sea beasts led by the meteorite whale just now were only the first wave of sea beasts, and the sea beasts led by the sea monkey now are the second wave, and their number is even larger. Seeing more sea beasts appear, everyone's face changed. Xu Feng's expression also changed slightly. Although for him, the more ferocious beasts the better, so that he can devour them crazily and improve his strength madly, but when he saw the overwhelming ferocious beasts appear with his own eyes, he still felt horrified in his heart. It is indeed not easy for human beings to live in such a harsh environment for so many years. Oh! At this time, the sea monkey roared, gripped the trident tightly in his right hand, and swung it hard towards the demon gate. Boom boom boom! The trident roared like a cannonball, at an incredible speed. Even Xu Feng could hardly capture its flight trajectory with his naked eyes. Only by using the extreme vision eye could he see it clearly. At the moment when the sea monkey swung out the trident, Ding Junsho moved. Extreme cold air emanated from his body, with bursts of white smoke coming out. In an instant, the space around him froze, as if even time was frozen. The trident was forcibly stopped, and ice filled the air. As the trident shook, the surrounding space emitted a crackling sound, and the ice on the trident shattered. Fortunately, the trident's offensive also stopped. In the distance, a sea monkey flashed over, grabbed the trident with his hand, and appeared in front of Ding Junsho, sweeping across violently. A black light wave flashed out from the trident, tearing through space and slashing towards Ding Junsho. Ding Junsho's eyes moved, and the black light wave was frozen by ice when it was about to fall on Ding Junsho, and then shattered. The sea monkey threw the trident out again, but this time the trident spun at high speed, distorting the space and rolling up a series of sea dragons that bombarded Ding Junsho. Click, click, click. All the sea dragons were frozen, but the high-speed rotating trident generated high temperature and could not be frozen for a while, and hit Ding Junsho's abdomen. Touch! Ding Junsho was knocked out and traveled countless kilometers in an instant. The sea monkey let out a strange cry, reached out to grab the trident, and threw it out, chasing after Ding Junsho, while its figure flashed away. The two entered into a fierce battle. Here, a huge number of sea beasts are rushing towards the demonic pass. The commander took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, get ready, go out and kill the enemy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" As the commander finished speaking, all the soldiers and warriors shouted and were filled with murderous intent. Afterwards, under the leadership of the chief, countless soldiers and warriors came out of seclusion, their talents and abilities burst out, and they charged towards the sea beasts with awe-inspiring momentum. Chu Feng did not rush to take action, but instead activated the extreme vision eye to scan countless sea beasts, looking for the whereabouts of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze fell on a shark covered with knife scars. Its mouth was full of fangs, and its pair of red eyes flashed with ferocity. Every move he made showed his domineering power. That's right. It's the giant shark. It rushed out of the demon sea at an astonishing speed, landed on the land, swept its tail, and slid out swiftly on the land, driving like a giant truck, and its speed was not slower than other sea beasts with legs and hands. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng did not hesitate and immediately activated the devouring gravity transfer. The next second, he appeared above the head of the Tyrannosaurus rex. The astonishing aura in his body burst out, and the devouring gravity ball was activated. 4 black spheres hung behind him, each releasing more than 200 times the gravity, a total of more than 800 times the gravity crushing the surroundings. At the same time, the terrifying devouring power also rolled out from the black sphere, forcibly pulling everything around it. At this moment, Chu Feng was like a terrible black hole. Capture all the sea beasts around, crush them, and suck them over. The Tyrannosaurus rex was crushed to the ground, roaring and struggling, but to no avail. Chu Feng launched the gravity palm, superimposed 800 times the gravity, and slapped the Tyrannosaurus rex on the head. Boom! The giant shark's head exploded on the spot and it died instantly. Seeing these scenes, Guan Shang and countless other soldiers and warriors who rushed over were stunned. They all stopped, with shock in their eyes. In their sight, Chu Feng was like a god of war. He suddenly appeared in the tide of sea beasts with strange movements faster than them. He released terrifying gravity and devouring power from his body, crushing all the sea beasts within a few kilometers to the ground, and sucking the sea beasts farther away into the gravity range and crushing them forcefully. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Countless soldiers and warriors gasped, horror in their eyes. One person crushed sea beasts within a range of several kilometers, including those at level 4, level 5, and level 6. But no matter what kind of sea beast it was, they were all ruthlessly crushed by Chu Feng. Even some 4th level sea beasts were directly crushed to the point that their bodies exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Director Guan was extremely shocked, and his gaze towards Chu Feng changed again. This kid shocked him so much. He injured the meteorite whale with one knife, resisted the meteorite whale's attack without any injury, and diverted the meteorite whale's attack away. Now he can suppress tens of thousands of sea beasts by himself. Even an 8-star warrior can't do it. But Chu Feng is obviously only 6 stars. This is beyond his understanding. However, the director soon noticed something and quickly ordered, "Everyone, don't get close to Chu Feng. If you get close to Chu Feng and get crushed, you will die." Chu Feng didn't think too much about it. After killing the Tyrannosaurus rex, he raised his right hand and directly activated the delicious devouring to eat it. Ding! Swallowed the Tyrannosaurus rex. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, intuition. Do you want to practice? System prompts. Chu Feng immediately muttered to himself, "Practice." Ding! Intuition training successful. As the system's voice fell, Chu Feng's eyes became clear, and he seemed to merge with the world. He could clearly perceive everything around him, including his own body. Chapter 79 Killing a 7th level beast shocked everyone. Is this what intuition is? It's amazing. Chu Feng was amazed. With the help of intuition, he seemed to have a god's perspective, with extremely clear perception of the surroundings, especially the location of danger was very accurate. Now, although he was in the midst of a tide of millions of sea beasts, he did not feel any danger. Moreover, he felt that he could kill all the surrounding sea beasts one by one if he wanted to. Without saying anything, Chu Feng tightly grasped the black god sword in his right hand, activated the crust cutting and superimposed 800 times the gravity, and under the influence of intuition, slashed to the side. Swish! A black blade energy dozens of kilometers long flashed away, and the space was distorted and torn apart. It swept across the country, and wherever it passed, countless sea beasts were split in two and died on the spot. When the commander and countless other soldiers and warriors saw this, they all looked horrified. One strike, just one strike killed tens of thousands of sea beasts. Moreover, many of them are 5th-level sea beasts. So scary. Xu Feng didn't say anything more. With the devouring gravity ball hanging behind him, he moved and appeared on the other side. He raised his right hand and activated the delicious devouring. In an instant, he locked onto thousands of dead sea beasts and ate them all in one breath. The Gourmet Cell's devil eggs in the body are madly absorbing delicious energy, and Xu Feng's qi and blood are also constantly improving. In just 1 minute, Xu Feng devoured tens of thousands of sea beasts. His aura did not weaken at all, but instead increased dramatically. The more you fight, the braver you become. More sea beasts pounced on Xu Feng like crazy, trying to kill him. But once the sea beasts entered the range of the devouring gravity ball, they were ruthlessly crushed and unable to move. Some of the weaker ones were directly crushed to the point that their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. It can be said that Xu Feng alone suppressed millions of sea beasts. Guan Chang and countless other soldiers and warriors looked at Xu Feng as if they were looking at a killing god. Fortunately, Xu Feng was there. Millions of sea beasts rushed towards the demonic pass, and it was impossible to resist. Xu Feng didn't waste any words and continuously released crust cutting and gravity palm, killing countless sea beasts, and then continuously devouring and absorbing them. At this moment, Xu Feng intuitively noticed a hint of danger. Under the influence of intuition, his body almost instinctively reacted by launching a gravity jump and moved away in an instant. The moment Xu Feng teleported out, an extremely huge tentacle rushed out from the demon sea and slapped down violently. Countless sea beasts were beaten into minced meat, and a terrifying gully was created in the buffer zone of the sand. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, huge tentacles rushed out violently from the magic sea, and 8 tentacles danced in the air, which was very scary. A strong breath surged out, and a huge octopus head emerged, flashing eyes bigger than lanterns, and a mouth full of fangs, which was extremely terrifying. Xu Feng stood in mid-air, staring at the octopus. Countless eyeballs grew on its 8 tentacles, which kept rotating. There were also many eyeballs growing on its body, making it look very scary. This is the eyeball octopus. A 7th-level ferocious beast. Much stronger than the meteorite whale. Oh. The 2 lantern eyes of the eyeball octopus flashed with strange light, and strange sounds came out of its mouth. At this moment, countless other sea beasts seemed to have received instructions and immediately retreated back into the demon sea. Is the sea beast tide going to recede? This? The commissioner and countless other soldiers were stunned. Xu Feng's expression also changed slightly. Does this mean you know that I'm constantly increasing my strength by devouring sea beasts, and you don't allow me to do this? In fact, Xu Feng guessed right. The eyeball octopus had been lurking there for a long time. It had been paying attention to everything on the battlefield. It discovered that this human, Xu Feng, was very extraordinary and the sea beasts could not get close to him at all. What was even more terrifying was that this human, Xu Feng, would devour the sea beasts and become stronger. Sea beasts are a great tonic for Xu Feng. After realizing this, the eyeball octopus could no longer remain calm and quickly summoned all the sea beasts to retreat. At least we have to kill the human Xu Feng before letting the sea beasts attack. Otherwise, the sea beast tide will only become food for Xu Feng. With his momentum sinking, Xu Feng did not hesitate and rushed directly towards the retreating tide of sea beasts and continued to devour them. The commissioner and countless other soldiers and warriors were stunned. Oh shit! The sea beast tide has receded, yet you still dare to chase them? What a tough guy! In one breath, Xu Feng devoured thousands of sea beasts. But the eyeball octopus could no longer sit still. With a roar, its 8 tentacles rushed towards Xu Feng. With the help of his intuition, Xu Feng sensed the danger and dodged the attack almost instinctively. At the same time, his right hand burst out with power, muscles bulged, and he tightly grasped the Black God's sword, launching the crust cutting and slashing out with 800 times the gravity. Swish! The terrifying blade energy flashed and landed on the eyeball octopus, directly cutting off its 8 tentacles. Puff, puff. Blood spurted out. The eyeball octopus screamed, but soon, the broken tentacles regenerated visibly. At the same time, the eyeball octopus opened its mouth and sprayed. Puff puff puff. Endless ink spurted out like a volcano, covering the entire space. The officer's expression changed drastically. Retreat quickly, it's poisonous ink. Countless soldiers and warriors retreated quickly under the leadership of Guan Chang. In an instant, half of the buffer zone was covered in poisonous ink. Some sea beasts that did not have time to escape were directly turned into black water. Whoosh! Chu Feng rushed out of the poisonous ink. With the poison immunity added to his body, except for the corrosion of his clothes, his body was completely unharmed. With a move of his figure, he began to gravity jump again, and suddenly appeared above the head of the eyeball octopus, and slashed down with his strongest blow again. When the eyeball octopus saw that Chu Feng was intact, there was a look of disbelief in its eyes. What's going on? Why is this human not afraid of poison? Damn it! At this moment, the eyeball octopus felt a strong sense of crisis and immediately sank into the demon sea without hesitation. Want to leave? Chu Feng's eyes moved, and he launched a sucking palm with his left hand, locking onto the eyeball octopus and forcibly sucking it in. The eyeball octopus wanted to sink to the bottom of the sea, but was locked by a pulling force, feeling like it was locked by a black hole. Not only could it not dive, it was also sucked up. Swish! The black blade energy shot out from the black god's sword and landed on the head of the eyeball octopus in a flash. Phew! Blood spurted out. The eyeball octopus's head split in two, its brains flowed out, and blood dyed the sea red. However, it seemed that it was not completely dead yet. Its 8 tentacles were still surging, and the countless eyes on its body were still flashing, which was very strange. Chu Feng seized this opportunity and directly released Delicious Devouring, locking onto the regenerating eyeball octopus and quickly devouring it. Intuition sensed that the eyeball octopus's weakness was in its head. With the help of intuition, Chu Feng's body almost instinctively attacked its weakness, and he succeeded in one move. If you attack anywhere else, the eyeball octopus will regenerate instantly. After swallowing the eyeball octopus, minus the part swallowed by the Gourmet Cell devil egg, Chu Feng still gained at least 500 health points. Guan Chang and countless other soldiers and warriors were once again shocked by Chu Feng's terror, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg. Chapter 80. The sea monster tide has receded. Chu Feng is a hero. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss, hiss, hiss! The director and others gasped, but were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The 7th level ferocious beast, the eyeball octopus, is even more powerful than the meteorite whale, but it was killed by Chu Feng with just one sword and even swallowed up. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Has the sea monster tide receded? Chu Feng ignored everyone's surprise and launched the gravity detection wave, but found that countless sea beasts dived into the magic sea and went away. Buzz. At this moment, waves of terrifying aura came from the demonic pass. Turning around, I saw a group of warriors flying towards me. The leader was a red-haired old man, who released a monstrous hot aura from his body. He was obviously a 9-star warrior. Chu Feng recognized him as Elder Hong from the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Behind Elder Hong were many 6-star and 7-star warriors. They are here to provide support. When a tide of sea beasts appeared in the Demon Sea, the information was reported, and Elder Hong from the Warrior Alliance headquarters quickly rushed over with his men. However, Elder Hong frowned as he looked at the calm Demon Sea. Didn't they say that a tide of sea monsters was coming? Why not? Guan Chang's expression changed, and he quickly flew over and said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Hong." Elder Hong nodded and said, "Captain, where is the sea beast tide?" Guan Chang took a deep breath and said, "The sea monster tide seems to have receded." In fact, he didn't know why the sea beast tide receded. But if he were asked to give a reason, he would think that the receding sea beast tide was related to Chu Feng. Retreat? Elder Hong was a little incredulous. Tell me, what exactly is going on? How could the sea beast tide recede so easily? 500 years ago, the sea beast tide came to destroy mankind, and this time the sea beast tide is the same. It is impossible to retreat easily. Guan Chang organized his words and then recounted the entire process. This time, if Chu Feng hadn't been here, I'm afraid we would have suffered heavy losses. Perhaps, the receding of the sea monster tide has something to do with him. Hearing this, Elder Hong nodded and looked at Chu Feng standing above the Demon Sea. Feeling Chu Feng's strong aura, he raised the corner of his mouth and said, "This kid has become much stronger." 6 stars? It's really surprising. He knew about Chu Feng. When Chu Feng and Hao Yukai signed a life and death agreement, Chu Feng killed everyone and he was watching the live broadcast. Chu Feng noticed Elder Hong's gaze, he also looked at Elder Hong and then smiled. Whoosh! At this time, a figure flew over from the depths of the demonic sea, and a cold aura spread out. It's General Ding who has returned. Ding Juanshou came in front of Chu Feng and looked at him. "Little guy, it's great to kill the eyeball octopus with one knife. Killing a 7th level beast with 6-star strength is a unique precedent in human history. Chu Feng chuckled, by the way, Commander Ding, where is the sea monkey? Ding Juanzhou shook his head and said, it escaped. Well, let's go. The sea monster tide has receded and it shouldn't appear in the short term. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Chu Feng also flew away with him. After returning to the Demon Pass, Chu Feng felt countless people looking at him in disbelief, and many people nodded and greeted him. For a time, Chu Feng was very popular. Chu Feng also smiled and nodded in response. Elder Hong, Commander Ding, Director Guan and others were discussing something, but Chu Feng quietly left. A luxurious villa. Elder Hao, you know everything about the situation in the Demon Sea, right? Chu Feng's growth rate is too terrifying. He must be eliminated. Xin Ran said. He just learned about the emergence of a tide of sea beasts in the Demon Sea, and Chu Feng showed off his skills, even killing the 7th level sea beast eyeball octopus. It really scared him. You know, when Chu Feng and Hao Yukai signed the life and death agreement, he assisted Hao Yukai. In addition, he has found out that Qin Yi's death may be related to Chu Feng. It can be said that Chu Feng and the Qin family are sworn enemies. More importantly, if Chu Feng knew what the Qin family was doing in secret, once it was made public, the Qin family would be destroyed. Therefore, Chu Feng must die. Otherwise, he couldn't sleep peacefully. Elder Hao took a sip of red wine, his expression calm. What are you panicking about? That kid's growth is indeed monstrous. It will be very difficult to let him grow any further. Those old guys wanted to protect him, so I couldn't do anything to him, but now I have a chance. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Xin Ran quickly said, Elder Hao, do you have a solution? Elder Hao nodded. The appearance of the sea beast tide at the Demon Pass this time is an opportunity. Xin Ran didn't understand. A tide of sea beasts appeared at the demonic pass, and people on the internet were saying that it was Chu Feng who forced the tide of sea beasts back. Chu Feng has become a hero, so how could there still be an opportunity to kill Chu Feng? Elder Hao did not explain, but finished his red wine. This time, I will do it myself. Chu Feng, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the Hao family. Chu Feng didn't know all this. On the way back to the military training department, he suddenly intuitively sensed that someone was approaching with malicious intent. He frowned and stood in mid-air. That extreme vision eye was activated, and looking to the side, his vision passed through infinite space and saw a group of warriors flying towards him. The leader was Elder Hao from the Warrior Alliance headquarters, followed by several deacons from the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Come for me? Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. In a moment, Elder Hao and others came to Chu Feng. As soon as he came up, Elder Hao announced with a cold gaze, Chu Feng, you triggered a tide of sea beasts in the demonic sea, nearly plunging humanity into extinction. You are guilty. We're going to arrest you. Hearing this, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I caused a tide of sea monsters? Elder Hao, you are quite good at framing people and making things up out of nothing. As soon as he entered the Demon Sea, he discovered a tide of sea beasts. How could it be caused by him? It seems that Elder Hao learned that Chu Feng's growth rate was too terrifying and felt that there was a crisis, so he found an excuse to get rid of Chu Feng. Elder Hao's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. If you have anything to say, go to the warrior court and say it. Catch him and take him away. As long as Chu Feng is arrested and taken to the warrior court and sent to the warrior prison, even if Chu Feng cannot be killed, he will be trapped in his lifetime. If Chu Feng dares to resist arrest, he can be executed on the spot. As Elder Hao finished speaking, several deacons behind him immediately went over to arrest Chu Feng. Boom! Chu Feng burst out with momentum, and 4 gravity-devouring balls hung behind him, covering him with more than 800 times the gravity. Several deacons who tried to come forward to capture Chu Feng were crushed by gravity and fell from mid-air. Seeing this, Elder Hao let out a sinister smile. Very good. Chu Feng, you dared to resist arrest and seriously injured the deacon of the Warrior Alliance headquarters. You are so brave. You deserve to die. As he spoke, he immediately erupted with the aura of a 9-star warrior, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Chapter 81: The Terror of a 9-star Warrior. Boom! The 9-star warrior's aura was like a volcanic eruption or a tsunami, instantly filling the entire world. The air grew thick and heavy, as if frozen, even the light seemed to distort. Elder Hao's body surged with energy, his robes rustling in the wind. Simply standing there, he radiated an unshakable, mountainous sense of oppression. This was the first time Chu Feng directly felt the full force of a 9-star warrior. Although he had met 9-star masters like Ding Juanshou and Elder Hong before, they had not released any hostility or momentum towards Chu Feng. At this moment, under Elder Hao's undisguised murderous intent and majestic momentum, Chu Feng felt like a small boat in a storm, and his bones made subtle creaking sounds, as if he could be crushed by this invisible force at any time. The gravity field, which was more than 800 times stronger, actually fluctuated violently under the impact of the 9-star warrior's momentum, and its range was forcibly compressed. The deacons who were crushed to the ground also took the opportunity to break free from some of their restraints, retreated to a distance in embarrassment, and looked at the two people confronting each other with lingering fear. "Boy, do you think you can rival the might of 9 stars with just this little gravity ability?" Elder Hao said in a cold voice, with a hint of disdain. "Today, I'll show you what the real gap is." Before he finished speaking, Elder Hao's figure suddenly became blurred. Chu Feng's intuition gave a crazy warning, and almost at the same moment when Elder Hao set off, he instinctively launched a gravity jump. "Call out." Chu Feng's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The moment he disappeared, the void he had been in was silently struck by a palm condensed with terrifying energy. The space shattered like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black void. If Chu Feng had been there at 001, he would probably have been seriously injured or even killed. "Ha! Space jumping ability?" A hint of surprise flashed in Elder Hao's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a stronger murderous intent. "Let's see how many times you can jump." His spiritual sense locked onto the location where Chu Feng appeared again, and his figure flashed again, faster than before, approaching as if teleporting. Chu Feng's heart was filled with awe. The speed of a 9-star warrior far exceeded his imagination. Even with the gravity jump, it would be extremely dangerous if the opponent was prepared. He did not dare to hold back. The Black God's saber was instantly in his hand. The power of the Gourmet cells fully erupted, his muscles expanded, and his blood boiled. Devouring gravity ball full open. Buzz. The 4 black spheres behind him spun frantically, and the gravity multiplier was forcibly increased again, approaching 850 times. At the same time, the terrifying devouring force was like countless invisible tentacles, wrapping around the charging Elder Hao, attempting to slow him down. "It's just a trifle, break it." Elder Hao snorted coldly, and the energy around him shook. The devouring force and gravity field that were enough to make it difficult for a 6-star warrior to move were actually shaken open by him. The speed was only slightly affected and was still astonishingly fast. Crust cutting. Without hesitation, Chu Feng, guided by his intuition, struck out with his most powerful blow yet, aiming in the direction of the perceived greatest threat. The Black God saber, superimposed with 850 times the force of gravity, transformed its blade into a thin black line that tore through the heavens and earth. Silent and motionless, yet imbued with the terrifying power to destroy everything, it struck directly at Elder Hao. Facing this sword that had killed a 7th-level ferocious beast, Elder Hao's expression grew slightly solemn, but he did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his right fist, and a dazzling golden light condensed on his fist, as if he was holding a small sun. Star-crushing fist. A punch was thrown, golden light burst out, and collided fiercely with the black sword energy. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and an energy storm ripped through the collision point, sweeping out in all directions. The ground below seemed to be plowed open by an invisible plow, mountains crumbling and trees reduced to dust. The terrifying energy shockwave sent several deacons watching from afar flying. Chu Feng felt an indescribable force radiating from the Black God saber. His knuckles instantly cracked, blood gushing out. His entire right arm went numb with pain, and the Black God saber nearly slipped from his hand. He felt like he'd been struck by a meteorite, flying backwards for thousands of meters before he could barely steady himself. A sweet sensation filled his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up, which he forcefully swallowed. So strong. Is this the strength of a 9-star warrior? Just one punch almost broke his strongest attack and even caused him internal injuries. On the other hand, Elder Hao only swayed slightly before stabilizing himself. He looked at Chu Feng with an even colder gaze. "You should be proud of yourself for being able to take my punch. But, this is the end." He did not give Chu Feng any chance to breathe, and shot out again. He formed seals with his hands, and countless golden energy spears condensed in the air instantly. Each of them exuded an aura that could penetrate the void, and covered Chu Feng like a rainstorm. Golden Spear Prison. Chu Feng's pupils contracted, and his intuition told him that these energy spears were extremely dangerous. Any one of them was enough to seriously injure or even kill him. He absolutely couldn't resist it. Gravity jump. He activated his ability again, and his figure flickered with difficulty between the gaps among the golden spears in the sky. Whoosh! 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 Every time he appeared, dozens of golden spears were accurately shot towards his location, forcing him to jump continuously, which consumed a huge amount of energy. I wonder how long you can hide. Elder Hao sneered, controlling the golden spear to chase continuously, blocking all of Chu Feng's space to dodge. After more than a dozen consecutive gravity jumps, Chu Feng felt the energy in his body rapidly depleted, and his spirit was also filled with waves of fatigue. If this continues, he will be exhausted to death sooner or later. We must find a way to fight back. Just as he reappeared, ready to withstand several golden spears and launch a forceful attack. Elder Hao, isn't it quite beneath your dignity to bully the weak? A calm voice with unquestionable majesty suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a crimson flame barrier appeared out of thin air in front of Chu Feng, blocking all the dense golden spears. The scorching heat instantly vaporized the golden spears. With his red hair fluttering, Elder Hong appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Elder Hao calmly. Old man Hong, are you trying to stop me? Elder Hao's face darkened. He retracted the golden spear and stared at Elder Hong. Elder Hong said calmly, whether Chu Feng is guilty or not has yet to be determined. Elder Hao, you are too hasty to kill a human genius based solely on your one-sided statement. He caused a tide of sea beasts, resisted arrest and injured people. The evidence is conclusive. Elder Hao said sternly. Evidence? Elder Hong's lips curled up in a mocking tone. What you and I say doesn't count. This needs to be decided by the warrior court. Before then, no one can touch him. The auras of the two 9-star warriors collided in the air, and the invisible pressure almost solidified the air in the area. Chu Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to quickly devour the corpse of the ferocious beast in his personal space to restore the consumed blood and energy. Elder Hao's expression changed constantly. He knew that with Elder Hong's intervention, it was impossible to kill Chu Feng today. He glared at Chu Feng, and the resentment in his eyes almost overflowed. Okay. Old Man Red, let's see how long you can protect him. Let's go. With a cold snort, Elder Hao did not stay any longer. He took a few frightened deacons with him and turned into a stream of light and left quickly. Elder Hong then turned to look at Chu Feng, his eyes filled with admiration and a hint of complexity. Little guy, you really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Chu Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a wry smile, thank you Elder Hong for your help. However, I didn't trigger any sea beast tide. Elder Hong waved his hand. I know. But the Hao family is powerful and deeply entrenched within the alliance. They're determined to deal with you, and they'll use both overt and covert tactics. You need to be more careful in the future. Chu Feng's eyes were firm. I understand. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Elder Hong nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, you should go back to Zhenwu University first to avoid the limelight. That's old man Zhao's territory, and the Hao family won't dare to go too far. Regarding the sea beast tide and Elder Hao's false accusation against you, I will handle it within the alliance. Thank you, Elder Hong. Chu Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. Let's go. I'll give you a ride. Elder Hong waved his sleeves, and a gentle force wrapped around Chu Feng. The two of them turned into a stream of red light and rushed towards the direction of Military University. Chu Feng looked back in the direction of the Demon Sea, and thought of Elder Hao's murderous eyes. Instead of feeling fear, he felt a stronger fighting spirit. 9-star warriors, just wait, it won't be long before I surpass you all. Chapter 82 Lin Hao's Provocation. Elder Hong escorted Chu Feng to the outskirts of the military training department, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a serious tone, boy, I will deal with the Hao family, but you have to be more careful. Military University is a good place. The right way is to train hard there and improve your strength as quickly as possible. Chu Feng nodded solemnly, thank you, Elder Hong, I understand. Watching Elder Hong disappear into the sky in a flash of movement, Chu Feng took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the military training department. I was away for only a few days, but it felt like a long time. The bloody storm at the demonic pass and the brief confrontation with the 9-star warrior had caused a significant change in his state of mind. As soon as I stepped into the military training department, a warm atmosphere hit me. The training ground was bustling with people, cheers and collisions could be heard everywhere. Chu Feng. You're finally back. Instructor Lee, with his sharp eyes, spotted him immediately. He walked over quickly with a look of surprise on his face and patted his arm vigorously. Are you done? Are you not hurt? It's done. Everything went smoothly, Instructor Lee. Chu Feng responded with a smile, looking towards the noisy training ground. What is this? Ha, are you confused? The 1-month military training officially ends today. This is the final assessment and evaluation, and the actual combat competition is being held. Instructor Lee explained with a smile, then pulled him into the field without further explanation. You're back just in time. Show off your skills and put a perfect end to this month. Let these guys see that there is always someone better than you. Chu Feng wanted to decline, but seeing the students' enthusiastic competition and the expectant eyes of Instructor Lee and several familiar students around him, he nodded and said, okay. When Chu Feng appeared at the edge of the ring, the originally noisy training ground suddenly became quiet, and countless eyes were focused on him. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Even though Chu Feng often took leave, the strength he demonstrated every time he returned was enough to make all the freshmen in the same class feel awe. His first opponent was a top student from Class 3, who had awakened the A-level gas talent. He was extremely fast, leaving a trail of afterimages on the field, and his offensive was fierce. Student Chu Feng, please give me some advice. The other party looked solemn and did not dare to be careless at all. Chu Feng smiled slightly and stood with his hands behind his back, please. At the referee's command, the opponent's figure suddenly blurred, and he circled to Chu Feng's flank like a ghost, and a hand knife containing wind energy cut directly into Chu Feng's neck. The speed was so fast that an ordinary 3-star warrior could not react at all. However, Chu Feng didn't even turn around to look. He just raised his right hand seemingly casually, put his index finger and middle finger together, and with incredible precision, tapped the opponent's wrist at the moment when the knife was about to hit him. There was a soft pop sound, as if a balloon was popped. The opponent only felt a gentle but irresistible force coming, his entire arm instantly felt numb, the condensed wind energy dissipated in an instant, and his forward momentum was abruptly stopped. He staggered back several steps before stabilizing his body, his face full of horror. The whole place was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Unarmed. And it's just 2 fingers. Easily neutralized the full force of the A-level Gale talent? What a terrifying eyesight, judgment, and precise control of physical strength. Thank you. Chu Feng withdrew his fingers, his tone calm. The student recovered from his shock, smiled bitterly, and clasped his fists. Thank you, Chu Feng, for showing mercy. I admit defeat. He knew that if that finger just now contained murderous intent, his wrist would probably have been broken. In the next few competitions, whether it was a single-player duel or a challenge between 5-man teams, the results were no surprise. Facing the encirclement of the 5-man team, with all kinds of talents and abilities shining, Chu Feng still did not use his signature gravity or devouring abilities. He simply released an invisible energy, as if creating an invisible field around him. The 5 people who rushed into the field suddenly felt as if they were trapped in sticky glue. Their movements became extremely slow, and even mobilizing the energy in their bodies became difficult. Not to mention attacking, even staying standing was very difficult. However, within a few breaths, the 5 of them had flushed faces, were sweating profusely, and had no choice but to admit defeat. What kind of ability is this? He doesn't seem to be using any innate abilities at all, just his aura? Too strong. We are not even on the same level as him. Exclamations and discussions rang out one after another. Instructor Lee on the high platform nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. Instructor Shen, who had rushed over after hearing the news, stood not far away with his arms folded across his chest. He watched Chu Feng strolling leisurely on the court, and a smile appeared on his lips as he whispered to himself, "This kid is a real freak." Just as Chu Feng won the first place in the competition without any dispute and was about to receive the symbolic reward from Instructor Shen, something strange happened on the training ground. Holy crap! Check out the headlines on the Warrior Alliance official website. Breaking news! Demon Pass is experiencing a massive wave of sea monsters, rarely seen in a century. Oh my god, this is Chu Feng? One sword cut down the 7th level beast eyeball octopus? Fighting millions of sea beasts alone and forcing back the beast tide? A hero of the Demon Gate? I don't know which student saw the message pushed on the mobile phone first, but his exclamation was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Almost all the students subconsciously took out their cell phones, and then, there were gasps and exclamations of disbelief on the training ground. The internet is flooded with reports about the demonic past sea beast tide. Although the information has been filtered and kept confidential, Xu Feng's deeds of stepping forward at the critical moment and killing the 7th level beast with thundering means to turn the tide can no longer be concealed. He was given the title of demonic pass hero, and the news spread wildly within specific circles. Some blurry battle scenes that still showed Xu Feng's figure and the earth-shaking swordlight began to circulate. Instructor Li snatched the phone from a nearby student and quickly browsed through the information and pictures on it. His hands began to tremble slightly. He suddenly looked up at Xu Feng, who was still calm on the stage, and his voice changed. Xu Feng, what is said here, is all true. You killed a 7th level beast? Instructor Shin's pupils also shrank suddenly. He was more knowledgeable than Instructor Li and knew what a 7th level beast meant. It was a terrifying existence that almost required an 8-star warrior to confront head-on. He looked at Xu Feng with extreme shock and scrutiny. Facing the deadly gazes of the entire audience and the startled questions of the two instructors, Xu Feng touched his nose, still looking nonchalant, as if he had done something insignificant. Well, I was lucky. His modest explanation did not make everyone feel relieved. Instead, it caused even greater shock in the hearts of everyone present, including Instructor Li and Chief Instructor Shin. At this moment, no one regarded him as an ordinary talented freshman. In everyone's mind, his image has become extremely tall, mysterious, and unfathomable. The military training came to an end amid this extreme shock and noise. 3 days later, all the freshmen bid farewell to the military training department and officially moved into the main campus of the military university located in the core area of the imperial capital. The ancient and magnificent school gate, the rich energy particles in the air, and the strong-looking and hurried seniors everywhere, all indicate the heavy weight that is closely related to the future of the human race here. That evening, the school held a grand welcome party for the freshmen. The atmosphere in the brightly lit auditorium was lively. As the undisputed focus among the freshmen, Xu Feng was inevitably pushed to the podium. His speech was brief and candid, without too many flowery words. He simply shared some of his insights on martial arts and his expectations for the future, but he won the warmest applause from the audience. After finishing his speech, Xu Feng immediately became the center of attention. Many senior students, and even some young mentors, took the initiative to approach him and talk to him, their words full of curiosity and the desire to make friends. Junior brother Xu Feng, your reputation is well deserved and you are very charming. A gentle voice with a subtle sense of alienation sounded. Xu Feng turned around and saw Xin Qing walking towards him with a tall, handsome boy with a hint of arrogance between his brows. The boy had a formal smile on his face, but when his eyes met Xu Feng's, a hint of quick scrutiny and implicit hostility flashed across his face. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Xu Feng looked calm. Xin Qing introduced, Xu Feng, this is Senior Lin Hao, monitor of the junior elite class and vice president of the student union. Lin Hao looked Xu Feng up and down, with an ambiguous smile on his lips. Junior brother Xu Feng is now a man of the hour. His military training performance is amazing. He even left a glorious record in the Demon Gate. He really puts us seniors to shame. He changed the subject, his tone still smiling but with a hint of sharpness. But, Junior, as someone who's been through this, I have to warn you. Military University is full of hidden talents, unlike the military training department. Sometimes, being too popular isn't necessarily a good thing. Young man, it's better to keep a low profile. As he spoke, he seemed to take a step closer to Xin Qing naturally, with a slightly intimate posture, but his eyes were always fixed on Xu Feng, with obvious provocation. The sounds of conversation and laughter around them gradually died down, and many people noticed the subtle atmosphere here. It was no secret that Lin Hao was pursuing Xin Qing on campus, and Xu Feng seemed to have a good relationship with Xin Qing, which obviously aroused Lin Hao's jealousy. Xin Qing frowned slightly and was about to speak when Xu Feng responded calmly, "Thank you for your advice, senior. However, I only want to act with a clear conscience. Whether I gain attention or not, or what others think of me, is not my concern." Lin Hao's eyes flashed coldly, and the smile on his face faded a little. What a clear conscience. Junior brother is indeed very proud. Since you are so confident, and since today's party is in full swing, why don't we have a little sparring match? It will liven up the party, and also allow me, as your senior, to personally guide you. How about it? He deliberately emphasized the word instructions, and his provocative intention was obvious. Xin Cheng's face darkened. Lin Hao. You are the monitor of the elite junior class, a top 5-star athlete. Don't you think it's beneath you to challenge a freshman? Xingqing, you're wrong. Lin Hao waved his hand, feigning magnanimity. It was just a friendly exchange of ideas, a simple conversation. Why would you talk about status? Could it be that junior brother Chu Feng doesn't dare? He dragged out the last three words, his eyes fixed on Chu Feng with undisguised contempt. Instantly, the entire auditorium's attention was focused on this corner. The freshmen were indignant, but dared not speak out. The seniors, on the other hand, were mostly just watching, eager to see how this rising star would handle the challenges posed by the veteran prodigy. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Feng slowly placed the drink in his hand on the table beside him, raised his eyes, and met Lin Hao's provocative gaze with a calm gaze. The corners of his mouth even curled up slightly. Since Senior Lin Hao is so interested, I, your junior, will certainly accompany you. Chapter 83, defeated with one move, shocking the whole audience. As Chu Feng finished speaking, the entire auditorium was silent for a moment, and then erupted into an even louder uproar. He actually accepted the challenge? That's Lin Hao, the monitor of the elite junior class, a top 5-star. Although Chu Feng is strong, he is only a freshman after all. Isn't this too impulsive? I heard that Lin Hao's family heirloom Xin Bing gene has reached the 7th level. Many seniors were worried about Chu Feng, and some freshmen were looking forward to the show, but most were confused. After all, they all knew that Chu Feng killed a 7th level sea beast with one sword at the demonic pass. What is Lin Hao's strength? Dare you challenge Chu Feng? Are you looking for death? Xin Shang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Chu Feng's calm look. Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of pride at having succeeded, but he pretended to be magnanimous. Great! Junior brother, you're really brave. To avoid the impression that I'm bullying the weak, let's only fight one move. If you can withstand my move without retreating, you win. How about that? This statement may seem like a concession, but it is actually insidious. He was determined to make Chu Feng look bad with this move, or even get him slightly injured, so as to maintain his dignity as a senior and warn Chu Feng to stay away from Xin Shang. Okay. Chu Feng remained concise, as if he was completely unaware of the trap. Upon seeing this, the host of the evening party quickly cleared an area in the center of the auditorium. The surrounding tables and chairs were quickly moved away, leaving a circular venue with a diameter of about 20 meters. Everyone gathered around, looking forward to it. Lin Hao walked to the center of the venue, took a deep breath, and suddenly erupted with the aura of a 5-star peak. A chill spread out from him, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into tiny ice crystals, falling to the ground. His hands glowed with a bright blue light, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. It's the Lin family's Xianbing power. Such a strong icy energy, I feel like my blood is freezing. This move is probably as powerful as an early 6-star move. Chu Feng is in danger. Feeling this powerful aura, many freshmen turned pale and retreated. Lin Hao had a sneer on his face, and he planned to use the strongest single-target attack skill he mastered, Mysterious Ice-Breaking Finger. Compressing all the ice energy in the body into one finger, the power is extremely concentrated and the penetrating power is extremely strong, enough to instantly defeat the defensive warriors of the same level. He wanted to use this finger to completely shatter Chu Feng's pride. Brother Chu Feng, be careful! Lin Hao let out a low shout, and put his right index finger and middle finger together. Blue light suddenly burst out from his fingertips, as if a miniature icy star had condensed. He moved his body, approaching Chu Feng like a ghost, and pierced Chu Feng's chest with one finger. Wherever his finger passed, the air made a crackling sound as if it was frozen, and a visible white ice mark remained in the air. This finger was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The icy energy contained in it was enough to instantly freeze the internal organs and severely damage the meridians. Everyone held their breath, and Xin Xing couldn't help but clench her fists. The light energy in her body fluctuated slightly, ready to intervene at any time. Facing this extremely sharp finger that was enough to make ordinary 5-star warriors change color, Chu Feng still stood where he was, without even changing his posture. He finally moved only when the fingertips containing terrifying icy energy were about to touch the collar of his chest. He didn't dodge, didn't block, and didn't use his signature gravity or devouring abilities. He simply raised his right hand and extended an index finger. The movement seemed slow and clear, as if it was just a casual step forward. There was no earth-shaking momentum, no surging energy, it was just an ordinary finger. However, it was this seemingly ordinary finger that arrived at the critical moment and landed on the tip of Lin Hao's powerful Xianbing Posha finger with incredible precision. Phew! There was a muffled sound, so slight that it was almost inaudible. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The expected loud noise of energy collision did not occur, nor did the expected scene of Chu Feng being knocked away and vomiting blood. The grim smile on Lin Hao's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. He felt that he had gathered all his strength and pointed a finger at the eternal barrier of chaos. All the icy energy and impact force disappeared without a trace the moment they touched the opponent's fingertips, like a drop in the ocean. Not only that, an overwhelming force that he could not understand or resist at all flowed along his fingertips and instantly poured into his arms like a landslide. Click click. A subtle but teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking came from inside Lin Hao's right arm. Ugh! Lin Hao let out a painful groan, and his entire right arm instantly dropped limply. The intense pain made his forehead instantly covered with cold sweat, and his face turned as pale as paper. He staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, and only stopped when his back hit the crowd of onlookers. He looked at Chu Feng with fear in his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was still standing there, without even the corner of his clothes moving. He slowly retracted his seemingly ordinary index finger, as if he had just casually brushed away a speck of dust. Quiet. Deathly silence. The whole auditorium was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone had their eyes wide open and their mouths agape, as if they were collectively cast under a spell. One move? No, it wasn't even a formal fight. Just one finger. Just a casual gesture. Not only did it completely neutralize Lin Hao's full strength attack that was obviously at the 6-star level, it also directly crippled one of Lin Hao's arms. What a terrifying gap in strength. Is this really something a freshman can do? Xinxing's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and her clenched fists slowly loosened. As she breathed a sigh of relief, she also gained a deeper understanding of Chu Feng's strength. Could it be true that he killed a 7th-level sea beast in the Demon Gate? Principal Xiao and several instructors who had rushed over after hearing the news stood on the outskirts of the crowd, their faces also filled with shock. Principal Xiao muttered, "This kid went to the demonic gate, and his strength increased so much? What realm is he at now?" A senior instructor, his gaze solemn, whispered, "His control over power is exquisite. With that finger strike just now, not a single bit of energy leaked out, all the force was precisely directed at Lin Hao's finger and arm bones. This level of control isn't something many 7-star warriors can achieve." However, what he didn't know was that it was just the power of Chu Feng's Gourmet Cell innate ability, and it was not as mysterious as he said. After a long time, the dead silence was broken by a burst of suppressed exclamations and discussions. Am I seeing right? Senior Lin Hao lost? He was defeated in one move. Chu Feng didn't even move a step. Too strong. This is a true genius. The fact that we were worried about him before, it's ridiculous. That's not right. Chu Feng killed the 7th-level sea beast eyeball octopus with one sword. Isn't it normal for him to defeat Lin Hao? That's right, don't Lin Hao and the others watch the news? Listening to the discussions around him and feeling the severe pain and powerlessness in his right arm, Lin Hao's face turned from white to red, and then from red to blue. Shame, fear, and disbelief intertwined together, and finally turned into a mouthful of blood rushing up his throat, which he forced himself to swallow. He stared at Chu Feng intently, his eyes extremely complicated. Chu Feng didn't even look at him again. His eyes swept across the audience calmly. Finally, he nodded slightly to the host, turned and walked to the side, and picked up the unfinished drink again, as if everything that had just happened had never happened. However, after this incident, no one dared to underestimate this newcomer anymore. Chu Feng's name and his terrifying power to defeat the enemy with just one finger are destined to spread throughout the entire military university tonight. Chapter 84. The Commander-in-Chief of the Military Department appears. The news that Chu Feng had crippled Lin Hao with just one finger swept across the entire military university like a hurricane overnight. The new king, well deserved. No one dared to look down on him because of the time of his admission. Instead, they were filled with deep awe and curiosity. The grace of that finger has become the goal that countless freshmen and even lower grade students talk about and strive to catch up with. However, Chu Feng, who was at the center of the storm, was as calm as if nothing had happened. Lin Hao's insignificant resentment didn't even leave a ripple in his heart. An even heavier burden weighed on his heart: the ferocious beasts outside the pass, and Elder Hao's venomous snake-like fangs hidden in the dark, ready to attack at any moment. The crisis is imminent and he must race against time to improve his strength. Devouring ferocious beasts and absorbing their blood and energy is the fastest and most direct way he knows so far. On this day, after finishing class, Chu Feng planned to go to the nearby ruins to continue devouring the ferocious beasts. Although the ferocious beasts that devoured many relics last time caused dissatisfaction among other warriors and even received complaints, so what? After all, devouring ferocious beasts is not a crime. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras, as vast as the abyss and unconcealed, came down like 3 invisible mountains and locked onto him tightly. The entire university was instantly enveloped by this terrifying aura. All the students felt their breath was suffocated, as if their throats were strangled by an invisible hand, and they rushed out of the room in horror. 3 figures appeared above the square at some point. They stood in the air, wearing black elder robes embroidered with golden star emblems, with solemn faces and cold eyes. The energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies distorted the surrounding air. They were actually 3 9-star powerhouses. The person in the lead was none other than Elder Hao from the Warriors Alliance, who had a grudge against Chu Feng. The 2 people beside him had an aura no weaker than his, one was bald and the other had green hair. It's the Elder of the Warrior Alliance. 3 elders have arrived. What happened? Their target seems to be Chu Feng? The students exclaimed in surprise, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Principal Xiao and several senior instructors from the military university were also instantly alarmed and transformed into several streams of light that appeared at the scene. Principal Xiao's face was solemn. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Elder Hao, 2 elders, I wonder why you have come to our school with such a large force? What is your purpose?" Elder Hao's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He passed directly over Principal Xiao and fell on Chu Feng. His voice was like the collision of ice, resounding throughout the venue. "Chu Feng, you are suspected of colluding with ferocious beasts, causing a sea beast tide, and betraying the human race. The evidence is irrefutable. Now, by order of the Alliance Elders Council, you are immediately arrested and interrogated. If you dare to resist, you will be killed without mercy." What? Colluding with ferocious beasts? Betraying the human race? How is this possible? Chu Feng just made a great contribution at the Demon Pass. Is there conclusive evidence? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. All the students were stunned and could hardly believe their ears. This accusation is so shocking that it is almost the most unforgivable crime in the world of warriors. Principal Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he said sternly, "Elder Hao, this matter is of no small importance, and you must not speak carelessly. Chu Feng is a top talent at our Zhenhua University, and a hero of the Demon Gate. Where is the evidence you are talking about?" The bald elder snorted coldly, his voice as resonant as a bell. "Principal Xiao, this matter was decided by our Council of Elders. The evidence is irrefutable, so there's no need to reveal it to you. Are you planning to shield a traitor and become an enemy of our entire warrior alliance?" The green-haired elder spoke sinisterly. This boy's rise to prominence has been bizarre, and his abilities are unheard of. He was already surrounded by suspicion. Now the evidence is irrefutable, and he has no room for quibbling. "Principal Xiao, please step aside, or we will enforce the alliance's laws and take you down as well." The auras of the 3 elders merged into one, pressing down on Principal Xiao and Chu Feng like a raging storm. The air was so heavy that water seemed to drip out. Chu Feng stood there, facing the terrifying pressure from the 3 powerful men and the terrifying accusations that could doom him, but there was no trace of panic or fear on his face. There was only an icy chill condensed deep in his eyes. He understood instantly. This is not a trial with solid evidence at all, it is an elaborate conspiracy. It was Elder Hao who used his power to fabricate charges and plotted to put him to death. The so-called collusion with the ferocious beast is just an excuse to eliminate him. What a great kill without mercy policy. They didn't even intend to give him a chance to explain, they wanted to kill him right here. However, Chu Feng couldn't understand why. Before this, the other elders of the Warrior Alliance wanted to protect him, but now 2 elders were actually cooperating with Elder Hao to deal with him? There must be huge interest transactions involved. Otherwise, the 2 elders would not go back on their word. This is extremely unusual. Principal Xiao was so angry that he was shaking all over. How could he not see that there must be something fishy going on? However, the 3 elders of the other side joined forces, using the righteousness of the Warrior Alliance to pressure him, and even brought out the resolution of the Elders' Council. Even though he was the president of the military university, he felt the pressure was like a mountain and it was difficult to bear it. Chu Feng. Principal Xiao looked at Chu Feng with a complicated look and a hint of powerlessness. Chu Feng shook his head slightly at him, indicating that he didn't need to resist. He took a deep breath, facing the terrifying pressure that was enough to crush an ordinary 7-star warrior. He slowly raised his head, his eyes frighteningly calm, and looked directly at Elder How in the air. "Elder How, good tricks." His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, carrying a cold sarcasm. "If you want to accuse someone of something, you'll always find a pretext. If you want to kill me, why would you need such a high-sounding excuse?" A hint of murderous intent, a trace of success, flashed in Elder How's eyes. He shouted, "You dare to be stubborn when death is imminent. Capture him." The bald elder next to him had the hottest temper. Upon hearing what he said, he took action immediately. A huge Buddha's hand stretched out, covering the sky and the sun, grabbing towards Chu Feng. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear on the ground below in an instant. This palm strike had no intention of leaving anyone alive. "Stop!" Principal Zhao's eyes were bloodshot and he was about to intervene forcefully. At this critical moment. "Humph! What a warrior alliance elders council! Do you think my military has no one?" A voice that was more domineering and majestic, and contained an iron-blooded murderous aura, suddenly exploded like thunder from the sky. Immediately afterwards, an extremely bright and sharp blade light, which seemed to be able to tear everything apart, came from the horizon in an instant, and arrived first, accurately slashing on the Buddha's hand. Sniff! Like a hot knife cutting butter, the terrifyingly powerful Buddha's hand was split in two by the knife light, and then collapsed and turned into a stream of fire that dissipated in the sky. A figure as tall as a mountain, accompanied by a murderous aura rising into the sky, appeared in front of Chu Feng. He was dressed in military uniform, had a resolute face and eyes as sharp as a knife. He was none other than Commander-in-Chief Peng of the military. Commander-in-Chief Peng held an ancient sword, the blade still surging with energy. He glanced coldly at the three elders in the air, whose faces changed slightly, and his voice was icy. "If you want to attack my military, have you asked me about the knife in my hand?" Chapter 85. Chu Feng is the nemesis of ferocious beasts, how could he collude with them? Commander-in-Chief Peng stood proudly with a knife in his hand. The iron-blooded murderous aura around him merged with the pressure of a 9-star strongman. He was like an insurmountable mountain, protecting Chu Feng firmly behind him. His words, "If anyone wants to touch my military, have you asked me about the knife in my hand?" were like a thunderclap, echoing in everyone's ears with an unquestionable determination. Peng Pujuan. Elder Hao's face was ashen, his eyes brimming with rage, yet even more so, a hint of undisguised fear. "Does your military really intend to completely break off relations with our warrior alliance over this child? Don't forget the rules established by the alliance and the military. Rules are meant to allow the human race to continue, not for you parasites to use to harm human genius." Commander-in-Chief Peng's voice was as loud as a bell, his sword pointed at Elder Hao. "Stop putting accusations on me. Old Hao, do you really think no one knows about your dirty thoughts? You think you can convict him of a crime based on empty words like colluding with the beasts? Dream on." The bald elder shouted angrily, "General Peng! The evidence is irrefutable, and this is the decision of the Elders' Council. You are so rudely obstructing us, are you trying to cover up? Your mother is damned." Commander-in-Chief Peng interrupted rudely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I now suspect that you three are spies sent by the ferocious beasts to deliberately frame my human genius. You." The bald elder was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he didn't dare to respond. The green-haired elder's eyes were sinister, and he said coldly, "Commander-in-Chief Peng, specious arguments won't solve the problem. We are here today under the order of the Elders' Council, and we must bring Chu Feng back for investigation. If you insist on stopping us, you will be making an enemy of the entire warrior alliance. Can you bear the consequences? Becoming enemies of the entire warrior alliance?" Commander-in-Chief Peng laughed heartily, his laughter filled with disdain. "Just because you three misfits can represent the warrior alliance? Stop trying to scare people. I'm putting this out there today. Without solid evidence, no one can dare to touch Chu Feng." The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the momentum of the 9-star strongmen collided violently in the air, causing the wind and clouds to change color and the space to shake. Many students below were forced to retreat repeatedly under this terrifying pressure, their faces pale, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Commander-in-Chief Peng's tough stance made them feel proud. Principal Xiao stood beside Chu Feng, the energy in his body secretly condensing, and he had already made plans for the worst. Chu Feng stared at Elder Hao in the air with a cold gaze, a murderous intent in his heart. This old dog had tried to kill him time and again, and this vengeance must be avenged. Elder Hao's expression shifted. He knew Commander-in-Chief Pang was notoriously protective and tyrannical. With him around today, forcing Chu Feng away was practically impossible. But he refused to give in. Could this carefully planned scheme be ruined just like that? Just when he was on the verge of a dilemma and almost couldn't help but order a forced action. Buzz. In the distant sky, an energy wave that is more powerful, more pure, and condenses countless iron-blooded wills and desperate beliefs, sweeping over like a tsunami. All I saw was a red light flowing across the sky. In the flowing light, one could vaguely see the shadow of a tattered but standing blood-red battle flag fluttering in the wind. Is that a message from the Demonic Gate's military flag? Principal Xiao exclaimed in surprise, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Commander-in-Chief Pang also looked up, with a smile on his face. Elder Hao and the other two turned pale instantly, feeling a strong sense of unease. The red light appeared in an instant and spread out in the air, turning into a huge curtain of light. In the light curtain, the majestic walls of the Demon Pass covered with traces of war appeared, as well as the densely packed and solemnly standing soldiers on the walls. Standing at the front was none other than the Demonic Pass Supreme Commander, Ding Juanshou, and the Commissioner. Ding Junta's face was stern, his gaze piercing through the light curtain, falling on Elder Hao and the other two as if it were real. His voice came through the light curtain with a hoarse but decisive force. Elder Hao. Chu Feng overcame millions of sea beasts in the demonic sea and slew the 7th-rank sea beast, the eyeball octopus. He turned the tide and saved humanity from collapse. His achievements are commendable to heaven and earth. His loyalty is attested to by the sun and the moon. Your so-called collusion with the ferocious beasts is pure nonsense and a malicious frame-up. The commander stepped forward, his voice resonating like a resounding bell. I have guarded the Demon Pass for over 50 years, and have witnessed countless lives and deaths of loyalty throughout my life. Chu Feng, you are a hero whom I have seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. The millions of soldiers at the Demon Pass can all bear witness to this. This is my heart, this is my will, and the very soul of the army can bear witness to it. If anyone lies, I will be the first to be annihilated, and I will never be able to reincarnate. As the commander finished speaking, within the light curtain and on the walls of the Demon Pass, millions of soldiers roared in unison, and the sound waves gathered into a visible red torrent that rushed into the sky. Testify for Chu Feng. Soldiers of the Demon Pass, stand with the heroes. Those who slander heroes are enemies of the Demonic Gate. The roar of the millions of soldiers, mixed with their pure iron will and unyielding faith, turned into a tremendous force that passed through the light curtain and directly impacted the minds of Elder Hao and the other two. Puff! Elder Hao was the first to be hit. He was already uneasy, and under the impact of this righteous spirit that gathered the souls of millions of soldiers, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was swaying in the air. The bald elder and the green-haired elder were also hit hard. Their faces turned pale instantly, their breathing became disordered, and their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The authenticity of the oath sworn by millions of soldiers based on their own beliefs and honor is beyond doubt. This is the highest level of testimony in human history. It carries more weight than any physical or personal evidence. In the face of this mighty military spirit, all their accusations seemed so pale, so despicable, and ridiculous. Commander-in-Chief Pang looked at the three men coldly. Now, what else do you have to say? Elder Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face pale and the venom in his eyes almost condensed into substance. But he knew it was over. Completely over. With the military spirit as witness, not only the three of them, but even the entire warrior alliance would never dare to touch Chu Feng again. Let's go. Elder Hao squeezed out these three words from his throat, his voice hoarse and dry, full of endless shame. He didn't dare to look at the light curtain again, didn't dare to look at Commander-in-Chief Peng again, and even more didn't dare to look at the contemptuous eyes below. He fled in embarrassment with the bald man and the green-haired man. Within the light curtain, Commander Ding and Commander Guan nodded slightly to Commander-in-Chief Peng and Chu Feng, and the vast light curtain slowly dissipated. The entire square was silent at first, and then erupted into thunderous cheers. Brother Feng won. Chu Feng is innocent. Chu Feng is the nemesis of ferocious beasts, how could he possibly collude with them? It must be because Chu Feng killed Hao Yukai last time, so Elder Hao. Hiss, don't say it, do you want to die? All the new students were very excited and felt proud. They knew how awesome Chu Feng was. Commander-in-Chief Peng put away his sword, nodded to Chu Feng, and without saying anything, disappeared in a flash. As the commander-in-chief of the military, his personal support and the testimony of the military spirit were enough. Principal Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. It's okay. Chu Feng looked at the direction where Elder Hao disappeared, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He knew that this matter was not over and Elder Hao would never let it go. Chapter 86 Beast King Operation. Elder Hao and his two companions retreated in a panic. The aftermath of the military soul testimony still hung over the military university, but the suffocating feeling of oppression had dissipated. After the initial shock and cheers, the crowd in the square gradually calmed down, but the eyes they cast towards Chu Feng were different. In their awe, there was an indescribable complexity. The transformation from hero to traitor happened in just a moment. If it weren't for the military's protection and the testimony of the demonic Pass Army spirit, Chu Feng's fate today would be unimaginable. This made them deeply aware that although strength is the foundation, the invisible game and danger within the human race are sometimes more deadly than the ferocious beasts outside the pass. Principal Xiao dispersed the onlookers and calmed everyone down. He then looked at Chu Feng with a serious expression. Chu Feng, although today's incident has been temporarily resolved, Elder Hao and his faction will never give up. They dare to use the name of the Elders' Council and join forces with two elders to launch an attack. The interests and determination involved behind this are not insignificant. You must be more cautious in your future actions. Chu Feng nodded, his eyes cold. I understand. Principal, thank you and Commander-in-Chief Pang, as well as the soldiers of Demon Pass today. Principal Xiao waved his hand and sighed. You earned it yourself. The Demon Gate Army spirit testified to this, which is the highest level of endorsement from the human race. For a while, no one will dare to openly accuse you of this crime again. But the tactics used in secret are hard to guard against. The Hao family has been operating in the Warrior Alliance for many years, and their influence is complex and intertwined. You must be on your own. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, Principal, are we really going to allow Elder Hao to confuse right and wrong like this within the Warrior Alliance? Principal Xiao gave a wry smile. The alliance isn't monolithic. There are certainly elders who support you and value your future potential, but Elder Hao must have paid a heavy price or mobilized certain individuals to facilitate this action. There are also factional struggles within the alliance, and balance and compromise are the norm. This testimony from the military spirit is a slap in the face for them, temporarily disrupting their plans, but it may also prompt them to take more extreme measures. He paused, lowering his voice, and said, Commander-in-Chief Peng's strong statement today means the military has officially taken you under its wing. It's a protective amulet, but it's also a stigma. Your position within the alliance may become even more delicate in the future. Some neutral factions, wary of the military's overreach, may also have opinions about you. Chu Feng understood. Strength and stance have always been two sides of the same coin. Even if we gain strong support from the military, we will inevitably have to bear other risks that come with it. I only need power, enough to crush all conspiracies. Chu Feng thought to himself, unconcerned with the so-called factional struggles. His goal was always clear: devour and elevate, reaching the pinnacle. Anyone who stood in his way could be killed. In the next few days, the military university returned to calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. The discussion about Chu Feng was still heated. The story of how he defeated Lin Hao with one finger, provoked the three elders to attack, and finally forced millions of military souls to testify was spread as if it were a miracle. Chu Feng's prestige among freshmen and even lower-grade students reached an unprecedented height, and he became a kind of spiritual symbol. The senior students, especially those who were on good terms with Lin Hao or had vested interests in him, were even more wary and distant from Chu Feng. Lin Hao has disappeared since that day. It is said that his family has sent someone to bring him back for treatment, which adds a bit of gloom to the matter. Chu Feng didn't care about this at all. He spent most of his time in the deep area of the library, reading books about higher-level ferocious beasts, ancient relics, and various special abilities and physiques, trying to understand the power system of this world more systematically and find more optimized development methods for his three talents. One day, he had just finished reading and was about to go to the ruins to devour ferocious beasts to improve his strength when a figure flew over. It's Xin Cheng. She was still bright and beautiful, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. Chu Feng, would you like to chat for a few minutes? Xin Cheng went straight to the point. Chu Feng nodded, and the two walked to a secluded lake. My family has some information channels within the alliance, Xin Cheng whispered. Elder Hao suffered heavy losses this time. Not only has he lost face, but it's said that he paid a huge price to persuade the other two elders, and it may even have affected some of his core interests within the alliance. He will never give up. I know. Chu Feng responded calmly. My father asked me to remind you. Xinqing lowered her voice. Elder Hao has been in frequent contact with members of the shadow cult recently. The shadow cult? Chu Feng frowned slightly. He seemed to have seen this name before in the Forbidden Tome section of the library. It was a mysterious organization active in the shadows of human territory. They worshipped some ancient evil deity, acted secretly and ruthlessly. They had been attacked by various forces, but their efforts were unstoppable. Both the Alliance and the military classified them as an extremely dangerous organization. In addition, he thought that Qin Yi's previous use of beggars as experiments might be related to the shadow teaching diagram. Xin Chang's expression was solemn. This organization specializes in various strange methods such as assassination, curses, and mind control. Moreover, they seem to be particularly interested in young geniuses with special talents. Elder Hao's collusion with them is self-evident. A cold glint flashed in Xu Feng's eyes. It's easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Elder Hao was about to use an underhanded tactic. Thank you for letting me know, Xu Feng said to Xinqiang. This news is very important. Xinqiang looked at Xu Feng's still calm face and couldn't help asking, what are you going to do? Do you need my family? No need. Xu Feng interrupted her, I can handle it. His tone was filled with absolute confidence, which did not come from blind arrogance, but rather from his awareness of his own strength and his rapidly improving capabilities. Xinqiang looked at his eyes that were as deep as the stars, her heart moved slightly, and finally nodded, then you should be careful. She knew that the young man in front of her was no longer someone who needed her protection, but a real dragon that was about to soar into the sky. After seeing Xinqing off, Xu Feng stood there, gazing into the distance with eyes as sharp as a knife. View the system interface. Host, Xu Feng. Qi and Blood, 100-0068312500. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell Devil Egg hatching progress 42%. SSS-level gravity 1000 times gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop, gravity detection wave, gravity jump. SSS-level Devour delicious Devour space. Comprehensive development skills of talents and abilities, swallowing gravity balls, palm suction, swallowing gravity transfer. Sword skills, heavenly crystal cutting proficient, gravity palm proficient. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility, extreme vision, intuition. Weapon, Black God Blade. Warrior level, 6-star mid-level. Devouring quest, coming soon. After closing the system interface, Xu Feng moved, left the military university, and rushed towards the number 45 ruins. At the same time, deep outside the pass, the 12 Beast Kings gathered together, and the action against Xu Feng had begun. Chapter 87, Secret Invisibility, Heaven-Defying Ability. Golden Mosquito King, is the information accurate? Golden Mosquito King, have you really found the human who was prophesied to destroy our race? What is the current strength of that human? What talents and abilities does he have? The eyes of the Snake King, Dragon King, Tiger King, Pig King, and other 11 Beast Kings all fell on the Golden Mosquito King and began to ask questions. Jinwen asked, could the intelligence I collected be false? I'll recreate the scene, you can see for yourself. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, and golden light shot out from them, forming a strange picture in the air, and then Xu Feng's hometown appeared in the picture. The scene changed, and a golden mosquito flew in from the window. As soon as it came in, it was crushed to death by gravity and was swallowed by Xu Feng. Seeing this, the other 11 Beast Kings showed horror in their eyes. Instant second. Swallow. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Said the Golden Mosquito King. At this moment, the Devil Serpent King's eyes widened and he screamed, it's him, that damned little human. It recognized that it was the human Xu Feng who was not afraid of its poison and injured it with a knife, and even escaped from its hands. Then, it told what happened to it at that time, which immediately shocked all the Beast Kings. However, what was even more shocking was that information came from the demon sea that Xu Feng forced back millions of sea beasts and killed a 7th-level eyeball octopus. What was even more terrifying was that Xu Feng was frantically devouring sea beasts and constantly improving his cultivation. This human race must be destroyed. That's right. We can't let it grow. Kill. Kill. The 12 Beast Kings reached a consensus. But how to kill? The Golden Mosquito King said, "The human in front of us is hiding in a human settlement, so we can't take action." The Dragon King said, "Go straight in and have another big fight with humans." The Tiger King said, "No. Last time we all went out, we couldn't get any advantage. Those old monsters of humans are too difficult to deal with." The Pig King said, "That's right. If we launch another large-scale attack and those humans seize the opportunity to devour us crazily, what will happen?" For a moment, the 12 beasts fell silent. "How about we wait for the Beast King to wake up and read his prophecy," said the Rabbit King. "The Beast King will have to sleep for 2 months. After 2 months, the opportunity will be gone," said the Ape King. At this time, the Mosquito King received a piece of information and his eyes lit up. "Good news, everyone. That human brat is being targeted by humans, and some humans want to deal with him. This is our chance." Hearing this, the other Beast Kings smiled strangely. Humans are so adorably stupid. How dare they frame such a powerful person? Humans are so stupid. The Golden Mosquito King said, "Let's go together and force humans to hand over Chu Feng. The humans who deal with Chu Feng will definitely agree. As long as Chu Feng falls into our hands, we will kill him immediately." This proposal was agreed by the other Beast Kings. "Yeah. That plan works. Okay, let's do it. There's no better way, so let's try this. Action." The 12 Beast Kings are dispatched. At the same time, Elder Hao, Xin Run, and a man wrapped in black clothes sat together. Xin Run gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect that old man from the military would show up, and those soldiers from the Demon Pass. Damn it." Elder Hao looked calmer. "Why rush? Those 2 old guys from the Alliance are on our side now, so we still have the advantage. But, is that plan really feasible?" As he spoke, he looked at the man in black. The man in black revealed only a pair of red eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "The experiment has been successful, there is no problem at all. As long as Chu Feng is captured, we will definitely be able to strip away his innate abilities. I heard that he has 3 SSS-level innate abilities." Elder Hao said, "Those 3 SSS-level talents and abilities, don't even think about it." The reason why he agreed to cooperate with the other party was because he was impressed by the other party's ability to strip away talents and supernatural powers. Moreover, Chu Feng has promised to give 2 of his 3 talents and abilities to the 2 old guys. Otherwise, how could others cooperate? There is only 1 talent left, which he wants for himself. Who doesn't want SSS-level talents and abilities? He could see the horror of SSS-level talent and ability from Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng is only a freshman, but he already has the ability to kill a 7th-level ferocious beast. The man in black laughed strangely. Elder Hao said, "Since the open way doesn't work, let's try the secret way. Chu Feng can't escape." Now, he is not only seeking revenge, but more importantly, obtaining Chu Feng's innate abilities. But Chu Feng didn't know all this. At this moment, he was madly devouring the ferocious beast in the 45th ruins. The gravity exploded at 1,000 times, and any ferocious beast that approached it was crushed into meat paste. Some warriors who were practicing in the ruins hid far away when they saw Chu Feng. In less than an hour, Chu Feng devoured all the ferocious beasts in the 45th ruins, leaving no one alive. The figure moved and headed towards the next relic. Then, the 48th relic, the 62nd relic, the 70th relic. All the ferocious beasts in 10 ruins were devoured by Chu Feng. Countless warriors witnessed this scene and took photos and uploaded them. Suddenly, the warrior forum exploded. When I clicked in, I saw over 1 million messages. All the comments were awesome, fierce, strong, 666, etc. Chu Feng became famous again, shocking the whole world. However, after Chu Feng devoured so many ferocious beasts from the ruins, he was still far from breaking through to the late 6-star stage. Just after Chu Feng devoured another 100 ferocious beasts in one breath, the system devouring selection task came. Ding! Devour selection quest updated. Mission Option 1, Devour the 9-headed ape, reward, heavenly rank combat skill, Starburst Fist. Mission Option 2, Devour the Hell Chameleon, rewards the secret invisibility skill. Please make your selection. Finally, another mission. Chu Feng looked delighted. Check out the mission content now. The 9-headed ape and the Hell Chameleon are both 6th-level ferocious beasts, and can only be found outside the pass. Chu Feng can capture and devour. Looking at the rewards again, one is the heaven-level Starburst Fist, one is the secret invisibility technique, one is the main combat, and the other is the auxiliary. The heaven-level Star Blasting Fist can explode stars with one punch, with terrifying power. If Chu Feng has it, and combines it with his Gourmet Cell's talent and ability, it will unleash even more terrifying power. However, Chu Feng's eyes were glowing as he watched the secret invisibility technique. Although this secret invisibility has no lethality, it is an incredible ability. After activation, it directly enters the invisible state, the body, breath, etc. disappear, and even attacks cannot hit it. With it, Chu Feng is invincible. Then, Chu Feng made a choice. I choose option 2. Ding! You have made your choice. Please complete the task as soon as possible. As the system prompt sounded, Chu Feng took a deep breath and transformed into a figure that flashed away. Chapter 88 The 12 Beast Kings, hand over Chu Feng in exchange for 500 years of peace. The first level. On this day, countless soldiers and warriors were busy at their posts as usual. Everything seems calm. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura enveloped the entire first level, and it seemed as if it was held by an invisible giant hand. The faces of countless soldiers and warriors inside changed drastically, and some of the weaker ones even vomited blood and fainted. A terrifying aura condensed, and above the head of the first level, phantoms of ferocious beasts with hideous faces appeared. There are dragons, tigers, pigs, rabbits, snakes, mosquitoes. There were 12 figures in total. All the soldiers and warriors at the first level were horrified. Many of them rushed up the city wall with terrifying momentum, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Beast King? The 12 Beast Kings are here. What's going on? Doesn't the beast intend to abide by the contract? Damn it! Whoosh! A figure flashed and appeared above the first checkpoint, standing high in the air, carrying a big knife behind him and a sharp aura emanating from his body. It was none other than Commander-in-Chief Peng of the military. At this moment, he looked ahead with a serious expression. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, a series of figures appeared beside Commander-in-Chief Peng. They were all military leaders. Their faces looked equally grim. At the same time, when the Warrior Alliance headquarters received the information that the 12 Beast Kings were dispatched, they immediately set out for the first checkpoint. In addition, the military leaders of other checkpoints also rushed to the first checkpoint as soon as possible. Chu Feng was rushing to pass the second level, preparing to go out and devour the Hell Chameleon to complete the system task, but he felt the terrifying aura of the ferocious beast pressing in and frowned. Afterwards, Chu Feng saw a group of soldiers and warriors from the second checkpoint rushing towards the first checkpoint at an extremely fast speed, led by the military chief who was guarding the second checkpoint. Is this an accident? Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly. After thinking about it, he turned around and flew towards the first level. Along the way, Chu Feng saw figures galloping towards the first checkpoint, including the 5 elders from the Warrior Alliance headquarters. Isn't the ferocious beast launching another general attack? Chu Feng thought. Get to the first level as quickly as possible. The air was filled with warriors, each of them looking majestic and powerful. Perhaps humanity's strongest fighting force is gathered here at this moment. Chu Feng also stood high in the air, looking outside the pass. The super sense of smell was activated, and he smelled the scent of many ferocious beasts approaching from a distance. The extreme vision eyes were activated, and golden light shot out from both eyes, as if seeing through the void. At the end of the sight, balls of terrifying energy rolled in, covering the sky and the sun. Inside are terrifying beasts. The 12 Beast Kings? Chu Feng's heart moved. A month ago, he graduated from the college entrance examination and went to the military training department for military training when the ferocious beast launched a general attack. Now a month has passed and he has officially entered the military university. The ferocious beast launched another general attack? There's something strange about this. It was at this moment that Chu Feng's intuition told him that this matter was directed at him. He sensed a strong sense of crisis. Boom boom boom. At this moment, bursts of roaring sounds came from the end of the buffer zone. Looking around, 12 balls of energy roared towards them. A giant snake was wrapped in black fog. A large mosquito was surrounded by golden light. Red air surrounds a tiger. The white mist held up a strange rabbit. A dragon is enveloped in green light. It was the 12 Beast Kings. They came out together. The last time the ferocious beasts launched a general attack, only 6 Beast Kings were dispatched, but this time all 12 Beast Kings were dispatched. Here, the soldiers and warriors saw the 12 Beast Kings roaring towards them. Even though they had witnessed various big scenes before, their faces changed at this moment. The 5 elders of the Warrior Alliance headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Pang, and the heads of various armies all looked solemn. In a moment, the 12 Beast Kings appeared in front of everyone. The condensed momentum was extremely terrifying, and it enveloped them violently, as if the sky was falling. Many warriors felt their blood boiling and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. Xu Feng also felt a little bit of pressure, but once he raised his aura, he didn't feel anything anymore. Boom boom. The 5 elders of the Warrior Alliance, Commander-in-Chief Pang, and other military leaders all burst out with momentum, turning into an invisible shockwave that broke through the pressure shrouded by the Beast King, and even dispersed the shadows of the ferocious beasts. Commander-in-Chief Pang stared at the 12 Beast Kings with a stern expression and a voice as resonant as a bell. "You beasts, do you still want to start a war? Didn't you say you would fight again in 50 years? Why are you giving up so soon?" The Dragon King, who was leading the group, raised his sharp claws and looked at Commander-in-Chief Pang. "Old Dog Pang, we're here today to renegotiate the agreement with you." Commander-in-Chief Pang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Re-sign the agreement?" "That's right," the Dragon King responded. "We are prepared to sign a 500-year non-war agreement with you." Commander-in-Chief Pang asked doubtfully, 500 years of no war? Are you so kind? Do you have the conditions? The Dragon King said, "Of course there are conditions. As long as you hand over a little devil named Xu Feng to us, then we promise not to attack humans for 500 years. 1 human in exchange for 500 years of peace. How's that? Isn't that a good deal?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly, and the expressions of countless other warriors who were watching the live broadcast also changed, and then there was an uproar. Xu Feng's heart sank. Damn, they were really coming for him. Ferocious beast, that's a really big deal. The 12 Beast Kings are approaching with the intention of killing Xu Feng. Bullshit. Commander-in-Chief Pang's eyes darkened, and his aura exploded. You want me to hand over a human? You're dreaming. Let's fight. He also understood that Xu Feng was definitely the hope of mankind, otherwise the ferocious beast would not have forced him so hard. If we hand Xu Feng over, we will fall into the trap. However, Elder Hao of the Warrior Alliance headquarters' eyes flickered, and he flew forward and said, "Commander-in-Chief Pang, isn't it too early to draw conclusions? Your views do not represent all of humanity. I think handing over Xu Feng in exchange for 500 years of peace is a very worthwhile deal." Commander-in-Chief Pang cursed directly, "It's a bullshit deal. Don't say Xu Feng is a genius of the human race, even if he is a waste, I won't hand him over." Elder Hao said, "Commander-in-Chief Pang, you should think about the plight of others. How many people have died tragically at the hands of ferocious beasts, and how many people have lived in fear? Now, if you hand over Xu Feng alone, you can buy 500 years of peace." I believe most people would. For a time, countless people were in a dilemma. Then, they split into 2 factions and started a crazy discussion. Some people support handing over Xu Feng in exchange for peace. Some people do not support handing over Xu Feng and want to fight the ferocious beast to the death. Basically, the military does not support handing over Xu Feng and wants to have a decisive battle with the ferocious beast. The vast majority of warriors in society, including the Warrior Alliance headquarters and ordinary people, agreed to hand over Xu Feng in exchange for peace. There was a huge quarrel for a while. At this time, Elder Hao looked at Xu Feng, grinned, and said, "Xu Feng, I believe you will be willing to exchange you for 500 years of peace for mankind, right?" Xu Feng was placed on the moral high ground. If he agreed, he would surely die. If he refused, he would be cursed by countless people. This is an open conspiracy. No solution. Chapter 89 Xu Feng, "Ha, if you want my life, then come and kill me." Everyone's eyes fell on Xu Feng, waiting for Xu Feng's response. Commander-in-Chief Pang looked at Xu Feng and said, "Xu Feng, don't listen to old Dog Hao's nonsense. Our military is with you. I don't believe a single word the beast said about 500 years of peace. The beast's only goal is to kill you and our human race. For hundreds and thousands of years, ferocious beasts and humans have fought countless battles, continuously compressing the living space of humans. If humans had not awakened their innate superpowers and possessed the ability to fight against ferocious beasts, they would have been exterminated by them long ago. The 500 years of peace were nothing more than a conspiracy of the ferocious beasts. Once they succeed, the ferocious beasts will not abide by the agreement. This is not the first time this has happened. The correct answer is to fight the ferocious beast to the death. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Xu Feng, we are with you. Xu Feng, we are with you. Xu Feng, Xu Feng. Countless soldiers and warriors shouted. At that time, Xu Feng single-handedly resisted millions of sea beasts at the demonic pass, killed a 7th-level sea beast with one sword, and devoured tens of thousands of sea beasts in an instant. These horrifying scenes have spread throughout the entire military. Xu Feng is a hero. Xu Feng is the hope of the human race. Elder Hao's face was a little grim, but he then took out his phone, opened the warrior forum, and raised the phone, saying, "Commander-in-Chief Pang, you can't represent the entire human race. Why don't you take a look at the warrior forum?" Thousands of people agreed to hand over Xu Feng. Upon hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Pang and countless other military warriors took out their phones and saw that the warrior forum was indeed bustling with activity, with everyone discussing this matter. It seems that someone is still leading the trend and conducting another vote. More and more people support handing over Xu Feng. Commander-in-Chief Pang and others looked pale. This was the voice of the Dragon King of the 12 Beast Kings. "Humans, have you reached an agreement? Hand over Xu Feng, and there will be 500 years of peace. If not, you humans will never have peace." Elder Hao said, "Xu Feng, if you still have any conscience, end your life immediately and give the human race 500 years of peace. We humans will remember your great contribution." I thought he was going to get rid of Xu Feng secretly, but I didn't expect that the 12 Beast Kings were coming, and they were also coming for Xu Feng. He felt this was an opportunity. After all, even if Xu Feng died, in addition to avenging his great hatred, his innate abilities could be extracted in a short period of time. At this moment, all the pressure was put on Xu Feng. Everyone looked at Xu Feng, waiting for his choice. Xu Feng glanced at Elder Hao and the others. Seeing their smug expressions, Xu Feng's aura sank, and then he laughed wildly. "Ah! If you want my life, come and take it if you have the guts." After saying this, he released more than 1,000 times the gravity from his body, transformed into a figure, and rushed out of the first checkpoint at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the depths outside the checkpoint. It is impossible to let him sit and wait for death or to let him commit suicide. My destiny is in my own hands. Seeing Xu Feng rush out of the checkpoint and flash out of the gate, everyone was stunned. Then Elder Hao and others came to their senses and shouted, "Chase him, don't let him escape." As he said that, he chased after him immediately. He has coveted Xu Feng's natural talents and abilities for a long time, and has paid a lot of price to prevent Xu Feng from escaping. Commander-in-Chief Pang took a deep breath, and the big knife behind him shot out into the sky with a buzzing sound. He clenched his right hand and slashed at Elder Hao with the knife. Elder Hao's face changed drastically and he dodged immediately. Commander-in-Chief Pang's figure flashed and blocked the way of Elder Hao and others. He held a big knife in his right hand, with a majestic aura and rolling knife energy. It seems that anyone who gets close to him will be killed by the sword energy. Anyone who dares to chase and kill Xu Feng should first ask the knife in my hand. Commander-in-Chief Pang said. Elder Hao and others were stunned. Commander-in-Chief Pang looked at the 12 Beast Kings and said, "Beasts, Xu Feng has come out of seclusion. If you have what it takes, go chase him." Xu Feng's approach may seem crazy, but it is indeed a way to break the deadlock. After all, Xu Feng has already come out of seclusion. Even if he is handed over to the ferocious beast, whether the ferocious beast can capture Xu Feng is another matter. The 12 Beast Kings did not expect Xu Feng to do this, but even though Xu Feng was not handed over to them, at least Xu Feng came out of seclusion, and that was their territory. Isn't it easy to kill Xu Feng? Then, the 12 Beast Kings roared and chased after them. Commander-in-Chief Pang looked at Xu Feng's receding figure, feeling helpless and self-blaming. He is clearly a human genius, yet he was forced to this point. Ding Juanshou and Lei Juanshou asked, "Commander-in-Chief, should we help that kid Xu Feng?" Commander-in-Chief Ping shook his head, "We can only trust that kid Xu Feng. If they take action, what if the Beast Kings turn around and attack the level? Sending the weak ones over there is not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of the ferocious beasts." Xu Feng rushed into the territory of the ferocious beast in one breath, activated his intuition, gravity detection wave, and extreme vision, and took control of everything around him. There were many ferocious beasts along the way, but Xu Feng did not stop to devour them. Instead, he pushed his anti-gravity flight to the limit and flew towards the second level at the fastest speed. That's right. The most urgent task is to find the Hell Chameleon as soon as possible, devour it, complete the mission and obtain the secret invisibility. Once the secret invisibility is successful, Chu Feng will become invincible, and then it will be time for him to counterattack. The 12 Beast Kings locked onto Chu Feng's figure and chased him at an astonishing speed, but each of them was horrified. Damn, how come that kid is so fast? Is he really only 6 stars? It's so scary. We chased it full speed, but we couldn't catch up for a while. Hiss. If he continues to grow, it will indeed be a nightmare for us. He must be killed. Hey, Dragon King, use that move. The Dragon King nodded, opened his mouth, and the energy within it condensed, and the sky and the earth changed color. The next second, a beam of energy light wave flashed away, approaching the speed of light. Wherever the energy light waves pass, the void is distorted. This is the Dragon King's extra-dimensional laser. Chu Feng, who was flying at high speed, sensed the crisis under the influence of intuition. At this moment, his body instinctively dodged the extra-dimensional laser. Boom! The extra-dimensional laser hit a mountain tens of thousands of meters high in the distance, causing a huge explosion and turning the entire mountain into ruins. Chu Feng was shocked. Fortunately, he had the intuition to dodge in time, otherwise, even if he had the gift of Gourmet Cells, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. The Dragon King and the other 12 Beast Kings were surprised. Dodged? He actually dodged the extra-dimensional laser? Hiss. How did he do that? Is he really a human and only 6 stars? Damn it! Boom boom boom. Here, the flight was as extreme as ever, and the space emitted a thunderous sonic boom. At the same time, he released delicious devouring. Along the way, countless beasts were devoured by Chu Feng before they could react to what was happening. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 90, Battle against the 12 Beast Kings? He continued to devour ferocious beasts along the way, and the energy he consumed was quickly restored, while his chi and blood were also constantly improving. Chu Feng becomes stronger and stronger as the battle goes on. The 12 Beast Kings following closely behind noticed that Chu Feng was constantly devouring ferocious beasts, and his energy and blood were constantly increasing. Their faces became extremely ugly. Damn it! We can't let him continue to devour her. He must be killed. Everyone, we can't hold back. Kill! The 12 Beast Kings released all the murderous aura in their bodies, and their bodies swelled up and became several times larger. The murderous aura seemed to become material, distorting a large area of space. Countless humans as far away as the first level felt this terrifying murderous aura, and their blood was boiling. Chu Feng, who was devouring the ferocious beast while escaping, naturally noticed the terrifying murderous intent looming over him, and his scalp went numb. Under the influence of intuition, Chu Feng reacted instinctively. He flipped his right hand and the Black God's sword was in his hand. He increased his strength to the limit, activated crust cutting and added 1,000 times gravity. Swish! A knife slashed out. The ultimate sword energy flashed away, tearing the space apart, as if dividing the entire world. Swish! Another slash of sword was struck out. It is also the ultimate sword energy. The two sword energies formed a cross shape, spanning hundreds of kilometers, and instantly appeared in front of the 12 Beast Kings. What's this? Get out of the way. The 12 Beast Kings were shocked and pulled away to avoid it. Several of the Beast Kings were unable to dodge and were hit by the sword energy, and blood spurted out on the spot. Ugh! It hurts. Damn it! You actually broke through my defense. What a terrifying sword energy. Several of the 12 Beast Kings looked horrified, and even a hint of fear flashed across their eyes. The murderous intent that they had just gathered was broken up by Chu Feng's two swords. Just now, the 12 Beast Kings were about to attack Chu Feng, but Chu Feng, under the influence of intuition, struck first. Although he failed to kill a single Beast King, the power of those two swords obviously frightened the 12 Beast Kings. Damn human, die! The Golden Mosquito King was furious, and a terrible golden light burst out from his huge body. The long and pointed mouthparts flew out of his mouth, sweeping with a terrifying sharp aura, and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared, he was already behind Chu Feng, but he was able to teleport. Chu Feng, who had intuition, felt the danger at the first moment. Even when the Golden Mosquito King was about to launch the attack, Chu Feng took action. The 1,000 times gravity directly affected the surrounding space, causing the speed of the mouthpart to slow down slightly. At the same time, Chu Feng's extreme vision eyes saw the mouthpart clearly, and he gripped the black god sword tightly in his right hand and slashed it fiercely. Ding! The sound of metal colliding rang out, echoing through the sky. The flames were everywhere, like fireworks. The golden mouthparts exploded directly. The black god's sword in Chu Feng's hand was intact, but the hand holding the sword was paralyzed. You know, the black god blade was issued by the system, and it is absolutely the best of the best. Unparalleled in the world. How could the mouthparts of a mere 8th level golden mosquito fight against it? How is that possible? The golden mosquito king was stunned when he saw Chu Feng cut off the mouthparts with one knife. The other 12 beast kings were also dumbfounded. The mouthparts shot out by the golden mosquito king have instantaneous speed, traveling through space and appearing and disappearing mysteriously. But Chu Feng, the little human kid, not only saw it, but also chopped it to pieces with one sword. Ouch! I don't believe I can't kill you. The ape king roared, and the sound shook the space. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying gray aura burst out from its body, its legs slightly bent, and the next second, it burst out with power. With a loud boom, the ground exploded and the ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers collapsed. The figure of the ape king jumped and disappeared. This is its special skill, extreme jump. Has the power of teleportation. All of a sudden, the ape king appeared above Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng noticed that it was a black ape that was over 100 meters tall, covered with black hair, with a pair of flashing blood-red eyes and a mouth full of fangs. It had an extremely terrifying aura. What was even more terrifying was that the ape king clenched his fists and punched down. The power of the fist was like a falling planet. The entire space seemed to be blocked. For a moment, Chu Feng was unable to move. But under the influence of intuition, he reacted instinctively and the invincible golden body was activated. His body was covered with a layer of golden light. Almost at the same time, the ape king's angry fist fell down. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a meteorite hit the ground, producing a huge sonic boom, and the area hundreds of kilometers in radius turned into a huge crater, with smoke and dust filling the sky. Seeing this scene, the other beast kings were all delighted. Did it work? Is he dead this time? If you take the black ape's meteorite impact head-on, you will definitely not survive. The ape king stood in mid-air with a ferocious look on his face, and then he laughed triumphantly. But at this moment, a figure flashed out from deep underground, and then disappeared at an extremely fast speed. It was none other than Chu Feng. Just now, Chu Feng was blasted tens of thousands meters deep underground. Fortunately, he was protected by the invincible golden body and did not suffer any harm, otherwise he would have been either dead or injured. Seeing Chu Feng disappear in front of him unharmed, the Ape King's smile stopped abruptly and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Impossible. Impossible. Even if a 9-star warrior was hit head-on by its meteorite shockwave, he would be seriously injured. And how come Chu Feng, a warrior with only 6 stars, was not hurt at all? The Ape King could not accept this fact. The other 11 Beast Kings were also stunned. Why aren't you dead yet? Too weird. What kind of talent and ability does he have? Damn humans, such disgusting talents and abilities. Why don't we beastmen have such good talents and abilities? There's no point in saying this now. Let's go after him immediately. We can't let him escape, or we'll all die without a burial place. That's right. We came down here from above to curb the growth of the human race and eliminate its genius. If we don't do this well, we will die miserably. On this side, Chu Feng didn't dare to stop for a moment. He exerted his speed to the limit and even used the gravity jump to dodge. Hundreds of kilometers were covered in an instant. But it consumes a lot of physical energy. Fortunately, there were countless ferocious beasts to devour along the way, which kept replenishing his energy. However, my intuition still gave me a strong sense of crisis that could not be eliminated. Hell Chameleon. I'm going to devour the Hell Chameleon as quickly as possible. Chu Feng roared in his heart. Only by devouring the Hell Chameleon can there be a turning point. At the same time, inside the checkpoint, everyone, regardless of gender, age or status, was paying attention to Chu Feng's situation. There was already a huge uproar on the warrior forum. Chu Feng is doomed to die after being hunted by the 12 Beast Kings. The murderous aura of the 12 Beast Kings just now was too terrifying, and the noise coming from outside the pass was too loud. Chu Feng died at the hands of the 12 Beast Kings, so he can be considered a hero. What a pity! The human genius was forced to death. Yeah, it's all the fault of those idiots. You're the one with the brains gone, right? Shouldn't Chu Feng have died? His death would have bought 500 years of peace. Isn't that great? Fuck. The guy who went upstairs, did you take the money? On the other side. Xinqiang put on her combat uniform, took her sword, and turned into a ray of light before rushing out of the checkpoint. Brother Chu Feng, I'm here to help you. Don't die. Chapter 91. Chu Feng is dead? Boom boom. Chu Feng increased his speed to the extreme, making a sound like thunder, and his figure drew a streak of light that was difficult to capture with the naked eye over the vast and dangerous territory of ferocious beasts. Intuition continued to activate, issuing crazy warnings. The 12 terrifying auras behind him were like leeches attached to his bones, locking onto him tightly and closing the distance at a slow but steady pace. The roars and attacks of the Beast Kings came from behind from time to time, energy beams tore through the earth, and huge claw shadows shattered the mountains. Chu Feng relied entirely on the prediction brought by intuition, the flexibility of anti-gravity flight, and the spatial movement of gravity jump to avoid danger time and time again at the critical moment. His goal is very clear, which is to find the Hell Chameleon. According to the previously learned information on the distribution of ferocious beasts, Hell Chameleons are usually active in the dark swamp area near the second level. The environment there is complex and filled with poisonous miasma, making it a paradise for many ferocious beasts that are good at hiding and using poison. We have to get there as soon as possible. Chu Feng's eyes were sharp, his blood was surging, and while he was fleeing, he opened the range of delicious devouring to the maximum. Wherever he passed, no matter whether it was a low-level ferocious beast running on the ground or a strange bird flying in the sky, as long as they entered a certain range around him, they would be crushed, decomposed, and then swallowed by the invisible force in an instant. Instead of weakening during the escape, the aura was slightly enhanced due to the continuous swallowing. This terrifying ability to plunder the enemy and strengthen oneself even in desperate situations made the 12 Beast Kings chasing behind even more frightened and furious. His chi and blood have increased again? We can't let him swallow it again. Damn it, what kind of innate abilities does he have? Gravity, devouring, absolute defense? So disgusting. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, because the extreme vision eye had already seen the huge swamp area shrouded in gray-green poisonous miasma in the distance. The dark swamp. Gravity jump was activated, and the figure flashed and entered the dark swamp. The entire dark swamp is filled with terrible poisonous gas. If an ordinary person enters here and breathes once, he will feel dizzy and dizzy. If he breathes twice, his consciousness will become blurred, and if he breathes 3 times, his heart will stop beating. Even if a 4 or 5-star warrior entered here, without any protective measures, he would fall to the ground and die within half a minute. Chu Feng is immune to poison, so there is no need to worry. No poison has any effect on Chu Feng. That damn human entered the underswamp. Hee, that place is full of poisonous gas. If he runs in there, he's dead. Several Beast Kings looked overjoyed. But the next second, the Viper King poured a basin of cold water on them. Don't forget, that little human ghost is not even afraid of my poison. How could he be afraid of the poisonous gas there? The Dragon King said, "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Surround the dark swamp and don't let him escape. Snake King, this area is also under your jurisdiction. Notify the tribes within to flee immediately and interrupt his ability to devour and increase his chi and blood." The Snake King nodded, and then his huge body appeared above the dark swamp, making a hissing sound from his mouth. Suddenly, all the ferocious beasts in the dark swamp received the order and took action immediately. Chu Feng noticed that the 12 Beast Kings also rushed to the dark swamp and surrounded the entire area. He also noticed that the ferocious beasts in the entire area became active. However, Chu Feng did not panic. He calmly launched the gravity detection wave and the extreme vision to search for the Hell Chameleon. When Chu Feng did this, a ferocious beast discovered Chu Feng, but did not attack him. Instead, it ran away faster. However, they could not escape from Chu Feng's palm, and were all shattered under the 1,000 times gravity. At the same time, the terrifying devouring power forcibly sucked in and devoured all the ferocious beasts within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Found it! The next second, Chu Feng was overjoyed. His gravity detection wave swept across a ferocious beast similar to the Hell Chameleon. Then he looked through the poisonous fog and saw a huge chameleon fleeing. The chameleon had many disgusting dragon heads growing on its body, and its color was constantly changing, blending in with the surrounding environment. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice its existence. It's the chameleon of hell. Whoosh! The gravity jump was activated, and Chu Feng's figure suddenly appeared above the head of the Hell Chameleon. The Hell Chameleon noticed this, and countless dragon heads roared, spewing out large amounts of poisonous gas from their mouths. Chu Feng simply ignored its poisonous gas and activated the gravity ball. 1,000 times the gravity crushed down, and the Hell Chameleon was forced to the ground, its body deformed. Bang bang bang. Several faucets even exploded. Instant death. Chu Feng raised his right hand and activated Delicious Devouring. In an instant, the Hell Chameleon was eaten. Ding! Devour the Hell Chameleon. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Secret Invisibility. Do you want to practice it? System prompts. Chu Feng did not hesitate and silently said, Practice. Ding! Secret Invisibility practice successful. As the system's voice fell, Chu Feng's mind contained all the information about the secret invisibility technique. In an instant, Chu Feng mastered this secret technique. The 12 Beast Kings have surrounded the Dark Swamp and locked onto Chu Feng, preparing to launch an attack to destroy the Dark Swamp, Chu Feng, and the countless ferocious beasts inside. Everyone, get ready to act. This time, I must kill him. Die. Die. The next second, the 12 Beast Kings' bodies grew countless times larger and launched their strongest attacks at the same time. Extra-dimensional laser. The golden needle kills violently. Meteorite impact. Destruction sweep. The devil's voice roars. Split the sky with a claw. 12 extremely terrifying attacks all landed in the Dark Swamp. In an instant, an extremely violent explosion sounded, and the entire Dark Swamp was instantly annihilated. Countless ferocious beasts inside were smashed to pieces and died on the spot. Chu Feng's aura also disappeared completely in front of the 12 Beast Kings. The huge sonic boom here has reached the nearest second checkpoint and even further away. Countless warriors even saw a terrifying mushroom cloud rising into the sky, blocking out the sun. What's going on there? What else could it be? The 12 Beast Kings are attacking Chu Feng. It's so scary. Do you think Chu Feng is still alive? Stop it. The entire Dark Swamp has been destroyed. How can Chu Feng survive in there? Alas, what a pity. Countless soldiers and warriors shook their heads helplessly, and Commander-in-Chief Pang, General Ding, General Lei, and others looked grim. The sonic boom in the Dark Swamp has dissipated, but the smoke and dust still fills the sky. After a long time, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the entire Dark Swamp disappeared, turning into a huge pit. Ha, I finally killed him. Great. The human race's genius is dead. Mission accomplished. I can finally rest easy. The 12 Beast Kings did not sense Chu Feng's breath and determined that Chu Feng was annihilated in the explosion just now. Chapter 92, Disadvantages of Secret Invisibility. The destructive energy storm in the Dark Swamp gradually subsided, leaving behind only a huge charred pit with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers, and the soil on the edge was still emitting hot green smoke. The huge bodies of the 12 Beast Kings hovered above the deep pit, their scarlet or green eyes scanning below, their perception like invisible tentacles, plowing every inch of land over and over again. The aura has completely disappeared. In my perception, there's not even a fragment of life left. Humph, with the combined attack of the 12 of us, even a peak 9-star cultivator would have no chance of surviving. He died without leaving any trace. The 11 Beast Kings spoke one after another, believing that Chu Feng was doomed to die. But the Dragon King's majestic head slowly turned, and a barely perceptible hint of doubt flashed in his golden vertical pupils. It always felt that the human kid died too cleanly. According to the various strange abilities Chu Feng had demonstrated before, even if he couldn't resist head-on, he should have shown signs of a dying struggle or escape. Don't be careless, the Dragon King said in a low voice, we must search carefully. Even if it's just a broken bone or a drop of blood, we must find it. Although the other Beast Kings felt that the Dragon King was a little too cautious, they did not object. They can only feel at ease after completely confirming Chu Feng's death. At the same time, at the edge of the deep pit, in the shadow of a huge rock lifted up by the shock wave, Chu Feng leaned against the hot rock, his body seemed to be completely integrated with the shadow. Not only was he imperceptible to the naked eye, even his life breath and energy fluctuations completely disappeared. It was the secret invisibility that happened. At the moment when the attacks of the 12 Beast Kings fell, he just activated the secret invisibility. It is not just optical invisibility, but also the complete concealment of breath, energy, body temperature, and even one's own existence. No attack would work on him. It's equivalent to blurring. But, although this secret invisibility technique is amazing, it also has a drawback. Once powerful energy is used, the invisibility state will be automatically lifted. As for the critical point of this energy, Xu Feng has not tested it yet. At this moment, he stared coldly at the 12 mountain-like figures in the sky. There was no fear or anger in his eyes, only an icy murderous intent and extreme calmness. However, he did not act immediately, because he knew that even if he took action, he would not be able to kill the Beast King with his current strength, but would instead make the Beast King alert. Xu Feng planned to devour the ferocious beasts, and when his strength was strong enough, he would kill the 12 Beast Kings one by one. This won't take long. After all, during his previous escape, he devoured countless ferocious beasts along the way, including 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level beasts. In addition to having half of his energy absorbed by the Gourmet Cell devil egg, Xu Feng also gained a large amount of qi and blood. Entering the system interface, you can see that the health exceeds 150,000, reaching 152,000, which means he is already a late-stage 6-star warrior. The second level, the sky. It looks like he's truly dead. Elder Hao had also arrived at the distant edge of the checkpoint at some point. Looking at the enormous pit, a trace of regret crossed his face, his heart aching. It's a shame for his natural abilities. But, for bringing 500 years of peace to the human race, his death was well deserved. He was still thinking of waiting for the 12 Beast Kings to kill Xu Feng, and then go over to pick up the corpse, but he didn't expect Xu Feng to be beaten to death. Some of the warriors behind him nodded in agreement. Bullshit. Commander-in-Chief Peng roared like thunder. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Elder Hao. Xu Feng was forced to death by you. What bullshit piece. Can you believe the words of the beasts? Just wait, it won't be long before they tear up the agreement. Elder Hao's face darkened. Commander-in-Chief Peng, watch your words. The overall situation is more important. Fuck the overall situation. General Ding couldn't help but curse. Countless soldiers and warriors behind him also glared at him, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Here, in the sky, the Beast Kings who had searched in vain finally began to relax their vigilance. Looks like it's resolved. We can go back and report to the higher-ups now. The consumption this time is quite large, I need to consume a lot of blood food to replenish it. Let's go. The 12 Beast Kings are not a united group. Once the crisis is resolved, their respective thoughts become active. In that case, each of you should return to your territory, the Dragon King finally said. Wait until the Beast King wakes up, and then read his prophecy. The 12 Beast Kings left one after another. Xu Feng only took action after seeing their figures completely disappear. The most urgent task is to understand the shortcomings of secret invisibility. Then, he released a slight aura, probably that of a 1-star warrior, and his secret invisibility was not lifted. Even when releasing the aura of a 2-star warrior, the secret invisibility was not lifted. He released the aura of a 5-star warrior, and suddenly his entire body became visible, and his secret invisibility was automatically lifted. It will automatically dispel the aura of a 5-star warrior if it is released. Not bad. Xu Feng was still quite satisfied. In this case, it is also possible to perform anti-gravity flight when activating secret invisibility, as long as you fly slower. As for using the secret invisibility technique to get close to the enemy and launch a sneak attack, it is of course possible. Although he will appear when he releases all his strength, Xu Feng's sword will also be slashed out when he appears. After fully understanding the ability of secret invisibility, Xu Feng's next step is to devour the ferocious beast to increase his strength. As long as you break through 7 stars, you will have the chance to kill the Beast King. In addition to the ferocious beast, there were also Elder Hao, Qin Run and others, none of whom could escape. Just as Xu Feng was about to take action, a flash of light appeared from a distance and then stood in mid-air. Senior Xin Chang. Xu Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw the person coming. Xin Chang watched the dark swamp below turn into a huge pit. She could no longer sense Xu Feng's presence and her expression was gloomy. Brother Xu Feng, are you really dead? Well. But don't worry, I will avenge the person who killed you sooner or later. Oh. Just then, a roar was heard. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a terrifying beast appear. Lion head. Tiger body. The body length exceeds 200 meters and the height is 160 meters. Huge. Chu Feng recognized it was a liger, a 7th level ferocious beast. When Xin Cheng saw the lion tiger beast in mid-air, her face changed and she immediately turned into a ray of light and whizzed away. Oh! The lion tiger's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it opened its huge mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Buzz! The sound waves were like thunder, shaking the space. Xin Cheng, who was fleeing, was directly shocked by the terrible sonic boom, and his blood was boiling. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his body fell from mid-air. Oh! The lion-tiger beast roared, pounced forward, and swooped down with its huge claws towards Xin Cheng. Without saying a word, Xin Cheng burst out with all her might, activated her innate ability of light, and glowed with light. With a flash of her figure, she appeared strangely above the lion-tiger beast's head, holding a sword in her right hand, and chopped it down with one blow. Swish swish swish. Endless sword lights roared. This is the Xian-level combat skill she practiced, the beam slash. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered all over the lion-tiger and it screamed miserably. But it did not die, nor was it even fatally injured, at most it was only slightly injured. Xin Cheng's expression changed. The strongest attack is just to break the lion-tiger beast's defense? And at this moment, a huge black palm slapped down from above the lion-tiger beast. Chapter 93, Sending Xin Cheng the Secret Technique. The black palm contained a terrifying gravitational pressure. Before the black palm landed on the liger, the astonishing gravity crushed the liger to the ground, and then the black palm hit the liger. With a boom, a huge sonic boom sounded. The liger screamed, its bones were broken, blood gushed out of its mouth, and its huge body lay on the collapsed ground. It was not dead, but it could not get up for a while. Xin Cheng next to him looked horrified. A rank 7 lion-tiger beast was severely injured with just one slap? Senior Xin Cheng, are you okay? Just as she was surprised, a familiar voice rang out. Xin Cheng quickly turned around and saw a sunny and cheerful man walking towards her leisurely. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Junior Chu Feng, you're still alive? It is hard to imagine that the 12 Beast Kings attacked together and even destroyed the entire Dark Swamp, but Chu Feng inside was not dead yet and even looked unharmed. How is this done? Besides, she clearly didn't sense Chu Feng's presence just now, so how come he suddenly appeared? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded to Xin Cheng, then walked to the seriously injured liger, raised his hand, activated Delicious Devouring, and directly swallowed the liger. The liger's vitality is still pretty good. After being hit by the gravity palm with 1,000 times the gravity, it is not dead yet. Xin Cheng was horrified when she saw the lion-tiger being devoured by Chu Feng in an instant, leaving not even a hair behind. How could she not know that the lion-tiger beast was seriously injured by Chu Feng's slap? Thinking of this, Xin Cheng's heart was in turmoil. You know, when she met Chu Feng more than a month ago, Chu Feng was still a high school student who had just graduated. He was probably not even a 1-star warrior, while she was already a 6-star warrior. And now, a month later, Chu Feng has become a 6-star warrior, and in the late stage. He can even kill a 7th-level beast with a single slap, while she was almost killed by a 7th-level beast. Seeing this comparison, Xin Cheng lost her composure. Looking at Chu Feng was like looking at a monster. Before this, she had heard that Chu Feng had killed a 7th-level ferocious beast at the demonic pass and found it unbelievable. Now that she saw with her own eyes that Chu Feng had easily killed a 7th-level ferocious beast, she still found it unbelievable. After Chu Feng devoured the 7th-level ferocious beast, the lion-tiger beast, in addition to some of its energy being absorbed by the Gourmet Cell demon, his chi and blood increased by almost 500 points. Next, Chu Feng and Xin Cheng briefly talked about how to escape from the attack of the 12 Beast Kings, as well as the information about the secret technique of invisibility. I see. Xin Cheng nodded. The secret technique of invisibility is truly an incredible ability. Senior Xin Cheng, Chu Feng said, please don't tell anyone that I have a secret technique to become invisible. Also, many people probably think I'm dead, but please keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret for me, okay? Xin Cheng said solemnly, Brother Chu Feng, I understand. I will keep it a secret for you. Senior Xin Cheng, thank you. Chu Feng said gratefully. I really have to thank Senior Sister Xin Cheng. If it weren't for her help in the early stages, Chu Feng wouldn't have made such rapid progress. Besides, just now, Xin Cheng thought Chu Feng was dead and said she wanted to avenge Chu Feng. Just for this, Chu Feng has to thank her very much. When did you become so disgusting? Xin Cheng's face darkened. Don't force me to slap you. Shu Feng was touched, and then he took out a pen and paper from the swallowing space, wrote something, and finally handed it to Xinqing. Senior sister, this is the secret invisibility technique, you can learn it. Maybe you can't become completely invisible like me and not be afraid of any attack, but it should be able to make you invisible. The secret art of invisibility is very difficult to practice, and there are many levels, including invisibility, life eliminating, invisibility, and virtualization. Even if Chu Feng were to learn, he would not be able to cultivate to the final level. But he had a cheat, and with the help of the system, he reached the maximum level in an instant. Xinqing's eyes lit up. Okay. Then I won't be polite. He quickly took over the secret invisibility technique and was overjoyed. This ability is so awesome, who wouldn't want to practice it? After chatting with Xinqing for a while, Xinqiang went back. Chu Feng had no intention of going back. He wanted to continue devouring ferocious beasts and continue to become stronger. The Hao family's luxurious villa. Elder Hao, is this your plan? Chu Feng will be killed without leaving any trace. I didn't expect this to happen. It was my mistake. I also feel bad for those 3 gifted people. There's no point in saying this now. Baldy and I paid a heavy price to cooperate with you, and even had a bad relationship with the military. That's right. Elder Hao, how are you going to explain this to us? Don't worry, both of you. Chu Feng's SSS-level talent is gone, but we still have other talents. Within half a year, I will definitely give you a satisfactory talent. If I can't do it, I will hand over 2 sets of Earth-level combat skills as compensation. That's better. The bald elder and the green-haired elder left. Not long after, several figures appeared in Elder Hao's villa. Chu Feng is dead. We need to change our plan. Master Qin, how are the experiments going? Elder Hao, the shadow cult has found a breakthrough. Everything is going smoothly. It will be accomplished within a month. Okay, very good. From now on, this planet will be ours. Tell the shadow cult to send as many experimental subjects as they need. Clear. In a hospital. Good. That's great. Chu Feng, you are finally dead. So what if you're a monstrous genius? You're still dead. Also, Xinqing, that bitch, when I recover from my injury, I will definitely ride you well. Lin Hao laughed wildly, looking crazy. Military University. Principal Xiao, Zhengyan, Huang Ting, Mi Zimeng and others found it hard to accept Chu Feng's death. Is that kid really dead? No. Brother Feng is definitely not dead. Yes, Brother Feng is such a pervert, how could he die so easily? Chu Feng, are you really dead? I haven't given you the love letter I wrote to you yet. Socially. Countless warriors felt sorry for Chu Feng's death. Alas, a genius with SSS-level talents and abilities died just like that. It's so hard to find a genius with 3S-level talent, but he was forced to death like this. So sad. If Chu Feng had been given more time to practice, the situation would have been different. What a pity. However, except for Xinqing, no one knew that Chu Feng was not only still alive, but also alive and well. At this moment, he was killing people indiscriminately outside the pass. Chapter 94, Crazy Devouring. The news of Chu Feng's death swept across the human territory like a hurricane, triggering all kinds of reactions. Regret, anger, conspiracy, ecstasy. All kinds of emotions surge in the undercurrent. But for Chu Feng himself, all this has nothing to do with him for the time being. He seemed like a real ghost, starting a crazy hunt deep outside the Great Wall. Secret invisibility became his most powerful protection. In invisible state, he was like an invisible bystander, freely moving through jungles, mountains, and swamps. Even high-level beasts with keen perception could not detect his presence. His goal is very clear: to devour the ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts are nightmare-like existences for ordinary warrior teams, but for Chu Feng, they are the most perfect nutritional supplements. In a valley burning with strange purple flames, a group of purple crystal scorpions over 30 meters long are sleeping, and the aura they emit has reached the peak of the 5th level. They are the absolute overlords of this purple flame valley. Their shells are as hard as alloy, and the poison in their tailhooks is enough to kill a 6-star warrior. However, today, an invisible god of death quietly arrived. Chu Feng hovered invisibly above the purple crystal scorpions with a cold look in his eyes. The next second, a 1,000-fold gravity field was activated, and at the same time, the gravity palm also erupted. An invisible and terrifying force instantly enveloped the sleeping amethyst scorpions before they could even wake up. Their huge bodies were pressed to the ground, and their shells made crackling sounds as they could not bear the weight. They struggled in terror, their tail hooks swung wildly, and purple venom splashed, corroding deep pits in the surrounding rocks. But it was all in vain. Chu Feng's figure appeared at the moment the attack was launched, but the palm that condensed terrifying gravity had already pressed down firmly. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the ground where a group of purple crystal scorpions were located sank deeply. Their sturdy shells were completely shattered, their bodies were almost flattened, and their life force quickly dissipated. Delicious devour. Chu Feng raised his hand, and an invisible devouring force field enveloped him. The bodies of a group of purple crystal scorpions quickly decomposed and disappeared, turning into pure energy that flowed into Chu Feng's body. Qi and blood surge. Feeling the obvious increase in qi and blood in his body, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. This kind of high-efficiency hunting was far superior to hunting low-level beasts in the checkpoints. He activated the secret invisibility technique again, his breath completely disappeared, and he left the valley, leaving only a huge palm print pit, telling of the short and terrifying battle that had just taken place. The days passed by minute. Chu Feng was like a tireless harvester, wandering around the dangerous areas of the ferocious beast's territory. Black water mysterious snake, three-headed demon wolf, earth-splitting violent bear. One after another, the 6th-level ferocious beasts, which were notorious among human warriors, became Chu Feng's food. His energy and blood were rising at an astonishing rate. 1.8 million. 1.9 million. 2 million. But it is not enough, far from enough. The devouring continues. A group of level 5 impact rhinos were sleeping when suddenly a terrifying invisible gravity enveloped them, crushing them to the ground, their armor shattered. The next second, they all disappeared. A group of sawtooth wolves ran away as if they had seen a ghost, but as they ran, they were all crushed to the ground and their bones were shattered. Then, they too disappeared. Oh! A 7th-level ferocious beast, a ghost-headed giant crocodile, roared and swung its tail wildly, blowing up the mountains. But suddenly, a figure appeared above his head. The ghost-headed crocodile noticed, but it also died. Because a flash of knife energy flashed down, splitting its body in two and spurting blood. While Chu Feng was quietly accumulating strength outside the pass, the actions of the shadow cult within the human race were becoming more and more rampant. Cases of missing persons have been reported in many places, especially in some remote towns, where the number of missing persons has increased significantly. Although the authorities tried their best to suppress the news, some rumors still spread among low-level warriors and civilians, causing considerable panic. In Xin Chang's independent training room at Military University, she sat cross-legged, with the piece of paper Chu Feng gave her in front of her, which contained the method of practicing the secret invisibility technique. She tried to circulate her qi, blood, and mental strength according to the above method, but the process was extremely obscure and difficult, and her qi and blood almost flowed backwards several times. Ha! She let out a long breath, sweat on her forehead. As expected of that ability mastered by that monster Chu Feng, the difficulty of practicing it is too exaggerated. Even becoming invisible is so difficult, not to mention the subsequent life-destroying and invisibility. The void level is simply unimaginable. Although the progress was slow, Xin could feel that just by trying to practice, her control over her own mental power had improved slightly. This made her more determined to continue practicing. A secret underground base somewhere. The place was brightly lit and filled with a pungent smell of chemicals and blood. Huge transparent culture tanks are arranged neatly, filled with human or ferocious beast tissues of various shapes, some of which are even pulsating slightly. The scene is like hell. Elder Hao, the Qin family's patriarch, and several figures wearing the shadow cult's iconic black robes were standing in front of the largest culture tank in the center. Inside the incubator was a deformed half-human, half-beast monster. It had a human-like torso, but its limbs were sharp animal claws. Its back had incomplete flesh wings growing on it, and its skin was covered with sparse scales. Its eyes were tightly closed, but its chest was heaving. "How's the progress?" Elder Hao asked in a deep voice, with a fanatical glint in his eyes. A black-robed bishop replied in a hoarse voice, "It's going very smoothly, Elder Hao. We combine humans and ferocious beasts to enhance their physical strength, then use elixirs to activate their potential and develop their innate abilities. We have successfully developed human beast bodies with powerful innate abilities, and are currently stripping them of their innate abilities. Once the talents and abilities are successfully separated, we will have a large number of talents and abilities, and we can then fuse them together. Very good. Elder Howe smiled. Speed up the progress. Once we succeed, we can become warriors with dual, triple, or even multiple talents. Then we will train a group of warriors with multiple talents and abilities. Our world will soon come. His eyes swept over the twisted monster in the culture tank, as if admiring a perfect work of art. Outside the pass, marked Area 201. The ferocious beasts are fleeing. Endless panic filled their hearts. They saw with their own eyes that their own kind were crushed to death for no reason and then devoured. No matter what they do, it's useless. Even several 7th level ferocious beasts were killed in an instant. Escape. Run away. Must escape. At this moment, Chu Feng was standing on a mountaintop. His extreme vision eyes were activated, and he saw countless ferocious beasts fleeing in panic with a cold gaze. But instead of devouring them, it entered the system interface. Chapter 95: The Devil's Minced Meat Chop. Enter the system interface. Host, Chu Feng. Chi and Blood, 280-00000312-5000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell Super Strong Sense of Smell, Gourmet Cell Devil Egg Hatching Progress 58%. SSS-level Gravity 1300 times Gravity Field, Anti-Gravity Flight, Gravity Drop, Gravity Detection Wave, Gravity Jump. SSS-level Devour Delicious Devour, Devour Space. Comprehensive development skills of talents and abilities, Swallowing Gravity Balls, Palm Suction, Swallowing Gravity Transfer. Sword skills, Heavenly Crustal Cutting Proficient, Gravity Palm Proficient. Special abilities, Poison Immunity, Invincibility, Extreme Vision, Intuition, Secret Invisibility. Weapon, Black God Blade. Warrior level, 6-star peak. Devour quest, updated. The later you get, the more energy and blood you need to cross each realm. Although he did not break through the 7 stars, his strength improved a lot. The most direct manifestation is that the gravity reaches 1,300 times, and any beast below the 7th level will be crushed to death instantly. Furthermore, the strength of the physical body is increased hundreds of times under the influence of the Gourmet Cell's innate ability. The focus is on the devouring task. Mission Option 1: Devour the Molten Giant Turtle. Reward, Heavenly Sword Skill, Demon King Flesh Slash. Mission Option 2: Devour the Silent Thunder Eagle. Reward, Heaven Level Combat Skill, Thunder Critical Strike. The Mountain Melting Giant Turtle is a 7th order early stage ferocious beast. Its body is as huge as a hill, and its carapace is like cooled lava, covered with cracks, with hot magma flowing in the cracks. The defense is extremely strong. The Thunder Eagle of Annihilation is also a 7th order early stage ferocious beast. Its wings were spread over 500 meters, and it was surrounded by black lightning, flying at an extremely fast speed. These two 7th level beasts may be irresistible to other warriors, but they are no match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng wanted to kill them like slaughtering dogs. After all, before this, Chu Feng had killed the 7th level Sea Beast Eyeball Octopus and the 7th level Ferocious Beast Lion Tiger Beast, which were of the same level as them. So, the key to choosing which task is to see which one has better rewards. One is the Heavenly Level Swordsmanship Demon King Meat Mince Slash, and the other is the Heavenly Level Combat Skill Thunder Critical Strike. Both bonus skills are of Heavenly level and are terrifyingly powerful. After thinking about it for a while, Chu Feng decided to choose the Heavenly Level Sword Technique Demon King Meat Chopping. Although the Heaven Level Combat Skill Thunder Critical Strike, with the blessing of the Gourmet Cell's innate ability, can burst out thunder that destroys everything by superimposing gravity energy, the Heaven Level Sword Skill Demon King Meat Mince Slash can also do it, and even if it is combined with the Black God Battle Sword, the power will be even more terrifying. It can be said that because Chu Feng has the Black God Battle Sword, he can greatly increase the destructive power of his sword skills and techniques. Ding! You have selected Task Option 1. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System prompts. Without hesitation, Chu Feng immediately maintained the secret invisibility and flew towards the fiber volcano outside the pass at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, whenever they encountered ferocious beasts, they would crush and devour them all. Large numbers of ferocious beasts died tragically and disappeared. The entire area has become a mess. Countless ferocious beasts fled like mad. This alarming movement had already attracted the attention of the beast king of this area, the demon snake. Is that a gravity ability? Damn it, is that human kid named Chufeng still alive? But, how is this possible? The demonic serpent was horrified. It did not move out, but remained dormant in the dark, wanting to see if it was Chufeng who took action, but it could not see Chufeng's figure at all, nor did it sense any human breath. However, what was strange was that countless ferocious beasts died tragically and disappeared one after another. The devil snake was also panicked. Puff, puff, puff. It opened its mouth and madly spewed out poisonous fog, covering an area of thousands of kilometers. The countless ferocious beasts inside quickly escaped from the range of the poisonous fog. Some who failed to escape in time were poisoned to death and their bodies rotted. The other ferocious beasts outside wanted to take refuge with the devil snake, but when they discovered the poisonous fog, they dared not get close. Panic and death enveloped the entire demon area, covering tens of millions of square kilometers. On the third day, the noise finally stopped. Strange deaths disappear. Countless ferocious beasts were exhausted, and many of them fell to the ground and trembled. The Beast King Demon Viper also breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is that? It's invisible, breathless, and tasteless, but it's madly devouring ferocious beasts. It's horrible. Could it be that those guys up there are coming? But, it shouldn't be like this. If those guys up there come down, there'll be a huge commotion, but there hasn't been any movement before. Or is it that there are still terrifying existences hidden in the ancestral land of the human race that we are unaware of? No. This news must be shared with the other beast kings. Over here. Chufeng has left the demon area and entered the golden mosquito area. The area of this area is even larger than the demon area. But there are not many kinds of ferocious beasts inside. Some low-level ferocious beasts simply cannot survive in this area. Because the Beast King, the golden mosquito, is hermaphroditic and lays eggs crazily. There are not many other ferocious beasts in the entire area, but the number of golden mosquitoes exceeds 5 billion. Other ferocious beasts that enter this area will basically be killed by golden mosquitoes. Only some ferocious beasts with extreme defense can survive in this area. For example, Molten Mountain Turtle. As long as the Beast King golden mosquito does not take action, other golden mosquitoes cannot break through its defense and cannot devour its flesh and blood. The Beast King golden mosquito usually devours some weak golden mosquitoes to replenish its energy and blood, while also laying eggs to create more golden mosquitoes. It can be said that the Beast King golden mosquito is a pervert. On this day, Chufeng maintained his secret invisibility and stood on a tall rock. Looking around, he saw the air full of golden mosquitoes, some big and some small. The big ones are bigger than buffaloes, and the small ones are only the size of puppies. The level of golden mosquitoes is related to their size. The bigger it is, the higher the level is, the smaller it is, the lower the level is. Chufeng did not attack the countless golden mosquitoes in front of him, but instead activated his super sense of smell, which allowed him to detect smells within hundreds of kilometers. You may not find the giant volcano turtle right away, but you may be able to smell the special smell emitted by the volcano. Suddenly, countless smells rushed into my nose, mostly the fishy smell of golden mosquitoes. No suspicious odors were detected. Driven by intuition, Chufeng flew to one side. Half a day later, standing in mid-air, below was an extremely vast and terrifying forest filled with dense golden mosquitoes. What is even more bizarre is that many of the plants inside are not normal plants. Some have eyes, noses, and mouths, just like tree monsters. In fact, these are all carnivorous plants. They are preying on golden mosquitoes, and the golden mosquitoes are also devouring their energy. Hurt each other. A large number of golden mosquitoes died, and more golden mosquitoes flew in. The carnivorous plants were devoured by the golden mosquitoes, and soon new carnivorous plants grew again. Even the entire huge forest was expanding outward at a speed of 10 meters per second. Chufeng sighed inwardly, and without thinking too much, activated his super sense of smell again. A huge smell rushed into the nose. Suddenly, a special smell made the gourmet cells in my body tremble, and then I became excited. Chapter 96, Fruit of Life, Activation of Gourmet Cells. This is delicious cell activation ingredients. Chufeng was pleasantly surprised. This situation has happened twice before, so there is nothing wrong with it. Once the gourmet cells are activated, the gourmet cell's innate abilities will be greatly enhanced. The strength increased dramatically. In addition, the hatching of gourmet cell devil eggs will also be accelerated. Without hesitation, he immediately used his super sense of smell to lock onto the source of the smell, and then activated his extreme vision to look. The sight shot forward like a sharp arrow, and a huge vine appeared at the end of the sight. The vines are like snakes, winding around in circles to form a bird's nest. And in the center of the bird's nest there is a glowing sphere. No, it should be said that it is some kind of fruit. The smell that excites the gourmet cells comes from that fruit. What is that? Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. The figure moved, maintaining this secret invisibility, and activated the anti-gravity flight to fly forward. There were golden mosquitoes everywhere along the way. Countless golden mosquitoes flew towards Chu Feng head-on, but they passed directly through Chu Feng's transparent body. Get closer to the fruit. However, he discovered that although there were countless golden mosquitoes around, he did not see any of them attacking the fruit. I don't even dare to get close. This matter is weird. Buzz. At this time, a golden mosquito, which was bigger than a sheep, flashed a look of determination in its eyes, and its long mouthparts were slightly raised, flashing with a cold light. The next second, it rushed towards the fruit at an extremely fast speed. When it was 500 meters away from the fruit, a giant snake suddenly rushed out from the vine, opened its big mouth, and swallowed the golden mosquito in one gulp. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several more golden mosquitoes rushed towards the fruit from the other side. Several giant snakes rushed out from the vines and swallowed all the approaching golden mosquitoes. When no golden mosquitoes approached, the giant snakes sank into the vines and merged into one. Chu Feng knew that those snakes were evil bean trees that parasitized on vines, a carnivorous plant. Without paying any attention to anything else, Chu Feng, under the effect of the secret invisibility technique, continued to approach as usual, and even entered the attack range of the evil Dojimu without the other party noticing. The next second, Chu Feng stood above the bird's nest and looked at the fruit from close range. Several golden lines appeared on its surface, flashing with light constantly, and extremely subtle fragrance emanated from it. Normal sense of smell cannot detect it at all. Chu Feng has a super strong sense of smell and can easily capture that hint of fragrance. But Chu Feng didn't know what kind of fruit this was, as he had never seen it before. There is no relevant information on the Warrior Alliance forum. In fact, this is the fruit of life, and a level rare treasure. Its main effect is to increase lifespan. Depending on the quality of the fruit of life, a good fruit of life can increase lifespan by 50 years, and a slightly inferior fruit of life can also increase lifespan by 10 years. Judging from the several golden lines on the surface of this fruit of life, its quality is obviously average. Without thinking twice, Chu Feng picked up the fruit of life that was as big as a basketball and put it into the devouring space on his body. The moment the fruit of life disappeared, many evil bean trees hidden on the vines reacted and rushed out from the vines, revealing red eyes and roaring with their mouths open, like crazy. The roar echoed throughout the forest. Many golden mosquitoes were frightened. Ah! The mad and evil mane no Ki roared and launched violent attacks in all directions. Many golden mosquitoes around were devoured. But Chu Feng didn't care about these. He moved, flew out of the forest and stood high in the sky. Looking down, the entire central area of the forest was in chaos, many trees had collapsed, and golden mosquitoes were flying everywhere. Chu Feng took out the fruit of life from the devouring space on his body and used the delicious devouring to eat it all at once. The next second, the gourmet cells in the body are boiling, and terrifying energy is surging out. The whole body makes a cracking sound, and the muscles are swelling. An extremely powerful aura roared out, directly breaking through the boundary of secret invisibility and making Chu Feng appear. Chu Feng's shirt had exploded, revealing glowing muscles that shone with a metallic luster. The energy and blood surged, directly exceeding 3 million. What is even more surprising is that many cracks appeared on the gourmet cell devil egg in the body, and golden light shone through it. A look that is about to break but not completely broken. Upon checking the hatching progress, it was very encouraging, having reached 80%. Sure enough, eating ingredients that gourmet cells like speeds up the hatching process. At this moment, countless golden mosquitoes in the forest below noticed Chu Feng, making a buzzing sound and rushing towards him in overwhelming numbers, their eyes flashing with ferocity and their mouthparts filled with cold light. Chu Feng frowned slightly, his expression indifferent, and raised his right hand to launch the sucking palm. The palm of his hand released a terrifying devouring power, like a black hole, forcibly sucking in the flying golden mosquitoes. Most of these golden mosquitoes are at the second level, with very few at the third level and the fourth level, and there is not a single one at the fifth level or above. After sucking in countless golden mosquitoes, it activated the delicious swallowing technique and forcibly eaten them all. Qi and blood are improving. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More golden mosquitoes rushed up from the forest below, densely packed. Xu Feng's expression remained normal, and he continued to release sucking palm and delicious devouring. No matter how many golden mosquitoes come, I will devour them all. Some golden mosquitoes appeared from behind Xu Feng, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but Xu Feng's figure disappeared in an instant. But what was strange was that the devouring force in the void did not completely disappear, but the devouring intensity and range were weakened a lot. Countless golden mosquitoes saw that there was life and quickly turned around and ran away. Xu Feng did not chase after him. Instead, it flew towards the other side. It's not too late to come back and devour it after completing the task. While flying, activate the super sense of smell. I don't know how long I flew, but suddenly the smell of hot molten lava hit my nose. It stopped, scanned the surroundings with its extreme vision eyes, then its eyes lit up and it continued to fly to the side. An hour later, mountains over tens of thousands of meters high appeared at the end of the sight, some of which were still emitting smoke, forming a group of mountains. There are also countless rivers formed by magma on the ground, crisscrossing each other. The air was filled with a hot atmosphere. Many golden mosquitoes were flying everywhere. And here is the fiber volcano. As far as we know, the molten mountain giant turtle is in this area. The figure moved, activated anti-gravity flight, and headed towards the center of the fiber volcano. Chapter 97. This knife is extremely domineering. The temperature in the center of the fiber volcano is terrifyingly high, and the air is twisted and evaporated in the heat wave. If an ordinary warrior were here, even breathing would probably burn his lungs. However, for Xu Feng, whose physical strength had increased hundreds of times, such high temperature was just like a spring breeze. What's more, he is still maintaining the secret invisibility state at this moment, and can ignore all energy-type attacks. His eyes were as fast as lightning, sweeping across the roiling lava river and the jagged volcanic rocks below. The super sense of smell was working at full capacity, capturing the unique scent of the molten mountain giant turtle amidst the strong and pungent smell of sulfur and lava. Nothing was found. Xu Feng was not impatient. He moved like a shadow and searched the center of the lava for a while, but still found no trace. With a sudden movement, he landed on a huge protruding rock in the lava river. He stared calmly at the red liquid flowing under his feet, then leaned over and pressed his right hand on the hot rock surface. Gravity detection waves. Invisible ripples spread silently from his palm, instantly covering an area of countless kilometers. It is perceived that there are indeed some lives lurking deep in the magma, but their size is far from the target. Not it. Xu Feng jumped up again, landed on another rock, and repeated the detection. This size should be the molten mountain giant turtle. The next moment, he was delighted and shot like an arrow towards a wider lava lake. Maintaining its stealth status, it quietly sank into the molten lava, approaching the figure that looked like a small mountain. Deep at the bottom of the lake, a huge creature was crawling quietly, its carapace undulating like a mountain range. Its dark black-brown shell was riddled with gullies, and hot golden magma slowly flowed in the cracks, as if its blood was connected to the fire at the Earth's core. It is the molten mountain giant turtle. After confirming the target, Xu Feng no longer hesitated. He soared into the sky from the molten lava, suspended in mid-air, and took the initiative to cancel the secret invisibility technique, releasing his aura without reservation. With the black god's sword tightly grasped in his right hand, crust cutting has been activated, adding 1,300 times the gravity. Cut. With a low shout, the knife came out like a dragon. The pitch black and heavy blade energy tore through the scorching air, distorting the space wherever it passed. The surface of the molten lake was split open by an invisible force, revealing the giant turtle below that looked up in shock. The molten mountain turtle suddenly opened its giant eyes like molten gold, and the destructive blade light was reflected in its pupils. It didn't even have time to roar or put up a lava shield before the blade energy, which was filled with extreme destructive power, fell on its thick neck like a guillotine. Sniff. The defense layer as thick as a city wall was like brittle paper in front of the sword energy and was cut open in an instant. The next moment, the huge turtle head separated from the body, and boiling blood gushed out like a waterfall, dyeing the surrounding magma a shocking dark red. Until its death, it did not have the chance to use its powerful skills, such as Malta Roar, Malta Meteor, Malta Shield, etc. Xu Feng put away his knife and disappeared again, diving into the still churning lava lake. He activated Delicious Devouring and absorbed all the essence of this 7th-level ferocious beast. Ding! Devour the molten mountain giant turtle. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, Demon King Neat / Do you want to practice? The system prompt sounded at the right time. Practice. Xu Feng muttered to himself. Ding! Demon King Meat Slash has been successfully trained. As the system's voice fell, a large amount of profound information about the Demon King's Meat Slash poured into Xu Feng's mind like a torrent. The essence of the swordsmanship, the method of using strength, and the state of killing were instantly imprinted in his heart. Is this the heavenly sword technique, the Devil King's Flesh Slash? Xu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Crust cutting and devil's meat chopping are both heavenly level swordsmanship, but there are big differences between them. Crust cutting condenses the sword energy to the extreme, which can be used to carry out long-range sniping across countless spaces. The Devil's Fleshman Slash can unleash endless terrifying sword energy within a limited range, strangling everything into foam. Both have their own strengths. If they can adapt to circumstances and cooperate skillfully in battle, they will definitely produce unexpected and excellent results. Just as he was immersed in the comprehension of swordsmanship, the magma lake in the distance suddenly churned violently. The originally calm surface of the lava lake was stirred up by huge waves, and heart-pounding vibrations came from deeper inside, as if some huge monster was awakening. An aura far more terrifying than the molten mountain turtle emanated from deep underground, and the hot magma began to rotate in the opposite direction, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a shadow stretching for who knows how many kilometers can be vaguely seen slowly rising. Xu Feng's eyes narrowed. I saw an extremely huge giant snake rising from the molten lava lake. Its body was covered with thick layers of rock, and lava flowed between the cracks, as if it was wearing a molten armor that could break at any time. It was the 7th-order mid-stage ferocious beast, the molten python. It was obviously startled by the breath released by Xu Feng earlier. At this moment, it was raising its head and spitting out its tongue. Its fierce eyes were scanning the surroundings vigilantly, and its forked tongue was constantly extending, trying to capture the intruder's trace. I'll use you to test the power of this Demon King's minced meat slash. Xu Feng's eyes flashed, and he maintained the secret invisibility state while launching anti-gravity flight, floating silently above the giant python's head like a fallen leaf. The molten python was completely unaware of the crisis above its head and was still swinging its body anxiously, causing the molten lava to surge. Xu Feng hovered in the air and slowly raised the Black God sword. This time, he did not use the crust cutting, but immersed all his mind in the devil's flesh cutting that he had just comprehended. The moment the sword intent condensed, the air around it seemed to solidify, and even the surging magma stagnated. Just as the giant magma python seemed to sense something and was about to raise its head. The knife is out. There was no earth-shattering sword energy, nor was there any power to tear apart space. Instead, the space within a radius of dozens of meters with the giant python's head as the center suddenly twisted and compressed, and countless fine black sword beams emerged out of thin air, like a suddenly shrinking field of death. Phew! The giant molten python didn't even have time to let out a wail as its hard rock scales crumbled like dust in the black blade's light. Its huge head, along with half of its body, were strangled into the tiniest blood mist and flesh foam in an instant, dissipating in the hot air. This knife is extremely domineering. Xu Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. The Demon King meat mince chop was indeed terrifying. Even the head of the molten python was chopped into meat mince in an instant. He raised his right hand and immediately activated the delicious swallowing to eat the molten python. The health and energy gained was almost 500, which was almost the same as the health and energy gained from devouring the molten giant turtle. Checking my chi and blood, I'm not far from breaking through to 7 stars. Break through the 7 stars first, then go back and kill people. Xu Feng's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Chapter 98 Breakthrough 7 stars. The strong ones above descend. Xu Feng maintained his secret invisibility and activated anti-gravity flight. Like an invisible ghost, he returned to the strange carnivorous plant forest again. The number of golden mosquitoes is the highest here, making it an excellent hunting ground for quickly replenishing chi and blood. He hovered in mid-air, his right hand raised in vain. Sucking palm. In an instant, a twisted vortex emerged out of thin air in the void, and the terrifying devouring power and gravity spread rapidly in all directions like an invisible giant net. Countless golden mosquitoes in the nearby area, regardless of size, were forcibly pulled over by this irresistible force. Some stronger golden mosquitoes sensed the catastrophe and fluttered their wings desperately, making desperate buzzing sounds in an attempt to escape from this deathly airspace. However, all their struggles seemed futile in the face of the absolute power of the sucking palm. They were still dragged back mercilessly and sank into the bottomless vortex. Immediately afterwards, Xu Feng's mind moved slightly, and he activated the delicious devouring. The golden mosquito that was sucked into the vortex had not yet understood what was happening when it was transformed into the purest chi and blood energy and was completely eaten by him. The levels of these golden mosquitoes are generally not high, most of them are only level 3. The energy they provide, except for a part of it being absorbed by the Gourmet Cell devil egg in the body, can eventually be converted into Chu Feng's own chi and blood, with an average of less than 2.5 points per piece. Considering each one individually, the harvest is negligible. But how many golden mosquitoes are there here? Little by little, the total amount of chi and blood gathered will reach an extremely terrifying number. Chi and blood plus 2,500. Chi and blood plus 5,000. Chi and blood plus 10,000. A system-like perception flashed through Chu Feng's mind quickly, and the total amount of chi and blood climbed wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Waves of new strength surged and rushed through his limbs and bones, like streams flowing into rivers. He could clearly feel that the solid barrier between the 6 stars and the 7 stars in his body was becoming thinner and more shaky under the continuous impact of this vast energy and blood. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, it was as if a volcano that had been accumulating energy for thousands of years finally erupted, and a dull roar suddenly came from Chu Feng's body. The blood in his body instantly boiled over, and a terrifying force that was several times more powerful and pure than before surged out from the deepest part of his body, washing over every inch of his meridians and tempering every piece of bone and flesh. Breakthrough! 7-star warrior! Chu Feng's heart was filled with great joy. He immediately stopped swallowing, focused his mind and looked inward, carefully sensing the earth-shaking changes in himself. In the state of secret invisibility, the outside world cannot see him at all, but he himself can clearly see everything. He could see his skin radiating a warm and restrained light golden luster, and when he tapped it gently, it made a crisp sound similar to the collision of metals. This is a manifestation of the physical strength leaping again under the action of Gourmet cells. With a slight movement of his mind, the surrounding space suddenly sank. Gravity talent, more than 1,500 times. Chu Feng's eyes flashed. His control was greatly improved. He activated the devouring power again, and the perception range easily covered an area of 50 kilometers. The efficiency and power of devouring are also incomparable. At this moment, Chu Feng felt that he had a power within him that was enough to destroy the world. He was absolutely confident that even when facing an 8-star warrior, with his superb 1,000-fold gravity and strange swallowing, killing the opponent would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. Good. It's time to go back and settle those old scores. Chu Feng did not stop. His figure flashed and turned into an invisible gust of wind, whistling towards the direction of the human territory with murderous intent. At the same time, the demonic Serpent King had hurried to the huge and strange building where the Beast King lived. The other Beast Kings received the emergency summons and arrived one after another, most of them with an expression of displeasure at being disturbed. Snake King, why did you call us here so hastily? If you can't explain why, I'll make you pay. I just returned to my territory, and I haven't even sat down yet. Facing the king's complaints, the demonic Serpent King said in a low and serious voice, "Everyone, something terrible has happened. If it weren't for an emergency, I would never disturb you." The Dragon King shook his massive head and said in a deep voice, "All right, stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me what's going on." The demonic Viper King took a deep breath, a trace of fear flashing in his compound eyes. "Strange things have happened in my territory. Countless people have disappeared inexplicably. It's like, as if they were eaten out of thin air. I suspect that human boy named Chu Feng is not dead at all. His innate ability is devouring." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall, and the Beast Kings had different expressions. Not dead? Absolutely impossible. We've completely wiped out the Underswamp, how could he be alive? That's right. If he's not dead, why can't we sense any trace of him? Snake King, are you too paranoid? If you have this free time, you might as well practice more. Silence. The Dragon King growled, suppressing the noise. He looked sharply at the Snake King. "Snake King, did you see that human with your own eyes?" The Snake King shook his head, his tone filled with helplessness and fear. "No. I didn't see anything. But I witnessed with my own eyes that large numbers of my people disappeared. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon." As the kings were arguing endlessly. Boom! The entire huge and strange building suddenly shook violently. On the surface of the building, countless originally dim and strange lights suddenly lit up, outlining complex and ancient patterns, as if some dormant formation was instantly activated. Buzz! A thick black beam of light suddenly shot up from the top of the building and pierced the sky. In an instant, the sky was covered by endless black clouds, lightning snakes danced, and lightning roared. At the end of the black light column, a huge hole was forcibly torn open in the void. A pair of giant hands covered with dark red scales stretched out from the crack, grabbed the edge of the crack, and pulled it hard to both sides. Then, a terrifying figure with 3 heads, each burning with a strange red flame, slowly emerged from the widening crack, looking down with cold eyes. The 12 Beast Kings' expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to be negligent at all. They flew out of the building and hovered in the air. Their postures became extremely respectful, and even with undisguised fear, they said in unison, "Welcome the messenger." The 3-headed monster's 6 eyes swept over the Beast Kings, and its voice was like the friction of metal, containing suppressed anger. "You messed up everything." With just one sentence, the hearts of the 12 Beast Kings sank to the bottom of the valley and they felt cold all over. The Dragon King suppressed his fear and argued in a trembling voice, "Sir Messenger, we have always strictly followed the instructions of the higher realm." "Bullshit," the 3-headed monster roared, their voices shaking the very air. "The upper realm sent you down here to annihilate the human race's genius and completely sever its destiny. And yet, what have you done? You've actually given birth to a nemesis for our race." "Is that what you've done?" "What?" The Beast Kings were horrified and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The 3-headed monster continued to roar, "What about Fallen? Isn't it said to be able to glimpse the future? Why wasn't that nemesis of the human race wiped out beforehand? Instead, he was allowed to grow?" The Dragon King hurriedly replied, reporting to the messenger, "The Beast King fell into a deep sleep after his last prophecy. We have carried out numerous assassination attempts on human geniuses according to his instructions before his demise. To date, hundreds of human geniuses have died at our hands." "Idiots. A bunch of idiots," the 3-headed monster was furious. "The true nemesis of the human race, the most crucial target, is not dead at all. Not only is he alive, he's growing up right under your noses." These words resonated like thunder in the minds of the 12 Beast Kings. Almost at the same time, they thought of the name of the human who was famous for devouring and who had seemingly escaped their combined siege. Chu Feng. The Snake King cried out, "Chu Feng. It must be Chu Feng. I said he's not dead." The Dragon King's face was ashen as death. He looked at the messenger in the crack and said with a final hope, "Master Messenger, then, how can we remedy this situation now?" "Remedy?" The 3-headed monster sneered coldly. "It's too late. You failed to perform your duties well, and the higher realm has decided to abandon you. Soon, the higher realm will forcibly blockade the entire planet and then find a way to completely wipe out the entire planet and all living things on it." After saying that, without waiting for the Beast Kings to react, the 3 monsters retreated into the crack. The huge crack in the sky quickly closed up, and the surging black clouds dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Only the 12 Beast Kings were left, standing in mid-air, their faces ashen, with a bone-chilling chill spreading from the depths of their souls. "It's over. It's all over." The Dragon King suddenly came to his senses, a flicker of determination in his eyes, and he hissed, "We can't wait any longer. We must forcibly awaken the Beast King immediately." Chapter 99, Smashing Elder Hao's Arm with One Blade. Chu Feng is back from outside the Great Wall. There is only one purpose, and that is to kill. Maintaining his secret invisibility, he swaggered in from the first level without anyone noticing his presence. Arrived in the capital. Super sense of smell is activated. After a moment, a hint of coldness flashed across Chu Feng's eyes. "Oh. Is everyone together? Great. It saves me from having to go after you all one by one." The next second, Chu Feng rushed away. Elder Hao's luxurious villa. Elder Hao, Xin Run, the man in black and others sat together, chatting and drinking red wine. "Are there enough experimental subjects?" asked Elder Hao. The man in black said, "That's enough." Elder Hao said, "That's fine. There have been too many missing people recently, and it's causing panic among others. The Warrior Alliance must take action, otherwise things will be difficult to handle." He does not have the final say in the entire Warrior Alliance. Although there are 2 other elders on the same front, there are also 2 who are opposed, and the military will also intervene. It would be very difficult to handle if we found out that he was involved in the missing persons. At this moment, Elder Hao's whole body trembled, and his powerful perception made him realize that danger was coming. He stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and his consciousness was released crazily. Shinran's expression changed. What happened to Elder Hao? Elder Hao's face was gloomy. I suddenly felt a murderous aura. But I didn't notice anything unusual nearby. The man in black asked, Elder Hao, are you too nervous? Elder Hao nodded and restrained his breath, maybe. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Elder Hao, a terrifying aura burst out, and at the same time a terrifying gravity enveloped him. Shinran and the man in black were crushed to the ground immediately, and then with two bangs, their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Elder Hao's legs were also bent by the terrifying gravity and his face was solemn. Chu Feng? The next second, Elder Hao saw Chu Feng's figure and was extremely shocked. Chu Feng is not dead. He is still alive under the attack of the 12 Beast Kings? And appeared silently behind me. It's horrible. And the scarier things are yet to come. Chu Feng held the Black God sword tightly in his right hand and slashed out. In an instant, the entire space was blocked by endless sharp sword light. It was as if even the space was shattered. It was Chu Feng who launched the Devil's Flesh Slash. At the critical moment, Elder Hao's momentum burst out, his metal talent was activated, and a layer of golden light enveloped his body, forming a defense. As expected of a 9-star warrior, his reaction is so quick. However, the golden defense was completely shattered by the endless sword energy. Phew! One of Elder Hao's arms was directly chopped off and at the same time chopped into pieces by the sword energy. Ugh! With a scream, Elder Hao immediately teleported away with a serious expression. If he hadn't activated his innate ability in time to form a defense, his entire body would probably have been chopped into pieces. Horrible. So scary. He never dreamed that Chu Feng would become even stronger after escaping from the hands of the 12 Beast Kings. If your strength is a little lower, you will die. As expected of a 9-star warrior, and indeed an SS-level metal talent. Chu Feng was secretly surprised, and at the same time, he activated the secret invisibility technique again and disappeared. Elder Hao, who had retreated, saw Chu Feng disappear with his own eyes. His heart sank and an inexplicable sense of danger surged in his heart. Without any hesitation, Elder Hao immediately turned into a golden light and fled at the fastest speed. Ah! Damn Chu Feng, why is he still alive? What about invisibility? Is it another one of his innate abilities? How come he has so many talents and abilities? Damn it! At this moment, Elder Hao looked crazy, but more of it was fear. He has realized that Chu Feng is not an ordinary person at all. Now, he regretted provoking Chu Feng. However, it was all too late. With Chu Feng's personality, he would never let him go. No. We must find those two to take action. No matter what the cost, Chu Feng must be killed. Elder Hao gritted his teeth. Chu Feng did not chase after Elder Hao because if he maintained the secret invisibility technique, he would not be able to release his full strength and would not be able to catch up with him. However, Chu Feng was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, Elder Hao can't escape. Somewhere underground. This is the headquarters of the Dark Order. What? The leader is dead? How is that possible? The leader is at the peak of the 7 stars. And he's with Elder Hao. What is going on? What should we do? The Dark Order is in chaos. At this moment, suddenly an extremely terrifying gravity came down and covered the entire cult. Bang bang bang. All the cult members inside exploded and died on the spot. Qin family. The head of the family is dead? No way? Who killed him? I don't know. I heard that even Elder Hao escaped. The Qin family also fell into panic. Warrior Alliance headquarters, top floor. Elder Hao, what did you say? Chu Feng is not dead? He was the one who cut off your hand? The bald elder and the green-headed elder looked horrified. Yes. Elder Hao's face turned pale. Chu Feng is too terrifying. He suddenly appeared behind me, broke through my defense with one knife, and shattered one of my arms. We must join forces and kill Chu Feng. Otherwise, we will all die. Thinking of that knife strike now, Elder Hao still feels a lingering fear. You know, he didn't feel that much pressure when he dealt with the ferocious beasts from the 8 realms. The bald elder's face was solemn. How could he not be dead? He was attacked by the 12 beast kings and still survived. It's really terrifying. Even he couldn't do it. The green-headed elder asked. After he became invisible, even his aura couldn't be detected? Does he have such a powerful innate ability? Even now, he still thinks about Chu Feng's talents and abilities and wants to take them away. The bald elder said, "Old man Hao, don't panic. As long as the three of us are together, we will not be afraid even if Chu Feng comes. Could he possibly kill the three of us? On this planet, the combat power of the three of them has reached the ceiling of the human race." At this moment, the three of them suddenly felt a chill on their backs and instinctively rushed out. Swish! The moment they rushed out, a black blade flashed and the top floor of the Warrior Alliance headquarters was directly cut off. Elder Hao stood high in the sky, looking panicked. He's coming, he's coming. Chapter 100, Battle with 3 9-star warriors. The cross-section of the Warrior Alliance headquarters building, with its top floor cut off, was as smooth as a mirror, silently telling of the horror of the previous blow. Elder Hao, the bald elder, and the green-headed elder were suspended in mid-air, forming a triangle. Their aura exploded like 3 burning volcanoes, enveloping the entire capital. The pressure from the 9-star warrior was released without reservation, causing countless powerful people below who sensed it to feel tremendous pressure and look in this direction with fear. Chu Feng! Get out here! The bald elder's voice was like a bell, containing the secret power of the Buddhist lion's roar. The sound waves rolled, shaking the air and rippling. Hiding your head and showing your tail, what kind of ability is that? A dark golden light circulated around him, and a black Buddha figure with a blurred face but a sinister demonic aura was faintly visible behind him. It was his SS-level talent, the demonic Buddha. This Buddha's image is both solemn and strange, emitting a disturbing sense of oppression. The green-headed elder said nothing, but raised his hands in the air. 2 balls of ghostly green fire suddenly ignited in his palms. The flames jumped unsteadily, without any temperature, but instead emitted a chill that could freeze the soul. This is the SS-level innate ability, the will-o'-the-wisp, that made him famous. It can not only burn the flesh, but also burn the spirit, and is extremely vicious. Although Elder Hao had lost one arm and his face was pale, he suppressed his fear with the support of his 2 companions. He clenched his only remaining right hand into a fist, and the metallic luster flowed on his body, turning it into an indestructible suit of armor. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he scanned every inch of the surrounding space frantically, trying to find Chu Feng's trace. However, there was dead silence all around. Chu Feng seemed to have completely merged into the void, without even a trace of breath fluctuation left. This unknown threat, which could launch a fatal attack from any angle at any time, made the 3 9-star warriors standing at the pinnacle of the human race feel unprecedented pressure. Be careful of his gravity. Elder Hao warned in a hoarse voice, but before he finished speaking, buzz! A terrifying gravitational field far exceeding the previous one suddenly descended. It was no longer a covering crushing force, but condensed into 3 invisible shackles, which were precisely placed on the 3 elders. Well! The 3 of them sank at the same time, as if they were carrying a mountain, and their movements became sluggish in an instant. Especially Elder Hao, who was already injured, groaned and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I found you! The bald elder roared, and the shadow of the demon Buddha behind him suddenly opened his eyes, put his palms together, and a shockwave mixed with Sanskrit chanting and demonic sounds spread rapidly in a circular shape with him as the center. This was an indiscriminate range mental attack, trying to force out the invisible Chu Feng. Almost at the same time, the green-headed elder pushed with both hands, and the dark green ghost fires in the sky seemed to have life, turning into countless howling ghost faces, rushing towards the approximate direction where the gravity came from. Rumble! The ghost fire and the sound waves of the devil Buddha raged, completely submerging the airspace and distorting the space. However, the attack failed. Chu Feng's figure quietly emerged on the other side, with the black god's sword pointing diagonally at the ground, his eyes as cold as ice that had lasted for thousands of years. The reaction is not slow, but unfortunately, it is useless. Devil King minced meat slash. He swung his sword again, slashing furiously. The sword light was overwhelming, blocking the entire space, filling the entire space, and falling madly towards the 3 elders, more densely than a rainstorm. Not good. The 3 elders' pupils suddenly shrank as they felt a fatal threat. The sword energy was condensed to the extreme, and its destructive power far exceeded the one that just cut through the building. Indestructible! The bald elder shouted loudly, and the shadow of the demon Buddha instantly shrank and merged with his body, making his whole body look like it was made of dark gold, able to withstand the sword energy. Wisp of the devil protects me. The green-headed elder was wrapped in a thick layer of dark green flames, which twisted and squirmed, trying to erode and offset the black sword energy. Absolute defense. Elder Hao pushed his metal ability to the extreme, and dozens of thick metal shields instantly condensed in front of him, stacked layer upon layer. TSK. TSK. Puff. 3 soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The golden body of the demonic Buddha that condensed the bald elder's life's work was cut half an inch by the sword energy, and dark golden blood flowed out. He groaned and retreated, his face full of horror. The green-headed elder's ghost fire bodyguard was directly pierced by the sword energy. Although he turned his head in time, the sword energy still flew past his cheek, taking away a small piece of flesh. No blood flowed out of the wound, but instead it was charred, as if it had been burned by an iron, and there was a strange devouring force preventing the wound from healing. As for Elder Hao, who had the strongest defense, dozens of his metal shields were like paper and were penetrated one after another by the black sword energy. Finally, the sword energy accurately hit the metal heart guard that he had hastily condensed on his chest again. Ding! With a deafening explosion, the heart-protecting mirror exploded, and Elder Hao was like being hit by a meteorite. His chest caved in, and blood spurted out of his mouth mixed with fragments of internal organs. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his breath instantly became extremely weak. With one blow, one was seriously injured and 2 were slightly injured. Chu Feng frowned slightly, not entirely satisfied with the result. It is indeed not so easy to kill 3 9-star warriors who work together well and have their own unique skills at the same time. Especially the bald elder's golden body of the devil Buddha and the green-headed elder's ghost fire, both have unique properties and have a certain offsetting effect on his attacks. He has consumed a lot of energy, take advantage of now. The green-headed elder screamed, enduring the severe pain on his face. More ghost fire surged out of his body, turning into a huge netherworld fire python, pouncing towards Chu Feng. The bald elder also took a deep breath, and the shadow of the demon Buddha expanded again, and the huge dark golden palm fell down like covering the sky and the sun. Chu Feng snorted coldly and activated the secret technique to become invisible. His figure became blurred again and disappeared from the spot at the critical moment. The ghost fire python collided with the giant palm of the devil Buddha, causing an earth-shattering explosion and an energy storm sweeping in all directions. Disappeared again. The bald elder looked grim. The green-headed elder looked around vigilantly, and the ghost fire formed an impenetrable defense layer around his body. At this moment, Chu Feng's voice, like a cold wind from the underworld, rang in their ears at the same time. Today, I'll collect some interest first. Your lives will be recorded for now. Next time we meet, I will chop the 3 of you into pieces. The sound was vague and gradually faded away. The 3 elders did not dare to relax at all and remained on full alert for a full quarter of an hour. Only after confirming that the suffocating gravity field and murderous intent had completely disappeared did they breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the seriously injured, unconscious, and dying Elder Hao, and then looking at the scars on each other's bodies, the bald elder and the green-headed elder no longer had the calmness and arrogance on their faces, and only deep fear and dread remained. Chu Feng did not die, but became even more powerful and weirder. He possessed some kind of undetectable invisibility ability, which, combined with the terrifying gravity and unparalleled sharp swordsmanship, made him a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any time. Things are about to change in the capital. No, the whole world will be in turmoil because of the return of this young man. Chapter 101: The Beast King Awakens. The news of Chu Feng's return was like a devastating spiritual storm, sweeping across the entire human territory with the capital as its center. At first, people simply couldn't believe it. Chu Feng is not dead? What a joke! The 12 Beast Kings have joined forces to encircle and destroy the Dark Swamp. How could he possibly survive? That's definitely a rumor. Someone is just trying to create chaos. However, when photos of the flattened top floor of the Warrior Alliance headquarters circulated, when the news that Elder Hao was seriously injured and unconscious, and that Qin Run, head of the Qin family, and the leader of the dark cult were confirmed dead, was confirmed by multiple parties, and when information gradually leaked that the bald elder and the green-headed elder were staying indoors and their subordinates were in a state of panic, all the voices of doubt were abruptly cut off. Transformed into unparalleled shock and horror. He is really not dead. Not only did he escape from the killing situation set by the 12 Beast Kings, but after returning, he stormed into the core of the capital with a thunderous force. In front of the other 2 9-star elders, he beat Elder Hao to the brink of death, killed Qin Run and the leader of the dark cult, and then left, leaving no one behind. This strength, this courage, and this decisiveness in killing made everyone who heard it feel their scalps tingle and their spines chill. Oh my god, how on earth did he do that? The 12 Beast Kings couldn't kill him, but instead made him even stronger? He was able to severely injure the 9-star elder upon his return. How powerful is he now? It's terrifying. How old is he? His growth rate is simply monstrous. The sky in the capital is really going to change. Elder House faction is finished. Principal Shao gasped, hiss, even the elders of the Warrior Alliance were seriously injured. This kid Chu Feng is too scary. Zhenyan and Huang Ting admired him. Brother Feng is not dead after all, Brother Feng is awesome. Ni Ziming breathed a sigh of relief and tightened the love letter in her hand. That's great, Chu Feng is not dead. Ha ha ha. Commander-in-Chief Peng laughed. Well done. Chu Feng really didn't disappoint. Other people in the military were also in an uproar. The red-haired elder of the Warrior Alliance laughed heartily. Ah, Chu Feng is indeed not simple. This time, Elder Hao and the other old guys have shot themselves in the foot. Hiss. Lin Yasheng looked horrified. Is Chu Feng so strong? Fortunately, I didn't seek revenge on him back then. I was so wise. Lin Hao's face was grim. Not dead? Why isn't he dead yet? Damn it, damn it. On the streets, in online forums, and within major forces, everyone was crazily discussing this name Chu Feng. His return was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves and completely breaking the original balance of power. Compared with the excitement in the outside world, the Qin family mansion was filled with gloom and was in extreme panic. The head of the family, Qin Ran, died, and the biggest backer, Elder Hao, was seriously injured in dying, which meant that the pillar of the Qin family had collapsed. Quick! Pack up all the resources you can take away and leave the capital immediately. Spread out, as many as you can go. That evil star Chu Feng will never let our Qin family go. The remaining senior members of the Qin family were panicked and tried to organize their clansmen to escape, like ants on a hot pan. They regretted immensely, why they had provoked Chu Feng in the first place, why they had stood on Elder Hao's side and were his enemy. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Just as the core members of the Qin family gathered in the family secret library, scrambling for resources and preparing to escape, an invisible but heavy pressure like a mountain suddenly descended. Buzz! A terrifying gravitational field enveloped the entire Qin family mansion. Plop! Plop! Those Qin family members who were slightly weaker were crushed to the ground without even being able to scream, their bones and tendons broken, their internal organs shattered, and they died instantly. The several senior members of the Qin family who gathered in front of the secret library, including a supreme elder with the strength of 7 stars, only held on for less than half a breath. No! Chu Feng, spare my life. The supreme elder's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt the familiar and terrifying murderous intent, and made a desperate plea for mercy. However, what responded to him was a gravity that appeared out of nowhere in distorted space. The next moment, all their struggles, fears and regrets, along with their flesh, blood, energy and even souls, were crushed into ashes by the terrifying gravity. In just a few breaths, the core strength of the Qin family, which was once prominent and deeply rooted in the capital, was uprooted and completely destroyed, leaving only a dead mansion and a mess on the ground. Chu Feng's figure slowly emerged from the void, his eyes without any fluctuation, as if he had just done something insignificant. When cutting grass, make sure to remove the roots. This is his principle. Sudden roar. A terrifying roar that cannot be described in words, as if it came from the ancient times, suddenly came from the distant outside the Great Wall and swept across the entire world in an instant. This roar contained supreme majesty, tyrannical anger, and an extreme frenzy as if one had been forcibly disturbed after sleeping for eternity. The sound penetrates space, ignores distance, and explodes directly in the depths of the soul of every living being. In the capital, countless ordinary people fainted instantly. Even low-level warriors felt their blood boiling and their minds almost lost. Chu Feng's face changed slightly, and he suddenly looked up outside the pass. His eyes penetrated the void, as if he saw in the distance an unimaginable evil aura that made him feel palpitations. It was slowly awakening and expanding and reviving at a terrifying speed. This aura far exceeds that of a Beast King. Chu Feng's eyes were extremely solemn. Is it the Beast King? Almost at the same time, outside the pass, deep in that strange building, the 12 Beast Kings prostrated themselves on the ground respectfully, even in fear. In front of them, on a huge throne made of countless twisted flesh, strange runes and glittering crystals, a shadow whose specific shape could not be seen but whose hugeness and terror could be felt was violently fluctuating. 2 eyes slowly lit up in the shadows. Those eyes were like two bottomless blood-red whirlpools, reflecting the terrifying scene of the stars collapsing and all things withering. Filled with endless antiquity, indifference, and the raging rage that was forcibly awakened. The Dragon King and the other 12 Beast Kings trembled and spoke in the most humble manner. "Welcome, Master Beast King, awaken." The blood-red vortex-like eyes slowly swept over the 12 Beast Kings crawling below. A cold, hoarse voice, like the wailing of billions of creatures, rumbled in this space. "Who disturbed my deep sleep? You all do know the price of forcibly awakening." As the voice fell, the entire building, no, the endless mountains and land outside the pass began to tremble slightly. Beast King, wake up! Chapter 102 Crazy Improvement, late 7 stars. Above the capital, the terrifying roar from outside the Great Wall still echoed, shaking everyone's mind like a real shock wave. Chu Feng was hovering above the Qin family mansion, which had become a deadly place. His brows were furrowed, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, piercing through the space, staring at the direction where the breath came from. The aura of a 9th-rank beast? It's the Beast King. Is it going to take action? Chu Feng's eyes moved slightly. But I didn't feel any pressure. Anyway, he has the secret invisibility technique, so any attack is useless to him. But swallow. I need more blood and energy, stronger strength. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. He no longer paid attention to the disturbances in the capital. With a flash of his body, he activated the secret invisibility technique and transformed himself into an invisible stream of light, rushing towards the outside of the Great Wall again at an astonishing speed. This time, his target is the endless hordes of ferocious beasts in the entire forbidden area outside the Great Wall. He is going to go on an unprecedented, crazy hunt. At the same time, military headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Peng and countless Ding army leaders stood high in the sky, looking outside the pass with a solemn expression. That's a 9th-level beast. It's that beast again. Every time it wakes up, nothing good happens. Pass the order down, everyone be on high alert. Outside the pass, deep in the strange building. The huge shadow of the Beast King fallen angel frog slowly squirmed on the throne, and his blood-red vortex-like eyes swept over the 12 trembling Beast Kings below. Why did you force me to wake up? Its voice seemed to carry the power to corrode the soul, making every Beast King feel the fear that came from the instinct of life. The Dragon King suppressed the trembling of his soul and reported as concisely as possible the news of the previous arrival of the messenger, the decision of the upper realm, and the news that Chu Feng was suspected to be alive and had become the nemesis of aliens. The messenger said that the upper realm will abandon us and want to wipe out the entire planet. We are really desperate, so we have to disturb your sleep. We beg for your guidance. The Dragon King's voice was pleading. Chu Feng. The Beast King repeated the name in a low voice, and a strange light flashed in his blood-red eyes, as if he was tracing some cause and effect, and peeking at some fragment of fate. After a moment, it let out an unintelligible growl. I saw chaos and variability. Damn it, this kid, why haven't you killed him yet? It's over. Everything is over. Its voice suddenly became sharp, and the terrifying pressure made the entire building wail. The Dragon King trembled. Beast King, is there no remedy? A strange light flashed in the eyes of the Beast King fallen angel frog. Pass on my order. Assemble, all tribes. Unleash the beast tide. Target, human territory, the capital. No matter the cost, find Chu Feng and kill him. Even if I can't kill Chu Feng, I must kill all other human beings, hoping to gain forgiveness from the higher realms. Yes. The 12 Beast Kings felt as if they had been pardoned, but also felt boundless pressure. They accepted the order in unison, retreated quickly, and began to carry out the orders of the Beast King. An unprecedented ultimate beast tide, launched by the Beast King himself, began to brew and gather in this vast land outside the Great Wall. At the same time, Chu Feng had already gone deep into the outside of the Great Wall again. He no longer hid, and even actively released his majestic energy and murderous intent, like a beacon in the dark night, attracting ferocious beasts from all directions. Roar! A 7th-order early-stage ferocious beast, the wilderness bone elephant, which looked like a mammoth but was covered in heavy bone armor, was alarmed first. Like a moving hill, it trampled on the ground and charged towards Chu Feng. Its 2 giant curved bone fangs flashed with a pale light, enough to smash the mountain. Chu Feng's eyes were cold and he didn't dodge or evade. Sucking palm. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying devouring gravity burst out. The momentum of the wasteland bone elephant's charge suddenly stopped, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Its huge body was forcibly pulled away, its four hooves left the ground, and it let out a terrified roar, flying towards Chufeng involuntarily. Before he got close, Chufeng clenched his left fist and punched out simply and directly. Without using any martial arts, just the physical strength superimposed on the terrifying gravity of more than 1,500 times. Bang! Wherever the fist reaches, the space becomes concave. The hard skull of the wasteland bone elephant exploded like a watermelon, red and white objects splattered everywhere, and its huge body flew backwards like a broken sack. Before it landed on the ground, it was enveloped by the delicious devouring vortex that followed, and all the essence of its blood and energy was plundered. Qi and blood surge. Not enough. Far from enough. Chufeng felt the increase in his internal strength, but he was not satisfied. What he needs is a qualitative change, a breakthrough to the 8-star, or even 9-star, or even the tremendous energy beyond 9-star. The next second, it turned into a whirlwind of death, rushing across the land outside the pass. Wherever he passed, whether it was flocks of 6th-level birds, 7th-level giant crocodiles lurking in the depths of the swamp, or 7th-level peak-level ghost gorillas entrenched on the mountaintops, all the ferocious beasts he sensed were, without exception, forcibly taken in by his sucking palm, and then easily killed with a punch or a knife, and then completely plundered with his delicious devouring. His energy and blood grew wildly like a snowball, the power in his body roared and surged, his gourmet cells greedily absorbed this massive amount of energy, and the fluctuations of the devil egg became more and more intense. The system's prompt sounds were almost continuous in his mind, but he had no time to listen carefully. Kill. Devour. Become stronger. This was his only thought at the moment. Gradually, a vacuum zone of death was formed with him as the center. The beast's wails and the fear of death spread, even beginning to alarm deeper and more powerful beings. A few days later, outside an ancient canyon shrouded in blood-red mist, Chufeng was suspended in mid-air, emitting a murderous aura that was as tangible as a substance, and even the air seemed to become sticky. After these days of sleepless and crazy hunting and devouring, he felt that the blood and energy in his body had reached an unprecedented saturation point. The barrier of the 7-star peak was clearly visible and was crumbling. Enter the system interface. Host, Chufeng. Qi and blood, 10,15625,000. Talents and abilities. SSS-level Gourmet Cell super strong sense of smell, Gourmet Cell devil egg hatching progress 90%. SSS-level gravity 2000 times gravity field, anti-gravity flight, gravity drop, gravity detection wave, gravity jump. SSS-level devour delicious devour space. Comprehensive development skills of talents and abilities, swallowing gravity balls, palm suction, swallowing gravity transfer. Sword skills, heavenly crustal cutting proficient, gravity palm proficient. Special abilities, poison immunity, invincibility, extreme vision, intuition, secret invisibility. Weapon, Black God Blade. Warrior level, late 7 stars. Devour quest, updated. The reason for stopping is because the swallowing task just came. Chufeng's eyes fell on the devouring mission.